100 years ago, humanity tore open a pathway through space itself. This slowly expanded their knowledge, revealing things humanity had never laid eyes on before. But this strange new world on the other side wasn't paradise, it was a breeding ground for monstrous beasts. There were mountains of them, and humanity's advanced technology was utterly useless. Their weapons were crushed by the beasts as easily as rotten fruit. The price for humanity's arrogance was steep. The gateway they opened could never be closed again. In an instant, this meant mankind plummeted right to the bottom of the food chain. Thus began the desperate days of survival, hiding from the claws of bloodthirsty monsters. An unknown amount of time passed, but humanity's greatest strength is its sheer will to live. And finally, the first person appeared to challenge the new apex predators. He made short work of an unlucky monster, which unlocked a mutated power inside his body. Suddenly, these beasts became a hot commodity, hunted for the valuable beast souls within. For 100 years, humanity never stopped evolving, hunting, and fusing with beast souls to reclaim their throne, unlocking massive secrets about their own genes and integrating the best traits in. Because of this, humanity underwent huge changes in appearance and gained superhuman powers. To evolve and adapt, these became the two essential keys to survival itself. And if nothing else stood in their way, there was no doubt humanity would achieve its ultimate evolution, becoming gods in this new world. They called this place God's Sanctuary, but even here, there was always one black sheep in the flock, and that would be Hansen, the young man in iron armor currently running and panting for his life. He still hasn't evolved. He's only been teleporting here for a few months, and now this so-called reject of humanity is getting chased down by a gang on beastback. A guy in what looks like a doctor's uniform, riding a massive pit bull-like beast, is chasing Hansen without letting up. As for why? Well, let's just say he conveniently snatched a beast soul that their entire team had been hunting for ages. Sure, Hansen probably deserved a beating for that, but in this dog-eat-dog world, the one with the most power always wins. Besides, he hadn't accomplished anything yet, so a guy has to look out for his own retirement plan. Of course, that also meant facing the consequences from them, which is exactly why he had to book it and run for his life. Let's rewind 1 month, to when Hansen had just reached the required age of 18. He requested to be teleported to the place that, 100 years ago, was humanity's greatest fear, and not for some grand, ambitious reason. No, the reality was much simpler. Hansen's family was struggling, his father was gone, his mother was sick, and he was the only one left to provide for the family and his little sister, who was still in school. With money so tight, a high school senior with no special talents like him just couldn't afford to waste time. So entering a dangerous place like God's Sanctuary was his best bet. While he was wandering around, his left eye suddenly started twitching uncontrollably. Hansen immediately knew what that meant. Something was very wrong, and it was lurking nearby. And holy crap, a massive white monster the size of a car was hiding in a narrow alley. Instantly recognizing his first real opportunity, Hansen showed no mercy, drawing his dagger and charging the monster from behind. But instead of snagging a priceless beast soul, the monster instantly transformed into a person whose very sensitive parts he'd just stabbed in front of everyone. Very quickly, the chaotic scene drew a massive crowd of onlookers. That monster he'd just stabbed from behind was none other than Qin Xuan, a woman of immense talent and power from the armored sanctuary. A total rookie just went and poked a god-tier master in the butt. A formal ultimatum was promptly slapped right across his handsome, yet foolish, face. The order was clear. No one was allowed to team up with or help this sworn enemy of Qin Xuan. His mind completely blown, Hansen could only vent his rage by furiously slaughtering a swarm of black beetles. He chewed through 30 of them and wasn't tired, but they were tired of him. He couldn't gain any more gene points. He'd been grinding on low-level beasts for almost a month, but at this point, they weren't helping him get any stronger. At this rate, other people would be raising families by the time he got past level 1. He had considered hunting tougher beasts, but even the weakest copper-tooth beast sent him to the hospital for half a month, so you get the picture. Add to that the fact he had absolutely no teammates, and his path forward looked like a solid brick wall. Just as he was cursing his reckless mistake from day one, a bright light flashed in the distance, a sign that his luck was about to turn. A black beetle with a glossy shell, completely different from the others, charged straight towards Hansen, totally unaware of the danger. When prey delivers itself right to you, you just have to take the shot. A premium golden beetle who knew he'd find something so incredible by pure chance, he'd taken down the top-tier primitive, a divine blood mutant beast. Instantly, the creature liquefied, hardening into a brilliant, 24-karat gold-plated armor that wrapped itself around Hansen. And to think, he used to be amazed by the flimsy, ugly armor dropped by normal primitive beasts. But this was beyond his wildest dreams, not just a massive power boost, but a suit so dazzling it was practically blinding. This was a sign he was on the fast track to becoming a true boss. Back in his room, a hot pot of monster soup awaited him. Even though his stomach was full, letting good food go to waste was a crime, so Hansen slurped down every last drop. Besides, he'd managed to snag a few Geno points from other creatures. Every little bit helped push him forward. Slaying the black armored beetle didn't just net him the incredible armor, it also dropped a stunningly beautiful blue gem. Before he could even figure out what to do with the strange orb, a green-scaled beast solved the dilemma for him. It gulped the gem down in a single swallow. For a second, it looked like Hansen was about to be helpless against another monster, but after swallowing the prize, a powerful energy radiated from the green-scaled beast, causing its body to expand several times over. The iron barrel it was in couldn't take the pressure and exploded, letting the monster lunge straight for Hansen's face. Good thing he was fast. He ended the monster with a single, clean strike. But as the system notification popped up, Hansen started to get suspicious. How in the world did that green-scaled beast reach the primitive level? He remembered the black-armored beetle was usually just small fry, yet it had somehow evolved into a divine blood creature. Hansen was certain he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure. That whole miserable month had finally paid off in a big way. He was basically holding his entire retirement fund in his hands. But that joy didn't last long. A whole mob of Hansen's relatives showed up at their home in Luogia. You could hear them before you could see them. Aunts, uncles, the whole clan. And not a single one looked like they were starving. They were there to demand a piece of the old house, the very home where he and his mother were barely scraping by. Let's be real, this wasn't out of love for his late relatives. This was just a shameless attempt to squeeze money from the poor. His mother's medical bills alone were a crushing burden. Where would they find that kind of cash? Not that these vultures cared. Their ultimatum was clear. Either sell the house and pay them, or they'd take it to court, even mocking that their son's private school was pricier. Every single word they uttered was more infuriating than the last. After the group left, his mother, Su Lan, couldn't hold it together anymore. She collapsed right on the doorstep. Hansen rushed to her side, a burning rage building inside him, a gift from his so-called family. He remembered all too well how his family had bailed them out of huge debts, how his own father had died protecting these very people, and now they were back, biting the hand that fed them. His mother's tears streamed down, blaming herself for not protecting their only home. Hansen quickly comforted his mom, promising that would never happen, but as he left, his mind was a storm of complex emotions. At the Stargate station, announcements flashed one after another, celebrating people who had successfully advanced to the next level. The news was buzzing with people taking down top-tier beasts. Hansen boarded the ship, his mind already racing with a plan. The crystal was powerful, but reaching the highest tiers in a short time would be difficult. Still, there was a glimmer of hope. By mutating primitive and mutant genes, his first objective was crystal clear. Earn the 2 million needed to buy back the house, and his next stop would be Luofeng Valley. Lost in a forest of towering mutated trees, Hansen sat down, filled with regret. That divine blood monster soup he'd eaten? If he had sold it, he could have easily made 1 to 2 million. Now he wondered if using the crystal to raise a beast in just 1 month was even possible. Suddenly, a wind mantis appeared. To put it simply, it was a gigantic, mutated praying mantis covered in a flashy golden shell. He knew its weak point was at its waist. Hansen charged forward instantly, but he'd clearly underestimated its incredible speed and its claws, which were sharper than swords. Slashing like a machine, it not only dodged his attack, but also launched a surprise strike right into the ground. Hansen had to dodge fast. Thankfully, his armor saved him from a blow that would have easily sliced him clean in two. The close call only fueled his confidence. He lunged forward again, slashing across the beast's midsection and taking down his first opponent. He thought it was just the one. But after their comrade fell, an entire swarm of wind mantises emerged to destroy the enemy. But as long as his armor was intact, there was no way these things were getting a chance to take this guy down. Looks like they really picked the wrong day to show up. One after another, they fell, but the swarm just kept coming. They threw everything they had at him, but the outcome was already written. The entire clan was headed for an early grave. Elsewhere, in a much quieter place, was an underling of Qin Xuan, the very person Hansen angered right after he arrived. Su Xiaoqiao, a textbook rich kid, was completely baffled by the unfamiliar path. Not a single person he knew was in sight. He's one of Qin Xuan's subordinates, so failure isn't an option. He had to hunt something valuable to protect his master's reputation. But he'd been walking forever and hadn't seen a single crippled wolf. Something was definitely off. And yet, There were no tracks from another team. All he could see was the bloody aftermath of a brutal, chaotic fight. He didn't have to search far for an answer. The man responsible stood there, towering over a mountain of wolf corpses. The pile of bodies was pure gold, its shine almost blinding in the sunlight. And the man standing there? Hansen. Wasting no time, Hansen named his price 1,000 apiece. He can't eat them all, might as well make some cash. Turns out, the guy was loaded. He didn't even blink at dropping 50,000 to buy the entire golden pile. You don't let a walking gold mine get away. Hansen quickly grabbed the guy's name and room number for future business. He left the guy with a simple offer. If you've got a job that pays, give me a call. The kid completely misunderstood, thinking our hero's name was actually Golden Coin, a true fanboy in the making. Leaving the pile of golden wolves behind, Hansen's next target was the territory of the bronze-toothed beast. This was the same creature he used to run from, not even strong enough to land a single decent hit. Their long, sharp fangs practically screamed danger, their wild eyes promising to tear apart anyone foolish enough to approach. They didn't wait for an invitation. The beasts charged instantly, fangs and claws ready to rip apart the human before them. Hansen didn't hesitate either. Fast as the wind, he launched a clean, precise counterattack. He ended the monstrous beast's lives in an instant, remembering how he'd overdone it with the wolves and left none alive. This time, Hansen made sure to keep one. He'd use a spirit stone to raise it and sell the rest. You're the lucky one. The last beast panted on the ground after the brutal, one-sided fight. Its beast soul was a highly sought-after prize. This brought him even closer to his goal, a perfect chance to study this beast type from top to bottom. Suddenly, the beast soul transformed into a brand new weapon. From the look on Hansen's face, this was a major upgrade. Back at the main gate of the armored scorpion shelter, the quiet scene felt almost peaceful, a stark contrast to the destruction. But that quiet moment was instantly shattered by the arrival of a large group. That black-haired kid dragging a pitiful-looking bronze-toothed beast behind him? It could only be Hansen. His eyes locked onto something, and he moved closer to the army led by Son of Heaven, a man pursuing the goddess Qin Xuan. Son of Heaven was a big shot around here. You could tell just by the quality of his troops, but don't let his noble appearance fool you for a second. This guy was anything but a good person. The moment he saw Hansen, he struck him hard across the shoulder, his following question dripping with pure contempt. He demanded to know who was foolish enough to sell a primitive creature to Hansen, the sworn enemy of his goddess, Qin Xuan. The goddess, huh? It seems word had gotten around that Hansen was the one guy who dared to cross Qin Xuan, and a guy like Son of Heaven couldn't possibly stand by while the woman he obsessed over got publicly embarrassed. As expected, he issued an ultimatum. No one was to do business with Hansen. He was trying to starve him out. His lackey, Luo Tianyang, thought the so-called ass fanatic got off easy. If they weren't busy, it would have been much worse. It's a world where the strong crush the weak. Hansen could only curse the bullies under his breath. He had to get stronger, and fast. Use the spirit stones, level up his skills, and make every single one of them pay. 3 days later, back in his room, Hansen watched as the caged bronze-toothed beast finally began to change. You could see it with the naked eye. Its skin was slowly turning a metallic gray, but it was still a long way from a true mutant. All he could do now was wait. In the meantime, he needed to recover his strength and go hunt for more cash. As he was getting his gear together, he overheard a commotion outside. Hurry, get to Sunset Slope right now. The 3 great powers of the armored scorpion shelter were teaming up to take down a legendary godblood creature. Maybe he could snag some scraps. This was huge news. Hansen took off like a shot. He finally made it to the top of Sunset Slope and watched the groups from afar. Qin Xuan, Son of Heaven, and one other. They were leading their teams against a massive godblood creature, its immense power visible to the naked eye. The divine beast effortlessly crushed wave after wave of attackers. This thing was on a completely different level. Up close, you could truly see it, the sheer, terrifying scale of its massive, muscular body. In its hand, a gleaming battle axe swung relentlessly, cutting down the fools who kept throwing their lives away against it. Trouble from below. If Shen Tianzi hadn't jumped from his mount in time, it wouldn't have just been his ride he lost. It would have been the fall of one of Steel Armor Shelter's 3 overlords. Just one hit, and his mount was history. Hansen knew he couldn't underestimate the power of this godblood creature. A storm of arrows and direct hits to its hide did nothing. Compared to the crystal-fed black-armored worm, this thing was a true, legitimate godblood beast. Still, the barrage of attacks had some effect, and the monster began to retreat. But Shen Tianzi was having none of it. He unleashed his godblood beast soul poisonous violent winged wind, and its power was immense. There were less than 10 of these creatures in the entire area. By using his ultimate move, Shen Tianzi was going for a one-shot kill. The arrow, brimming with godblood power, flew true, even as the monster saw it coming, but the arrow was locked on. In the end, all that was left of the beast was a mangled corpse. This display of power wasn't just revenge for his mount, it was to show off his skills in front of Xu Xuan. That smug smile on his face says it all. He thought he'd successfully killed the Blood Crystal Slayer and claimed its beast soul, but suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared. Moving so fast he was just a blur to the naked eye. He shot past the entire squad, snatched the golden battle axe from the beast's corpse, and vanished over the mountain ridge. It was Hansen. If it wasn't for a rich young master in the group, maybe no one would have even known his name. There was no way Shen Tianzi would tolerate this humiliation, some nobody swooping in and stealing the prize he'd risked his life for. He ordered his entire force to hunt him down. Hansen was fast alone, but he was now carrying a massive axe weighing a ton on his back. At that rate, he couldn't even run properly. Meanwhile, his pursuers had black-armored horses and were closing in fast. The distance between them was shrinking by the second. If he didn't think of something fast, he was a dead man. And that's the end of the flashback. That's why this kid was running for his life. He didn't want it, but he'd been pushed into a corner. Hansen wondered what would happen to his people if he died here, but in that very moment, a voice echoed in his mind. He saw the image of his beloved father and remembered the survival lessons he'd been taught for this dangerous world. His father told him that when danger is near, it's just another challenge, one their people had been facing for 100 years. Their job wasn't to back down from a fight, but to always look forward. To focus on survival, that was the only path to evolution. His father had seen his son's kind heart, but this deadly world had no place for the weak. Later, when he stepped out into the world, a single blade would be his first and greatest lesson from his father. When you're cornered, transformation is the key to survival. Shen Tianzi had caught up. The gap was almost zero. A single slash from him would be enough to end Hansen's life. But a miracle happened to this ordinary boy. A sudden surge of power erupted from the 100-pound axe on his back. The god-blood beast soul of the Blood Crystal Slayer merged with his battle armor, transforming him into a creature resembling a legendary centaur. Fusing two beast souls was incredibly risky, but his will to survive had triumphed over death itself. This kind of fusion was clearly a rare sight. Shen Tianzi and his men were thrown into absolute chaos. This humiliation had to be repaid in full. Xu Xuan's group also realized this mountain path was far more complex and dangerous than they thought. Danger was lurking everywhere. This whole incident was a massive blow to them, and especially to Shen Tianzi, the one who was supposed to get that god-blood axe. That treasure was a priceless artifact, something that not even a mountain of money could ever buy. This Jinbi had truly struck gold. You could almost call him the author's favorite. The transformation only lasted 8 minutes. He was lucky he didn't have to face Shen Tianzi's group directly. If he had, Hansen would have had only one fate, a dance with the Grim Reaper. This god-blood weapon was also a huge problem. It couldn't be put into his storage space like other items. For safety from the Third Master's alliance, he had to temporarily hide it in this remote wasteland, planning to find a way to sell it later. At the entrance to the steel armor shelter, news of someone named Jinbi stealing the Third Master's god-blood beast spread like wildfire. He became the hot topic for all the gossips. A special team was even formed just to find the man who stole their leader's prize. Hansen casually walked right past the barrier into the city, hearing about how he'd made the arrogant leader lose his mind. And honestly, the kid was feeling pretty pleased with himself. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was just as tense. Xu Xuan had saved the young heir from Shen Tianzi's grasp, but only because she wanted to hear the whole story. Hearing the name Jinbai screamed over and over during that last fight, you almost feel sorry for the guy. He didn't even do anything. Now he's getting grilled like a prisoner, forced to spill every last detail about his chance encounter with Hansen. Xu Xuan finally drops the act. Realizing Jinbi is a sucker for a good deal, she proposes a transaction. She'll buy his divine blood, beast souls, and spirit items. Price is no object. Meanwhile, in a strange swamp, Hansen enjoys a fresh snack. He's just thinking about how his business venture isn't going as smoothly as he'd hoped. God's son is just waiting for him to show his face. That psycho will definitely try to shred him on sight, making this whole plan a lot harder. He sighs, looking at his pathetic geno points. Just as the prey he'd been waiting for finally appears, the scene is interrupted. Someone else walks in, and his clothes. They're in tatters, his body covered in wounds, shattering the peaceful silence. Looking at the wreck, Hansen actually feels a pang of pity. He warns the guy stumble a few more steps, and he'll be lunch for an iron-armored crocodile. But this stranger, he doesn't show an ounce of fear, instead asking for something called the Glory Shelter. That's when he realizes he's walked for ages. After figuring out he's leagues away from his own territory, he coldly orders Hansen to take him to his shelter's central hub. And of course, there's no way Hansen's escorting some arrogant prick back to his own dangerous base. He tells him to walk. Just head south, he'll get there eventually. But Hansen's good deed lasts about 5 seconds before a fist connects with his face. He smacks the ground hard, face first on a stone slab. Luckily, it's just a bloody nose, not a mouthful of broken teeth. Hansen whirls around, snarling at the psycho who just blindsided him. He might be a water sign, but he's boiling right now. No more words. The crescent spear appears in his hand, ready to strike. But the other guy doesn't even seem to care. Using only the power in his bare hands, he easily shatters the crescent spear that's been with Hansen for so long. He gets it now. They're on completely different levels. This is a true super body, a Geno warrior who needs no beast soul. He uses some kind of martial art that directly stimulates the potential hidden in his genes. His raw strength is terrifying. The full extent of his power is a mystery. Anyone else would back down, but Hansen? He's not anyone else. No one gets to insult his honor. And a fight isn't over until it's well and truly over. The divine armor instantly materializes to meet the attack. But the seemingly invincible suit is scratched by a bare hand. The technique was the ice muscle jade bone art. And now, the stranger seems very interested in this high-quality armor, but he just pushed Hansen's crazy button. He launches himself forward, kicking straight for the bastard's face. His power multiplies, but his kick is blocked with ease. The stranger uses it as a pivot, flipping him and slamming him back into the ground. Blood everywhere. He grabs Hansen's head, smashing it into the rocks again and again without mercy, and he's clearly enjoying it. But this little game is about to end. Hansen twists, landing a brutal elbow before spinning once more. He fuses the power of 2 divine blood beast souls. One devastating blow flips the entire battle. The assault is relentless. It's too late for regrets now. Scum like this doesn't have the right to live. After the battle, Hansen feels the backlash. He can barely handle the massive power from the 2 sacred blood beasts. It's too much for a normal person to handle. Even with that guy's special Geno physique, mastering this power would be nearly impossible. He approaches the corpse to search it. After that near-death experience, he'd better find something useful. And what do you know? A memory crystal. This thing is definitely connected to that guy's terrifying power. It's gotta have something he can use. After that vicious fight, Hansen is too exhausted to even think about hunting the monster in the swamp. He quickly heads back. Inside his private room, he gets to work studying the memory crystal, trying to figure out what it's truly worth. Its value is huge, no doubt. But there's a secret hidden inside even more precious than the crystal itself. It's the entire secret of the ice muscle jade bone art, the technique that guy was so proud of, recorded in full detail. Just look at that greedy smile. He basically just found a treasure that fell right out of the sky. His luck is absolutely insane. After 3 days studying it, Hansen can feel a new kind of power flowing through him. Everything about his body is getting a massive upgrade. Because of its ice attribute, his body temperature is now lower than normal. He's already mastered a part of the secret art. Just as he's wondering how to handle the memory crystal without causing trouble, an incoming call shatters his isolation. A guy named Zhang Danfeng is on the line, sounding incredibly excited, inviting Hansen to come hang out. He wants him to join a trip with a few others named Han Hao and Shui Shi. But it sounds more like he's just being roped in. It feels like they already made plans and are just grabbing him to fill a spot. Well, his identity is still a secret. Going out for a bit shouldn't be that big of a deal. And just like that, faster than a Mercedes, the group is on the highway. It turns out that Han Hao was the cousin his uncle insisted on sending to college, draining what little money Hansen's family had. And what's he doing now? Just flirting with girls. What a far cry from the honor of seeing the one named Goldcoin just yesterday. With a flick of his wrist, that man became a centaur, leaving his pursuers in the dust. And now Goldcoin was sitting right there, in the flesh. This guy, Han Hao. In the end though, such a great honor didn't really mean much right now. If Han Hao tries to enter the shelter, the family drama would only get worse. Best to avoid that kind of trouble altogether. The vehicle finally reached its last stop, pulling into the Starry Marshall Hall area. It was a real arena, with crowds already packing the stands, all of them chanting a single name, Tang Zhenliu. This guy's reputation was nothing to scoff at. Though he ranked 5th in the shelter last year, his name was carved on the God tablet. Meanwhile, the top ranker, Qin Xuan, never got that chance. Even without seeing him, his powerful beast soul was enough to whip fans into a frenzy. Zhang Danfeng was cheering his heart out, but someone next to him scoffed that this beast soul was nothing compared to gold coins. And hearing that, he instantly bristled. Danfeng couldn't stand the petty, thieving actions of this gold coin person everyone praised. In the current situation, despite their long acquaintance, it was better not to reveal any information and risk involving innocent people. Half a month later, after a long wait, the Beast Tooth finally had its mutant transformation. This thing could definitely increase his gene points, but first, he had to solve the problem of his family's house debt. So Hansen once again sought out the rich young master to trade the precious item he'd just created. The young master was all smiles, immediately offering to buy the giant axe from their last meeting. He didn't care about Qin Xuan's price, he was an easygoing buyer. Hansen just had to name a price. And if it was reasonable, it was a deal. Hansen left after an exhausting all-night hunt. It was a wonder where he had managed to find so much bait, and now he was planning to hunt something else in this bottomless cave. But in the gloom, a voice broke the peaceful scene. Qin Xuan, out of nowhere, was sitting on a large rock in the cave, waiting for him to appear. Seeing the beauty call out, our Mr. Coin here turned right around, leaving the girl behind without even asking what she wanted. But Qin Xuan wasn't just casually posing in this dark place. The truth was, she'd been poisoned by a vicious star scorpion. To put it simply, this star scorpion was basically an ancient, super-powered ancestor of the common scorpion. For beast hunters, its incredible speed and potent venom could easily mean death with just one careless mistake. For someone like Qin Xuan, this pathetic monster shouldn't have been able to land a hit. But it was smart, attacking while her power was drained. This Qin Xuan was a strange one, that's for sure. She calls him to come closer, then whips out a knife. In the end, she temporarily lowered her guard to make a deal a large sum of money for his help getting out of the cave safely. As much as he loved money, Hansen couldn't bring himself to blatantly exploit a girl in such a desperate situation. Forget the money. The only thing he wanted was the beast soul of the star scorpion they'd just killed. After some time, just as they had agreed, they finally emerged from the cave's territory. Very soon, Qin Xuan would be able to reach the shelter's gate, but she still couldn't stop thinking about the mysterious man's actions. Instead of carrying the dead scorpions, Hansen devoured all of them, which revealed that the armor he wore was no ordinary set. Qin Xuan was true to her word, giving Hansen the mutant beast soul as soon as they got near the shelter. And of course, that controversial giant axe was immediately placed on the trading block once again. Just when you'd think the old man had changed his mind about selling, the number 600 million yuan quickly changed it back. Or rather, he was just waiting for Qin Xuan to take the bait so he could demand a sky-high price. A classic masterclass hustle. He finally stepped safely into the shelter, only to run smack into his good-for-nothing cousin, Han Hao. Before he even knew how to react, Han Hao pulled his cousin aside, whispering something to him with urgency. Bro, from now on, let's pretend we're not related. Otherwise, God's son and Qin Xuan will definitely make my life a living hell. He was furious, but for a guy like that, Hansen was fine with it. Seeing the money that could save his family, 10 Han House wouldn't matter. With things finally getting easier, the whole family could finally afford to relax and enjoy themselves for a bit. The very same jade ice cream that his sister, Yan Yan, had always wished she could taste. But it was clear his family wasn't used to such luxuries, and his mother nervously worried he was spending too much. Hansen quickly reassured his mom, saying they could eat 10 ice creams and still have plenty of money left. He was on a different level now. He told her to just relax and enjoy it. But looking around, he knew his strength and reputation still weren't enough to truly belong here. It was a place reserved only for nobles, but that wouldn't last. A fancy title like that was never going to stop Hansen's ambitions. Hansen squeezed onto the ship heading for Luojia Star. But whether by accident or design, it seems fate had a twisted trick up its sleeve. The peace barely lasted a few days before he ran smack into his arch-nemesis. Just making eye contact with Qin Xuan was tense enough. But now this guy stumbles and falls right on top of her. He really knows how to pick a moment. And of course, there was no escaping the punch to the face from the beautiful woman. He was already branded a pervert. This time, even with a million excuses, there was no escaping this incredibly awkward situation. Everyone around judged him, thinking this well-dressed young man was pulling shameful stunts in broad daylight. He was wondering why she just left after a few words. But when the train door opened, her true status made him turn pale. Turns out, she was the station master of Luojia Star itself, and his future was crystal clear. Every single move he made on this station, Qin Xuan would know about with just a wave of her hand. One wrong move and his true identity would be exposed. The trouble that would cause was unimaginable. Before he could even think of a plan, some guy shows up calling him a fool. Hansen's current strength was definitely beyond these loudmouth freeloaders, but he still had to tread carefully with every step. He tried playing nice, but they weren't having it. They grabbed him on the spot. The place they took Hansen to was called My Mountain. It was all because that guy, Shen Tianzi, was acting strangely nice, which could only mean he was scheming something. For days on the road, he shared every primitive creature he caught with the rest of the group. The others were wondering how to repay his kindness. The only person who felt something was off was Hansen. Even if you hadn't seen him take down a sacred blood beast with one arrow, his reputation alone told you this plan wasn't so simple. They stopped before a deep, bottomless cave. One look, and you knew a single misstep meant certain death. But Shen Tianzi's crew looked like they'd found treasure, immediately pushing the weaker members down to scout ahead. After landing at the bottom, a fire lit up the area. The group moved slowly through the darkness, their survival instincts screaming. The team hit a dead end, their path cut off by a massive underground lake. Luo Tianyang tossed out a series of self-inflating boats, and the relentless journey continued onward. As soon as they hit the other shore, it was clear this was all part of the plan. And for something to impress a man as arrogant as Shen Tianzi, it had to be huge. He didn't have to wait any longer. What he came for appeared. A beast with a dragon's body and a snake's head, its two glowing eyes breaking the surface. As it tilted its body, it revealed a layer of sharp, backward-facing scales. It seemed a blood crystal beast was furious that mere mortals dared to invade its territory. The group was about to suffer massive losses. The monster rose from the water, its red eyes staring ferociously at the juicy prey that had wandered into its deadly domain. The men began to panic, scrambling back and forth on the tiny inflatable rafts. But things were not that simple. Shen Tianzi unleashed his fury, taking down the first few who tried to run. He was sending a clear message to the others. Look at the bodies and act smart. They took the money, but ran at the first sign of trouble. You'd think they'd fight for their lives, but they foolishly sold them for a few coins. After the battle, the blood crystal's blood-soaked mouth was proof enough there was never much hope of escaping its fangs. Hansen had already seen through Shen Tianzi's dirty, despicable scheme from the start. He used a bit of money to manipulate the weak, turning them into bait for the blood crystal beast. Only when things were quiet did he finally make his move. The thought of his disgusting plan made Hansen sick, but he was in too deep to back out now. Just as they were halfway across, a massive wave rose again. The blood crystal beast burst out, dragging people under the churning water. Hansen seized his chance and swam away to safety. The few remaining survivors eventually crawled ashore. Out of a massive group, almost everyone ended up in the monster's stomach. Less than 10 remained, and every single one was in terrible shape. Just as expected, that bastard Shen Tianzi finally crossed the river with ease. Turns out, his goal wasn't to get the beast's soul after all. Attacking it was too risky. His real target was its 2 blood crystal eggs, which were easier to get and far less dangerous, especially since the entire team had died for him. Just as his 2 henchmen touched the eggs, another blood crystal beast appeared right next to the nest. This appeared to be the female protecting her eggs, and she looked even more ferocious than the male outside. Shen Tianzi flew up, determined to snatch the eggs no matter what. Luo Tianyang immediately followed behind to cover his boss. They're supposed to be fighting a monster, but these two look a little too friendly. He backs away, and while everyone's distracted, he grabs 2 of them and tosses them to the beast as a snack. Meanwhile, the other scumbag snags the egg and makes a run for it. But he had no idea that karma was about to hit him like a truck. A familiar fist was waiting to rearrange his handsome face. Seizing the moment, Hansen swoops in, snatches both eggs, and dashes off with a smirk. He's feeling great, but he forgot that even with a full stomach, this beast is still spoiling for a fight. So, he decides to drop one to save one a small price for his daring little heist. Shen Tianzi catches the egg, thinking Hansen actually wants to team up. But he's so busy talking he doesn't even notice his prize is cracking apart. His subordinate can only scream a warning. "Sir! Watch out, the monster's right there." Having tricked the scumbag, Hansen manages to get away safely. And that egg looks absolutely delicious. Just look at the pure joy on his face. This was no ordinary egg, it's from a godblood creature, and eating it boosted his geno points by a whopping 13. At his current level, a jump like that means no one will dare to look down on him again. He's busy imagining his rival's shocked face when a familiar voice yanks him back to reality. And bam, Qinxuan is standing right there. And look at that glare. Turns out, being gone for a month did nothing to cool her anger toward the slacker Hansen. So much for enjoying his power-up. The fun didn't last long. So how's he gonna get out of this one? Next thing you know, they're face to face, and she's offering him a deal. Just win this one fight, she says. And all their old grudges will be wiped clean. But let's be real, this is just bullying. Qinxuan is one of the top 3 fighters around. Not to mention her brutal military training has her power nearly maxed out. How could Hansen possibly win this? But Qin Xuan is feeling generous. No beast souls. All he has to do is withstand 50 of her attacks. The deal is set. And without even giving her a second to prepare, that scoundrel Hansen throws a punch right at her face. Absolutely shameless. If it worked once, why not again? But this time, a furious Qin Xuan counters with a blow that could shatter his nose. Her rage isn't satisfied. She follows up with a series of devastating attacks from the air. You don't need to see the result to know that scumbag Hansen lost. Badly. But even in a simple duel, Qin Xuan paid close attention. It seems Hansen's attacks left a huge impression, causing this master fighter to immediately start analyzing the moves of a guy she'd normally ignore. She was actually a little surprised. Every single one of Hansen's moves was vicious, like he was in a real life-or-death battle, holding nothing back. How can a fresh graduate have that kind of real-world combat instinct? Could it just be raw talent? Talent or not, one thing's for sure. Hansen is definitely not off Qin Xuan's radar. Elsewhere, after realizing just how weak he is, Hansen immediately finds a master to sign up for martial arts classes. And as a total newbie, he picks the notoriously difficult ghost-haunted style, which even makes the owner give him a warning. But he has his reasons. It's a secret art passed down from his father, so it has to have some hidden purpose. His dad even emphasized that it's extremely effective against women. Perfect. Qin Xuan's defeat is surely not far off. He immediately forks over 100,000 credits to get access to this legendary class. Who knew this so-called advanced technique was just a bunch of perverted moves for touching women's faces? Yeah, this is a tough one for Hansen to swallow. He imagines trying this on Qin Xuan and getting vaporized. But hey, he already paid, so he might as well try to learn something. After days of practicing this top-tier art, Hansen finally earns the title of Creepy Uncle of the Year. He drags his exhausted body back to his room, glancing over at his copper-toothed beast with an idea. Hansen's energy returns in a flash. This crystal shard is the key. Soon, he'll evolve his pet to the god blood tier. But he sets that aside for now, pulling out the beast soul he got from Qin Xuan the other day. The only problem is, it's tiny. Barely the size of his fist. He can't help but wonder if Qin Xuan pranked him. I mean, this stupidly cute cat has to be a joke. Still, never judge a book by its cover. Time to test it in battle. But yeah, there were no last-minute surprises here. The three-eyed cat gets sent flying back to the start. Looks like Big Bro Hansen has to handle this monster himself. A few days later, thankfully, the three-eyed cat, the clueless cat, hadn't been thrown out. It was still eating and sleeping well, about to devour all of Hansen's food supply. A beast soul with a bigger appetite than a grown man. The playful moment with the cute cat was shattered by a desperate scream from afar. Who was this guy? And why was he being chased by an entire pack of mutant beasts? Hansen took one look and wanted absolutely no part of this mess. No amount of money was worth this kind of trouble, but the guy being chased had rockets for feet, escaping the pack of vicious duans and scaling the cliff in a flash. After finding a safe spot, he decided to play the hero and pulled the exhausted young man up with him. Saved from the jaws of death, the guy admitted he provoked them by trying to hunt a small vicious duan for food, and that's why the entire horde was after him. With the immediate danger gone, they lit up some cigarettes to bond. This guy, Lin Beifeng, was clearly no ordinary person, asking for directions back to the glory shelter, but his panicked escape had led him deep into the territory of the armored gang shelter. So far from home, Lin Beifeng had to negotiate. He was dealing with a seasoned pro now. He thought they were in this together, until Hansen charged him 10,000 for a sip of water. A piece of jerky cost the exact same, no discount. He knew he was being scammed, but at this point, it was a matter of survival. He'd even pay triple for some food and water. Days went by, but the beast horde below didn't move an inch. It seemed they were trapped. Hansen then devised another plan. If they couldn't wait them out, they'd have to cross the mountains. Waiting around simply wasn't an option here. With that, he set off alone to scout the terrain ahead. He finally struggled his way to the mountaintop, and waiting for him was an unexpected gift, a massive egg from some unknown creature. But one thing was certain. Whatever laid this egg was not something Hansen could afford to mess with. He knew he shouldn't touch it, but Hansen never played by the rules. A once-in-a-lifetime chance? He wouldn't be Hansen if he didn't take it. He somehow found a straw and slurped up the entire thing, not leaving a single drop. Over on the other side, the beast horde finally dispersed, and just in time, Hansen returned with a belly so round he looked pregnant. He'd even made a sweet, whipped drink from the storm god bird's egg. Lin Beifeng officially declared Hansen the kindest man in the world. He was practically ready to give him a medal. Hansen, however, didn't care what others thought. Just as he was about to rest after gaining 5 God Geno points, Qin Xuan showed up. It was like an unavoidable event in Hansen's chaotic life. She was here for another duel, of course. Without even a word to start, Qin Xuan instantly lunged at Hansen, mimicking his own surprise attack from before. Her attack was swift, but before he mastered evil-possessed body, Hansen would have had no chance of winning. He instantly grabbed Qin Xuan's thigh and slammed her to the ground. She was filled with a mix of shame and rage. Qin Xuan was so furious she ignored the rules, immediately summoning her enormous lion-shaped beast soul. It flew straight at Hansen, claws and fangs bared. There was no mistaking the sheer fury in Qin Xuan's attack. He lost the fight. Again. Seeing him huddled against the wall, Qin Xuan managed to calm down a bit, but even after the beast soul attack, the match didn't end there. They continued to throw themselves into relentless training. For days on end, it was brutal. But now it seemed like Qin Xuan was trying to unlock Hansen's hidden potential, more than just using him as her personal punching bag. He left the room wondering why on earth this girl was so aggressive. She didn't hold back at all. Just then, the fresh-faced Xue Shi appeared out of nowhere. She proudly declared that she was all grown up and ready to start hunting mutant Geno beasts herself. Before they could catch up, a brand new, top-of-the-line aircraft descended and hovered near them. An arrogant man in sunglasses stepped out, scolding her for teleporting carelessly and running into annoying strangers. Brother Sai had just shown up and already gave his sister's friend the most unwelcoming greeting imaginable. He was a classic rich boy, treating anyone who got near his precious baby sister like a bug that needed squashing. Hansen definitely couldn't stand the guy's arrogant attitude, but this time, his opponent attacked first. He threw a punch to assert his dominance over someone he viewed as inferior. How absolutely ridiculous. Even Qin Xuan was wary of fighting Hansen up close after he mastered his new skill. This guy was just asking for it. Just as expected, Hansen grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground, sending his sunglasses flying. The smirk on his face said it all. He turned his back and walked away, casually adding, "What's the big deal? We might even have dinner together in the future." Unexpectedly, the guy was actually intrigued by Hansen, even telling Xu Shi to invite him over to their house for a meal. Hansen's plan wasn't working. With no time to hunt beasts on the mountain, his funds were running dangerously low. He needed to find some online work, something convenient that could actually bring in some decent cash. On the Skynet, a hub for trading info and supplies, he spotted a familiar name, Lin Beifeng, buying up rare items at high prices. The job itself wasn't difficult, but it was definitely a headache. Protecting some rich kids hunting primitive mutated beasts. But the pay was insane, 10,000 a day. For a half-month trip, he'd walk away with a cool 100,000. Hansen took the job. Besides, his crescent moon weapon was trashed, so he desperately needed a suitable replacement anyway. This semi-alloy Black Warrior bow looked promising. Its damage was immense, and the starting price had to be at least 2 million. And yet, it was collecting dust on the site with 0 takers. From a regular store, it would cost a staggering 6,680,000. Its range, plus its wall-piercing power, was something not just any ordinary bow could ever hope to achieve. It demanded a standard alliance strength of at least 7 just to draw. Luckily for him, his jadeskin technique gave him just enough power to pull it off. The website didn't list a price, so he had no idea what to do. Then he figured, why not try a shamelessly lowball offer? 1 million. Flat. He fully expected the seller to hunt him down for the insult, but against all odds, the negotiation was a success. The next day, Hansen got the delivery and immediately went to test it. It was the real deal. This incredible bargain was officially his. 3 days later, Hansen set off for the meeting point. Armed with 2 thunder alloy arrows and 2 light ones, having top-tier gear definitely eased his worries about potential troublemakers. He thought he'd be the only one hired. Nope. Enough people showed up to practically fill a football stadium. With a crowd this big, there was absolutely no way trouble wasn't going to start. He'd barely taken a few steps before spotting a familiar face. His lovely cousin, Han Hao, was over there shooting him a death glare. And get this, the scrawny, blonde-haired kid who looked like he needed a glass of milk was the one who needed protection. This whole operation was massive. He expected the kid to kick him out after hearing his terrible reputation, but the opposite happened. The kid actually insisted Hansen join the protection team, shoving a contract in his face to sign right then and there, despite his crew's warnings. They entered the hunting zone. The second they saw a primitive creature, the rich kids immediately started shouting. They charged forward to attack. Tasked with protecting the young master, Hansen decided to test out his new bow and see what it could do. Turns out, this Apocalypse soul weapon was not something that could be mastered in just one try. But before he could even adjust, some random guy started mocking him. How could he protect anyone if he couldn't even hit his target? Han Hao also stared at his useless cousin with complete and utter disgust. So the others fought, while Hansen simply focused on his archery practice, off in his own world, until they finally cornered the beasts. The rich young masters decided they didn't need a protective barrier anymore. A Yuan wanted to test his own strength against the creatures directly. Hansen actually saw some real potential in these kids. If they kept up this fighting spirit, their future abilities couldn't be underestimated. Just when they thought it was over, a beast suddenly lunged from the pack, fangs bared, launching a vicious surprise attack. Everyone was completely caught off guard, totally frozen and unable to react in time. It looked like someone was about to die. Then an arrow tore through the air, slamming right into the beast's eye and pinning it down. The shot dropped the creature instantly. Only then did the others recover, rushing in to stab the downed beast. They completely ignored the person who fell. Instead, the group's strongest-looking member immediately started screaming at Hansen, yelling about his reckless shot almost injuring young Master Qing. The audacity was unbelievable. A Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't stomach their insane logic. He stormed over, grabbed the guy's collar, and told him to get lost. When danger struck, not one of them dared to step up. Now they were blaming the only person who actually did his job. Why keep useless people like that around? He'd cover any compensation fee. In the end, the group had no choice but to leave, fuming. This A Yuan and a Qing were nothing like the Son of Heaven's crew. They were genuinely impressive, able to recognize what was actually good for them. Just from seeing Hansen shoot that one arrow, they understood his power was on another level, unlike that blind bunch. A truly worthy ally. The next day, as soon as Hansen stepped out of the shelter, those pathetic thugs were waiting for him, fists ready. They were probably trying to throw a few punches to get back a little of the pride they'd lost after being so utterly humiliated. This time, that same idiot pulled a dagger from nowhere and lunged forward to attack. The blade carried all his unresolved fury, and he was aiming to take it all out on Hansen. But how could a loser who couldn't even protect his own client ever have the strength to fight against someone like Hansen? Just moments after clashing with Qin Xuan's Elite Three, Hansen stood right in front of him. But when the blade swung, he vanished, reappearing behind his foe to twist his arm back, snatch the weapon, and slam his face into the ground. Everyone was completely stunned. This was the guy who had offended Qin Xuan, barely scraping by against black-shelled bugs. Now he had just taken down their leader, Lu Feng, in an instant. Clearly outmatched, Lu Feng could only scream for his lackeys to rescue him. All that noise? Guess the arm lock wasn't tight enough, so he gave it another good twist for emphasis. Seeing their teammate writhing on the ground, his loyal brothers immediately charged in to save the day. Their weapons never even got close before they were shattered into 100 pieces. Even Hansen was surprised that a nobody like Lu Feng could afford such expensive high-grade alloy blades. Lu Feng's soul nearly left his body. This powerhouse couldn't be the same person he knew. But there he was, Hansen, in the flesh. With the situation handled, he had no problem taking this excellent weapon as a spoil of war. He hadn't gone far before running into an old acquaintance, Luo Tianyang. It had been a long time since the egg-stealing incident in the cave. The fact that he was still in perfect health proved that monster hadn't done much damage to the Son of Heaven's group. Well, what do you know? Turns out these jobless thugs are Luo Tianyang's crew. One moment they're acting tough, the next they're whining for their boss to get justice. Luo Tianyang already disliked Hansen, so he was more than happy to teach him a lesson. Although he dodged the attacks, Hansen's current strength was no match for his opponent's 9.6 power level. He also noticed Hansen's shockingly fast power growth, and decided to end things right there with one final whip strike. But then he looked over. An arrow was already aimed right at him. This was a clear declaration of war. Everything was now riding on this single, decisive shot. After all his training, there was no way the power behind this arrow wouldn't be enough to finish off Luo Tianyang. Just as the tension reached its peak, Qin Xuan arrived with her imposing crew, stopping things from going too far. Her real goal was to de-escalate. But of course, that idiot Luo Tianyang had to open his mouth about her past humiliations. He just couldn't resist picking at old wounds. One swift blow sent both him and his whip crashing to the ground. This was the same Qin Xuan who once declared that anyone who dared help Hansen would have to answer to her. And yet now, she was asserting that Hansen was one of her own people, telling outsiders to mind their own business. The figures of the two of them slowly faded away, leaving the humiliated Luo Tianyang seething with pure rage on the ground. She truly carried herself like a leader, living up to her reputation. Qin Xuan recognized the bow in Hansen's hands with a single glance. She figured his power had to be immense, and decided to use her own status to grant him a shield against Luo Tianyang's group. At first, Hansen wanted nothing to do with these people. After all, his coin status made his life precarious enough. But Qin Xuan was extremely persuasive. He wouldn't just be protected, he would also have a powerful ally once he entered the military academy. While his power had grown fast, Hansen knew that boost was a lucky break, a chance encounter. He wasn't confident he could ever reach the M-class, so when he heard Qin Xuan's offer, he couldn't hide his surprise. Qin Xuan's eye for spotting talent was truly impressive. She could see Hansen's potential after just a few skirmishes, so there was no way she would pass up the chance to recruit him for her God Shooter squad. Besides, if he refused, his future would be tough. Without proper military school training, he would likely end up as cannon fodder on the front lines. Rising to the rank of a noble would be an impossible dream, but that was a future without his Star Shard and Ice Jade Bone technique. Hansen would never let that scenario happen. Still, Qin Xuan had complicated ties to the military, and it would be foolish to test her patience any further. In the end, after some voluntary persuasion, Hansen agreed to join Qin Xuan's team. While pondering her real motives, he received a new mission escort his little sister to her first day of school. Turns out, his little sister Yanran had been accepted into St. Flower School, which according to Hansen, was second only to the noble academies. The kid's future was in good hands at a place like this. The next morning, the loving siblings arrived at the school. Feeling the nerves of a 6-year-old entering a new environment, Yanran was a little scared, but Hansen was right there to comfort her. The happy moment lasted about 3 seconds before a chubby man and a snobby-looking woman appeared. The guy was clearly her second uncle, that much was obvious. But who were the mother and child with him? Was this guy cheating in broad daylight? Broad daylight, and a kid shows up out of nowhere. Some people's awful habits die hard. The guy immediately starts insulting the child, even talking about profiting from the dead. This fatso's personality is absolute garbage, already talking about splitting this company's money and that company's money. He clearly hasn't considered the post-compensation contract terms. He'll never touch a single cent from Hansen's family. But the guy flies into a rage and attacks anyway. With a physique like that, he should go ask his son for workout tips. A single move from Hansen is more than enough to take him down. Seeing things go south, the mother-son duo quickly bails, claiming they're calling the cops. Who knows if anyone is actually coming? They just used it as an excuse to save their own skin. Now the evidence of the affair is clear as day. The sharp-tongued second auntie is notorious for a reason, and she definitely won't let this golden opportunity slip away. Hansen immediately proposes a deal, offering to wire $2 million to the guy on the spot. Seeing that his arm was about to be snapped, the man had no choice but to pull out his phone and resolve this painful issue. Hansen agrees to delete the video, but it'll depend on his mood. If that family ever comes near his again, it's a whole different story. It seems Yanran was also affected by the confrontation. Hansen wanders aimlessly, and his feet somehow carry him to the Body Fitness Assessment Center. This was perfect timing. Hansen wanted to test his new strength after practicing the Apocalypse Soul technique. In the lobby, the ranking board shows Zhao Boshan at the top with a time of nearly 17 seconds, an A rank. Yet, the guy is still determined to strive for a future as a captain. Even the slightest improvement is still progress. This young man's dedication is a solid 10 out of 10. But unfortunately, the testing room is already in use. Oh well. While waiting, he might as well see if anyone in that room can actually beat Zhao Boshan's record. For someone unevolved, 60 meters is standard, 70 is good, 80 is elite, 90 is advanced, and 1,000 meters? That's just straight up God tier. Normally, he could reach about 76 meters, and was pushing hard to hit 80. Even someone using a beast soul would top out around 80 meters. But little does he know who is inside that room, absolutely pummeling the simulation creature. In less than 8 seconds, this person reached the epic SSS rank with pure strength alone. This person is an absolute genius. Just as he was trying to wrap his head around this new idol, the person vanished. A few days later, the 7-second, 88 gold coins talent got a new title, Violent Angel, trampling the robot passage. Though there's still debate on whether stealing the Son of Heaven's beast soul was the right move. The power came from it, sure, but it was stolen from the Son of Heaven. I mean, who could possibly pull off something like that? In a high-class villa by the breezy coast, Liu Feng is updating his friend with the latest information. Tang Zhenliu just stepped out of his training room, and as expected, the news hits him like a ton of bricks. He then gets even more info. The person's divine gene and regular gene counts have both reached their maximum. Not to mention they're practicing the supercore gene art and wearing beast soul armor. Tang Zhenliu has seen his fair share of powerful newcomers in this world. He's now more eager than ever to meet this person, to see for himself what this prodigy even looks like. Any threat that stands in his way of becoming one of the 10 great sons of heaven will be eliminated. Lu Feng, sitting beside him, calmly analyzes the situation. Someone this perfect will almost certainly have ties to the military. Provoking them is definitely not a smart move. But saying that, how could Lu Feng hide his own immense curiosity about a figure who could change the entire fate of the shelter? After days of fruitless research, Qin Xuan uses her commander's authority to summon Hansen back immediately. And this time, his mission is to meet directly with Yang Manli to register for the Divine Archery Squad. Although Qin Xuan is negotiating with the Son of Heaven's Duan Xingyu Company, she would never let her own people get pushed around or intimidated by them. It looks like Hansen found himself a pretty good leader. Training on the go, he wonders if he's gotten so strong that even his old enemies are drawn to him. Before he knew it, Hansen had arrived at Yang Manli's door. The second he gets there, his new boss chews him out for being 10 seconds late. So unfair. They must have had some previous interactions, because Yang Manli is really grilling him about being late, even though it was just 10 seconds. She acts as if Station Chief Qin Xuan is number one, relentlessly criticizing the newcomer, Hansen. Hansen has no clue what he did to offend her, but Yang Manli is making her dislike for him perfectly clear. But there's no time to waste dragging things out. He signs the contract right then and there. Having worked with Qin Xuan for a long time, Manli definitely has a good understanding of her boss's personality. The fact that Qin Xuan would bring someone she once declared an enemy so close to her means something is definitely up. Hansen's abilities must be useful enough to make Qin Xuan see him in a new light. So, she decides to ask the man himself. What kind of bait did he use to make Qin Xuan change her mind so quickly? The young and charming squad leader asks, far more captivating than Qin Xuan herself. He hears her questions, but not a single word actually registers in Hansen's mind. Tomorrow, his official training begins, so he'd better show up on time, or he'll have to answer to the team leader. But it wasn't over. A message arrived from Qin Xuan, summoning them both to her office for an urgent meeting, and all this just to watch him punch a robot. If Hansen knew a simple power test would risk his identity, he never would have gotten involved. Luckily, the robot only captured footage of his golden coin persona. Otherwise, his cover would be completely blown. Hansen let out a sigh of relief. Qin Xuan called them in because the footage confirmed one thing: this golden coin was right here on planet Luogia. If they could get this guy on their team, the entire squad's power level would skyrocket. But planet Luogia had no powerful families or wealthy patrons, making it almost impossible to train someone to such an insane level. Qin Xuan didn't care how it happened. She just wanted to find a way to convince this powerhouse to join their ranks. If things ever went south with the Son of Heaven's group, Qin Xuan's team could partner with Quan Jie's crew to hunt god-blood creatures. Suddenly, it all clicked for Hansen. He finally understood why Qin Xuan had saved him from that jerk Luo Tianyang at the shelter gate. It was all a recruitment effort. But there was no way Golden Coin could ever join this squad, because Hansen was already here. How could he possibly be in two places at once? But Qin Xuan's group was feeling confident. They had an ace up their sleeve. If talking didn't work, it was time to send in General Man Li. When it came to handling men, she was number one. After all, who wouldn't be captivated by a fiery beauty like Yang Man Li? If this Golden Coin character wasn't moved by her, he had to be a eunuch. Devious. Absolutely devious. Meanwhile, Hansen had to check on his precious pet back home. The bronze-toothed beast was looking much shinier than its primitive days. In just a few more days, it would evolve into a god-blood beast. Everything was going exactly as planned. The next morning, Hansen arrived to find everyone already training. Scanning the area, he spotted a familiar brown-haired guy with thick glasses. Hansen couldn't help but call out his name, the rich kid, Su Xiao Chao. He was suspicious at first, but after a bit of bluffing, the guy who first yelled Golden Coin let his guard down with a goofy grin. He was actually a pretty nice guy, even asking Hansen why he joined the notoriously tough archery squad. The training here was brutal. The reason was simple enough: bows offered long-range attacks without draining as much stamina as swords or daggers. Su Xiaochao immediately agreed, and even warned him to watch out for Yang Man Li, or he might end up as her next plaything. Too late. Before they could share any more intel, the woman herself appeared right behind them. Look at those eyes, sharper than Medusa's. Man Li's cruelty was legendary, and she ordered them to shoot 2,000 arrows with a 7.0 bow. There was no way a rookie could handle that. Hansen was about to tell him to just fake it, but Xiao Chao was already freaking out. If Man Li was that easy to fool, he wouldn't be so terrified of her in the first place. The beautiful captain counts every single arrow, which ones hit, which ones miss. She won't let them leave until all 2,000 are fired. This wasn't an issue for Hansen, but it was a serious problem for Xiao Chao, who could barely draw a 7.0 bow. No choice but to accept the challenge. The rest of the group started leaving, gossiping about how the two of them would be stuck shooting arrows while everyone else hunted a god-blood creature tomorrow. Too bad for them. It was all the Son of Heaven's idea, asking Qin Xuan's team for a little help. Lu Hengtao, getting a headache from all the chatter, barked at his underlings to get moving. Xiao Chao thought he could bribe the guy, showering him with compliments in front of Man Li. But that snake took the money, then turned right around, pointing at Hansen and refusing to accept trash into the group. Seeing this, Hansen urged Xiao Chao to just get back to shooting. With rules this strict, they couldn't afford any more trouble from Man Li. But Xiao Chao knew what was really going on. The guy had a crush on Man Li, so he hated Hansen by association. Normally, he'd take a bribe without a second thought. What a total hypocrite. If Xiao Chao was being targeted because of him, Hansen would just have to shatter their arrogance. He decided to finish every arrow tonight so they could join the hunt tomorrow. Xiao Chao was stunned. Hansen just hit a target 150 meters away. This guy was a hidden dragon. This bow was lighter than his beast soul weapon. With enough reps, he could master the rhythm and start firing at high speed. After that, arrow after arrow slammed into the bullseye. 4,000 shots. Both Xiao Chao and the supervisor were left speechless, and he was doing it all with just his right hand. His strength never wavered, and every single shot was a perfect hit. The power of a single man's hand, honed over nearly 20 years. Legendary. And would you look at that, the others hadn't left. They were watching from the back. The more Lu Hengtao watched Hansen's perfect display, the more irritated he got. But it was clear that 2,000 arrows were no problem at all. Even he found it a difficult shot, never mind the new guy. He hoped Hansen wouldn't get a chance to hunt Xiao Chao. Seeing his new teammate shoot so well, the senior couldn't just stand by and be outdone. He immediately started practicing his aim. Everything was going according to Hansen's plan. Even if he took Xiao Chao's share, he could handle it. In the middle of the night, the god-blood creature was waiting. Man Li, however, wasn't ignoring any of this. From the observation room above, she silently watched Hansen's every move. Qin Xuan's judgment had been right on the money. Firing 2,000 arrows in a row would leave anyone crippled. Xiao Chao simply couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, Hansen was there to help shoot, otherwise his arm would have been useless. Though stuck in one place, Su Xiao's intel network was impressive. He'd already scouted out a prime hunting spot for a god-blood creature tomorrow. But this flying beast wouldn't be an easy target. That's why Son of Heaven's group needed Qin Xuan's people and their arrows. But right now, Hansen couldn't join in. He had to find another arrow. That night, Hansen went online, searching for an arrow that met his standards. But the market prices were insane, and Hansen's pockets were empty. After a while, he found a sweet deal on a beauty, a Z-Steel content of 1.2% for only 300,000. Without a second's hesitation, the black-clad hero was off to claim his prize. The owner of this arrow was a strange one, setting up shop in the red light district. A place like this could ruin a guy's reputation. As soon as the owner saw Hansen, he waved him over. They exchanged some info, and then got right down to the transaction. This was the good stuff, no doubt. A little test wouldn't hurt. The arrow even chipped the dagger he'd taken from Son of Heaven's underling, so the old man wasn't lying. The owner then guaranteed he never sold junk, even boasting about his craftsmanship. He claimed to be top tier, and said meeting him was pure fate. The next morning, Hansen appeared at the shelter's gate, just like the rest of Wu Fei's people. Though annoyed, Son of Heaven didn't push it, since Hansen was with Qin Xuan. He was focused on the hunt. But Luo Tianyang, speaking for his boss, couldn't resist throwing a few jabs. He taunted Hansen relentlessly. This guy was being reckless under Son of Heaven's watch. Qin Xuan would have blasted him for less. But this guy wasn't worth Hansen's attention. Useless. He was nothing but a dog following Son of Heaven around. What was there to be so smug about? Reaching the god-blood creature's location, everyone quickly got into formation. Qin Xuan's team would go down first to scout and lure the creature out for Son of Heaven to finish off. Before they set off, he made a small gesture to the other team, passing around a crate full of 1% Z-Steel arrows. He gave them to Qin Xuan's people, but pointedly skipped Hansen. Fight barehanded, or just stand there and watch. A useless rock. Man Li didn't particularly like Hansen, but even she couldn't stomach this kind of blatant discrimination. After all, this Son of Heaven was one of the 3 strongest fighters in the entire steel armor shelter, but he loved being arrogant like this. They were his arrows, brought by his people. Did he really need to ask for permission from one of Qin Xuan's subordinates? Since he put it that way, Man Li couldn't argue further. She had Lu Hongtao distribute the arrows to the top 5 scorers from the previous test. Each of them got 2 arrows. He kept the rest. At the same time, she tried to encourage everyone else. A fatal blow was a long shot anyway, and the archer squad's arrows weren't some black market junk to worry about. She knew Son of Heaven was targeting Hansen. Saying more would do no good, and she couldn't risk trouble for a rookie. She just wished she could slap the guy. On Lu Hongtao's command, everyone quickly equipped their weapons. It was time to get in position for the attack. That Lu Hongtao, completely blinded by a woman, didn't even support his own team. What kind of team leader was he? Over here, Xiao Chao could only feel helpless for Hansen, standing by his side. They would observe quietly, then act. Hansen was calm. This petty humiliation from Son of Heaven meant nothing. He couldn't wait to see the look on that guy's face when he snatched the god-blood creature. Xiao Chao just sighed beside him. Hansen was being a bit too optimistic, trying to steal a beast soul from Son of Heaven with these pathetic arrows. And then, it came. The moment everyone was waiting for. A sky-shattering roar, followed by a colossal purple-feathered scaled dragon. A single wingspan blotted out the entire sky. On command, everyone attacked, but their weapons did absolutely nothing. Its scales and skin were harder than steel. A rain of arrows fell upon the beast, volley after volley. They didn't realize they should focus on a weak point instead of just blindly firing. Hansen hid in the bushes. After watching for a moment, he found its weakness. A direct hit to the eye, it wouldn't matter if it was a normal arrow or a special one. But this was incredibly risky. He only had one good arrow. After this shot, it was gone. A miss would leave him with no options left. That was it. Shen Tianzi couldn't hold back and flew in to attack. His famous arrow struck true, wounding the dragon and forcing it to flee. But this still wasn't the best opportunity to attack the purple-feathered scaled dragon. Man Li wasn't about to be outdone, refusing to let such a great chance fall into someone else's hands. Her 2 beast soul arrows definitely packed a serious punch. The group immediately scrambled to chase after it. They couldn't let the beast escape. Hansen moved too, but what could he do on his own 2 feet? They were all riding beast souls. He was bound to be left in the dust. Su Xiaochao realized that just chasing the group was a bad idea, but Hansen was completely fixated on the target, ignoring his friend shouting from behind. Suddenly, a mount shot past them. It was Qin Zhuan, crossing a cliff and calling out his name. Her beast soul was seriously top tier, and her armor looked just as high class to match. Qin Zhuan reached out her hand, and Hansen instantly launched himself up, grabbing it and vaulting onto the mount. Poor Su Xiaochao was left behind, watching them ride off. As if she could read Hansen's less than pure thoughts, Qin Zhuan shot him a sharp, warning glare. Watch your hands, and don't get any funny ideas, or I'll throw you right off this thing. Thanks to the mount, the 2 of them quickly caught up with Shen Tianzi and Man Li's group. They were stopped at a high cliff. The beast had already flown over the mountain. They either needed a flying beast soul to get over the mountain, or they had to find a way to lure it back down. Shen Tianzi decisively chose to lure it down first. But climbing this mountain was no simple task. You could die from the fall before even fighting the monster. Shen Tianzi then launched into his usual righteous hero speech. We must overcome all obstacles. How else can we deserve the great rewards that await? The mention of rewards swayed everyone's hearts. In the end, they were all blinded by the promise of Geno points, exactly how he manipulated them during the Great Serpent Hunt, preying on their greed. Qin Zhuan was the first to volunteer for the high-altitude assault. Even though that shameless guy tried to stop her mind was made up. Attacking was better than waiting. The payoff would surely be much greater. He pushed Hansen to go along, claiming it was to escort her. But in reality, it was a death sentence against a flying creature. The group scrambled up the vines to the mountaintop. The beast didn't hesitate to greet its guests with a foul-smelling, venomous spit attack. A head-on fight with a giant beast like this was impossible. Qin Zhuan ordered them to switch tactics to hit and run. Everyone opened fire. Arrow after arrow rained down on the massive creature. Its enormous body was now a liability, making it too big to hide in any caves. All it could do was soar high in the sky. From a distance, Hansen was already waiting for his moment. He just needed its defenses to hit rock bottom. Then his arrow would be enough to finish it. But of course, Shen Tianzi crept up from behind Hansen. Who knew what kind of underhanded scheme he was planning now? That absolute scumbag to cause trouble right in the middle of a critical battle. His beast soul materialized, landing a painful blow on Hansen's back and sending him plummeting into the chasm below. Luckily, he caught a vine, and his enhanced physique saved his bones from shattering. You know how it is, the main character's plot armor is always thick. A dirty trick like that was never going to be enough to actually kill him. Let's just call it luck. The only thing that truly surprised him was that the guy used such a powerful beast soul just to attack him. By the time he clawed his way back up, the fight had reached its climax. Qin Xuan had even summoned her golden rock bear, teaming up with Shen Tianzi to attack the scaled dragon's wings. The beast roared in agony. Seeing her chance, Qin Xuan ordered a fierce, all-out assault. They had to bring down this sacred blood creature, no matter what. Shen Tianzi also shot upward, arrogantly believing he would be the one to kill it. This game should have ended right then and there. But before they could even get close, both of them were slammed hard into the cliffside. The scaled dragon was trying to escape. Hansen saw his opening and refused to let his prey get away. He'd been hunting for an opportunity like this for so long. He drew his arrow, aiming for a one-shot kill. The bloodthirsty Shen Tianzi also unleashed his Annihilator Beast Soul arrow. Hansen's 2 arrows were fired later, but his advantage was a perfect sense of the battle's flow. He struck decisively, unlike that piece of trash whose impatience made his actions sloppy and rushed. That old shopkeeper wasn't lying. This arrow was a true masterpiece, tearing through the air, carrying infinite damage, and a heaven-shaking thunderclap. The moment it pierced the beast's artery, the arrow completely vanished from sight. The scaled dragon was officially dead, but something wasn't right. No one noticed the stunned expression on Hansen's face. In a single instant, Hansen's arrow had caused an unbelievable shock. No one could believe that his arrow had slain a sacred blood creature. Qin Xuan knew he would be a great help to the team, but she never dreamed he'd be the one to land the final blow. Even Shen Tianzi couldn't believe his signature move, the one he was so proud of, was a step slower than someone else's. He was utterly shocked. Blood boiling, he lunges forward, grabbing the archer by the collar while the guy is still completely dazed. After that Qilin dragon fell, Shen Tianzi and his crew were furious, believing a rookie had just snatched a high-level god-blood soul right from under them. But Hansen's response threw everyone for a loop. Who wouldn't want a beast soul? Problem was, the guy who killed it claimed he got nothing. Zero. Absolutely nothing at all. Back at base, Qin Xuan was still fixated on the hunt, demanding to know what beast soul Hansen actually scored. She was willing to negotiate for just about anything, but one look at his face told her he'd probably gotten a beatdown from Shen Tianzi's crew. He must have had a tough time just getting back in one piece. So for now, Qin Xuan decided to believe the man standing in front of her. He looked sincere enough, after all. She even kindly warned him not to wander off, or his luck might just run out for good, especially if Shen Tianzi decided to finish what he started. Turns out, the other day wasn't a fluke. Qin Xuan had been the one to step in and save him. Without her, his little life would have been over. Qin Xuan really was a righteous, kind-hearted leader through and through. But that happy look on his face? You just know Hansen managed to get his hands on something good. And yep, he should have gone to acting school. He's holding an incredibly rare flying-type beast soul right there in his hand. Turns out, he didn't get nothing. He got something so ridiculously good, it left him looking like a stunned fool. Seriously? As if you could kill a creature and not get its soul. Qin Xuan was way too trusting. Just as he's celebrating the beast soul that could make him rich, he walks out to see his beloved pet successfully evolving into a god-blood creature. He gives it warm hugs and head pats, feeling so proud of himself for raising a god-blood beast in such a short time. 3 short months, blowing past the years of fruitless efforts from people like Qin Xuan and Shen Tianzi. At this rate, Hansen could probably enter the second god sanctuary within 5 years. That's insane progress. But one second he's sharing a touching moment with his pet, and the next, he's turned it into soup and is slurping it down. He even keeps muttering how delicious it is. After finishing his beloved pet, his Geno points jump by another 7. He remembers that Z-Steel arrow. Expensive, but a one-time use item. He needed to find a beast soul arrow like the ones Manli's group uses. Conveniently, a tempting job appears on the web, posted by someone who was chased relentlessly by mutant creatures. Just a few hundred miles from Steel Armor Shelter, they took a wrong turn and ended up in the notorious Dark Swamp. The poster managed to kill a black stinger bee and get its beast soul, but then got a nasty surprise. They were attacked by another, even crazier mutant of the same species, and promised its soul would make the killer a god-tier archer. But the post was short on details, no time, no exact location. Walking in blind would be a suicide mission. Frustrated, Hansen quickly heads back to the same weapons dealer who sold him the arrow before. Turns out, the old man makes all kinds of weapons. This time, their meeting was definitely not going to be a waste. The owner finally offers him something better than his own personal gear, a rare treasure forged from Z-Steel alloy, 95% pure. The price was only a little higher than the arrow, and its shape was similar to the blade that Arrow had chipped. Remembering the sheer power of that one arrow, Hansen doesn't hesitate to seal the deal on this dagger. But then, His sharp eyes spot something special hanging on the wall for display. He knew nothing about it, except that it was crafted from 75% Z steel, and the owner's price of 100 million nearly made him faint. How on earth could it be that expensive? The owner didn't say another word, just showed him the door. That weapon remained a complete mystery. How could a single person possibly forge something with that much Z steel? But the main goal of the trip was complete. Later, Hansen gets an urgent, cryptic phone call. It was about a surprise at 4 p.m. the next day, but they wouldn't give him any more details. Turns out, it was an old friend. The two of them cut through the crowd and settle into a private room at the Sunset Pavilion. But they weren't alone. Han Hao was there too. For some bizarre reason, Han Hao greets him first, even calling him brother sweetly. But a mutant beast soul from the other guy quickly shatters the weird vibe. Old Pan, of all people, had managed to get a mutant weapon-type beast soul even before Hansen did. That's why he'd called him here. It seems he'd already found a suitable Beast Slayer weapon for himself, so he wasn't after the Beast Slayer blade on the table. Still, getting such a good deal out of the blue felt a little fishy, or maybe their friendship really was that solid. Judging by Hansen's relaxed attitude, this guy must be pretty trustworthy. He was just wondering why Han Hao was suddenly so well-behaved when it became clear he wanted a recommendation to join the Steel Armor Gang. But before he could even get the words out, his mother's voice rings through the room. Without so much as a glance at her nephew, she drags her son off to a high society party packed with nobles. And look who's here, Lin Beifeng, the rich heir to the mighty Zhenjiang Group. This is a once-in-a-lifetime networking opportunity. The moment Han Hao hears that name, he drops the attitude and lets his mom drag him along. Landing this guy is worth more than 10 Hansens. Siding with the strong is always the best bet. But you can't help but pity the guy. A grown man, still completely controlled by his mother, walking straight into a den of lions. Han Hao is truly a lost cause. But that name, Lin Beifeng, it definitely rings a bell for Hansen. At this banquet, Lin Beifeng is the undeniable center of attention. Everyone, men and women alike, is watching him, some trying to get close, others observing from a careful distance. The Lin family must have some serious karma built up. They bought a useless planet that miraculously turned into a priceless mineral deposit. Their company's value skyrocketed overnight. Talk about a streak of insane luck. Just as you're wondering where Han Yumei and her son rushed off to, there they are, putting on their most prim and proper faces. The mother-son duo approaches to greet him, but Lin Beifeng cuts right to the chase, asking what they actually want. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. They're obviously hoping for an alliance between the Han and Zhenjiang corporations. Han Yumei shoves her precious son forward, insisting the two can become great friends at the Armored God shelter. But before the conversation can go any further, her eyes lock onto a familiar figure. That other Han, Hansen and his friend are just wandering around looking for some food when she storms over, demanding he leave immediately. Funny how she's so worried about Hansen's reputation ruining hers, as if her own is so pristine. As if Hansen would ever listen to her. Does she own this place? He's staying put. Of course, their little argument starts drawing attention from the big shots nearby, and that includes Lin Beifeng himself. Faster than a flash, he zips across the room, throws his arms around Hansen, and starts shouting about a life-saving debt. Wait a second. Isn't this the same guy who provoked a beast horde and was saved by Hansen with a few bird eggs? He's been gone so long we nearly forgot his face. All this attention is bad news, so Hansen decides it's time to make a quick exit. They promise to meet again another time, and Lin Beifeng, being filthy rich, just casually calls for his private aircraft. He even promises to be Hansen's loyal subordinate. The crowd is buzzing, some impressed, some jealous, and others just plain furious. And we all know exactly who's fuming. Who would have thought Hansen was the one who saved the Lin family heir? With his backing, noble titles mean nothing. But getting tangled up with someone that powerful is its own kind of trouble. Best to just let the debt be paid, and go their separate ways. But suddenly, chaos erupts. The system blares a red alert. The city is under attack by unidentified hostiles. And that fire from earlier? It was definitely their handiwork. Hansen's judgment is instant. It's the Asura clan, humanity's mortal enemy for the last 100 years. They are mutated, masked beings, towering figures with sharp horns sprouting from their heads. Long ago, their immense physical power nearly drove humanity to extinction. It's only been 200 years since the discovery of God's sanctuary that mankind found some peace from the Asura's wrath. So what's brought them here now? The power these Asura wield is on a whole other level. In just a few moments, they've already shattered the city's defense systems. With communications jammed, reinforcements are definitely not coming anytime soon. Luogia Star is a planet of commerce and trade. It's never been involved in the war. So why would the Asura clan target this place? An attack this massive means lives are definitely on the line. Just as he thinks that, a child's scream cuts through the air. A kid is dangling from the wreckage of a collapsed building. Only a piece of snagged clothing is stopping a fatal fall. Before a rescue plan can form, a golden-horned noble beast smashes through a wall. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunges straight for the screaming child. But Hansen is faster. Activating his beast soul, he dives in, grabs the kid, and manages to block the creature's powerful strike. From a distance, the whole shocking scene is being captured by a reporter. Talk about dedication risking his life for a scoop in a war zone. It's no surprise. An Asura invasion is already huge news, but add in a celebrity like Hansen, this is a career-making story. Escaping the Goldhorn Beast's attack, Hansen leaps back. First priority, get this kid to safety. But one thing is terrifyingly clear, he is no match for that thing. A single strike was enough to shatter his godblood armor. The Goldhorn Beast is relentless, instantly matching Hansen's flight speed and closing the distance. Its weapon nearly skewers his beast soul's wing. Hansen darts across buildings, searching for a safe place to drop the kid. He tells the child to run and hide while he tries to deal with the disaster that literally fell from the sky. But there's no time to think. It's already behind him, slashing at his back. Faster than a ghost, he has to move. The commentator keeps cheering. Go on, you got this. Even as the Goldhorn Beast pummels the guy into next week. Hansen decided if he was going down, he was taking the Goldhorn Beast with him, but this thing was just too strong. Close combat was a guaranteed loss. The reporter was still shouting, "Don't die on me, man, you can do it." It was hard to tell what he was even cheering for, or where he got the confidence that Goldcoin could actually handle Ashura. A last resort, he leaped onto the beast, grabbing its waist, sending them both into a chaotic freefall toward the ground. And that reporter, mouth still running a mile a minute, sees this kamikaze move and praises him. Go on, turn the tables, make the Shura nothing more than a memory. This guy really loved his job, risking his life right at the scene. He was determined to film whoever was left standing after this brutal clash. The camera pointed right as the smoke began to clear. A mangled corpse covered in red fluid was revealed. The Shura was toast, but there was no sign of Goldcoin anywhere. The reporter frantically scanned the area, but all he could capture were curious kids peering through the destroyed wall. During the chaos, Goldcoin had vanished like a ghost in the dust, barely managing to limp his way back home. Hansen was seriously lucky. If he hadn't boosted his god genes earlier, and if the beast wasn't already injured, his life would have been forfeit, no question. But he survived, and even snatched a powerful treasure from the Shura clan. This thing was truly top shelf. The Shura's alloy forging and melee weapons were leagues beyond anything humans could make. And with a design this eye-catching, everyone would recognize it. If he wanted to use it, he'd have to make some changes. Poking around, Hansen found a secret compartment on the blade. Unbelievable, it was high-tech, complete with a built-in memory card. Just like that, Hansen had stumbled upon the secret technique of a noble Shura family, known as the heart-shattering slash. His current body could definitely handle this new power. Just a few practice swings and he could feel it, a new kind of strength flowing through his veins. The gods were smiling on him. Somehow, Liu Beifeng got his number, and he was calling this late at night. Turns out, he'd caught wind that Hansen was cooking up some big plan. And of course, Liu Beifeng made it clear he wasn't about to be left out of the action. But before any of that, Hansen had to deal with Qin Xuan. She actually wanted to recommend him for something, to join Blackhawk, one of the top 50 most famous schools. But his heart was set on a school that wasn't even in the top 1,000, Luogia. At least there, he could be close enough to care for his mom and his little sister. He couldn't trust leaving them with Han Hao's crew. Neither Manly nor Qin Xuan could understand his choice. Qin Xuan tried to persuade him with all the benefits of Blackhawk. She argued it would take his archery to incredible new heights, while Manly just got angry and started mocking him. She called him an idiot for not seizing such a golden opportunity. Elsewhere, the trio gathered again to analyze Goldcoin's fighting style. Even though the public was hailing Goldcoin as a hero, these two women spotted the problems with his technique instantly. His raw power and speed were insane, but his reckless fighting style, with no real thought behind it, was a huge issue. A ranged, relentless assault would have been the smarter play. If that beast hadn't been badly hurt, the fight would have ended differently. Manly was still a bit suspicious about Goldcoin's identity, noting the strange shape of his beast soul transformation. But Qin Xuan was more certain than ever. Compared to their last meeting, Goldcoin was now decked out in incredible gear. Not at all like this Hansen, who seemed to be stuck in a rut. Still, she wholeheartedly recommended him for Blackhawk. Leaving the center, Hansen felt a little swayed. But the bottom line was, he needed to make a lot of money first, enough so his mom and sister wouldn't have to worry about a thing. This new plan had to happen, and fast. He immediately contacted Lin Beishan. He requested 2 Z-Steel 5 arrows. The guy was generous, he said, as long as he could tag along, arrows were no problem. But dragging a rich kid like him to such a dangerous place could spell disaster. No, Hansen had to go it alone. 2 days later, Hansen finally reached the dark swamp. This time, the mutated beast soul was definitely going to be his. Just as his source mentioned, the place was crawling with dangerous creatures that made the forest beasts look like pets. It felt like he'd run into a new mutant beast with every single step. But he couldn't get greedy, he had to stay focused on the creatures that would actually be useful. First on the menu, a massive demon fang serpent king slithering on the ground. He only had 2 arrows, so he had to make them count. The second a beast fell, he'd have to retrieve his arrows for the next target. A blood-cryptid beast could max out his gene points by 10. A successful start. The next target looked a bit pathetic, but it was right in Hansen's sights. After a brief struggle, it submitted, destined for the same pot as the Serpent King. And believe it or not, it possessed a mutated beast soul. At this rate, Hansen was absolutely over the moon. Hansen is having a feast, and with every bite of this hot soup, his mutant geno points are skyrocketing uncontrollably. In just a few short days, he's already gained 31 mutant geno points. This place is an absolute monster paradise. Miao Jun lies beside him, enjoying the spoils from his master, though the mutant blood crystal fish's beast soul turned out to be a spear, not an arrow. But even just its ability to automatically repair itself after taking damage is already an incredible perk. He barely gets a second to enjoy his victory before a gigantic eagle, with piercing eyes, swoops down from the sky, claws out. It's strange for a flying beast to just attack a human for no reason. Then, a figure suddenly leaps down from its back. The guy opens his mouth and immediately demands to trade his piece of meat for that steaming pot of soup. But Hansen can't stand that arrogant attitude, so there's no way he's agreeing to any kind of deal. This guy just starts slurping the soup like he owns the place, even warning Hansen that the toxic claw beast meat is poisonous. This kid somehow stumbled upon this place while training, and now he wants to take all the good stuff by force. Young and reckless, when he doesn't get his way, he draws a steel blade and attacks, only to get a massive shock. His slashes are completely useless against that armor. Looks like this punk needs to be taught a serious lesson. Hansen immediately summons his beast soul spear, shatters the steel blade, and sends the kid flying backward with a single strike. His pretty face gets nicked by Hansen's spear. He doesn't stick around, immediately jumping on his beast soul to escape. But Hansen is right behind him, giving him a swift poke to the rear, as a little reward for the kid's terrible attitude. One side isn't balanced, so Hansen gives him another poke for good measure. The kid starts screaming, begging for his life. In the end, Hansen was just trying to teach the arrogant brat a lesson. The kid quickly pulls out a white flag in surrender. Even his beast soul seems embarrassed by its owner's cowardice. They finally manage to land back on the ground. With a backside covered in red syrup, sitting is a bit of a challenge. Hansen uses the moment to intimidate him for information. He asks about the black-stinged bees. The moment he hears the name, the kid refuses flat out, wanting no part of that dangerous creature. Refusing isn't an option, though. When they arrive at the bees' territory, Lu Weinen desperately tries to talk Hansen out of it, but why would he back down? This was the entire reason he came here. If he cooperates, he'll get a reward for being a guide. But Lu Weinen just keeps muttering curses under his breath. What terrible luck, running into a madman like Hansen. Just one look at the swarm of black-stinged bees is enough to terrify him. He immediately has his iron-feathered bird fly higher to keep a safe distance. Meanwhile, Hansen sees a delicious buffet. Unleashing a full-on assault, Hansen holds nothing back, ensuring not a single bee escapes his grasp. One by one, the entire swarm of black-stinged bees falls until a mutant arrow beast soul forms in his hand. The hunt was a complete success. After that spectacular battle, Hansen's mutant geno points hit an incredible 47. His sacred geno points are at 26. He's getting close to the max. And hot news is waiting for him back home. The official martial arts tournament has begun. The top 10 contestants will get a random beast soul, a prize too good to ignore. By the time Hansen signs up, he's number 8888. This year's event is massive, twice the size of last year's. The chance to test his skills against new fighters is incredibly exciting. The stands are already packed with spectators. Down below, groups of 100 fight it out in different zones. The scene is absolute, glorious chaos. Hansen watches the matches from the sidelines. They're already on group 55, so his block of 8s will be up soon. But not today. He needs to prepare. As he's about to leave, he runs right into Shen Tianzi and Luo Tianyang, strutting around. Shen Tianzi taunts him, asking for his registration number, saying it would be fun if they were in the same group. But Hansen's simple reply that he isn't participating sends his lackey Luo Tianyang into a rage, who immediately starts spewing threats. If Qin Xuan hadn't shown up, the chat would have dragged on. Shen Tianzi seems a bit calmer than during the Horned Dragon hunt. He's probably just trying to act cool in front of his crush, Qin Xuan. But she immediately sees through Hansen's flimsy excuse. She figures it out instantly. He's not scared of fighting. He's worried about Shen Tianzi's power and immense family background. And why is that? It's because he's afraid his mother and sister will get dragged into the feud between them. Now that she understands his true motivation, Qin Xuan brings up her offer to join the Blackhawk squad once again. Once he becomes a member of her special team, his family would be under military protection. Nobody would dare touch them. If he wants to know more, he'll have to find out for himself. Hansen has a lot on his mind. He has to protect his family. The next day, the contestants in the 80 block have all gathered. Well, all except one, and people are starting to talk. They were complaining about getting a coward, but that tune changed the second the real Golden Coin stepped into the arena. The fight started, and Golden Coin absolutely dismantled the entire group. The others saw this and wisely backed out. And just like that, the first match was over. The victory obviously belonged to Golden Coin. He barely made it to the rest area before the drama trio appeared, offering him a spot in the armor gang. Even Son of Heaven backed down, not even bringing up the 2 beast souls that were stolen from him. In this shelter, their power was supreme. Joining their alliance meant he'd find worthy opponents. But of course, Golden Coin turned them down flat. He coolly stated he preferred fighting solo and wanted nothing to do with their complicated network of alliances. If he wouldn't join them, they at least wanted information about the godblood creature he controlled. He could never reveal he used crystal shards to raise his beasts, but offering some mutants as bait? Not a problem. Hearing this, Luo Tianyang's greed flared up, and he wanted to buy the whole lot. Qin Xuan and Son of Heaven were stunned. Afraid of losing the deal, he immediately offered 1.5 million for each one. People really change fast when money is involved, but their cash was useless to him. What he wanted was a St. Hall S-grade shopping card. Everyone's faces went pale. This request was almost impossible. St. Hall S was a high-level restricted area that normal money couldn't buy access to. Son of Heaven even raised the price to 2 million for all the mutant creatures, but Golden Coin still refused. The deal was simple. The first person to bring him that card would get everything he was offering. Not long after, Qin Xuan was the first to arrive, St. Hall S card in hand. Golden Coin brought out 30 mutant creatures. He even added a mutant blood crystal fish and a ghost-toothed serpent king for a cool 3 million. Qin Xuan wasn't short on cash, but she wanted more than just the status points these beasts offered. Meanwhile, Hansen was ecstatic to finally get the card. Of course, he knew what Qin Xuan really wanted, but for him, that was completely impossible. As Golden Coin, he could never give her what she desired. If she ever found out the truth, her rage would be unstoppable, but he pushed those thoughts aside. Right now, the priority was getting a high-grade Super Geno art. It wasn't for him, though it was for his mother and Yanran. He couldn't leave them unprotected. They needed the power to defend themselves. Still, he had to be wary of that Son of Heaven. After considering his options, a certain movement art caught his eye. Holy Angel. The training was gentle and not too dangerous, but it was equivalent to a Super Geno art. As his strength grew during practice, no one would ever suspect a thing. It was even better than the Geno art he'd learned before. The Shui Longyan technique could wait. Hansen immediately went to the school to request a leave of absence for Yanran. While the request wasn't difficult, the administrator gave him an earful about neglecting to attend any of the parent-teacher meetings. He just brushed it off with a vague excuse about being swamped with family matters. But Teacher Q was incredibly dedicated, and couldn't stand to see a child with so much talent stuck on standard nutrition. With premium-grade nutrition, not only would her body improve, but her spirit would grow much stronger. It would open up her entire future. The only problem was the insane price tag, 5 million a year. Where could a poor guy like Hansen get that kind of money? His only choice was raising mutant beasts. And little Yanran quickly proved her talent, practicing for hours on end in front of the television. Hansen secretly tasked Yanran with teaching their mother how to practice as well. Soon, she would have the best nutrition possible. Elsewhere, while Hansen worked on his plans, Qin Xuan and Yang Manli were plotting something. It definitely wasn't anything simple. He figured it had something to do with that person. For some reason, Qin Xuan was fighting like an absolute demon today. After knocking him to the ground, she started criticizing him, saying his skills were getting sloppy, then told him to rest for the next round. A completely baffled Hansen took the water bottle, wondering what was going on with Qin Xuan's wild mood swings. The second the water went down his throat, he knew it was a trap. Since when was Qin Xuan ever this gentle? He immediately activated his ice muscle jadebone art to flush out the mental attack. His mind was clear, but he played along to see her game. Oh man, she was really trying to seduce him. Some guys are just suckers for a pretty face. He acted dazed and even pretended to reach for her. When she was finally convinced Hansen was under her spell, Qin Xuan began her interrogation. She was a leader, not an idiot. She was just waiting for the final piece of evidence, just something to confirm what she already suspected. It's no wonder she thought he and Golden Coin were the same person. In a daze, Hansen mumbled that there was no Golden Coin, and that he only refused to join the Blackhawk gang to protect his mom and sister. Just a few compliments, and she was already going soft. The conversation had somehow turned to her without her even noticing. Whether Hansen was being sincere or just teasing Qin Xuan, what girl wouldn't blush at being called the most beautiful? Except Qin Xuan plays a little rough. Her love tap was a full-on slap. Hansen just pops up, pretending nothing happened, and after taking that thunderous slap, it was Qin Xuan who fled in embarrassment, using his fainting as the perfect excuse. But it was still not the right time to confess his feelings. He needed Gold Coin to prove his strength wasn't just due to Qin Xuan's protection. Once his own power was fully developed, the Gold Coin persona would no longer be necessary at all. Hansen met up with Lin Beifeng elsewhere. Turns out, they had a prior arrangement mutant beast flesh in exchange for 2 arrows. The two were just chatting away when an obnoxious figure in a flashy white suit suddenly appeared. Son of Heaven just couldn't resist running his mouth whenever he saw Hansen. Beifeng immediately stepped in to defend his friend. Just calling him my friend was enough to make Son of Heaven hesitate. Beifeng's influence was no small thing. He even stopped Luo Tianyang from starting a fight, simply telling him to prepare for tomorrow's battle before vanishing. He wouldn't waste his time on Hansen. Early the next day, the arena was already packed, and the VIP Su Xiaoqiao made her appearance. She was there to cheer for the handsome Gold Coin, but as she sat down, she noticed a hulking figure in black right beside her. Did this guy enjoy playing dress-up in public? Of course, the news about Gold Coin stealing Son of Heaven's beast soul was everywhere. This time, an all-out revenge match was unavoidable. He'd probably lend his powerful ape beast soul to Luo Tianyang. Xiaoqiao boasted that her brother had plenty of beast souls, so it wouldn't be that easy. But she screamed the second she heard a bet involving her own beast. Man Li, sitting in front, couldn't help but sigh. Idiots. The fighters hadn't said a word, yet these people were already betting away their beasts. The battle began, and Gold Coin made an entrance that would go down in legend. He shed the heavy cloak, his entire form shining in the arena. Everyone was stunned. Xiaoqiao aggressively yelled, "You better finish him in one move." Hansen's debut was looking pretty good. Of his 3 beast souls, one was a gluttonous cat that was completely useless. Another was a snake only useful underwater. The moment the match started, Luo Tianyang summoned Son of Heaven's ape beast soul. He was determined to crush Gold Coin. Xiaoqiao's heart sank. She thought her prize Starwolf was a goner. Son of Heaven was also pretty confident with 1 god blood and 2 mutant souls on his side. He'd let Luo Tianyang settle every last score, but Gold Coin wasn't just standing by. He revealed his mutant beast soul form and met the challenge head-on, striking Luo Tianyang's shoulder. But he got knocked back, his spearhead flying off. The crowd saw this and erupted, thinking their side had gained the upper hand. Luo Tianyang, surging with power, pounded his chest repeatedly, declaring himself the strongest fighter in the entire arena. But that triumphant feeling didn't last. A single slash across his chest officially ended Luo Tianyang's run in this tournament. He collapsed right there on the ground, blood pooling around him in streams. Everyone was absolutely stunned by this result. Son of Heaven's beast soul, defeated so painfully in just a single blow. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. It's unclear who else was happy, but Su Xiaoqiao was definitely ecstatic. Her bet paid off big time. Son of Heaven was also hit hard, doing nothing but screaming for Luo Tianyang to get up and keep fighting. But it was already over. The beast soul vanished, leaving him collapsed on the blood-soaked ground. Gold Coin was incredibly satisfied with this outcome. The thought of Son of Heaven's face, dark as thunder up in the stands, was just perfect. Su Xiaoqiao sat triumphantly on her newly acquired blood slaughterer beast. Everyone around her could only look on with bitter regret. If only they had known, they would have placed a bet too. As they say, when 2 titans fight, a third party gets the prize. After such a brutal fight, the biggest prize fell to Su Xiaoqiao. It was more than a little annoying for everyone else. To make matters worse, Man Li wanted a private word with him now, making Su Xiaochao's gloating even more unbearable. One day, Hansen vowed he would have a beast soul just like it. Man Li wanted to see him to announce his acceptance into the special squad. It seems Qin Xuan really believed his words. From this day forward, his new training ground would be the military testing hall. Of course, Qin Xuan had high expectations, but if he couldn't meet them, he was free to leave at any time. No one would stop him. Soon enough, they arrived at the testing hall to begin assessing Hansen's abilities. His highest stat clocked in at just 9.7, a completely average score. Plus, Hansen looked totally exhausted doing it. Honestly, it was a bit disappointing. But revealing his true strength to these people wouldn't be a good idea anyway. They probably wouldn't believe the machine's readings anyway. So for now, he would just keep his real power hidden. Man Li had never once hidden her dislike for Hansen. This time was no different, but at least she hoped that he, never one to waste a good opportunity from Qin Xuan. Man Li stripped down and stepped into the training space to demonstrate. Through the screen, Hansen couldn't see why such simple moves even needed a demonstration. But things were not that simple. This space had its own gravity. Basically, it was like a planet with several times Earth's pull, restricting every single move. This was hellish training. Watching Man Li made it look easy, but her stats had to be insanely high to move so effortlessly. Anyone with a fitness level below 10 couldn't even attempt this. Man Li stepped out, drenched in sweat, ready to see how Hansen would fare. Seizing the moment, the big guy at his side made him a very tempting offer. He'd reveal a trick to pass the test, if Hansen agreed to report any resource discoveries directly to him. Well, being the new guy, Hansen figured he'd give it a shot. The second he stepped inside, his body felt like lead. The gravity level wasn't even displayed, a little trick the old-timers used to cheat their way through the tests. But Hansen was no coward. Ignoring the others, he cranked the settings to the absolute max to test his own limits. Who would have thought he'd actually pass with a massive energy surge? And sure enough, when Man Li saw the test results, she completely lost her cool, immediately suspecting he had cheated. But with video surveillance and data logs, how could Man Li possibly prove Hansen did anything wrong? She didn't need to worry. Hansen had actually lowered his stats for the test, otherwise, who knows how much worse her reaction would have been. To shut down Man Li's suspicions for now, Hansen put on his best actor face, feigning a tragic, dramatic look. He declared, "It's only because of you, my lady, that I have the power I do today. Words can't express my gratitude." Man Li, a master of seduction, was actually flustered by his sweet talk. Turns out all women have a soft spot for compliments. 2 days later, as the tournament neared its final battle, rumors flew that Coin's final opponent would be Qin Xuan, the woman who just crushed Shen Tianzi. This was going to be an intense fight. The real Coin was busy making a deal with the big guy about that little trick from before. The man was very satisfied. As a show of gratitude, he flicked a dagger right at Hansen's face. But just as Hansen went to grab it, it vanished and reappeared elsewhere. This technique was called World in a Sleeve, one of Blackhawk's training methods. Naturally, Hansen didn't waste a single second and started practicing on the spot. The technique trained arm muscles and joints. It took incredible skill and speed to touch objects in this space, especially with both hands. It was brutally difficult, and Hansen's success rate was low. Just then, Qin Xuan happened to stop by. Seeing the big beginner-level display, Qin Xuan felt a little down, remembering this skill takes at least 7 or 8 years to grasp. Not to mention 3 main levels, each with 10 sub-levels of difficulty. You'd be old before you mastered it. But hey, at least it helped with combat skills. And just like that, the highly anticipated match was about to begin. Shen Tianzi's crew was certain Qin Xuan would win, avenging their friend Luo Tianyang for them. Even after his own defeat, Shen Tianzi was still talking trash, planning to deal with Coin after Qin Xuan inevitably beat him. The two fighters officially entered the ring, and there was Hansen, standing on the stage, ready to face the queen of the steel armor shelter herself, Qin Xuan. Thanks to that World in a Sleeve training, he hadn't practiced anything else for days, and now his hands were shaking uncontrollably. Before the fight, Qin Xuan suddenly made a fascinating deal. If he lost, he had to join the steel armor squad as her vice captain, and when she advanced to the second world, Coin would be promoted to the squad leader. Qin Xuan was clearly investing everything in Coin. This was an offer so good, no one would ever consider it a loser's punishment. She was humbling herself. Becoming a squad leader carried immense weight, both in the military and for the Federation. Was Qin Xuan actually serious? But his answer was the same. Qin Xuan couldn't win, nor could she enter the second world before him. The absolute arrogance of this guy. But hey, if you're going to bluff, you might as well go all in. The crowd couldn't stand his cocky words, and immediately urged Qin Xuan to put him in his place. But before that, as a nod to Qin Xuan's dedication, Coin promised to reveal his true identity if he lost. In return, if he won, all he wanted was one S-class sanctuary mineral. Deal. It was time to get to business. Qin Xuan immediately unleashed her Godblood Butterfly Heartblade. Its power was enough to shatter Coin's armor in a single strike. It had been a while since his energy mace had been pushed this hard. But after training together, Hansen understood her attack patterns. The fact that Qin Xuan didn't know his true identity was a huge advantage. As expected, she dodged all his attacks with ease. She quickly launched a counterattack. Just when it looked like Coin would dodge her blade, reality hit. He flips a defensive move into a sharp attack, aiming right for her shoulder. Qin Xuan feels him holding back as the blade flashes past her face. Just as Kim Tae said, one solid hit from that blade could slice her in two without her armor. Even using his Blood War Asura technique, he's being completely shut down by Qin Xuan's evasive moves. She is incredibly strong. To any onlooker, it would seem like Qin Xuan is on the back foot. But in reality, she's just letting her training take over. Her atomic disorder technique, a high-level Geno art, utilizes every single part of her body for perfect evasion. Her stamina is barely dropping. She's just waiting for Kim Tae to wear himself out, then she'll finish him with one decisive blow. While Man Li and Son of Heaven are absolutely certain of her victory, a voice cuts through the crowd from someone holding popcorn, bluntly declaring Kim Tae won't lose this fight. It turns out to be the two kids Hansen protected during a hunt not long ago. They show absolutely zero respect for the so-called Son of Heaven. That kid, a Yuan, even brings up the embarrassing time he was forced to hand over a legendary weapon. Down below, the match enters a new stage. It's no surprise that a master of the atomic disorder technique wouldn't tire in a prolonged battle. But here's the twist: her opponent, Kim Tae, shows no signs of fatigue either. Her technique isn't all-powerful. Hansen's training in ice muscle jade bone has lowered his body temperature and increased his energy storage, meaning an endurance battle like this is no trouble at all. As his body continues to adapt, Qin Xuan knows she has to change her strategy. This is it. The real battle is only just beginning. Qin Xuan fuses with her beast soul, creating a mythical golden lion shielded by a water spirit. The complexity of her power has leveled up massively, making his blade seem like a joke. She is protected by the divine blood water spirit. Attacking her now is completely useless. Kim Tae has no choice but to retreat from the golden lion's range, taking the fight up into the air. In the stands, Fan Xiao Qiao is the most passionate one here, screaming so loud she might lose her spot in the God Archery squad. But no matter how much stronger Qin Xuan gets, if she doesn't have wings, she can't even touch Kim Tae. After several failed attacks without landing so much as a scratch, Qin Xuan loses all her patience, enraged that he's just toying with her. Some in the audience think he's going too far, that it isn't a real martial arts match. To just keep running from a female opponent like this is a disgrace. But then, a counter-argument quickly silences them. Don't soldiers understand that in a real battle, winning is the only thing that matters? Just because you lack a skill, should you ask your opponent to abandon theirs? Just give up and walk into a trap? Not a chance. Victory goes to the strong. A single skill can completely turn the tides. This battle's outcome was set from the start, and Qin Xuan has to swallow her anger and concede. What good is all her power if she can't even land a single hit on Kim Tae? The winner, Kim Tae, will represent the steel armor shelter in the God's War in 10 days. Nothing illegal happened here, so there's no room for protest. And waiting for him is his reward, an S-class item from the Holy Hall, courtesy of the Steel Armor Division. The top 100 rankings have been carved into the godly stele. Kim Tae, of course, has claimed the #1 spot. Now, even if Son of Heaven wanted revenge for his past humiliation, he'd stand no chance. He probably doesn't have a single beast soul left. Qin Xuan tells him to go to the Steel Armor Division and claim his prize. He has to be careful. On her turf, his true identity could be exposed instantly. There's no time to overthink. He needs to power up for the real monsters ahead. Seeing Hansen training with such intensity, Xiao Jiao, still hyped up from the match, tells him to take it easy and not push himself so hard. But how could he possibly relax? Not with a beast soul and an S-class shopping cart on the line. It's not just archery. Hansen is grinding the gravity machine so relentlessly that Big Belly thinks the guy who practically hacks his own stats might actually be a training addict. The difficulty skyrockets with his stats, but Hansen can handle it. The God's War is no place for kids. It's a gathering of the absolute best from every shelter. If he wants to win, laziness isn't an option. Several days have passed, and Kim Tae still hasn't shown his face. A very smart move. Otherwise, not even wings could have saved him from Qin Xuan's wrath. Just as she's about to leave, the sound of someone training alone stops her in her tracks. It's Hansen, completely lost in his own world, about to test just how much progress he's made. She didn't expect much, but one glance nearly gave her a heart attack. He had somehow already reached the third stage of evolution. His potential is so terrifying, it even gives Qin Xuan pause. It takes others years to do what Hansen accomplished in a few days. But the craziest part is that he hasn't even realized the amazing flexibility and raw muscle power that the ice muscle jade bone technique has given him. He breaks through another level. He should have tried this ages ago. The cocoon opens to reveal the goddess and her familiar water bottle. He's still wary after what happened last time, but takes it anyway. Despite her own caution, Qin Xuan is thrilled to recruit such a powerhouse for her team. Finding someone with this much potential is a huge stroke of luck. But before the tournament, Hansen suddenly feels a wave of anxiety. He's up against two Gods War champions, the famous Tang Zhenliu and the mysterious Lin Feng. Why would two legends like them want this spot again? Forget their attacks, their beast souls alone are enough to make anyone run for the hills. His chances of winning are slim, and even if he did, it would be a costly victory. Suddenly, an unknown number calls his phone. It's Feng Jingqi, Shui Yiqi's fourth brother, the guy who promised Hansen a meal but never delivered. He calls with some critical intel about tomorrow's fight. Of course, if Hansen shows up, a reward is guaranteed. When he arrives, the only thing they show him is a recording of some battle. He still doesn't get their motive. It turns out Feng Jingqi's friends are all heavy hitters in the scene. In fact, they're his two most feared opponents, Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng. What a wildly unexpected place to meet them. The mysterious person in the video is incredibly strong, with a technique similar to Sleeve World, but their moves are absolutely ruthless. The man's name is Yi Dongmu, a demigod-level expert and the grandson of a senator. Suddenly, this whole thing has ties to politics. Avoiding him is definitely the smarter play. And it turns out Tang Zhenliu's crew isn't asking him to fight Yi Dongmu. After all, the guy is under heavy protection. Their real goal is simply to have Hansen perfectly mimic Yi Dongmu's movements. They want him to spar with them. Hansen thinks they're crazy, asking him to copy someone whose close combat skills are leagues above his own. If they really wanted to practice, why not just go find the real deal? Yet, they enthusiastically push for Hansen to do the job. Word of his potential has clearly spread. Tang Zhenliu promises him a reward that will match the effort he puts in. At the end of the day, a chance to clash with top-tier masters is too valuable to pass up. Plus, he's getting an S-class sanctuary reward out of it. So what's not to like? Lin Feng hands him the video of Yi Dongmu's fighting style. He tells Hansen to study up because they're going to practice tonight. Hours pass, and Hansen still hasn't shown up. Tang Zhenliu starts getting a little impatient, but Lin Feng remains perfectly calm, just waiting. He figures Hansen is just being thorough with his research. Just as he says that, Hansen walks out. Tonight's practice session can finally begin. They're using a dull dagger to avoid any serious injuries. Safety first, after all. Before Tang Zhenliu can even get into his stance, Hansen launches the first kick, starting the fight. Just like Yi Dongmu, he knows you can't give an enemy time to prepare before you strike. It felt just like when Hansen first witnessed Sleeve World. Tang Zhenliu is caught off guard, and the dagger grazes his face. The first hit lands on him. Tang immediately launches a counterattack. Each blow carries immense power, making Hansen realize the massive gap in strength if they fought head-on. But close-quarters combat is a completely different story. Hansen rushes in, the dagger flickering in his hand, confusing even Tang Zhenliu. 1 second it's in front of him, the next it's gone. Then, a moment too late, he feels the cold blade right against his neck. The fight is over. Lin Feng can't stop praising Hansen's raw talent. He says fighting him was even better practice than fighting the real Yi Dongmu. After leaving, Hansen is buzzing from his victory over Tang Zhenliu. He clutches the S-Class Sanctuary certificate. He knows he only won by mimicking Yi Dongmu's style. A real fight would be a different outcome, and he still has no idea what Lin Feng is truly capable of. His own Sleeve World technique has gotten much smoother. He can now use blind spots to launch attacks, but beating Yi Dongmu himself still seems like a long shot. That guy's movement patterns are just too erratic. Maybe it's time to buy another Geno art. Back with Lin Feng, Tang Zhenliu is complaining that no matter how many times they sparred, he couldn't get the upper hand on Hansen in close combat. He admits Hansen's ability is definitely on par with Yi Dongmu's. While Yi Dongmu's technique is superior, his close combat instincts aren't as sharp as Hansen's. If Hansen had the same background and resources as Yi Dongmu, he'd probably be an even bigger threat. Zhenliu thinks Lin Feng is overhyping Hansen a bit, even though he admits the kid is good. But if Lin Feng is right, It's only a matter of time before Hansen catches up to him, and right there, Lin Feng's own background is hinted at. This guy didn't call himself the undefeated king of the first sanctuary for nothing. The next morning, the area outside the martial arts hall is a madhouse. The super idol Dollar is everywhere, surrounded by his legion of fans. Xiao Chao is there with banners and signs, cheering passionately as Dollar enters the God's War. One day, Hansen will earn this kind of admiration for himself. The God's War tournament truly lives up to its name. The arena alone can hold over 10,000 people. As soon as the roster is released, Dollar's eyes lock onto one massive name, Yi Dongmu. This is going to be one hell of a fight. Losers get another shot after 10 matches, but to face those top 2 masters, he has to make it into the top 10 first. Those guys were scared of Yi Dongmu, so they targeted Hansen instead, which actually helped him gather some useful intel for their inevitable showdown. And just like that, the tournament got intense, as the top dogs from Gladiator finally took the stage. Tang Zhenliu, as expected, completely demolished Kang Song. There was no doubt about it, he just used his overwhelming strength to bulldoze his opponent into submission. Lin Feng managed to get a lead on Chen Yi, though it took some effort, but that guy is the real wild card here. Ever since their last encounter, he'd had a bad feeling about this quiet type. This second seed was a total enigma, a complete unknown. Hansen, meanwhile, continued to watch Yi Dongmu's matches, studying his every move and learning what he could. But on the way, he bumped right into Lin Feng, who had clearly done his homework on all the opponents, and promised to see him after the match. The crowd was shocked. A superstar like Lin Feng actually scheduling a meeting with some ordinary, unevolved nobody? It was unheard of. The name Goldcoin meant absolutely nothing to anyone. There was zero information on him. No one knew what Lin Feng was planning, but the dangerous pressure rolling off him was unmistakable. At last, it was Yi Dongmu's turn on stage. His opponent was the Divine Dragon Swordsman, a fighter who hadn't lost a single top 10 match in over a year. A living legend. The outcome of this was truly anyone's guess. But before anyone could even process what was happening, Yi Dongmu had already struck the swordsman down. Under his dagger, the enemy was just another name to cross off a list. That single moment sent a cold shiver down everyone's spine. Just one of his cuts could easily take a life, and yet he stabbed him a few more times just for the hell of it. A total psycho. Watching from afar, even Tang Zhenliu was skeptical. How was he so weak? Wasn't this guy supposed to be an undefeated top 10 fighter? Why did he get wiped out so fast? Or maybe someone slipped in a cheap imposter to take his place? It seemed everything was going according to Lin Feng's plan. He didn't even show a hint of surprise. Good thing they'd practiced beforehand, otherwise this would have been way harder to handle. As his friend prepared to leave, Lin Feng's attention was already locked on the next fight. The final match. Goldcoin versus Lei Ban. Almost everyone in Gladiator was a seasoned veteran, but Goldcoin was a complete newcomer. Lei Ban didn't take him seriously at all, immediately firing 2 poison-laced arrows. Of course, no one here was actually weak. Hansen's Divine Blood Beast Soul arrow blocked the first volley, but his opponent's firing speed was insane, and his arrows could even automatically track their target. Tang Zhenliu was already losing patience watching Goldcoin flail around under the enemy's attack. Lin Feng, however, had looked into the supposed legend of the Steel Armor Shelter, a guy they called the Coin God. Tang Zhenliu just scoffed at the title, glad this embarrassing performance wasn't being broadcast live. But in that moment, Goldcoin had already won, taking down Lei Ban with a single unmounted Divine Blood arrow. 2 days later, word of the battle finally reached Manli. A poem praising the legend of Goldcoin from the Steel Armor Shelter started trending online, but only because of how absurdly over the top it was. People called it an insult. This Goldcoin had no notable skills, yet they called him a god. Qin Xuan didn't care who his opponent was. Now that he'd reached the top, losing was not an option. On top of that, a video from the Gladiator waiting hall surfaced, showing Lin Feng and Goldcoin talking, but no one had a clue what was going on. The 2 most underestimated fighters in the entire tournament caught in the same frame. One, a so-called god who looked awful in his first match, and the other, a guy cursed to forever be number 2. The netizens, of course, had something to say about everything and everyone. They wrote them both off without knowing their true strength. Finally, the day arrived. Hansen stood face to face with Yi Dongmu. This maniac started screaming about dicing Goldcoin into pieces the second they met. The battle began, and Goldcoin activated his beast soul, charging forward to attack. The crowd held its breath. This guy was definitely not normal. Yi Dongmu was famous for his close quarters skill, yet he was charging straight into a melee? Being wary is one thing, but this was a straight-up death wish. Seeing his opponent so eager to log out early, Yi Dongmu was more than happy to grant his wish. He immediately activated his Beast Soul Fusion skill to heat things up. It seemed like a strange move, but Yi Dongmu didn't have a melee-type Beast Soul. He had to summon his fusion form to unleash his maximum power. This, combined with the small dagger in his hand, was enough to unleash the full, brutal potential of his unique assassination arts. This was a detail Lin Feng had, of course, studied very carefully. It just goes to show that a brute like Tang Zhenlu only ever sees what's right in front of him. He could never imagine Goldcoin winning against the killer Yi Dongmu. He rushed forward with just a dagger, hoping to end his opponent as fast as possible. But the tables were about to turn. Hansen had found his weakness. Yi Dongmu thought he had Kim Tae all figured out, but he'd been played for a fool. Kim Tae was a master of close-quarters combat. One clean slash, and the berserker was down. Lin Feng had honestly expected this outcome. With one final kick, Yi Dongmu reverted to human form, flattened on the ground in pain. The stadium erupted. What in the world just happened? Was this really the same clumsy guy from before? This result was way beyond their wildest dreams. But that unmoving body on the ground was undeniable proof. The winner is Kim Tae. And honestly, he went easy on the guy, even sparing his life. He was told to get medical help fast, or not even a god could save him. So he scrambled off the stage. For the first time, Kim Tae's name became a legend in the international arena. Back home, Qin Xuan quickly got the news. That poem from the other day got a sequel. But this time, it hit nearly 1 million views. Kim Tae's legendary victory meant even the author got to ride his coattails to fame. Returning from the match, Hansen was debating how to upgrade his teleportation to finish fights even faster, but he was clueless about what to choose. Then, a phone call. It was Feng Jingqi, which was strange at this hour. He said Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng were seriously impressed with Hansen's performance and had a special gig just for him. As for the reward, he'd have to show up to find out. After the call, Hansen's gaze landed on the superparticle accelerator. When he reached the rendezvous point, a whole group of people were already waiting there. The second they saw Hansen's face, they started seeing red. Seriously? Who treats a mutant beast hunt like a joke? Get real. But Brother Quan behind them just told them to drop it. Everyone clammed up to focus on the mission. Their boss mentioned Hansen had connections to those two old masters, so it was best not to step out of line. Their job was simple: escort Hansen safely. After the trip, he would receive a stash of mutant flesh, so that was the reward. They set off quickly, traveling far out, at least a 3-day journey from the shelter. Having mounts made things a whole lot easier. They finally reached the target location, a huge cave littered with bloody remains from past hunts. This god-blood creature was clearly no joke. They had already assigned roles before the trip even started. Their team would lure the god-blood creature from the water's edge, while Hansen's only job was to dive in and strike its weak spot, the belly, at the right time. Easier said than done. This black-scaled beast was massive, with top-tier defense and regeneration. This was going to be a tough fight. Seeing how risky this was, Hansen proposed that if things went south, he should have control of their mounts as a backup plan. The group immediately started whispering, "Can't trust this guy. He only thinks about himself." The distrust was obvious, but Brother Quan didn't care. He handed the mounts over to Hansen without a second thought. The man clearly valued his honor above all else. The group fanned out to begin. Hansen stayed behind, ready to dive in and wait. On signal, the group unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. But the beast wasn't just unharmed, it was enraged, letting out a furious roar. Hansen was in position, ready to hit the water. Despite the danger of falling rocks, the team kept trying to lure the black-scaled beast to the designated spot. Unable to see what was happening outside, Hansen had no choice but to trust his instincts and his teammates. The beast paused to take a drink. Hansen seized the moment, striking its weak point, but its tail whipped around and slammed into him, leaving him badly injured. When the others saw the beast was barely scratched and now charging furiously towards them, they booked it. Yeah, risking their lives for some mutant flesh suddenly didn't seem worth it. The group scattered, running for their lives from the beast's rampage. What did this thing eat to get so strong? It was hit in its weak spot, yet it could still roll around like a wrecking ball. Or maybe Hansen missed, making it even angrier. But Hansen emerged with a massive gash on his chest, confirming he either hit the mark or the beast was immune to the arrow. He told them if they wanted its meat, they needed to chase it now. But they hadn't gotten far before Hansen received a notification. To his shock, he had obtained a god-blood beast soul. Just as he announced the black-scaled beast was dead, a thunderous roar echoed from nowhere. A true demon bird appeared, 10 times bigger than the beast. One devastating attack, and it crushed its prey underfoot. Today was just not their day, so now they were facing another monster. Its eyes were blood red, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Getting caught meant instant death. Everyone scattered. They realized if something didn't stop that thing, they were all about to become its next meal. Hansen stood his ground alone, deciding to lure the monster away to save his team. His first arrow? It did absolutely nothing. The only goal was just to get the monster's attention. And it worked. The beast immediately changed direction, targeting Hansen. He bolted in the opposite direction, successfully leading the creature away from the group. Everyone finally realized what his plan was. This time, they all owed him their lives. He clearly wasn't a joke. Hansen then activated his beast soul form. Even though his speed increased, the monster bird was still right on his tail. Thankfully, a large lake was just ahead. He could hide there or summon another beast soul. But this bird's speed was on a completely different level. The moment Hansen hit the water, it pecked him hard in the back. A near-death experience. He summoned his black manta ray beast soul. He had to entrust his very life to it. Elsewhere, Tang Zhenli and Lin Feng were enjoying themselves, completely carefree. Lin Feng looked cocky, eagerly awaiting his fight with Golden Coin, even though he had no idea what his own rank was. But he was sure next year's battle analysis guide would be filled with images of Golden Coin. Meanwhile, Hansen was fighting for his life. He finally woke up after being completely knocked out. A young woman named Li Xiaogu had saved him. Otherwise, who knows where he would be. It turns out a man named Xu Xiangqian had pulled him from the river, carrying him all the way to the glory shelter. They were still about 7 or 8 miles from the shelter. The total price for the rescue and treatment? 100,000. He didn't have the money on him now, but that was fine. He could pay them back later. Xiao Gu, however, kept complaining. Demanding so much money just for saving someone? That's not something a true hero would ever do. But looking at their rough situation, they'd only hunted one primitive mutant since yesterday. They had to take any chance they could to make money. Hansen didn't mind at all. After everything, he was just lucky they'd found him alive in the first place. Suddenly, Xiaogu spotted something, a massive pack of black venomous monkeys, with at least one mutant among them. Xu Xiangqian quickly pulled Xiaogu back to run, knowing a scratch from their claws would be very bad news. But for Hansen, this was the perfect chance to repay his debt. Without a word, he unleashed a beast soul arrow, wiping out the smaller monkeys. His second arrow was meant for the lone mutant, finishing it off quickly and cleanly. The mutant beast was destroyed. Seeing their leader fall, the few remaining monkeys scattered in terror. This display of power left the other two completely stunned. By morning, the three of them finally reached the glory shelter. The place was already buzzing with intense energy. Plus, this rich shelter was home to both Lin Feng and Shui Longyan. The monkeys had more than covered Hansen's debt. Feasting on them these past few days had definitely increased his geno points. As they said goodbye, Xu Xiangqian showed him the path home. But there was one problem. To get to the steel armor shelter, he had to go directly through the glory shelter. That meant he would miss the big tournament. And if he didn't compete, he'd be stuck in the top 10, never getting the God Blood Beast soul. He decided to just go home for now and figure it out later. They parted ways, not knowing if they'd ever meet again. And of course, with his opponent a no-show, Lin Feng automatically took the #1 spot by default. Everyone was completely baffled. Hadn't Lin Feng challenged Golden Coin to a duel? Why did he suddenly disappear at the last second? Could he have been afraid of Lin Feng's power and decided to withdraw? They would just have to wait to find out who won. Golden Coin would have to fight a real match to prove it. Tang Zhenlu was just incredibly jealous. At least second place was impressive. But Lin Feng hadn't given up on this chance just yet. Golden Coin better prepare himself. Hansen finally returned to Luojia planet. Hansen was busy talking with Fang Jingqi about the last hunt, and he asked him to pass a message along to Brother Quan. He was going to return the beast soul, but Fang Jingqi stopped him. It was thanks to him luring the bird away that they all got some meat. Their geno points were now completely maxed out, ready for the second god's sanctuary. Brother Quan even had Fang Jingqi pass along his personal thanks. He joked that it was no big deal. If he'd had a beast soul bow, he would have just cooked that bird himself. He was only joking, but it turned out Brother Quan was selling a godblood bow he himself was too afraid to even use. Hansen immediately decided to buy it. Fang Jingqi then made another offer, to repay him for helping out twice now. Using the chest scales from the sheep beast soul as a gift wouldn't be too much, would it? Turns out, Hansen already had that item. It was a shield as hard as steel, covered in sharp spikes. Hearing this, Fang Jingqi was absolutely overjoyed. He guaranteed he would come get it very soon. Before they could say more, a familiar voice echoed nearby. Qin Xuan was quick. The moment he stepped into her territory, she knew. Blackhawk only recruits for 3 days, and he was cutting it close. This was letting his sponsor down. Joking aside, she already had his ticket prepared and waiting for him. It seems Golden Coin's disappearance really hit Qin hard. If Hansen tried that again, she might actually turn into a lion. The last thing Hansen had to do was tell his family. It was a little late, but he clearly explained his dream to them. Once he was in Blackhawk, no one could touch his family. The only catch? He had to go far away. Military life would be tough, and he'd rarely get to visit. He told Yanran she'd have to look after their mom and study hard. His mother cried tears of joy. Her son had finally grown up. His father's spirit could now be proud. The next day, Hansen stepped onto the starship, walking a solitary path to seize his future and chase his own dream. His future seemed boundless. He sat down by a window, right across from a stunningly beautiful girl. She seemed completely focused on something, not paying him any mind at all. The game she was playing looked interesting. Hansen had only ever played the solo mode. He'd never touched this new one-handed PvP version of Hand of God. After a 10-game winning streak, she declared loudly, "What's with all these weaklings? This is no fun at all." She looked up, and her eyes immediately met Hansen's, who had been staring intently at her screen. Before he could speak, she'd already judged him as a creep. He was just looking at the game. It's not like he was a stranger to beautiful girls. He gently introduced himself as a new Blackhawk student. Meeting a senior on the flight was pure luck. He then boasted that the entrance exam was actually pretty easy. Hearing that, the petite upperclassman finally snapped, slamming her hand on the table. Who was this guy to be so confident, calling the brutal exam a cakewalk? So she made a bet. If Hansen could beat her in Hand of God, she would become his girlfriend. Hansen could not believe what he was hearing. This girl was incredibly bold. Seeing his hesitation, Ji Yanran bluntly offered 5 practice rounds after he admitted he'd never played PvP before. She then acted like a true senior, warning him to take it seriously because Blackhawk is the real deal. Fine, if she insisted. He hadn't tried this mode yet anyway, so a little competition couldn't hurt him. Hansen focused on the controls, making it clear he wouldn't go easy on her just because she was a girl. The match was about to begin, and the title was something else. Win and get a girlfriend. Well then, the president of the Hand of God Society decided it was time to teach this rookie a lesson. But the second the game started, Hansen's sheer speed left Yanran in shock. He adapted almost instantly. She assumed it was just beginner's luck since the button was on his side. Now it was her chance. But before she could even react, Hansen had already hit the 3 buttons on her side. Ji Yanran was stunned, but mostly, she was furious. Even her own club members couldn't match this speed. Yet she, the president, was getting totally owned by a freshman. After that, Ji Yanran was completely on the defensive, unable to score even a single point in retaliation. In the end, the result was undeniable. An overwhelming 100-0 victory for Hansen that completely destroyed her final shred of composure. She absolutely blew up, furiously accusing him of cheating. Ji Yanran was just too overconfident in her own ability, foolishly underestimating her opponent. This was his first time ever playing the game. She explained the system herself. How could he possibly cheat? The second her pride was wounded, she exploded. What a terrifyingly competitive girl. Did she even remember her side of the bet? But with that sharp tongue, he was sure she'd never agree to be his girlfriend. Still, the game itself was pretty fun, though maybe he showed off a little too much. He probably should have taken it easier on her. Arriving at Blackhawk Academy marked a new chapter in Hansen's life. And with Qin personal recommendation, admissions definitely wouldn't give him any trouble. Even if they tried to make things hard, so what? He was always in a state of readiness, ready for anything. Unlike the lively Luogia Star, the atmosphere here was quiet and serious, just like a military base. The whole place felt a bit tense. At last, it was Hansen's turn for the archery test. Blackhawk's simulation room was on another level filled with technology Hansen had never even seen before. The targets were in challenging, dynamic positions, which only fueled Hansen's fierce determination. After finishing this test, there were 3 months until official enrollment. He could return to the shelter to handle a few things. But let's be real. Studying in an environment full of attractive men and women was a pretty awesome perk. Elsewhere, an instructor stared at Hansen's results in total awe. This kind of power was monstrous for a rookie. Over on her end, Qin received the report from the Blackhawk commander. Hearing her protege receive such high praise made her incredibly proud. Qin eye for talent was as sharp as ever, which is why she urged Manly to act quickly. With his family registered for military protection, their safety was finally guaranteed. Qin also wanted to recruit him for a very special upcoming mission. For the past few days, Hansen has been hanging around the Glory Shelter, getting a better feel for the place after his entrance exam. He's actually run into quite a few friends here, from Lin Baifeng to the 2 guys who saved him on the shore that day. And just like that, he was back. But now, it was time to head home. He originally thought he'd have to take the long, complicated route back to the steel armor shelter, but he found a much shorter way. Sure, for any normal person, crossing a deadly swamp filled with high-level monsters would be pure suicide. But as Hansen said, that place is a paradise for beasts, and for him the Black Swamp. This time, Hansen used Brother Quan's mount to cross the Black Swamp and save time, getting him home in a flash. He barely had time to rest before a constant rumbling, like a fleet of trucks, shattered his much-needed sleep. Thinking it was an earthquake, Hansen rushed outside to check, only to find one of his pets evolving to the sacred blood class. He can't believe it changed so much while he wasn't looking. Good thing its cage was strong, or he would have been a goner. And what perfect timing, he was starving. One clean strike sent the snarling beast to join its predecessors in the great beyond. He slurped down a delicious pot of soup, filling his stomach completely, and earning him a few more sacred Geno points. In just half a month, he's already a third of the way there with 34 sacred Geno points, and his mutant Geno count is up to 52 from that black-tailed ape. He's been quietly building his strength. Soon, everyone is going to get the shock of their lives when they witness his true potential. That crystal was definitely a priceless treasure. He was still wondering what kind of creature to raise to the sacred blood level next. Then he suddenly remembered the sacred blood beast soul prize he won for making the top 10 in the God's War tournament. After all this time, he finally recalled that he still hadn't claimed his reward. In fact, that was the main reason for his trip home. He waited until the martial hall was completely empty. Since the God's War, this was the first time Hansen dared to even show his face here. He was so caught up in eating and sleeping that he totally forgot about his prize, just sitting there waiting for him. But hey, a sacred blood beast soul is a sacred blood beast soul. No matter the rank, he had to claim this lucky drop. The thrill of the gamble, you gotta love it. The gods must have been smiling on him, because his random spin landed on a VIP item. A humanoid beast soul with the beautiful name Fairy Queen. Before he could even react, the beast soul began its transformation. Luckily, it only copied the beast soul's form, not the gender of the enchanting queen herself. Phew. Otherwise, we might have been treated to a truly eye-popping beauty. It just goes to show, quality gear changes everything. Not only did his power reach a whole new level, but the fairy's eyes gave him vision for hundreds of miles, capturing every animal's movement in slow motion. Though in terms of pure speed, it was still no match for the copper-toothed beast, and the special magic wings didn't appear. But hey, you can't be too greedy. What this beast soul brought to the table was already more than enough, and because of the hidden attribute from the beast soul gacha, Hansen could now wear this armor in broad daylight with no problem. After all, who would ever know what kind of beast soul the infamous gold coin actually has? But enough fun, it was time to get back to his studies. His relaxing vacation at home came to an end. Hansen returned to Blackhawk Academy, where his roommates were waiting in room 304. It was the chaotic trio. The second they saw him open the door, the big guy immediately dragged him inside. An emergency meeting was called on the spot. He thought it was some life or death matter, but no, they were arguing over who got to be dorm leader. More intense than a presidential race, Shiji Kang with the buzz cut declared that he had the age, heart, and vision, so he deserved the vote. The next candidate was the brains of the operation. Lu Meng was certain that using his intellect to lead the dorm was the smartest choice, so naturally, the position of dorm leader should just be handed over to him. The final candidate, Zhang Yang, clearly had nothing else to offer, so he casually suggested they settle it with their fists. Why would they beat each other up over such a pointless title? Hansen wanted absolutely no part in this. They could go ahead and decide however they wanted. In the end, they agreed to compete using their shared skill as archers. The proposal: 100 arrows each. The person who hits the most bullseyes becomes the new leader. The terms were too good to pass up, and the guys immediately agreed. Just look at the arrogant smirk on red-headed Zhang Yang. He hadn't even earned the position yet, and he was already acting so high and mighty. They just met and it was already this loud. It's hard to say if Hansen will ever get a moment of peace living with these guys in the future. The match for room 304's leadership ended quickly, with the arrogant Zhang Yang coming out on top. Turns out his confidence wasn't just for show, but the real wildcard was the oldest, Shiji Kang. No one really knows what his skills are like yet. Losing so badly to a bunch of kids half his age hit him hard. Lu Meng was absolutely devastated by the defeat. All that genius-level intellect with no way to use it. Hansen, who tied for second, was the only one who stepped up to console him, but Shiji Kang was still the undisputed top dog of the room. He might not have any official power, but at least he still had his seniority. It wasn't that Hansen was trying to hide his strength. He'd simply recognized that Zhang Yang was definitely no pushover. The power gap between him and the other two was massive, so making him the dorm leader wasn't a problem at all. As fate would have it, after the match, they ran right into the Hand of God Club, run by his old friend Ji Yanran. And what do you know? She was recruiting new members. Her popularity on this campus was clearly no joke. Forget the massive line of guys stretching for miles, every single member of room 304 knew exactly who she was. As the school's #1 beauty, she was on a completely different level. Family background, brains, and looks all were top tier. She also had a legendary reputation for spectacularly rejecting every single guy who ever confessed to her. Lu Meng had to quickly snap his drooling senior back to reality. They had to save the team's reputation. And sure enough, only Lu Meng was clear-headed enough to pull his two lovesick friends away from Ji Yanran's orbit. Before the redhead could decide to join the registration line, Hansen figured it was best to keep his own powerful background a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble. A few days later, the recruits in their white uniforms finally began their official training exercises. He had already absorbed the basics, so now Hansen wanted to focus his time on the finer details he might have missed before. From shooting practice to robot combat drills, the equipment and training at Blackhawk were absolutely top of the line. Every single detail, no matter how small, was meticulously taught by the instructors. He was now using equipment he never even dreamed he would see. Yeah, coming to Blackhawk was absolutely the right call. Late at night, while his roommates snored up a storm, Hansen studied diligently, tackling every assignment the moment he got it. If he put things off, the work would just pile up and he'd fall behind. He'd been so focused, he completely forgot his shield deal with Fang Jingqi. It was unclear how Hansen even got to the edge of the steel armor shelter forest so fast, but in a flash, he was there, just as they promised. One side handed over the bow, the other, the shield. A perfectly clean trade. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways once again. With the demon scale snake bow in hand, Hansen's power would only continue to grow stronger. The moment he got back to the room, he heard loud, angry shouts echoing from inside. He thought some big shot had dared to bring a girl back, but when he walked in, it was just the big guy Shiji Kang sitting there. What could he be playing so intensely to be swearing up a storm like that? Turns out the goddess's aura had reached even room 304. If he couldn't get into her club, then he'd just play the game to get his fix instead. It seemed Shi Zikang was really getting cornered, because he begged his youngest roommate Hansen to jump in and teach those arrogant punks a lesson. He'd barely said he was just playing for fun, not grinding for rank, when a flock of noobs on the other side started chirping. And then the so-called godly player started running his mouth again. Hansen had a long history of being looked down on by others, so when he heard them calling Shi Zikang trash, something inside Hansen just snapped. Without a second's hesitation, he decided to help his brother out. His brother's username, Pillar Supporting Heaven, was so bizarre, it was no wonder he attracted such strange opponents. Playing the part of the helpful senior, Shi Zikang happily showed Hansen how to register. The only problem? Hansen already had an account. He was just about to change to a less noticeable name when the ID "My Girlfriend is Ji Yanran" automatically logged into the system. He half expected Shi Zikang to realize something was up, but instead, his roommate just burst into roaring laughter. The name was so one of a kind. Everyone who heard it just assumed he was another one of her obsessed, lovesick fans. Shi Zikang was stunned by his little brother's audacity. He was willingly making himself the rival of every single guy at this school. But for now, they decided to just ignore the insults from these frogs in a well, who had no clue what a true master looked like. And yet here they were, running their mouths. The moment the match began, Hansen's agile hands became a complete blur of motion. Bullseye. A perfect three-point shot, leaving Shi Zikang completely stunned. And everyone knew what was coming next. He'd easily taken down the actual club leader before, so these nameless nobodies were nothing more than cannon fodder. A quick series of shots followed 4 points, then 5, then 7, all landing perfectly. The other guys were absolutely floored by this toad's incredible skill, the same guys who had just been insulting him. They tried to salvage some points, but it became a total domino effect, leaving them with nothing. This was a lesson for the arrogant. News spread like wildfire among the male students. Turns out this guy wasn't just delusional. Wang Long was considered a genius in the Hand of God Club, so of course it was normal for him to look down on any newcomers. But now, the true identity of the player behind My Girlfriend is Ji Yanran was what everyone was dying to know. Everyone wondered about the new player who not only beat the genius Wang Long, but also called himself the goddess's boyfriend. His rampage didn't just stop at Wang Long. When Liu Kei and Li Zhe came to help, he absolutely demolished them too. The final tally? 180 masters tried, and not a single one of them could even touch him. These guys were legitimate top 10 contenders, yet they were crushed effortlessly by a complete rookie. Meanwhile, things were just as chaotic on the girls' side of campus as Yanran was suddenly stopped by another student. It was all because of an ID that had been causing a massive storm on the school network for days. Yanran was furious, of course. Who in their right mind would dare to use an ID like that? Even two masters in her society were left far behind. Not wanting any more trouble, Yanran simply turned and walked away. Just then, Hansen arrived, the new shining star of room 304. Even the arrogant Zhang Yang was now praising him. The only reason he'd had any peace these past few days was because he'd stopped an excited Ji Kang from posting online. Lu Meng knew Hansen was a private person who hated trouble, which is why everything had stayed quiet so far. By chance, Hansen's group walked right past the goddess while she was furiously cursing someone out. She swore she'd tear that smug jerk apart if she ever found him. Days later, Hansen returned to Luojia Station. He was there for his next assignment from Qinshuan. After acing his first mission, he was feeling pretty good about himself. But then he heard he was being sent to be a babysitter. Was he supposed to be feeding kids milk or something? This was a high-level mission, protecting special individuals that the organization went to great lengths to secure. The reward was also massive, so Hansen didn't hesitate to pick up the files and take a look. They wanted him to take these kids to the White Devil Desert. He wondered if he was supposed to smoke or roast them. It was just like protecting the young masters, a Qing and a Yuan. Their safety was the #1 priority. He then read the name Wang Mengmeng, so young and already in the special class at Blackhawk. This mission was definitely going to be a tough one, to say the least. Failure meant getting kicked out of the squad and taking all the blame. Without wasting time, the mission began. Wang Mengmeng had a surprisingly cool hairstyle for a girl, and none of the arrogance Qi Yanran always carried. She was way more approachable, greeting Hansen warmly and talking non-stop the entire way. Mengmeng was certain that anyone sent by Qinshuan had to be insanely powerful. Hansen, however, didn't like being called senior brother, so he asked her to just call him Hansen. Turns out, he wasn't going on this expedition all by himself. Two familiar faces were joining them, Su Xiaoqiao, and the guy he'd traded a shield with the other day. A quick glance at Mengmeng's gear told him everything. Her armor and weapons were all mutant class. Even a noble like Lin Baifeng might not have gear this good. This girl's identity was clearly anything but ordinary. No wonder Qin Xuan put so much effort into this mission. For someone who started from nothing, her level was almost unreachable. But for the sake of his sister and his mom, Hansen knew he had to push himself even harder. Out in the vast desert, their first obstacle appeared. A pack of mutant foxes materialized from the endless sand. Just like a Yuan before her, young warriors are always eager for a chance to prove their skills in a real battle. Mengmeng immediately charged forward, wanting to test her Blackhawk training against a real threat. Hansen's team didn't just sit back. They formed a defensive perimeter to keep her safe as she launched her first attacks. But to the fox, it was just child's play. It dodged effortlessly. Mengmeng grew frantic as her prey started to escape. She quickly summoned her beast soul to give chase. Her high status was undeniable. She owned a sacred blood mount. The bear looked a little chubby, like it skipped cardio, but it was definitely a genuine sacred blood creature. Hansen immediately urged the others to summon their mounts and follow. Getting lost in this desert would be a disaster. Finally, the fox stopped by a rock outcropping. Mengmeng confidently told it to know its place and surrender. A peaceful surrender would mean a painless death. But as they say, foxes are clever for a reason. This was all just a trap. It had lured her here for the rest of the pack to ambush the arrogant human. At least Mengmeng knew when she was outmatched. Seeing the numbers, she and her bear Dabai tried to retreat, but it was too late. The chubby bear was no match for the speed of the sly foxes. Dabai roared in agony, throwing one fox off only for another to immediately leap in, biting and tearing. On its back, Mengmeng was in mortal danger. Luckily, Hansen's arrows flew in, saving her in the nick of time. The orders were crystal clear. Hansen and Xiaoqiao would handle the foxes, while Ji Yan escorted Mengmeng to safety. Manman made it to safety, but before the battle could even really start, the ground began to shake violently. Right behind Xiaoqiao, a grotesque lava sandworm burst from the earth, its maw looking like some kind of burrowing parasite. The team was in deep trouble now. Of course, it was a boss monster. This sandworm looked clumsy, but it moved like it had a jet engine, chasing the group down. But bad news never comes alone. And this thing was already plenty strong. Turns out, this sandworm hunts in a pack and never leaves its comrades behind. And right on cue, more of them appeared, completely blocking their only escape route. Hansen yelled to Manman, "Quick! Jump onto your mount! At least it's easier to keep an eye on someone when they're close. And Gambler, as expected of someone from Captain Chin's team, was no pushover himself. With a few quick blasts, he instantly opened up an escape path. With Gambler now in the lead, all they had to do was keep up. Fall behind, and you're dead. All Man could do was apologize for the chaos. She couldn't believe her one reckless move had put the entire team in mortal danger. But protecting Wang Man was the whole point of their mission, so Hansen didn't say a single word of blame to the kid. That kindness made her heart flutter. Gambler's close combat skills were on par with Hansen's, but against these overwhelming numbers, even they couldn't last forever. Their arrows were running low. Dragging this fight out was not an option. To make matters worse, a Sacred Blood Fox King arrived with its entire clan in tow. Wang Man started to break down, thinking if she sacrificed herself to the horde, everyone else could escape the desert safely. But Hansen already had another plan. He helped her down, borrowed her twin daggers, put on his battle soul armor, and charged into the fight with her on his back. The power of the Fairy Queen armor was absolutely no joke. With a few fluid movements, he took down the Fox King's minions. The fairy eyes slowed down everything around him, making this part of the fight almost too easy. But the Fox King's location was still unknown. This was no time to hunt a beast. Soul survival was the #1 priority now. But the Fox minions just kept on coming, an endless, overwhelming tide of them. The group was getting cornered. Their stamina was fading, arrows were gone, and the sandworms were right on Xiao Chao's tail. That meant one thing. This monstrous Fox King had to be eliminated first. Take out the leader, and the minions would be no problem. But in Wang Man's eyes, the distance was just too great. A shot like that was simply impossible. But Hansen had shot monsters. He'd shot dragons. What was one more fox for his collection? Still, everything was riding on this. The entire team's fate came down to this single, crucial arrow. The arrow screamed through the air. But the fox remained completely unfazed and arrogant. It didn't even register Hansen's attack as a threat, sitting there laughing. But that laughter died in its throat as the arrow closed in for the kill. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final result. And it was a perfect hit, taking down the fox in a single shot. Absolutely epic. They knew Hansen was strong, but this kind of ever-growing power was truly godlike. Seeing their queen fall, the rest of the fox minions descended into chaos. They still attacked, but without their leader, their assault was disorganized and weak. Just in time for the lava sandworms to join the party. Now they could switch back to riding the clumsy Dabai, saving their strength to deal with the giant, squirming worms. But surprise! The Fox King that was definitely dead a moment ago was now standing tall again. It sat on top of a sandworm, its eyes filled with killing intent fixed on them. It planned to use the worm's power to wipe them all out. This Fox King was not going down easy. The group had to split up to ensure their safety. But of course, the Fox King only had one target. Riding the sandworm, it was hell-bent on chasing Hansen down. Could the old legends be true, that foxes have multiple lives? Because it was definitely dead, and now it had clawed its way back from the grave. Hansen turned and fired again. The arrow pierced a fox at the front of the pack, and from it, he successfully claimed a mutant beast soul. To his surprise, it was a mutated creature. This Fox King was full of tricks, but Hansen was much more relaxed now. He knew this fight would be over very soon, and that beast soul would be his for the taking. The fox grew even more ferocious, baring its fangs and breathing out a strange green mist. It chased Hansen relentlessly. Dabai's stamina was hitting its limit. They had to find an escape route, fast, or they'd be eaten alive in the desert. Hansen had already calculated his move, directing Dabai straight towards a cliff. And there's only one reason to run toward a cliff in a situation like this: to make a spectacular, death-defying leap. Man was terrified, but she placed all of her trust in Hansen. At this point, he was her only hope. The instant Big White leaped into the air, Hansen immediately recalled it, spinning around to fire another critical shot. The arrow's twisting path officially knocked out the sandworm, leaving it flat on the ground, unable to move a single millimeter. But now there's a problem: they're both just floating in midair with no flying beast souls. Man was screaming like a pig being slaughtered when she felt something was off. Slowly opening her eyes to see a winged beast soul appear on a tree. And in Man's memory, she definitely recalled the deified figure from Steel Armor Shelter, none other than Jinbi. What a total shocker. Hansen and Jinbi were actually the same person. This was huge news, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, the armored bat wings were gone. Hansen immediately switched into manipulation mode. He swore he saw a similar shadow, insisting it must have been a reflection. A winged beast god? No way. Just as she was about to insist she wasn't seeing things, the sandworm rolled off the cliff, saving Hansen's identity in the nick of time. It was like a form of punishment after losing the battle, throwing itself off the cliff. That was enough hunting for one day. The haul was more than sufficient. The Fox King Beast soul was his. Mission successful. This guy named Ouyang Xiaosan was a total unknown, but his punch was definitely not something to mess with. He seemed to be a top player at Blackhawk. The girls beside him were shamelessly trying to seduce him. Someone really needed to tell these ladies to tone down their thirst. But before things got too cringy, the Bimbo Slayer appeared. He saved our screens from those shameless girls. Blackhawk's #1 player from Hand of God isn't someone these girls can just touch whenever they want. Luckily, one of the three recognized the top player, or they would have ended up offending the wrong person. Rumor has it that Li Yufeng appeared here specifically to challenge Ouyang Xiaosan. He didn't participate in the last competition, so he missed the chance to go up against such a strong opponent. It wasn't surprising that this male student was also another one of Ji Yanran's hopelessly devoted fans. When you've already got a goddess in your eyes, every other girl just looks like a roadside weed. Li Yufeng didn't even bother looking at them, so mocking them was just business as usual. He was here for Ji Yanran and nothing else. Hansen's recent fame with his new ID has been driving a lovesick guy like him absolutely crazy. He wasn't even her boyfriend yet, but he was already acting like it, running around trying to shut down rumors. He even went to Ouyang Xiaosan's training ground. But this guy only cares about pure strength. Was it really manly to hunt someone down all over the place just because of some girls? After getting an answer that wasn't from Ouyang Xiaosan, Li Yufeng left, but he wasn't giving up on clearing his goddess's name. A few days later, Hansen returned to school only to hear that some loser named Li Yufeng wanted to fight him. He actually wanted to fight the owner of the account My Girlfriend is Ji Yanran. And this guy wasn't a nobody. Lately, online posts about this challenge match have been blowing up all over the internet. People were even saying he was stronger than Ouyang Xiaosan, not to mention a completely devoted lover. Even though she hadn't agreed to be with him, he was determined to protect her reputation as proof of his love. And since Hansen hadn't responded, all the negative attention had been piling up on him tenfold. It was just a bunch of trolls trying to stir up drama and force him into a fight. But he decided to just calmly take a shower. Thinking about it was infuriating. He'd completed the mission perfectly, yet still hadn't received the S-level sanctuary reward. One hunting trip was already a huge pain, but now he was required to protect Man-Man until her gene points were maxed out. Qin Xuan was truly a devil of a leader, but still, at least he got 2 sacred blood beast souls as a small consolation. He had to see what reward he'd earned after risking his life in such a desperate battle. But as luck would have it, he pulled a mount type from the Fox King soul, and a pet type from the Rock Sand Worm soul. Now his little cat had a new playmate, though its appearance was pretty disgusting. He was still debating whether to accept Li Yufeng's challenge, but these 2 unlucky draws completely destroyed his composure. Li Yufeng better get ready, because Hansen had about 49 techniques ready to unleash all this pent-up anger. That very evening, news somehow spread like wildfire, and everyone at school was rushing to log in. They had to witness the match of the century between the top player and the mysterious ID. Even Ji Yanran's curiosity got the best of her, and she quickly joined the game. Li Yufeng already had 2 lackeys waiting on him hand and foot before the match even started. He was still acting incredibly cocky, saying that if his opponent begged now, he might save himself a little bit of face. The moment everyone was waiting for had finally arrived. Ji Yanran's boyfriend just logged into the system. The announcer and his students gathered in front of a giant screen, ready to witness the match of the century. With an intro that hyped him up that much, Li Yufeng had to deliver. He immediately snagged 3 consecutive points in a flash. The MC was already declaring a massive skill gap, but on the other side, Hansen seemed completely relaxed. He casually sipped some water while evaluating his opponent, letting him score the first 40 points without a fight. Everyone assumed he was too scared to even get a single point. The crowd roared Li Yufeng's name, egging him on to teach this nobody a lesson. Even Ji Yanran's group felt their spirits sink, seeing an outcome that seemed painfully obvious. His roommate was starting to panic, but the real show was just getting started. This Li Yufeng kid had no idea. The score quickly approached a level that even top players struggled to reach. Li Yufeng was in the lead with 74 points. It looked like the end of the line for Ji Yanran's boyfriend. A light flashed, and Li Yufeng seized the opportunity. One shot landed him 6 points, bringing his total to 80. That's when Hansen's system message popped up he needed a bathroom break, so now he was finally ready to play. The crowd groaned in disgust. What a lame excuse to save face. How embarrassing for them all. But Hansen didn't keep the disappointed crowd waiting much longer. He immediately unleashed God-tier hand speed, landing a 9-point hit in a single move. Everyone was stunned, silent. For an unevolved person to have such terrifying speed, he might even be faster than Ouyang Xiaosan. And just like that time with Ji Yanran, the word cheater echoed in their minds. He must have scored while Li Yufeng was reading the message. But how? The message was sent from the game console. Li Yufeng would have seen it. No, this was all pure skill. After that, we all know how the story goes. It was a complete repeat of his duel against the guys who called Shi Jikang trash. Not 1 point. Li Yufeng couldn't land a single hit. Nothing. His speed was so fast that even the people watching live couldn't follow it, and he quickly shot up to the #1 spot. He was already strong, but absorbing those God Gene points pushed his speed to another level. It was time for him to end Li Yufeng's fantasy. He hit the 100-point mark, leaving some people stunned and others absolutely furious. But for the boys of room 304, it was a victory feast. The happiest person there was Big Brother Shi Jikang. Who knows what that Li guy did to him to deserve such a gleeful reaction to his loss. And of course, the winner has to treat his brothers to a meal. Talk about being an opportunist. But suddenly, a girl's voice cut through their celebration. Turns out, it was little sister Manman and her friend out for a bite, and they just happened to spot him with a beautiful girl. The guys from 304 immediately cornered Hansen, demanding answers. But really, who has time for dating? It was all a misunderstanding. He had no idea how the girl found him, but this meeting was definitely not a coincidence. She came with an offer, an invitation to the prestigious Heavy Armor Society. This cute junior had a serious warrior side to her. The whole group's jaws hit the floor. But there was an issue. The club's physical requirements were extremely tough for new recruits. But since Junior Man was the one who invited them, the club president Fatty and his VP Skinny had to give them a chance. That hurdle was surprisingly easy. They got a tour of the club, and it completely blew their minds. Warehouse 7 housed 3 training mechs. The Rhino, 1, the 90,000 RS, and the strongest of all, the Architect. These things were absolutely enormous. Plus, there was a virtual reality room next door. Everything here was way more advanced than the school's equipment. Since Manman invited all 4 of them, they'd surely have free access to everything. Plus, a huge inter-society battle was just around the corner. Joining this club was a massive stroke of luck. No more waiting in long lines for the school's public training rooms. Meanwhile, the head instructor was being informed by the principal that students would now be allowed to train in Warehouse 7. The reason given was that they were all elite students. But that answer didn't satisfy the instructor one bit. Elite? As if. He knew plenty of them only got into this school because of their powerful families. He might have to let them into the warehouse, but there was no way he was letting them touch his 3 prized, heavy-duty mechs. So even though he'd agreed to let other students tour Warehouse 7, the coach was determined to protect his beloved machines to the end. He planned to move the 3 heavyweight warframes out of sight before the Starry Cup got any closer, keeping them away from those rich kids. But to his shock, somebody was already piloting the Architect, the most difficult mech of the 3, and they were going wild. He watched for a moment. The pilot wasn't just some amateur, their movements were sharp. For an unevolved person, this was mind-blowing. Enough watching. He had to test this talent himself. Without a word, the instructor jumped into the 90,000, ready for a fight. And who else could it be but our hardworking student, Hansen? He seized the opportunity, practically living inside this machine for days on end. Just as he got used to the attack patterns, a surprise punch with Thanos-level force came flying in. If the system hadn't warned him, he never would have blocked it. Now, things were getting interesting. This coach had successfully lit a fire within him. With skills like this, the Warframe had a real future. The coach just kept getting more and more aggressive. Hansen was forced onto the defensive, struggling to withstand Ju Wan's relentless assault. And the wild part is, it wasn't even an attack-type mech. The pilot was a true hidden master. Who was this guy? Really? Before Hansen could even think, his opponent deployed a buzzsaw, taking the fight to a whole new level. What was this guy's goal, going all out in a simple spar? Luckily, the Architect mech managed to parry the saw blade. Otherwise, a hit from that would have been devastating. Getting hyped up, the coach couldn't contain his explosive fighting spirit. He unleashed every single weapon, preparing for an all-out melee. Hansen knew he couldn't stay passive, and decided to use his superior speed. He piloted the Architect straight forward for a direct attack. At first, the coach was caught off guard by the sudden move, but then it dawned on him he had actually stumbled upon a genuine prodigy in this place. Just landing a single blow to Juwan's side drained a huge amount of Hansen's stamina. The coach immediately identified his weakness. His raw power wasn't overwhelming, but outside the Heavy Warframe Society, he could absolutely be nurtured into a genius. As the fight finally came to an end, the coach was shocked to realize the person he thought was a top-tier trainer was actually just a student. Hansen walked over to introduce himself, realizing his opponent wasn't anyone he recognized. Blackhawk Academy was really something else, to run into someone so incredibly skilled during his very first mecha training sessions. That level of power coming from a student, of course, it was something nobody would ever believe. The coach even suspected he might be a spy from another school sent to steal data, but he realized he was just overthinking it. An archery student who just joined the club a few days ago, who's only piloted a warframe a few times, how could he possibly be a spy? Their conversation didn't last long. Hansen excused himself, saying he hoped they could meet again for another match. He left the coach lost in his own thoughts. A kid from the archery department with such surprising physical talent, if he transferred from the heavy warframe society to combat mechs, the military academy's ranking would definitely shoot up. A genius discovered by pure chance like this couldn't be wasted. A few days later, the club president made an announcement. The Starry Cup was starting soon, and it was time for everyone to choose their warframes for the competition. But heavy warframes have no combat advantage, so their chances in this category looked pretty hopeless. The prizes for the Starry Cup were absolutely incredible. The top 3 get a beast soul, a starry crown, and a brand new warframe. The estimated value was over $1 million. With a prize this juicy, it would be weird if poor Hansen didn't join. But when Hansen declared he wanted to register for all categories, everyone except the adorable Meng Meng and the club president was shocked. It was a reckless decision. They knew Hansen was strong, but this wasn't just a competition between a couple of clubs. It was a battle between all the major schools. It was good practice, but they couldn't risk the whole club becoming a laughingstock. Even if this was just to build the club's image, like Hansen said, the tournament schedule was way too packed. There was no way he could compete in everything. Suddenly, their discussion was cut short by a visitor who was both strange and familiar. It was the coach of the combat warframe team, Luo Xiangyang. Hansen couldn't believe his eyes. The man he'd sparred with was actually a coach, and even more surprisingly, he was here to recruit Hansen for his own team. What was happening? A notoriously grumpy person like Coach Luo was all smiles, showing genuine interest in Hansen's abilities. He was trying everything to get him to join the team. Seeing her member about to be poached, Meng Meng bravely stood up to protect her small nest. However, Coach Luo's offer was incredibly tempting. When thinking about the future, who could possibly turn it down? But Hansen politely gave the excuse that he had just joined this club, and said leaving so soon felt a bit too quick. His teammates were completely stunned. Luo Xiangyang once again used the championship title to persuade him, but Hansen's ambition lay elsewhere. Hearing that the grand prize was about to be announced, who wouldn't want to become champion and graduate with honors? His position in the military would be secure after graduation. The coach figured this young kid just hadn't tasted the real world yet. How could a young punk possibly understand the importance of status inside the military? He was certain Hansen would regret his words one day. Meanwhile, everyone else's jaw was on the floor. This fool just passed up such an amazing deal. But Hansen was overflowing with confidence and had his own decisions to make. He didn't need anyone's guidance to graduate with honors. He would do it himself. That was what truly mattered. His goal was simple: improve his Geno points and claw his way into the aristocracy. Everything else was just noise, so this competition was his top priority. He had to get stronger, both mentally and physically, as fast as possible. A few days passed, and just when the school cafeteria was filled with peaceful chatter, trouble arrived. And of course, it was his old rival. The moment Ji Yanran saw Hansen, she immediately started shouting, "This cheater, that fraud, how did someone like him even get into Blackhawk Academy?" Hearing his goddess in distress, her #1 admirer, Li Yufeng, swaggered over to see what was wrong. Ji Yanran had been trying to bury the memory of her crushing defeat to Hansen, but Li Yufeng brought it right back up, though he could hardly believe the story himself. Hansen just smirked, remembering how he'd already humiliated this loudmouth in front of the entire school. He figured it was time to serve him a second dose of failure. No games like last time. Today, they were playing a simple shell game with an eraser. And right on cue, a crowd of onlookers gathered, eager to see the show unfold. Hansen smiled coolly, telling him, "Watch closely." It would be a real shame to lose in front of so many people. But Li Yufeng was all bluster. "Get ready to accept defeat, and my thunder kick right after. Your life at this school is over," he threatened. Even though Ji Yanran was angry at Hansen, she didn't want this pointless fight to happen, telling them to stop before things went too far. But unlike her, Hansen was absolutely brimming with confidence. He even suggested a date with her as the prize for winning. With that, the game was on. Li Yufeng confidently chose the middle cup, positive the eraser was there. But it wasn't. None of the cups had it, because Hansen was already holding it in his hand. Looks like we're going on that date, senpai. But no one knew what kind of date this would be. Soon, Hansen was deep in the mountains with Lin Beifeng, outside the armor shelter, heading for what he claimed was a massive nest of mutant creatures. So yeah, so much for romance. After getting an earful back at the dorm, he figured getting out of town was the best option. Just as he said that, they arrived. Holy cow. It was a swarm of mutant ghost crystal ants, a terrifying, shimmering mass of blue. They got to work immediately. The creature's armor was too tough for a direct assault, so the plan was simple. Stay hidden and take them down with arrows. But just as they were getting started, a group of 3 appeared out of nowhere, swooping down from the cliffs, excited to find this little treasure trove for themselves. The mutants tried to charge the newcomers, but a stream blocked their path, leaving them to just screech in frustration from the opposite bank. After all the times people had tried to steal his kills, Hansen had become pretty shameless himself. Doing it one more time couldn't hurt. While the poachers were distracted, Hansen fired a single whistling arrow from his hiding spot, shattering the rock ledge they were standing on. The group scrambled desperately for a handhold before falling into the mutant territory, getting nipped a few times before running for their lives. With the competition gone, it was back to business. Hansen fired off a series of arrows that not only pierced the ants' tough armor, but also became tethers to pull them up one by one. Lin Beifeng was so excited he offered to buy everything, but Hansen told him this was just the appetizer, there was still plenty more to hunt. The money could wait for now. Moments later, the two were devouring the fresh ant meat. 1 bite, 1 point. In no time, Hansen had easily gained 64 mutant geno points. Absolutely perfect. But just then, a whole new problem appeared. The smaller ants weren't just stuck at the stream bank, they were actively protecting their queen as she tried to escape. And this one was a sacred blood creature. He tried to take it down, but its armor was even tougher. His black stinger arrow just bounced right off, only succeeding in making it furious. While Lin Beifeng froze, unsure of what to do, Hansen leaped from the bushes to engage it directly in close quarters combat. Lin Beifeng hid off to the side, watching nervously as Hansen, clad in his fairy queen armor, took on the ghost crystal ant queen. It may have been a queen, but through the armor's enhanced senses, all of its movements seemed sluggish and slow. Seizing the opportunity, Hansen fired an arrow straight through its open mouth, successfully claiming its beast soul. Seeing such a high-quality beast soul, Lin Beifeng immediately begged Hansen to sell it to him on the spot. When Hansen refused, he pulled out his ultimate bargaining chip, an offer to trade for a super biological battle armor. This wasn't a beast soul, but a high-tech product from the battle armor industry. Apparently, Lin Beifeng's family company distributed a special alloy for the military, making it possible for him to get a prototype of a super biological battle armor. Aside from not being equipped with weapons, its other functions were so advanced that normal armors couldn't even hope to compare. To get around the rule against using them in shelters, this armor even had integrated restructuring technology. It could shrink down to fit inside a box. The products from Starry Group were nothing compared to this thing. Hearing that a battle armor as big as a basement could now be crammed into a box, Hansen felt like his brain was short-circuiting. But he still desperately needed a divine blood beast soul. He tells Lin Beifeng that if he's cool with it, he'll take double the amount but as 2 mutant beasts. One of the mutants was that ghost-eyed ant from the desert the other day. For Hansen, scoring 2 mutant beasts wasn't a bad trade at all. In return, Beifeng would bring him the prototype battle armor just as he had promised. But Hansen had a problem. He couldn't absorb any more gene points, but just tossing the meat out would be a total waste. So why not let his chubby little sandworm have a feast? It was the first time seeing a beast soul eat another beast soul, a truly bizarre sight. He still had no idea what this sandworm was good for besides being a pet. But hey, at least it could eat. His Meowcoon couldn't make an appearance because of its connection to his gold coin identity, so he decided to save some jerky for his daughter instead. Lin Beifeng probably couldn't have handled a divine blood creature anyway, since his gene count wasn't high enough yet, so he sat back and watched the pet worm devour the meat. 2 days later, Beifeng returned with the promised item. The second he opened the box, a liquid substance lunged at Hansen, enveloping him in a suit of armor that looked like a silver Power Ranger. It molded perfectly to his body, and the power coursing through him began to skyrocket. While it had no built-in weapons, its agility and lightweight design completely blew the old ant armor out of the water. This stunning mutant armor was worth every penny. Elsewhere, in the Black Eagle media room, the chief editor was discussing the tournament's most formidable contenders with a cameraman. Besides the top 3 monster Ouyang Xiaosan, even the famed Hand of God was just mid-tier. The rest weren't even worth mentioning. But the lead reporter was focused on someone else, the guy who beat Li Yufeng by a clean 20 points just the other day. He scrolled past an article about the archery department, but his colleague, Xiao Liu, couldn't care less about archery. For him, it was all about the battle armor. He insisted that Ouyang Xiaosan's match had to be broadcast live, and Ji Yanran of Hand of God absolutely had to get airtime too. Her presence alone guaranteed a massive audience. The ratings would definitely explode. But first, food. That's when he spotted a familiar-looking student grabbing a late-night snack. The kid looked totally oblivious, having no idea he was the famous reporter Fang Mingquan, the guy who wrote that huge article on gold coin. Turns out the student, Hansen, was from the archery department but was competing in the heavy battle armor division. He'd wanted to enter every category to look cool, but he didn't have enough time, so he had to settle. Hearing this, the two reporters were left completely speechless. What a madman. Although Hansen claimed that anything was possible with enough hard work, Xiaolu quickly shut that idea down. The harsh reality was, while the regular battle armor division was possible, the heavyweight class was a completely different story. He advised him to pick another category. Realizing they were on different pages, Hansen decided that was his cue to leave. He'd be better off training. The archery department was a joke, and even Hand of God's strongest member was just defeated by 20 points. Everything was up in the air. Suddenly, it clicked for Fang Mingquan. That 20-point difference. Wasn't that the gap between Ji Yanran's boyfriend and Li Yufeng? The second he got back to campus, Hansen cheerfully greeted his upperclassman, Ji Yanran. But the Ice Queen just shot him a look of pure disgust. You'd think that would be enough to make Hansen back off from this walking trouble magnet. But instead, he grabbed her arm, causing her to judge him even more harshly. Convinced he was up to no good, she called him shameless, accusing him of using his win over Li Yufeng in some childish game to parade around calling her his girlfriend. Hansen knew the real issue was that she looked down on his abilities. There was no way she'd let a toad get his hands on a swan princess, so he decided to target her pride, betting that his performance in the Starry Sky Cup could earn him the right to be her boyfriend. As expected, she immediately agreed without a second thought. If he made it into the top 5, the deal was on. But if he was all talk, he'd be her personal servant for life. The problem was, Ji Yanran had a bad habit of breaking her promises. He was going to need something more than just her word. Without considering the consequences, she immediately drew up a formal contract to prove her commitment. Things were about to get very interesting. Not long after, the Starry Sky Cup officially began, drawing in a massive crowd. Fang Mingquan's colleague was still skeptical of his theory about Hansen's true identity, all based on that one cryptic comment. This tournament was the perfect chance for Fang Mingquan to confirm if Hansen was really the one who had defeated Li Yufeng. Looking sharp, he walked out on stage as the live commentator for the Battle Armor division of the Starry Sky Cup. Just as Xiaolu had predicted, almost no one in the audience cared about this category. They were all just here to watch Ouyang Xiaosan fight. Or, at best, they were here to catch a glimpse of the top beauty of Black Eagle Academy from the Hand of God team. When the news got out that a supposed master from the archery department was entering all battle armor events, everyone was filled with doubt. The school's own battle armor team wasn't even in the top tier. A hidden master from that department? This sounded like a disaster in the making. That reporter is definitely off his rocker. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Qi Yanran and Li Yufeng's group are completely baffled by Fang Mingquan's bizarre, self-defeating tactics. But no matter, the match is about to kick off. And the main attraction is the appearance of a mech called the Destroyer. This model has been out of circulation for years, and it costs a fortune. So everyone's wondering which rich kid got their hands on it. Even Li Yufeng is a bit curious about the pilot's real identity. But before it can even take a few steps, the Destroyer stumbles and falls. Li Yufeng's crew in the audience doesn't hold back their scorn. All that confidence, and they couldn't even walk straight. What a joke. It turns out the rich kid is a cute girl. Her teammates tell her to relax and retreat. Her 3 big brothers will get revenge. Hansen surges ahead, entering the final stretch while maintaining a huge lead over everyone else behind him. His completely different style immediately catches the attention of Qi Yanran's group. He's nothing like the others. As expected, Hansen crosses the finish line with ease. But when the pilot's identity is revealed, every jaw in the room drops. Qi Yanran can't believe the guy she just signed a contract with came back to bite her this fast. Fang Mingquan feels his wild theories are totally validated. The Heavy Armor Society is celebrating Hansen's spectacular and unexpected victory. This is huge. The club has finally earned some real recognition. Riding this wave of success, they're determined to crush the next events even harder. Over on Coach Luo's losing team, they're bitter. They start trash-talking, claiming Hansen only won because of his superior mech. Nothing to celebrate. At least Luo Xiangyang himself isn't salty. He still holds Hansen's skills in very high regard. Anyone who can teach his own members a lesson like that has serious talent. The next round, the obstacle course, officially begins. After Hansen's win, the atmosphere is electric. Everyone is glued to the screens, watching every single move. Qi Yanran's heart is pounding. She's just praying Hansen loses quickly so she has a chance to weasel out of their deal. The match starts. The Silver Killer mech takes the lead right from the get-go. It hits the first obstacle without even slowing down. Instead of crashing into the concrete wall like Li Yufeng expected, Hansen goes big. He just smashes right through the 1-meter thick barrier. The Silver Killer's power isn't just about speed, its raw strength is terrifying. And you can't even say it's cheating. There's nothing in the rulebook against it. So once again, Qi Yanran is left disappointed. No one can touch that kind of speed. And just like that, Hansen wins again. If Li Yufeng was mad before, Qi Yanran is absolutely furious now. How could all these veteran pilots be defeated by some rookie who just walked in? Not wasting a second, she immediately orders everyone to the assembly point. They're preparing for the next match, but really, she's just lashing out from the sheer embarrassment. Hansen, meanwhile, is savoring his victory. He gets a kick out of imagining Qi Yanran being forced to honor the deal that she herself proposed. But then, right before the final match, something changes. The founder and organizer of the competition changes the rules at the last second. All mechs are now allowed to attack each other. The last one standing will be declared the winner. A battle royale. Coach Luo is vehemently against this. This is no different from putting the students' lives on the line for entertainment. Even if it benefits combat-type mechs, he can't accept such a despicable and dangerous change. But the decision is final. It can't be reversed. When the audience hears about the rule change, they're even more outraged. This is basically a blatant attempt to shut down the Silver Killer just because it wasn't made by the Starry Sky Corporation. The new reality is clear. Every other society is going to team up. They'll attack the Silver Killer relentlessly until it's nothing but scrap. Both Fang and Hansen's team know a direct fight is suicide. They need a meticulous plan, and the genius strategist Lu Meng immediately gets to work. They'll form a protective group with Lu Meng and Hansen at the center. The others will provide cover as they charge into the other societies for a direct assault. The 3 female pilots will focus on combat. The guys will handle the breakthroughs. With this plan, victory in this crazy battle is practically in their grasp. As expected, the other teams all focus on taking out Hansen's group first. But the plan is already in motion, and they execute it perfectly. They have to attack with maximum speed, using their own guns to block incoming fire from other mechs. They use their enemies' own bodies as shields, weaving in a zigzag pattern, causing total chaos and making them shoot each other. Facing overwhelming numbers, Lu Meng directs Hansen to use his superior firepower and speed to attack them. Ji Kang and another pilot will attack the left flank, while Skinny Monkey and Fatty President take the right. The main force provides full support for Hansen. Finally, it's time to squash some bugs. The cannons open fire, aiming for all the colorful little mechs swarming in front of them. Fang Mingquan is ecstatic. The chance for a counter-narrative he's been waiting for is finally here. Elsewhere, the shady boss of Starry Sky is boiling with rage. He's watching the very mechs he built get thrown into a panic by a bunch of so-called weaklings. They know not to let the Silver Killer get close. They need to avoid disrupting their firing lines. But who can possibly stop that kind of speed? It doesn't matter how much firepower they unleash. After a few sharp turns, Hansen has already tricked them into aiming their weapons at each other. Pathetic. If they can't hit the enemy, they'll just attack themselves. He's blaming his teammates for being useless. What a waste of his talent. Using the enemy's own blind spot and firepower to take them out? Absolutely brilliant. Everyone was wondering how the silver iron armor was so powerful. Turns out, he'd already activated his beast soul inside the mech. No wonder his power skyrocketed. But while everyone was distracted, Lu Meng's crew looks like it's all up to Hansen now. And just like that, the silver iron armor continues its rampage. He's not even attacking directly, just using pure speed to dodge and counter every move. Once they're weakened, he takes them down in one clean strike. The crowd isn't worried anymore. In fact, they're going wild over the silver iron armor's absolutely stunning performance. They're especially hyped just imagining the look on Xingyu's face when he sees this epic conclusion. The silver iron armor is a legend, worthy of being written into Black Eagle's Hall of Fame. An incredible victory for sure, but Ji Yanran wasn't feeling it. Already furious, she then overheard some guy saying that if he were a girl, he'd be head over heels for Hansen. Her inner lioness roared as she punched a dent into the wall. totally ignoring her friend Li Li's worried questions. Yanran headed to the cafeteria. By the next day, a clip of Hansen's unbelievable fight had already reached the top mech developers. That armor. It looks familiar. It's one of ours. So how on earth is an unevolved, first-year student piloting it so perfectly? This could be a golden opportunity. They could use this kid, Hansen, Qin Xuan's protege, for something big. Why not make him the spokesperson for the 10 model? That would definitely reel in a massive number of new customers. People wondered why Ji Yanran was sneaking out at night all covered up. But Hansen winning 5 championships made it all clear. The girl is seriously bold. He didn't want a private meeting, instead picking the busy cafeteria to meet her, which just made Ji Yanran even more furious. He also took the chance to confirm he's the user behind Hand of God, the account that's been dominating the school forums. But a promise is a promise, and it's time to get it over with. Ji Yanran pushed past her nerves and pressed her lips against Hansen's. She thought it would be a quick peck, but she never expected him to pull her in close and claim her lips completely. And of course, Lili's group just happened to see the whole thing. Lucky for her, they couldn't see who was under the cloak, or things would have gotten messy. Hansen pinned her against the wall, ready to tease her more, but a blushing Yanran had already turned and fled. She got back to her room, but that rascal Hansen still wanted to mess with her. But the real shock was the arrival of a giant Miao Jun, freshly super-evolved and waiting for its master. Is this really the same little meat-loving furball with that dignified new face? It looks like consuming all that phantom ant meat finally triggered its super-evolution. This is a huge shortcut compared to hunting down mutants. And now, Hansen has an incredibly cool new mount. He wondered what abilities that sacred blood sandworm might have. Hansen was finally starting to warm up to the idea of pets. The moment it got its new form, Hansen took it straight out for a serious mission. They returned to that dangerous desert, man and beast racing forward into the unknown. After its evolution, its speed had definitely improved. Time to test its power on a primitive sand serpent. The big cat let out a hiss and instantly finished off the unlucky snake. All right, now's the chance. It was time to hunt down that cunning fox from before and give it a taste of its own medicine. But when they arrived, there was no sign of it. The ground was littered with dead sandworms, the aftermath of a brutal, recent battle. Recalling Miao Jun, Hansen followed a trail of blood, heading toward the unicorn sandfox's last known location. He arrived only to find an old acquaintance, Shen Tianzi, casually farming some gene points from nearby mutants. But the real star of the show was a huge guy he called Big Bro, who was wiping out any creature that attacked with a massive mace. That had to be a sacred blood weapon. The Fox King was cornered, and Shen Tianzi's group was just waiting for the easy kill. How did that ridiculously crafty fox get trapped like this? But the Fox King wasn't going down without a fight. It slammed into the rock wall, creating an escape route for itself and its pack. Shen Tianzi and his crew immediately gave chase. Hansen watched, curious to see how they'd handle the clever beast this time. They hadn't been chasing for long when the very ground around them began to shake violently. A massive wave of what looked like golden sand crashed toward them, but it was actually a swarm of golden devouring ants, capable of eating anything. Against a swarm this huge, Shen Tianzi was a dead man. Sure enough, the first casualty fell, but the tide turned thanks to Big Bro Goo's terrifying power. With just one man and his mace, he carved a path to survival for the entire group. Even Hansen was wary of that level of strength. But unfortunately for Big Bro Goo, as soon as the danger passed, Shen Tianzi showed his true colors. Taking advantage of the moment, his own men ambushed him, hitting a weak spot and pinning him to the ground. The man was just too trusting. Did he really think these vultures wouldn't come after a priceless weapon like that mace? One minute they were calling him Big Bro, and the next, Shen Tianzi slapped the man who just saved his life right across the face. This guy's life was on the line, too honest and too capable for his own good. And Hansen? He couldn't just stand by and watch. Stranded in this desolate desert, he had to think of a plan to turn the tables, and fast. Right at that critical moment, the shadow of a massive creature appeared behind the cliffs, successfully grabbing the Son of Heaven's attention. Just as he predicted, the man wouldn't pass up any godblood creature, immediately ordering his troops to give chase and destroy it. He left just 2 of his cronies behind to hold down the badly injured Brother Goo. Little did they know their lives were about to end. One second they were laughing over their victim, the next, they were on the cold ground, taken out by a surprise attack from the Golden Growler. The Golden Growler quickly helped Brother Goo up. At that exact moment, Son of Heaven and his men returned. Absolutely furious their plan had been ruined. To make matters worse, the godblood creature they were hunting wasn't hostile at all. It just calmly walked back over to Hansen's side. Carrying Brother Gu on his back, old grudges and new debts were just piling up. By now, Hansen had given the Son of Heaven more than enough reasons to want him dead. That night, they finally landed somewhere safe. Hansen was quick to admit he wasn't some kind of hero who saved people for nothing. Of course, there was a price for his life. And Brother Gu wasn't about to argue over the cost of his own survival. He couldn't give up his dagger. But 2 mutant beast souls were definitely not a problem. The next day, Qin Xuan ordered Manli to summon Hansen back to the Starry Group immediately. An offer had already been sent to make him their new bio-armor spokesman. Manli couldn't believe it. One of the top 3 military corporations in the entire alliance wanted a normal first-year student as their spokesperson. Just getting the partnership offer from the Starry Group in the first place felt off to Manli. So when she heard Hansen wanted to reject this once-in-a-lifetime offer because it was a hassle, she was furious. A normal person gets an opportunity like this and doesn't even want it. Qin Xuan, however, remained calm. As his superior, she made it clear this wasn't a request, it was a mission. An assignment that would bring immense honor to their entire squad. When the station chief puts it like that, you follow orders. Hansen had no choice but to agree. But if he was meeting all of the Starry Group's conditions, asking them to equip his Silver Killer with a weapons system wasn't unreasonable. After all, it was their own tech. With the Starry Cup over, everyone returned to the daily grind of their studies. During the new ancient martial arts class, the professor invited 2 famous figures for a demonstration, Tang Zhenliu and Yu Mingzi. After his spectacular fight in the Starry Cup, Hansen's reputation had absolutely skyrocketed. Now everyone listened when he spoke, bombarding him with questions and nicknaming him the Great God. Just then, the professor walked in. Tang Zhenliu and Yu Mingzi followed him. This martial art wasn't just about physical power, but also mastering your own psychology and your opponents. Without any long speeches, the 2 masters were invited up for a live demonstration. But Yu Mingzi argued that if they simply fought each other, the students wouldn't really learn anything. He suggested it would be much better for them to spar with the students one-on-one. Tang Zhenliu saw right through it. Yu Mingzi was just trying to save a little face in front of the kids after losing to him a few days ago. The chance to spar with a master had every student raising their hand in excitement. All except Hansen, who sat perfectly still, wanting no part in this boring affair. Spotting a familiar face in the crowd, Tang Zhenliu called out, maybe as a friendly warning or maybe to provoke the show-off, Yu Mingzi. Don't fight Hansen. His skills are no joke. Of course, that just made him want it more. And just like that, Hansen was on the stage, his classmates cheering him on wildly. The black and white palm technique involves 1 person attacking and 1 defending. The defender has to predict whether it's a black palm or white palm to counter. Dodge the black, block the white, that's the key. The second Yu Mingzi said begin, Hansen's fist slammed right into his chest. The force sent him flying. But unlike past criticisms for surprise attacks, this time Professor Yan actually praised him. He knew how to exploit his opponent's mind before they were even ready to fight. Yu Mingzi could only manage an awkward smile. The fight went on, but he was still being careless, misjudging Hansen's moves, and getting a bloody nose for it. This guy's composure was completely shot, and Hansen was about to take full advantage. He guessed wrong on 3 consecutive black palms, eating 3 brutal, bloody hits in a row. So they switched places. Yu Mingzi was confident he'd show Hansen a thing or two on offense, but his very first attack was caught effortlessly. There was no force behind it, no pressure. Hansen had him completely figured out. Even the professor couldn't stop praising his natural talent. Tang Zhenliu already knew how this would end. Hansen was on a whole other level, even above him. Yu Mingzi was just a nobody in comparison. Later, in the cafeteria, Lele was kicking herself for skipping class and missing the entire show. After a flashy fight this morning, Yanran was giving him the cold shoulder. Clearly still upset he ghosted her after that kiss. And speak of the devil, Hansen shows up. It was a historic moment, seeing everyone's attitude flip a complete 180 degrees. Lele was also super excited, jumping at the chance to join their table and introducing herself as someone from the warship, and the best friend of the goddess Ji Yanran. Hansen just beamed right back. I'm Ji Yanran's boyfriend, so we're all family here. And just like that, the gossip started flying. How did they not know about this hot ticket item until now? Then, the fanatic Li Yufeng jumps out of nowhere with a challenge. To be the goddess's man, he'd have to get through him first. He even tried to get physical. So Hansen just brought up a little history lesson about the Hand of God battle to put him in his place. Shock after shock. It turns out Hansen was also the legendary owner of the Tung Hoan ID from before. On top of that, he's a top 6 black and white fist master. Overwhelmed, a blushing Yanran grabbed Hansen and dragged him away. But the third wheel, Lele, wasn't letting it go that easily. She knew that face was nagging at the back of her memory. Of course, he was the guy who kissed her best friend in front of the cafeteria, Hansen, and her bestie, Yanran. Just as Yanran was about to explain, Hansen gently pulled her back, his expression firm and reassuring. They're a couple. Simple as that. Destined to be. What was there to even explain? It was a ridiculously sweet scene, hearts shooting everywhere. And honestly, no one had any reason to complain about it. A hero always gets the beauty, right? This was a perfect match. But enough of the romance, let's get back to the Starry Cup. Turns out, Hansen had been banned from several events for the most ridiculous reason imaginable. The official story was that his Silver Killer mech violated regulations. The truth? They didn't want their precious warframes getting wrecked by it. Hansen wasn't worried though, he'd already hit his quota. But without him, the finals were guaranteed to be a huge letdown, sparking major outrage. Besides, Hansen had way more interesting plans than some Starry Cup. Over at the Dizung film studio, things were already chaotic. Yu Qiantan still couldn't understand why someone with her incredible talent had to shoot a film with a normal high school student. They were both technically main characters, but she had zero mech piloting scenes. She was basically just a prop for this Hansen guy. As a decorated member of the Alliance Military Academy and Special Forces, this was nothing short of a massive insult. But what can you do when money talks? You do the job, whether you want to or not. Naturally, the star was absolutely furious, unable to swallow her pride. Hansen arrived for his appointment right on time. You learn something new every day. He was actually getting to meet the director of D-Gang, Liu Chengming, who was also a major general. Without any delay, Hansen was introduced to the newest product and sent directly into the training room to test the equipment. While its combat performance was a bit lower, the body fusion process was way smoother, and the gravity felt much lighter. He tried a few moves, and could definitely feel the stark difference between the two armor sets. His body was used to the immense power of the old Silver Killer, so this new version felt a little clumsy. Suddenly, smashing through the glass, another Silver Killer appeared, lunging at him with overwhelming fury. Didn't take a genius to figure this one out. Who else could it be but Yu Qiantan? Outside, everyone was stunned, wondering when she even got in there, and they prepared to intervene. But Director Liu knew her personality. She wouldn't stop until she got the result she wanted, no matter what. This was actually perfect, a great way to test Hansen's limits against an experienced pro like her. That sneak attack was seriously annoying. It was time to show his opponent exactly who she was dealing with. Qiantan charged forward to attack, but when their weapons clashed, hers felt like it passed through thin air. Hansen smoothly dodged, slid behind her, and kicked Qiantan from the back, slamming her flat against the wall. Qiantan was still talking tough, calling his small trick dishonorable for a soldier, as if her sneak attack was any better. The battle was over, she had lost. Hansen's skills were truly worthy of a mech-fighting champion. When the armor retracted, Hansen was shocked to realize he had just fought the only woman in the top 10 demigods. He immediately greeted her as his senior, showing respect for a military woman as tough as Qin Xuan. The fight was done, and he had earned Qiantan's acknowledgement. The promotional video could finally move forward. He then realized he had totally stepped on the main star's toes. No wonder she was so angry. Afterwards, everyone gathered at the filming location. Director Liu kept his word, equipping Hansen's Silver Killer with weapons right before the shoot ended. Things went so well, the company gifted them each their own Silver Killer set. Not only were they custom-made, but the D-Gang emblem on them granted lifetime free services. He was thrilled on the outside, but inside, getting caught on a couple's shoot without an explanation is asking for big trouble. Tian Sun, however, was just impressed with Hansen's constantly improving skills. She even suggested they should hang out together after the shoot was over. But to avoid any more complications, Hansen knew it was best to keep his distance. The director then cut their chat short, calling them for the final scenes. Director Liu watched the young pair, already picturing the massive success of this project. And then it dropped the one video guaranteed to make Yanran's blood boil. In the ad, Tian Zun is the female lead, enjoying the view when a Shura monster suddenly attacks. And like in any drama, when she runs, she's destined to fall. And sure enough, Tian Zun takes a hard tumble. Just as the Shura is about to finish her, the hero Hansen appears, looking impossibly handsome. People in the audience vaguely recognized Hansen's face. When they finally recalled his name, they couldn't understand why D-Gang had chosen him to star alongside the famous Tian Sun, but they didn't have to wonder for long. Hansen's single strike that killed the Shura proved everything. He wasn't chosen by mistake. Seeing the hero and beauty so close made every guy watching burn with envy. But the hero didn't stop there. He unleashed a barrage of fire bullets that sent the Shura horde running in terror. One was tough enough, but now Hansen summons an entire squad of allies, determined to wipe out the whole Shura nest. An ad that felt more like an action movie? This thing was legendary. In the epic finale, the Silver Killer mecha stands tall after the great battle, claiming total victory. This collaboration was definitely the right move. Tianzun's fame would absolutely boost sales, and Hansen's performance was nothing short of brilliant. Everyone wanted to see the real product, to feel its real power. D-Gang was about to make a fortune on pre-orders. The commercial went viral. Even long-lost relatives saw it and had to call, asking, "How did your life get so good all of a sudden?" And of course, the Blackhawk team saw it too. Better yet, the Hansen and Tianzun ship became a trending topic, with hundreds of millions of views, which left his actual girlfriend, Yanran, feeling completely pushed aside. Oh, she was absolutely furious. That damn boyfriend of hers had better come back and face her. Otherwise, she'd chop him up and feed him to the fish. And speak of the devil, the moment he got back to school, Hansen went to find his hot-tempered girlfriend. Facing Yanran's jealousy, Hansen gently explained it was just a commercial. But did this goddess not care about her own reputation? As if a simple excuse would work. Hansen backed down first, promising he'd do anything if Yanran would just forgive him. They were the most famous couple in school, after all. And besides, who was more beautiful than his girlfriend? Yanran heard him but still raged about her public humiliation. Well then, a sweet kiss was clearly the best way to fix this relationship. For reasons unknown, a few days later Hansen went to find Qinxuan and asked to quit. The pay was insane, but he had no desire to become a star. Filming just took too much time away from improving his gene points. Hearing this, Qinxuan didn't pressure him. She agreed to help smooth things over for him. His immediate goal was still to complete his mission of protecting Meng Meng on her expedition, so she could finish her mutant nascent gene. His bond with Meng Meng had already grown much stronger, and they talked a lot more on this trip. Compared to hunting with Hansen, her other teammates, while reliable, usually stuck to primitive creatures. She was hoping to hunt more mutants this time around. Just then, a huge flock of black-feathered beasts swarmed across the sky. But strangely enough, the beasts didn't attack them at all. They paid it no mind, instead heading towards the sound of a fight to investigate what was happening over there. They found Huangfu Pingqing and Wang Dongling furiously slaughtering black-feathered beasts on the ground. The ground was littered with their corpses. Meng Meng immediately recognized her as a friend, whose family did business with hers. She was 2 years older, and their relationship wasn't bad. But seeing the situation, they knew they shouldn't interfere just yet. The beasts hadn't attacked them because they were trying to confirm if both groups were allied. One wrong move, and Meng Meng could be in grave danger. Besides, the two of them were clearly capable, even possessing beast soul wings. This flock was no real threat to them. Rushing in might get them accused of trying to steal beast souls. The two were a power duo, and Ping Qing was actually even stronger than the guy with the sword. Anyone personally trained by the Huangfu family was guaranteed to have extraordinary powers. A few beasts were no match for the treasures she was carrying. After a while, a strange sound suddenly lured the entire flock away. That Dongling guy arrogantly claimed the creatures were just fleeing in terror from their immense power. Ping Qing, however, was sharp enough to spot someone hiding nearby. Her killing intent only faded when Meng Meng shyly stepped out to greet her. This girl had a sharp eye. She instantly recognized Hansen from that wildly popular commercial that had just been released. Putting two and two together, she realized he must be Meng Meng's highly capable, designated guardian. Hansen was no pushover, and his decision not to help was final. Turns out, these two didn't just stumble upon them by chance. They were taking a shortcut through the desert to get to Steel Armor Shelter, hoping to hunt some mutant creatures along the way. But she pushed her luck, asking them to be her guide. Hansen immediately shut that down, handing her a map and refusing. This Ping Qing was clever, preying on Meng Meng's trusting nature by asking to train with her, just to stick close to them. And of course, naive Meng Meng was completely overjoyed by the offer. Hansen, however, was certain this woman had an ulterior motive. He couldn't let his guard down. Sure enough, she spent the whole trip probing him about his mastery of neo-ancient martial arts. She was testing his strength, and only the arrogant Dongling got visibly annoyed, cutting in whenever Ping Qing praised the new guy. Hansen could feel that something was wrong here. They shouldn't go any further. Looking up, the sky was black with a horde of black-feathered beasts. Dongling just laughed, claiming he'd already scared them off. Hansen broke into a cold sweat and immediately turned to run. Kind-hearted Meng Meng called for the other two to flee with them. Wang Dongfeng wanted to fight, but when his goddess ordered a retreat, he begrudgingly followed her lead. The sun itself was blotted out. He never imagined there were hundreds of beasts, a black river flowing across the sky. Fighting was pointless. Without Hansen's extraordinary eyes, nobody could even see the sacred blood creature leading the flock. It was furiously leading its swarm to get revenge on the four of them. Wang Dongfeng's ego was truly incurable. Just to impress a girl, he was ready to fight the entire horde alone. Seeing disaster about to strike, Hansen formed a plan. He ordered Meng Meng to run without stopping toward Broken Rock in the south. Hiding was their best bet against this onslaught. For now, all he could do was fight a delaying action until they could finally escape the swarm's line of sight. Ping Qing was sharp enough to realize the incredible power before her. An attack like that meant he was no small fry. Everyone else grasped the danger they were in, except for the fool Wang Dongfeng, who was still trying to fight the beasts. He was boasting he'd kill them all, but the next moment, he was getting swarmed and beaten, forced to run for his life. Against a force this massive, running was pointless. They had to choose the most dangerous path forward. After striking a deal to cooperate with Ping Qing, Hansen summoned the beast soul he'd gotten from Guming. It was devastating. One attack wiped out a huge number of the beasts. Facing that power, Ping Qing knew not cooperating was a death sentence. But wave after wave of black-feathered beasts kept attacking relentlessly, and it felt like their numbers weren't shrinking at all. Suddenly, a massive thud cut through the battle. Something heavy had just slammed into the barren desert floor. As the dust cleared, a horrifying sight emerged from the haze. A headless corpse. It was Wang Dongfeng's head, held in the claws of the sacred blood leader, which used it to taunt Hansen's group. The situation had become critical. Hansen knew he had to change his battle plan immediately. His sandworms looked hungry. Letting them out for a feast would buy just enough time for Meng Meng to get away. To ensure her survival, Hansen gave the sacred blood ghostly crystal ant directly to Meng Meng. Her mission was simple. Remember his instructions and get out of the desert alive. He would stay behind to hold the monster off. Ping Qing was completely stunned. She knew he was an escort, but sacrificing his own safety like this was incredibly rare. He instantly equipped the ghostly crystal queen beast soul and launched his attack on the arrogant sacred blood leader in the sky. He had to cut through endless layers of minions protecting their leader. This fight had to be won, and it had to be won fast. Ping Qing's face remained cold as ice, but she was shocked. Hansen actually had another suit of powerful armor, but facing the leader head-on was suicide, an even bigger mistake than the one Wang Dongfeng had just paid for with his life. In this desperate moment, a technique he had learned long ago, Devil Wraith, suddenly resurfaced in Hansen's mind. This black-feathered beast had no eyes in the back of its head, and the more weight it carried while flying, the harder it was to attack. So Hansen took a massive gamble, using his agility to latch himself directly onto the back of the sacred blood beast. This kind of close-quarters combat was insanely risky. The minions saw their leader grappled and swarmed in to save it. Meng Meng immediately saw her chance. This was the perfect moment to make a run for it. More than anyone, she trusted Hansen. They'd faced death together countless times, and he always turned disaster into victory. This time would be no different. After all, Hansen had specifically ordered them to save themselves first. They had to leave it to him. Once they were gone, Hansen could finally fight this swarm without holding anything back. He no longer had to worry about his identity being exposed. With the leader in his grasp, he let out a roar. He lands a brutal punch that sends the creature staggering. It hangs in the air for a moment, before the black feather beast slams straight into the ground. Did the big boss really go down in one hit? Nah, there's no way this monster is that easy to deal with. Turns out there's a hidden cave beneath the dunes. The beast tried to use it to escape, but it picked the wrong guy to mess with. It ran right into Hansen. In a terrain like this, taking it down is now just a matter of time. But looking closer, the cave is filled with green dots that look like butterflies. Is this black feather beast trying to use them to finish Hansen? He throws a few punches and is shocked to realize he can't eat these primordial flame butterflies. He can only get their beast souls. The beautiful creatures gather together, merging into a hideous flaming skull. It breathes scorching green flames that burn on contact, so hot that even his armor can barely withstand the heat. While Hansen is busy fighting the flame butterflies, the black feather beast dives through the fire and into the water, trying to escape. Hansen manages to shoot a beast soul arrow into its body, letting the creature conveniently pull him along. This black feather beast can swim, meaning it might even be a level 3 creature. Trapped underwater, Hansen could suffocate if he doesn't think fast. But even with its swimming ability, the black feather beast got incredibly lucky this time around. Giving up the chase, Hansen surfaces, gasps for air, and sits in a corner of the cave to inspect the flame butterfly beast souls he just got. Turns out, they're one-time use weapons, which explains why he couldn't eat them. Such a beautiful beast soul, and it's disposable. What a waste. Disposable, maybe, but powerful enough to wipe out a mutated beast soul. This trip wasn't a total loss after all. Just as he was lamenting the one-use weapon, green specks suddenly began to light up the cave ceiling. The dark cave illuminates. It looks like the earlier explosion just woke them all up. If he can't get the black feather beast, these flame butterflies will have to do. Hansen fights with growing excitement, collecting a ton of their beast souls. He'll keep some for self-defense, and the rest? He'll sell them on the market for some quick cash. The only problem is, while they're easy to kill, the intense heat is doing major damage to his armor. One more slash, then he's pulling back for repairs. He can't afford to lose a good set of armor. But the real surprise? That final strike actually netted him a sacred blood flame butterfly. Getting roasted in this cave was a small price to pay for a beast soul this powerful. Totally worth it. With his collection complete, it's time to head back and rest. He'll just let the black robe beast soul pull him wherever it'll get him outside eventually. And just like that, he's back to the student life. Hansen eagerly awaits the day he can take these new weapons to the blacksmith who sold him the Z-steel arrows. The result should be some top-tier alloy darts. Lost in thought, a man named Hu Qian approaches him, gently proposing some kind of business deal. It turns out his reputation is very real. Hansen's performance against Zhang Ziming left a huge impression. So now, the black and white boxing team is short one of its 5 competitors, and he's their top pick for recruitment. Plus, this time they're facing the formidable Zhang Kunde, so Hansen's presence could be a game changer. They've lost to them for years. Another loss now would be too humiliating. Hansen agrees to Hu Qian's offer and will face Kunde's team on October 6th. After all, he knows he's strong. Using the ID Black Fist Emperor shouldn't be a problem for him at all. Participating in a match is the perfect way to test his current strength anyway. Unsurprisingly, for a guy who's back da with monsters in the desert, his power hasn't dropped one bit. He breezes through the physical tests. He scores nearly 16 points, a number that even highly skilled people would struggle to achieve. His ice skin and jadebone arts are definitely giving his body a massive boost. He can see a future where a score of 20 is no big deal once his god genes are maxed. So absorbed in his training, Hansen didn't even notice there was another person in the room, Ouyang Xiaosan, a legendary figure, right here. And he's already heard the news about Hansen fighting against Kunde. Hansen thought he might be able to cooperate with someone of Ouyang's caliber. But it turns out he's not participating. Ouyang is certain the team can't beat Kunde, which is why he turned down Hu Qian's invitation to join. He even says that if he can't fight Hansen in this tournament, he'll just switch over to the Martial Arts Society. Hansen is easygoing. He tells Ouyang if he can beat him in black and white boxing, joining the Martial Arts Society is no problem at all. Ouyang Xiaosan's reputation was built on black and white boxing. At his young age, he became the top martial artist in the school, ranked in the top 20 strongest fighters of the entire tournament, and is a leader in the Black Hawk Alliance. Today isn't about winning or losing for Hansen. Just getting the chance to spar with someone this skilled is a win in itself. Hansen proposes a 9-round match. First to 5 wins takes it. Since the request comes from the well-respected Hansen, Ouyang Xiaosan agrees. Anyone else would be dreaming. The coin flip dictates the first move, and round 1 goes to Ouyang Xiaosan. He attacks without hesitation. In just a flash, Hansen sees right through his opponent's actual strength. But there's no killing intent, just a flashy move meant to intimidate. The fist stops inches from his face, but Hansen doesn't even flinch. Just as he thought, a white fist. He's not testing the waters, he flat out doesn't see Hansen as a real opponent. Throwing a black fist on the first move would tarnish the top dog's reputation. Hey, take a closer look, your opponent is Hansen, the guy with nicknames like Proud Asshole and the Black Fist Emperor. Every punch he throws is a black fist, so you better get ready. But in Ouyang Xiaosan's eyes, that's all just cheap talk. He takes the hit head on, and his nose explodes with blood. So, he wants to keep playing? Fine. He still hasn't figured out that Hansen's power completely defies all conventional wisdom. Having mastered ice muscle jade bone, he doesn't need bulging muscles to land a powerful strike, especially in a friendly spar. Hansen doesn't even bother showing any killing intent. And just as he warned, every single punch from here on is a black fist. Of course, Ouyang Xiaosan can't read any of them. After leading for 5 rounds, he's now completely on the defensive. The winner is obvious to everyone but one person. Hansen just gives a wry smile. This guy in front of him, has he completely underestimated this martial art? No more words. He decides to give him the final blow he's asking for. The punch is so powerful, so decisive, it completely shatters Ouyang Xiaosan's concentration. And in that moment of chaos, Hansen's fist stops dead right in front of his face, demolishing his entire understanding of the art. Hansen is just incredibly perceptive when it comes to analysis. He saw it from the start. This guy has plenty of raw power but has only reached the level where he judges black and white fists based on physical tells. But Hansen, though new to this, is already reading his opponent's psychology. And with that, the match is over. Hansen is genuinely looking forward to having Ouyang Xiaosan on the team. Over at the New Style Martial Arts Training Hall, Coach Chen Ling is still analyzing the team's overall combat strength. Even with Hansen on their side, the St. Goddard team still has a slight edge in raw power. She's tried to recruit Ouyang Xiaosan countless times and refused to give up. And speak of the devil, he walks right in. To everyone's absolute shock, Ouyang Xiaosan strolls in and signs up for the match against St. Goddard. He hasn't even had a chance to see Yan Ran, and another beauty appears. Why is Ping Qing sitting right here, waiting for Hansen? Her eye-popping fashion sense is enough to make anyone blush. Turns out Ping Qing is a 2-year exchange student at Blackhawk, so calling her senior is about right. And even though her killer figure makes his heart skip a beat, Hansen manages to keep his cool and asks her the reason for the meeting. In 2 days, Ping Qing is heading to the steel armor shelter for an upcoming auction. She figured an interesting guy like Hansen would naturally be curious about a beast soul auction. According to her, there's no hidden agenda. It's all because his performance back in the desert was just that impressive. Making friends with someone this talented isn't strange at all. She even hands Hansen a list of the auction items. It's got everything from mutant class to sacred blood gear. But a silver blood trident catches his eye, even more so than the sacred light bird. He hoped to use his connection with Ping Qing to buy it beforehand, but the price tag alone is staggering 230 million. That's more than 10 of him are worth. Of course, Ping Qing knows this and smoothly offers him another way out. All he has to do is join her company, the War God Martial Hall, and the item is his. For free. Before Ping Qing can even list off the 49 benefits of her company, Hansen awkwardly turns her down. He wants to avoid getting tangled in messes like that Dai Gang commercial. The senior was about to try sweet-talking him again, but then Yanran, the swordswoman in white, appears. She's here to block the vixen and teach her easily distracted boyfriend a lesson. The moment they meet, they clash like mortal enemies, throwing endless insults. One sneers, the other isn't as graceful as the rumors say. The other snaps back, accusing her of shamelessly trying to seduce a man in broad daylight. The drama, an argument between two beauties like this, quickly draws a huge crowd. This is the last thing Hansen wanted. Ping Qing doesn't want to make a big scene, so she excuses herself, promising to catch up with Hansen later on. With the external threat gone, Yanran turns to the internal one. Time to teach her god-forsaken boyfriend a lesson he won't forget. A few days later, who knows how, Hansen survived and made it to the match. The intern reporter, of course, has no clue. She actually looks down on the Blackhawk team. As they walk in, she shows zero respect but still runs over to get her interview. But Coach Chen Ling confidently declares that his team is guaranteed to win, leaving the reporter completely stunned. She tries to pivot to the rival team to drag out the interview, but then Ouyang Xiaosan suddenly. Model. Looking closer, you realize this team is all about winning, nothing else. The reporter finally turns the mic to the last person, Hansen. Compared to the other two, his confidence is on a completely different level. For him, winning is 100% guaranteed. This entire live interview is broadcast on the big screens for every competing team to see. And naturally, Hansen's over-the-top confidence is seriously ticking off the other teams. The Dassault squad is already openly mocking Blackhawk. They're talking a big game for a nobody team. The top 5 and top 10 national teams are staying quiet, but Blackhawk acts this bold. Online, the comments are exploding with ridicule, calling Blackhawk's arrogance completely insane. Over on the Dassault military team, their ace is none other than Nalan Chengnuo. Ranking second in the finals, he's definitely no pushover. Everyone's saying he shouldn't waste a single thought on a small fry team like Blackhawk. However, Wang Yongjun still advises him to watch his step. The whole team agrees. Even though Chengnuo wants to wipe the floor with Blackhawk, their coach refuses to play such a strong card this early. He has zero respect for them, figuring tactics are enough for the first round. So he sends out a guy named Li Yu. The thing is, this guy is a total rookie, so there's not much public information on him. But Chen Ling is different. She's already gathered intel. He joined a month ago, but his potential for growth is high. Still, he's the lowest ranked on the team and looks down on everyone. It's time for Chen Ling and Blackhawk to crush that arrogance. Classic Dassault. For round 1, Hansen will go. For round 2, Ouyang Xiaosan will take the stage. They're sending out their 2 strongest fighters to open, And of course, the moment Hansen's flashy ID appears, the crowd erupts in laughter. The reporter then introduces him as a complete rookie with zero competition experience. This just gives Dassault more ammunition to mock him. They don't take Hansen seriously at all. Cheng Nuo just wants it over so he can get lunch. The battle starts instantly inside a virtual arena. First to 3 points wins. The system randomly decides the first attacker, and Special Gear will analyze each hit as either a black punch or a white punch. Right from the get-go, that guy Li Yu makes a fatal mistake. He completely underestimates his opponent, but before he can even land a single blow, he gets rocked by a direct black punch that knocks some sense right into him. Down 2 points, just like that, Dassault starts to panic. Their coach is screaming for Li Yu to stay calm. He can't afford to lose his cool, but Li Yu gets his helmet knocked clean off, shocked that another monster besides Ouyang Xiaosan exists on this team. Hansen just scoffs. It's idiotic to step into the ring without even researching your opponent. This match is a humiliating loss for Li Yu, especially after he boasted about not giving up a single point. But he misjudges again. The third strike is a white punch, and Hansen sends him flying. 3 points. Game over. The arrogant Dassault team is defeated in the very first round. But the reporter immediately starts making excuses for them. She just blames it on inexperience, which Yanron's group finds ridiculous. In the end, arrogant punks like them deserve the most painful defeat. That's what they get for looking down on people. Public opinion shifts instantly, and Dassault can't wait to retaliate. Wang Yongjun gets sent out for the next match. The question is, can he actually get revenge? This guy, Yongjun, is absolutely consumed by rage. He steps out with that classic, arrogant Dassault sneer on his face. Hansen smirks. Another fool who doesn't know his own limits. The match starts, and Hansen strikes. This guy tries to judge him based on his ID. After a moment, it's clear his skill level is limited. He's basing everything on Ouyang Xiaosan's power from yesterday. All that careful movement for a strike that only looks ferocious. It's just another useless white punch. The power completely fizzles on impact. Hansen writes him off just like the last guy. His strength is nothing. Seeing his teammate get provoked, the coach has to yell out a reminder. Stay calm. Don't let his trash talk distract you. The second blow arrives, but Wang Yongjun is still completely lost. He has no idea what's going on. Ouyang Xiaosan, after just one spar, already understood Hansen's greatest combat ability. If an opponent can't grasp that key skill, Hansen could easily take down 10 of them in a row. This Wang guy is doomed to lose. The battle ends. Blackhawk secures another win, shattering a record. Dassault had never lost 2 consecutive matches before. The mood between the teams is now night and day. The Dassault coach is absolutely livid, screaming that they couldn't even handle a reserve member. Dassault's reputation is in tatters. Meanwhile, the other side wears a satisfied smile. This fight has only just begun, and just like that, their next team is also wiped out. All 4 members of the Beyond team get eliminated without scoring a single point. A victory this decisive is just pure satisfaction. This God's Hand guy acts like he's the center of the universe, looking down on everyone from Silver Killer to the Black Fist Emperor. This man is truly on a whole other level. This final match is a gamble for every shred of God's Hand's honor. Everything now rides on his ace in the hole, Nalan. And just like that, it's the most anticipated fight of the season. Turns out, the intern reporter is Reporter Fangs Jr. No wonder they sent her to cover this. Meanwhile, the Blackhawk team shows their veteran insight. Elsewhere, the head professor of the White Clothes sect secretly watches the match. Things are about to get interesting. He's been keeping an eye on Nalan for a long time, noticing his pure, untainted spirit. He's like a child of Buddha, completely unbound by worldly desires. A person like that is perfect for cultivating yin-yang magnetic force. The professor spent years researching this super gene, overcoming countless obstacles to make it compatible with humans. The principle of this super gene is just like black and white boxing, 2 opposing parts in one body, both conflicting and supporting each other. 2 people had already tried this super gene. One got wrecked, the other was badly injured, and the next lucky candidate was Nalan Chengnuo. But who expected Hansen to pop up? Who could possibly be worthy of this gene? After a brief exchange, the 2 powerhouses officially begin their duel. Hansen realizes this guy is on a completely different level. His sharp eyes see through everything. Thanks to his training with the immovable king's mantra, nothing can hide its true nature from him. Nothing escapes his gaze. On the other side, Chengnuo is also calm, analyzing his opponent's muscle tension when he senses no killing intent. A face can lie, but muscles can't. You'd think with that much analysis, his next move would be a sure victory. But nope, he fell right into a black fist feint. The first major blow landed way faster than expected. Did the master, Cheng Nuo, actually misjudge his opponent? His entire team is, of course, absolutely stunned. Throughout the whole tournament, Cheng Nuo only lost to that monster from the Central Military. And now he's trailing a reserve member. Hansen proves he's the ace of Blackhawk and the dream husband of Ji Yanran. And Cheng Nuo lives up to his pure-hearted reputation. Even while trailing, he doesn't forget to praise Hansen. The second Hansen showed a tiny bit of emotion. Cheng Nuo caught it. Even the slightest twitch of his lips didn't escape Nalan's notice, like a hawk-eyed exam proctor. But despite that sharp analysis, he still got rocked by a blazing black fist punch. Ouyang Xiaosan sees his brother tearing up the stage. He can't hide his satisfied smile. Everyone is finally starting to see why the Blackhawk team was so confident. Turns out they were hiding such a powerful weapon. Professor Bai finds himself even more intrigued by Hansen. This fight is like a battle between good and evil. Hansen's raw power and skill even surpasses the angelic Cheng Nuo. When the final move was unleashed, the entire crowd absolutely erupted. History was made. A new, unprecedented chapter was added to the story of black and white boxing by none other than Emperor Hansen. The person Professor Bai had invested all his hopes in had finally appeared. After that glorious win, his girl Yanran immediately asks to meet. The two young lovers share a sweet kiss for the audience. But right at the critical moment, Qingping appears, video calling Hansen mid-bath to announce an auction in 3 days. This girl has some nerve, totally ruining the mood. 3 days later, the auction officially begins. The Huangfu family's items are truly dazzling. No shortage of good stuff, but the prices are astronomical. Looks like poor Hansen might have to sit this one out. But then he runs into some familiar faces. Lin Baifeng won the auction for a holy light bird beast soul, while Son of Heaven snagged the bloody trident soul Hansen wanted earlier. Watching Hansen leave, who knows what scheme Qingping is cooking up, but right after leaving, an even bigger surprise appears. Out of nowhere, God's Domain Island materializes, home to incredibly rare and powerful god blood creatures. Of course, everyone wants a piece of that prize, but it's 10,000 meters above the ground. Only god blood wings can reach it, and in the entire shelter, only 2 people have god blood armor, his purple feathered dragon and the beast soul Lin Baifeng just won. A massive opportunity, gone just like that. You can only imagine how furious Qingping and Son of Heaven are. Not waiting any longer, he finds a corner. Golden Rock Worm King appears once again to begin the god blood conquest. As he takes off, he spots Lin Baifeng with his newly acquired beast soul in the distance. They were just about to team up, but on closer inspection, it's Son of Heaven. Those wings clearly belong to Lin Baifeng. So how did this guy get them? But there's no time to figure it out now. Besides, his armor is no match for Hansen's. It's obvious from the way he's starting to freeze over. Hansen decides to use this chance to finish off that jerk Son of Heaven for good. Then, suddenly, someone else appears. He kind of knew this guy with the huge claws, but only barely. Hansen knew Son of Heaven, but they weren't friends or allies. This time, Son of Heaven teamed up with him to handle Hansen, all for a massive haul of warframes. So it was Hansen against 2 opponents again. But there was no way he was letting them get their hands on this prize. Meanwhile, Big Mustache flaunted his all-blocking shield, completely unaware that its original owner was standing right in front of him. Hansen flew up, targeting Son of Heaven first, who was clearly struggling with the aerial terrain. As expected, his power had long surpassed his rivals. Son of Heaven couldn't even block a single move. Seeing an opening, Big Mustache launched a sneak attack from behind. A single slash met the shield he was so proud of, almost caving it in completely. Mastering the Jadeskin technique was one of Hansen's greatest blessings, giving him the confidence he needed for this fight. Below, the crowd, including Qin Xuan, watched the battle nervously. But then, another complication arrived. Huangfu Pingqing appeared from nowhere, called Son of Heaven Brother, and flew in to help. It seems she's from the same clan as Starry Sky. The 3 of them rushed him at once. 3-on-1, using non-stop attacks and dirty tricks to push Hansen into a corner. In a flash, Son of Heaven and his pack of hyenas managed to shatter the Godblood blade. With his weapon gone, the tables turned once more. Hansen fought empty-handed, punching Son of Heaven away as Pingqing charged in. She finally showed her true colors. This whole auction was nothing more than a trap set up by these 2. One person was the seller, the other was the bidder in the end. The prize was always going back to them. Realizing the situation was bad, Hansen had to ditch them and think of a new plan. The real prize he sought was on God's Sanctuary Island. He aimed straight for the humanoid god blood creature, the one carrying a sacred blood treasure. A humanoid god blood creature was already powerful, let alone one that lived on God's sanctuary island. The power of this beast soul was definitely on par with the blood crystal boar. But with his enemies chasing him, provoking it would be suicide. The others quickly realized the problem. There was no way they could kill this creature without more help. They had no choice but to offer a partnership with Golden Coin. Son of Heaven offered 50 million for his help, on the condition the creature belonged to him. But Golden Coin was no fool. 50 million was a pathetic price for his life. The minimum payment would be one god, blood beast soul. Ping-Ching continued to raise the price into the billions to get his agreement, but his terms were set. No amount of cash would change them, so they could just stand there and admire the precious creature from afar. Losing her cool, Ping-Ching fired an arrow right at the sound of his voice. This move forced Golden Coin out into the open. Knowing a deal was impossible, Hansen decided to ruin their party for good. He flew right next to the god-blood creature, successfully triggering the rage of the living killing machine. The angel's eyes opened, shrouding the world in a thick fog as it immediately gave chase. Son of Heaven's group suddenly realized the danger they now faced. The creature swung its blade once, snapping the giant golden god-blood axe clean in two. That terrifying power forced Hansen to think fast to save himself. In the critical moment, his blade sacrificed itself, saving Hansen's life. Now it was up to Ping-Ching's group to handle it. Big Mustache Shi's shield couldn't take the hit, and he was sent flying. He was forced to summon his own beast soul to keep fighting. With death so close, Hansen had to escape the creature's territory in the sky. He hid on the ground. Any other choice meant saying a final goodbye to the world. Big Mustache showed some real guts, taking a fatal blow by himself so his friends could escape first. Son of Heaven was still talking big and mighty, but inside his head, he was plotting how to finally eliminate his arch-rival, Golden Coin. To hunt this godblood creature as safely as possible, everyone had to attack using their transformed states. Ping-Ching's long-range arrows were perfect for support, while Big Mustache provided cover for everyone to attack from behind. Hansen seized the opportunity, but his mutant-class weapons couldn't do a thing to this creature. Its wings were just too tough. Son of Heaven also charged in to attack, but his transformation was no match for the Vajra apes. He was still furious about being defeated by Golden Coin before. This time, he was determined to make him pay for everything. Golden Coin immediately saw the problem. Their transformations had a time limit. If they wanted to live, they'd have to give him a god-blood weapon. But who would possibly agree to that? Big Mustache might have wanted to, but he only had his shield, so it was a no-go. Golden Coin finally decided to say goodbye to the troublesome trio. He would leave, and they could just stay there and dream of their prize. The others had no idea what to do. They couldn't trust Golden Coin, but they couldn't win without him, so they had to retreat and regroup. Dying here for nothing wasn't exactly a great plan. A few hours later, after dark, Hansen reappeared. He never actually left. How could he rest easy knowing that creature had destroyed two of his beloved children? This time, he equipped the Fairy Queen's armor and his final god-blood weapon, the ghostly tossing dagger. The Flame Butterfly is a team-up move, perfect for this god-blood. But there's a catch. It's a one-shot deal. They can't use it unless victory is guaranteed. Everything rides on this one attack. Even from this distance, Hansen's shot gets a reaction from the god-blood creature. It seems the knight has fully activated its defensive instincts. Time to switch up the angle of attack. A close-range shot is too risky. It could just shatter the arrow. He has to wait for the god-blood to get nearer. Using the perfect combo of his Elf Queen's eyes and superflow, Hansen rushes forward, closing the gap himself. He unleashes the Flame Butterfly in a flash, its path weaving and twisting, impossible to predict. After all that planning, this is the moment. The Flame Butterfly dart flickers in and out of sight with unbelievable agility. It slips right past the creature's razor-sharp blade and slams into its body, burning through layer after layer of flesh. In an instant, the angel is consumed by a demonic fire, swallowed whole by the terrifying flames until nothing is left. Hansen successfully obtains the god-blood battle god. Only, nobody could have guessed the prize he nearly died for would turn out to be a little girl, and he has to raise her until she evolves before she's any use. If he hadn't gotten that holy war sword, he probably would have lost his mind. But he couldn't retrieve the sword, and worse, Shen Tianzi and his whole crew saw it. From now on, only Jinbi will be able to use it in battle. Still, a pretty good haul. With its power, Big Thumb's shield might as well be made of paper. Hansen finally heads back to school after an exhausting night. A call from Ping-Ching immediately brings back memories of that awful 3-on-1 fight. Oh, and she also interrupted him and Yanran before. What kind of trouble is she planning this time? Of course, the call has a purpose. God's Domain Island has appeared. Everyone wants a piece of this prize. She needs his help hunting the god-blood creature on the island, even offering to lend him a pair of wings. She really respects Hansen's archery skills, which is why she's recommending him for the job. In reality, the Godblood is already defeated. But hey, going along with it means he can squeeze some benefits out of these annoying people. Hearing Hansen's request for a Godblood weapon, Pingqing offers to sell him her silver blood for 150 million. That's half the price she offered before. And for what it can do, it's definitely not expensive. With 60 million in savings, plus the money from selling the silver iron he got from the doctor, Hansen can definitely afford it. This is a golden opportunity. Hansen sets off to meet up with Shen Tianzi's group. And of course, Shen Tianzi's tradition is to greet him with a few insults. That's just how they get started. Hansen doesn't mind, he just plays along, knowing a bigger prize is waiting for him. Shen Tianzi came fully prepared this time, even borrowing a humanoid godblood from Qin Xuan. But he has no idea the prize has already been snatched from under his nose. The group heads out, with Hansen providing support from a distance. Shen Tianzi will handle the close-quarters combat. But just as the hype is building, Big Thumb drops a bombshell. The Godblood creature has vanished. It's no longer under the tree. He frantically tears the place apart looking for a trace, but finds absolutely nothing. The truth finally dawns on Shen Tianzi. Jinbi must have gotten to the Godblood first. He's lost count of how many times he's sworn revenge, but Shen Tianzi has never even managed to touch a single hair on Jinbi's head. Over on her end, Pingqing is furious too, but she keeps her word and agrees to sell the silver blood to Hansen. With this new weapon, forget 3 battles, he could take on 300. Next, he'll try his luck in the desert again, maybe catch that black feather from last time. Just then, Qin Xuan calls. He figures it's another mission. But this time, it's not a mission at all. Instead, it's Professor Bai Yushan from the Sanctuary, extending an offer for Hansen to become his assistant. Although she doesn't want him involved, Qin Xuan urges him to think it over. The Sanctuary is separate from D Gang, though they share management. Professor Bai is a big deal, an honorary elder of the Sanctuary and a renowned gene researcher. His reputation is huge. He's had his eye on Hansen ever since his victory over Cheng Nuo. Still, Hansen feels he should ask his own boss first. Qin Xuan is conflicted. The benefits at the Sanctuary are way better than what the Special Squad can offer. Hansen could reach his full potential there, but a part of her selfishly wants him to stay. She even tells him the captain's position will be his when she enters the Second God Sanctuary. But Hansen firmly refuses to join the Sanctuary. It's not just because the offer was so sudden. If they found out he was practicing the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Art, things would get very complicated. Qin Xuan is beaming. She put her faith in the right person. Too bad he's too young for her. Getting the news from Qin Xuan, Professor Bai is definitely surprised, but he's not about to let a talent like this slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, over at Blackhawk, it looks like Yanran has finally met her match in the game Hand of God. Hansen swings by to ask her to grab a bite, but she's so absorbed in her game she doesn't even notice him. Well, it's up to this amazing boyfriend to help his girl reclaim her honor. Look at them, so lovey-dovey, practically shoving their romance in the whole school's face. The other guy turns on his mic to introduce himself. It's Liu Bodao, a top 3 Hand of God player from the Central Military Academy. This guy is a top 10 player across all schools. How on earth did he find Yanran's account? He's definitely just trying to hit on her. Hansen absolutely cannot let this guy off the hook. He even had the nerve to say Blackhawk was too weak to ever surpass Central. Otherwise, those two might have ended up as a couple. After hearing it from his friends, Hansen learned this guy got a crush on Chi Yanran from her Blackhawk promo video. And ever since then, he's been trying to win over the campus beauty. He had even planned to go easy on the pretty lady. But wouldn't you know it, the moment the screen lit up, his opponent had already scored 3 points off him. He was just consoling himself, thinking he was letting the lady go first, but then he lost another series of points. Now he gets it. He wasn't going easy on her at all. His opponent's speed was on a whole other level, completely shattering his concept of a Hand of God player. A painful loss, with 0 dignity left. After successfully helping his girlfriend blow off some steam, the two of them head to a Super Geno art store with Lily to find a suitable Super Geno for her. But the choice is tough, so Lily asks for their opinion. Ultimately, they advise her to find a Super Geno art that matches her own abilities and strengths to maximize her power. Out of nowhere, Professor Bai speaks up, saying the acceleration and wind's impact Super Genos would suit her best. He immediately identifies the Samurai Super Geno art Lily is practicing, which focuses on flexibility and explosive power. Her acceleration is nearly 13, and flexibility must be at 12.5. With such an incredible teacher giving his opinion, Lily is overjoyed at the opportunity. With Yanran confirming it, Lily confidently chooses the two recommended Super Geno arts. Even Hansen has to admit the professor's judgment is spot on. Turns out, Professor Bai showing up to help Lily was just a small part of his plan. His main goal was to approach Hansen and pitch him a class martial art book. But the moment he heard the intro, Hansen wanted nothing to do with it. He already has two types of Super Geno arts, so suddenly practicing a class martial art seemed to have very few benefits. But the professor quickly counters, hinting that class martial arts are the foundation that every Super Geno user must master. Understanding the roots would undoubtedly help his training immensely. Everyone else fully supports the idea. After all, this teacher is clearly a genius. The second Hansen mentions he's broke and can't afford it. His sugar mommy Yanran immediately pulls out her card. He can spend as much as he wants. After buying the martial arts book, Hansen decides to analyze it a little. It's called Class, but its difficulty is on par with the Genofluid Superparticle Accelerator. It looks ordinary, but he's sure the results after mastering it will be significant. Hansen still doesn't know much about this electromagnetic cannon Super Geno. He decides to put it aside for now and head back to the base to check on his precious mutant pets. Professor Bai uses his good relationship with the principal to move freely around Blackhawk, which also makes it easy for him to manipulate Hansen into practicing the electromagnetic cannon. If Hansen can successfully fuse with the solution before it gets recalled, it would prove that the professor's research has reached a new height. But when he sees Hansen is still perfectly healthy and preparing to go to the sanctuary world, he drops his tea and sprints after him. As soon as he finds Hansen, and hears he plans to wait a few weeks before practicing, Professor Bai drops the act. He reveals his true identity and explains that Hansen fits every single criterion he's been looking for. In 2 days, the Sacred Hall is going to classify it as a forbidden art, which is actually pretty funny, if you think about it. It's about to be banned, yet the professor insists there's no danger, just a few minor flaws. Who in their right mind would dare to test that for him? Hansen vaguely starts to remember who this professor is. But wouldn't it be better to find someone who's already evolved? Why choose an ordinary student like him? The professor frankly explains that due to the influence of the ancient martial art yin-yang blast, the practitioner must be under 20, over 20, and the progress becomes incredibly slow. The chosen one was supposed to be Cheng Nuo, but in the end, Hansen turned out to be the most suitable candidate. He's willing to practice it, but there has to be a reward. A little danger is still danger, after all. 100 S-Class Sacred Hall cards sounds completely reasonable. Professor Bai is floored. He's never seen someone so greedy. He argues that the Sacred Hall isn't a marketplace where you can just ask for 100 cards. If that's the deal, then they're done here. Of course, Hansen knows there's no way to get that many. The main point was to make the professor be the one to keep him there. And just as planned, Professor Bai backs down, offering the 5 cards he has on him. Seizing the opportunity, Hansen immediately agrees. Returning home, Hansen gets his second stroke of luck. The chameleon has evolved to the sacred blood level. This time, it even has an invisibility power, perfect for Hansen's sneaky activities. Good fortune just keeps knocking on his door. He's got a new sacred blood beast soul, and his Geno points are up. Half the semester has flown by and the midterm exams are coming up. His friends have to remind Hansen, since his attendance rate is abysmally low. He has long since angered his advisor, Situ Xiang, who couldn't care less about his famous reputation. He was just a freshman, yet already mixed up in everything. And for the archery team, he was totally useless. If just one D-class creature showed up, he'd be kicked right out of school. First up was the fixed target archery test. Hansen absolutely nailed it, but of course, that wasn't nearly enough to impress advisor Situ. Then, he really stunned the crowd. His ability to hit moving targets was so insane, the proctor himself called him the most gifted student he'd ever seen. The more he showed off, the more Situ Xiang realized just how strong Hansen was. He should have been a core member. But he refused to join the team, a massive insult to the art of archery. So, she decided to call her powerful father to teach him a lesson. He was celebrating with friends a total victory that left the advisor speechless when a message from the dean's office suddenly popped up. For his outstanding performance, he had been awarded a one-way ticket to a special training course run by Situ Ching. And yeah, there's a reason everyone gasped when they heard that name. This guy was the school's honorary principal and the military's top archery coach. His training sessions, people either complained or just straight up wailed. You either got injured or cried your eyes out. They called him the devil. Hansen arrived at the special training room right on time, but it was completely empty, not a single soul in sight. As he was looking around, Situ Xiang appeared right behind him, with Situ Ching in tow. She confirmed it. Don't bother looking for anyone else. This special training is just for you. After a quick introduction, he got a weird feeling that these two might just be father and daughter. Little did he know, the advisor was having her dad teach this punk a lesson he'd never forget. She was just waiting for him to come crawling back, begging to quit. Situ Ching figured it'd be easy, handing him a heavy alloy staff. It was something only true evolvers could even handle. A level Hansen was nowhere close to reaching yet, but it was all just a power play to scare the new guy. The first task was proof enough. Hold a horse stance for 3 hours. But Hansen wasn't fazed. In fact, he asked to practice black and white fist with him right after. The old man agreed, then suddenly switched tactics. He spun, launching a surprise attack, but Hansen read it perfectly, sparking a flicker of genuine curiosity in the old master. The next second, Situ Ching relied on his vast experience to predict Hansen's next move, but he was dead wrong. He ate a punch that drew blood. Seeing her father get hit, Situ Xiang totally panicked. Forgetting the rules about using titles at work, Situ Xiang rushed over, helping him up and demanding to know what happened. He just laughed it off as sparring practice, saying there was nothing to worry about. He had actually taken a huge liking to his student, Hansen. He even planned to pass down all of his combat techniques. When his daughter tried to intervene, he just waved her off. He told her to leave, teacher and student had things to discuss. Situ Xiang had no choice but to leave, completely bewildered. 10 days later, she made an announcement. The special training had ended way ahead of schedule, and she was personally nominating him for the Black Hawk archery team. They were getting ready for the upcoming tournament. He didn't want to join, since a mission from Qinchuan could come at any time, but Situ Xiang had already made the decision for him. Still, the tournament was at the end of the term, so maybe he could manage it. But then Huangfu Pingqing found him way too quickly. This time, the mission was in the desert. Last time, she brought a massive crew with her, but even then, they couldn't take down this sacred blood creature. It was all because of its body. It was like living obsidian, impossibly tough, and it came with its own weapons. A rare humanoid creature like this was a huge prize. No matter what, they had to take it down. The beast emerged from quicksand, a pig-faced monster with a human body, wielding a massive mace. It immediately sent one of the two scouts Pingqing sent ahead flying. You needed a sacred blood flying beast soul to approach it. Otherwise, the quicksand would just swallow you whole. And of course, Pingqing didn't bring one with her today. All she could give him was a single sacred blood arrow. Before they started, Pingqing made it clear, the beast, soul and treasure had to go to her. He could have anything else in exchange. But she got nervous seeing him using his primitive black-feathered beast wings. But Hansen assured her he had it handled, so she dropped it. These wings were nothing compared to the winged dragon scale wings, but they were completely silent, perfect for a sneak attack. Or not. The creature instantly sensed him closing in. It leaped up, swinging its mace wildly. He figured just a few hits from that thing could shatter his ghost crystal armor to pieces. The two of them clashed again and again, and watching from the sidelines, Pingqing couldn't help but get anxious. If Hansen went down, her whole team was done for. She raised her bow to provide support, but Hansen shouted that he had his own plan. Using a sandworm beast soul in the desert was a brilliant move. He then used his blade to finish off his prey. In an instant, the sacred blood creature was just a hot, withered corpse on the sand. Hansen walked over, grabbing the mace. He tossed the newly won prize right in front of Pingqing's group, but she was still fixated on its beast soul. He wasn't exactly lying, just wondering if they knew the god-blood creature was in his hands. He really hadn't collected anything. The desert sands had completely swallowed it all. Bingtang didn't press the issue, at least not openly. Her expression unreadable. Instead, she hinted at giving Hansen some kind of secret gift. But if a certain someone found out, he'd be lucky to keep his hair. 2 days later, just as Qin Xuan had ordered, everyone in the steel armor shelter gathered for a major announcement. She was about to ascend to the second god's sanctuary, which meant her position would soon be taken over by someone new. Yang Manli was promoted to head of the steel armor squad, while Hansen was put in charge of the special action team. The announcement left everyone stunned. Hansen hadn't shown his full power yet, so they couldn't see how he possibly surpassed Manli. He was just as surprised as they were, especially after catching a glimpse of Manli's face. It was as dark as a burnt-out pot. This wasn't going to be easy. Sure enough, Manli immediately protested, arguing that she was the most logical choice for the position. But the decision from the higher-ups was final, and nothing could be changed. The meeting ended, and Hansen's teammates rushed to congratulate him. After all, they knew his true capabilities. Hansen himself was already thrilled, thinking of all the cool gear he could buy as a team captain. But Manli, stubborn as ever, wasn't having it. She demanded a duel with Hansen to prove who was better. Hansen accepted, leaving Qin Xuan no choice but to agree. They would face off in a 3-round virtual reality target practice. Xiao Chao, who was running late from training, got the chance to witness an electrifying match in the Dark Knight White Dot Forest. This classic training zone was a dense pine forest where black and white birds would randomly appear out of nowhere. The rules were simple. Only shoot the black birds, hit a white one, and it's an instant loss. Most hits in the least amount of time wins. As the two entered the virtual space, Xiao Chao watched from a corner. He had paid, but he could only spectate one player. Manli was obviously strong, but the real wild card was Hansen. He was the one who kept things exciting, and he did not disappoint. His arrow paths were unpredictable. Hansen, used to the flame butterfly's flight, knew he had to finish fast to truly earn Manli's respect, but even the spectators gasped at his god-tier archery. It hadn't been long, but his skills were already on another level. Even Qin Xuan couldn't help but feel sorry for Manli, who had the bad luck of facing such a phenomenal opponent. The match ended. 10 minutes later, Manli emerged from the virtual space, confident she had just achieved her best score ever. She was certain she had defeated Hansen. She'd hit 964 birds, a personal best that still only got her an A rank. Meanwhile, Hansen not only scored an S rank with 100% accuracy, but he'd finished a full 10 minutes before her. A painful defeat. Despite the loss, Manli remained as stubborn as ever. She accepted defeat for now, but swore she would get her revenge in the future. Xiao Chao knew this incredible match couldn't be forgotten, so he quickly uploaded a video online, but he was still considerate of Hansen. He blurred his face, making him look like a wanted criminal, and then posted it. This video was about to blow up the internet, and sure enough, the video went viral. After reanalyzing it, Manli finally understood that her defeat was practically destined from the start. Hansen's physical talent was just on another level. No one could really compete. Back at Blackhawk, his roommates were surprised he joined the archery club, but their attention was quickly drawn to Advisor C2. Today, they were going to learn about this year's toughest opponent, Jing Jiwu, the captain of the Central Military Academy's archery team, famous for having a normal physique but the power of an evolver. For years, he completely dominated the archery, Hand of God, and Warframe competitions. With him, the Central Military Academy always won. It was no debate. He was so ridiculously overpowered that the competition had to change its regulations because of him. Now, each person could only enter one event. Unfortunately, this year Jing Jiwu chose archery. It was a massive challenge. Advisor C2 asked for Hansen's opinion, and his over-the-top confidence immediately rubbed everyone the wrong way. But Hansen paid no mind to the whispers around him. His only goal was to clash with as many powerful people as possible. As it turned out, the advisor had one more file to show everyone. And yep, it was Hansen's viral video that had been all over the web. This made him jolt in his seat. After a moment, Hansen awkwardly claimed his own skills were on par with the person in the video. That alone was enough to give the archery team some much-needed hope. After they were dismissed, Hansen's group ran into Bing Tang. His friends were baffled. They couldn't understand his luck with women from school beauties to goddess-like upperclassmen. They all fell for him. Bing Tang was there not just for their promised meal, but also to invite him to watch a sparring session at her God's Fight dojo. She also conveniently asked what Hansen planned to do after graduation. Hearing he wanted to join the military, she enthusiastically recommended her dojo, boasting it had produced countless military talents. She wasn't in a rush, though. He was only a freshman after all, with plenty of time to decide his future. And just to prove her point, Bing Tang played her ace. Down below, a woman stepped onto the stage, radiating an aura of pure power and grace. Her presence alone was enough to shatter an opponent's confidence. She had to be an evolved human. This was the true queen of the house. And now Xu Zhiqiang, who had just evolved today, dared to challenge the queen with his metal-transformed hands. He was even using the highest tier of an S-class martial art, the Black Gold Fist. This guy had to be an intermediate evolver at least. He lunged with a powerful fist, but the queen took the hit without flinching and instantly countered his attack. She barely moved from her spot, yet her strikes were clean and precise, taking him down with terrifying ease. More than 10,000 intermediate evolvers had fallen to her just like this. The dojo's #1 disciple was no empty title. Hansen had never witnessed such a terrifying display of power before. Seeing a queen like this, Hansen knew her martial arts dojo was an excellent choice for him. If he joined, he could gain that same strength, or hey, marrying into the Huangfu family wasn't a bad plan B. Back at the steel armor shelter, Hansen was still shaken by the queen's overwhelmingly powerful aura. That kind of presence, forged in blood and war, was rare. Compared to her, he was still incredibly weak. This lit a fire under him, pushing him to train harder in the second world. There he met that coward from the Black Swamp, Lu Weinen. And Lu Weinen had some hot intel for Hansen about a humanoid godblood beast soul that had just appeared. This beast soul had a long spear, a mount, and was completely encased in black armor, zipping across the lake like a bird. Lu Weinen nearly died after a brief clash, only escaping thanks to his iron-feathered bird. Hansen immediately set out. The rules were the same as always. Team up, but whoever gets the kill keeps the prize. On day 2, Goldcoin kept Weinen perfectly safe. All the guy had to do was stand back and watch. But while they were eating, he tried to pet Miao Jun. One second he's praising the cute pet, the next its fur stood on end and it blasted him with a fireball. After eating, they got back to the main mission, hiding and observing. Even Goldcoin had to admit, Lu Weinen's ancestors must have been watching over him last time. The godblood creature's body was a single, seamless form. It was a completely perfect being. It was also riding a one-horned horse. That meant 2 godblood creatures. This was definitely going to be tough, but a prize this good was impossible to ignore. Goldcoin had to devise a new plan, but its hearing was insanely sharp. The creature heard their whispers and charged in, attacking like a maniac. Even the reverse heart blade couldn't stop it. God's armament stood no chance. Weinen was ready, signaling for Goldcoin to retreat. Miao Jun jumped out to help but was immediately sent flying. This battle was a lost cause. Goldcoin had to abandon the hunt and save his own skin first. Once they were safe, Goldcoin explained the situation to Weinen. With Miao Jun, it seemed like a 2-on-2 fight, but he couldn't use his Starseed Beast transformation or the Super Spenta particle accelerator. It was basically a 2-on-1. After a short rest, he took Miao Jun and went searching for it again, planning a sneak attack while it was bathing. But the godblood creature somehow predicted his position no matter what and landed a vicious blow that drew blood. Hansen was forced to retreat again. This went on for days. He'd show up just to harass it a little. His true goal was to study its terrifying spear techniques. It could predict attacks, using a forward spiral to deflect the force, or it would use a reverse spiral to pull his own power toward it. Normal attacks were completely useless. After half a month of teasing the dog, he finally mastered the basics of the great yin-yang magnetic force cannon. This time, he made real progress. While he couldn't apply the technique to his angelic weapon, he felt he could finally take down this Grim Reaper. Who cares if the enemy could see through his moves? As long as he was flexible with his power, his attacks would be faster than its defense. And sure enough, once the creature committed to a strike, it struggled to retract its power. Hansen used the opening to land a punch on its chest. He couldn't reach its face, but the yin force from his new technique had to have damaged its internal organs. But for some reason, getting its organs wrecked only made its attack several times stronger than before. Hansen had to fall back once more, getting his wings scorched by a lightning bolt and narrowly escaping death's grasp. But Hansen couldn't give up. He had to press his advantage and attack again while it was still wounded. But when he saw the creature the next day, it looked even healthier than before. Hansen was completely dumbfounded. Was there something special in the lake water? He spent 2 months investigating but still couldn't figure out why it was so powerful. But he had to attack now, no matter what. His pet back home was about to become a godblood, and it might destroy the city if he wasn't there. This time, he would hide in the water and use his honed assassination skills to take out the one-horned horse first. That would surely weaken the humanoid godblood rider. On the shore, the mount always got in his way. With his assassin's speed, taking down a bulky, heavily armed creature underwater was practically a walk in the park. The beast could guess his location, but it could never predict his movements, leaving it to flail uselessly in the water. It tried a reverse spin attack, but he countered with a positive force, a direct clash, designed to tear its insides apart. And sure enough, it wasn't long before Hansen defeated the godblood armored nightbug, claiming its beast soul and all its meat. What a haul. He cooked up a massive pot of meat, only to have the girl he'd raised on mutant flesh turn up her nose, demanding only godblood meat. Hansen felt a headache coming on. Well, the favorite always gets spoiled. But when he returned home, he found he couldn't summon his godblood creature at all. Looked like he'd have to raise a new one. Meanwhile, Advisor C2 was furious after being unable to contact Hansen for 3 whole months. The competition was just around the corner, so the moment she saw him, she dragged him off to practice, ignoring his protests that he could train just fine on his own. Hansen was powerful, no doubt, but C2 Xiang was an evolver herself. Beating her wouldn't be so simple. The training involved mobile targets appearing at random, with no scoring rings, just a simple check on whether the hit zone was valid. The rules were vague, to say the least. And this training was clearly much harder than anything he had done before. But Hansen wasn't afraid. Even though C2 Xiang had evolved, her bow was only a 7.0. there was a hard limit to her power. He decided to let her win the first round. Later on, he'd show the advisor what his true strength really looked like. Situ Xiang thought a loss would make Hansen back down. But she was wrong, he wasn't giving up and wanted to challenge her again. As her arrow neared the target, she was sure she'd won. But then, Hansen's arrow knocked hers clean out of the air. Hansen successfully scored a point. After that, his next 3 arrows all found their mark first, driving Situ Xiang absolutely insane. Still, she calmed herself and listened to his explanation. He won by calculating the trajectory of her arrow and shooting it down. Since the target was stationary, her arrow's flight path was predictable. So, knocking her arrow aside wasn't as amazing as it seemed. This man, she realized, was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Hansen was summoned by Qin Xuan. This time, it was to hand over the leadership of the Special Action Team, an official group visible only to its members on Skynet. When team members complete missions, they receive rewards. As it stood, all current missions were already finished. Hansen was eligible for 9 points. He was finally starting to understand why Manly wanted this position so badly. The perks were on a completely different level. Before he left, Qin Xuan offered him a quick piece of advice. She assured him Manly wasn't a bad person, just incredibly arrogant. If he could manage her correctly, she'd be a powerful right-hand woman. Taking his new role, Hansen immediately wondered how to handle his stubborn new teammate. He dropped a mountain of files on her desk for review. He wanted her to assess who was qualified for a mission, but she instantly corrected him in the workplace. You use official titles. She added that Qin Xuan had already reviewed this mission, and the entire team wasn't strong enough to take on this god-blood creature. But Hansen was the captain. She could call him reckless for pushing them into a tight spot, but at the end of the day, her rank meant she had to obey her superior. A Yuan's group led them to the mission's location, with Manli taking point to find the god-blood creature. She constantly criticized him, saying Captain Qin wouldn't do this, or Captain Qin wouldn't do that to slow him down. It didn't work. As they got close, a Yuan's group stayed behind while he and Manli pushed deeper into the forest. Hansen then ordered Manli to lure the creature out while he provided cover. Of course, she immediately exploded in rage. Qin Xuan would never put her in that kind of danger. This had to be personal revenge. But for as long as she was in the steel armor shelter, Hansen was her captain. She could only obey. She couldn't refuse. That settled it. She would file for a transfer as soon as this was over. Perhaps because she was distracted, a creature attacked her on the way. Luckily, Hansen showed up just in time to save her life. This whole revenge plot was something Manli had cooked up in her own head. Hansen was just doing his duty, providing cover as promised. This time, she was the one who failed the very duty she was always talking about. Back from the forest, Hansen was casually looking up info for the upcoming archery match. Manli walked in, not to submit her resignation, but to offer him the most sincere apology she could. Hansen didn't hold a grudge over something so minor. More skilled people meant a stronger team, so he agreed to give Manli a fresh start. The undisputed king of the competition was still Jingji Wu. As luck would have it, Situ Xiang drew a match against his team from the Central Military Academy. In the second round was Yanran, an old rival who held a grudge against Jingji Wu from last year. If it weren't for him, Blackhawk's best finish in the God's Hand tournament would have been in the top 16. If her boyfriend could settle the score this time, she'd pay for a 4-day, 3-night seaside vacation for 2 couples in a presidential suite, no charge. An offer that amazing? There was no way Hansen was going to miss this chance. He started studying countless of Jingji Wu's past matches, and yet, he couldn't find a single weakness. Which meant his chances of actually winning were pretty much zero. Chen Lu even called to warn him about Jingji Wu's strength, remembering his time at the military academy. That guy, just to compete with Lin Feng, didn't even enter the second world after finishing his gene evolution. With his insane talent and work ethic, this guy was a true reaper. Hansen knew he had to be on guard. Meanwhile, Jingji Wu wasn't just sitting around. After observing Hansen for a while, he realized just how powerful his rival was. Too bad Hansen's teammates were just dead weight. The day of the tournament arrived, and Jingji Wu's motorcade immediately drew a massive crowd. Qi Mingmei from St. Martial, another big name, showed up and gushed about the videos Hansen made for Silver Killer Asura. She single-handedly brought St. Martial into the top B tier. For a celebrity like her to ask for an autograph, Hansen truly was Blackhawk's legendary charmer. Arriving at the stadium, they saw the ever-diligent Jingji Wu practicing like a madman, every single arrow hitting a perfect bullseye. But they barely had a moment to admire his skill before some dude took a pot shot right at his face with an arrow. A rookie move, really. Jingji Wu easily blocked it. Then Fang Wending opened his mouth and started talking trash on stage. He claimed that real strength was all that mattered, and online fame was just garbage. One more word and Hansen's crew would have rushed the stage. Turns out, this guy was Hansen's first opponent, boasting he'd have to get through Mance to even touch Central. But for Hansen, Central was his only real rival. He couldn't be bothered with loudmouth clowns like this guy. This, of course, made Fang absolutely furious. Jing Jiwoo had already stopped shooting and came over to exchange a few words with Hansen. Now that's the attitude of a true powerhouse. Over at Starry Flower, a reporter was asking about Hansen's record in black and white boxing. He was so good, so why wasn't Jing Jiwoo competing this year? Why did he suddenly switch over to archery? Lost in thought, she then stumbled upon the hottest post of the day, a forum post exploding about the face-off between the two titans. The insane coincidence of both of them switching events had captured a massive amount of public attention. Right before the battle, Advisor C2 stepped up to give everyone a quick, powerful pep talk. On the battlefield, willpower is everything, and that's especially true for the youth. Her whole strategy was banking on these new recruits. Hansen also encouraged his sweating senior beside him. In this match, Mance was going down hard. Over at the commentator's desk, the veteran Feng Jiulun, remembering both schools' terrible results last season, still favored Mance to win. His reasoning was that Mance had scooped up so much talent this year, with Fang Wending being the key to their success. As for Hansen, who used social media to build his name, just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. So what if he stood with Jing Jiwoo? In the end, Blackhawk was still just Blackhawk. The audience, hearing this, went absolutely nuts. How dare he slander their god-tier player like that? He continued his analysis, pointing out Hansen's team maxed out at 1.0, while Fang Wending was already at 12.5. On paper, Fang Wending could take down the entire Blackhawk team all by himself. After a bit more talking, his bias became clear. It turned out this kid was the son of pro evolvers, Fang Hua and Feng Yunmei. So, he was a true prodigy from a legendary bloodline. How could a bottom-tier school like Blackhawk possibly win? Hearing this garbage, the Blackhawk team was furious. After entering the virtual space, Captain Xu Tianhao laid out their strategy. It seemed last year's devastating loss made him overly cautious, even in this very first round. But Hansen didn't see Mance as a threat at all. 5 minutes was way too long. He wanted a direct, head-on assault. Two opposite strategies, one side hiding carefully, the other gathering for an all-out attack. The commentator just shook his head at Blackhawk. Only Jing Jiwoo, hidden in the crowd, could see what Hansen was truly planning. Fang Wending kept his troops perfectly still. He was waiting for the targets to get as close as possible before making his move. The second Hansen's team stepped into the predetermined kill zone. Everyone watching thought the same thing. They walked right into a trap. But Situ Xiang knew her student better. The enemy had also just entered Hansen's hunting grounds. And sure enough, before they could act, Hansen unleashed 5 arrows in rapid succession. Just like that, the Mance players were eliminated right at the start of the match. Seeing this, he and Jing Jiwoo got up to leave. No need to watch the rest. Hansen was the king of this match. His speed, his pathing, his aim, it was identical to his own. He held this new rival in very high regard. If Hansen's teammates were stronger, a match against them would be incredible. The two left the arena amidst thunderous cheers for Hansen. That one-shot, 5-arrow display was just absolutely legendary. News about him was everywhere. But next up, they were facing Central far sooner than expected. Advisor C2 tried to cheer them on, saying taking down just 3 members would be amazing. But Hansen wasn't satisfied with it. Thinking he'd lose was the same as admitting defeat. So if the advisor wanted that championship, she had to change his entire mindset and map out a flawless strategy. The advisor, her spirit renewed, immediately pointed out that in terms of raw power, her boys didn't stand a chance. For their teamwork to click, for even a 1% chance of victory, Hansen had to be their core. The competition starts, and Lin Feng's crew has to watch this clash live. Even with Hansen's skills, the team's overall power makes victory unlikely. Still, Blackhawk is determined to carve a path for Hansen to eliminate their rivals. Just as the analysts predicted, every team is making a play for the high ground. Only 3 times in history has a team claimed the Central Rock Mountain, and all 3 times, they turned the tables against a much stronger opponent. This time, Situ Xiang is making a bet that Central Military will use a unique strategy just to let Jing Jiwoo deal with Hansen. And what do you know? Fate was on their side. Everything went exactly as planned. Blackhawk successfully sets an ambush, and their first target is Qin Cheng, Central Military's second in command. Taking down the main pilot, Jing Jiwoo, is too risky. So Qin Cheng is the next best target. On Hansen's command, an arrow whistles through the leaves, but Qin Cheng parries it with ease. He thought it was just a simple 3-arrow ambush, but he never imagined those first 3 were just a setup for Hansen's real kill shot. A perfect feint. And just like that, the first member of Central Military is out of the game. Only now does he realize just how powerful Hansen truly is. But Jing Jiwoo isn't about to just stand there and get turned into a pincushion. He has to get off this mountain. Fast. He fires a straight, 16-point arrow, piercing Old Shi straight through the chest. This right here is a worthy opponent. Central Military rushes down the mountain for a head-on confrontation with Blackhawk, but Hansen won't give them that chance. He has to use the terrain to his advantage and stop their descent. 20 minutes in, Central Military has lost 3 members. Blackhawk, only 1. This is a special strategy nobody has seen in years. Central Military can't even complain. The entire Blackhawk team chose 1-point gear to perfectly sync their power and speed. Not even Jing Jiwoo can dodge a 100-arrow rain. As expected, Hansen pulls off another miracle for Blackhawk. On the battlefield, only Central Military's ace is left, pushed into a corner. But Jing Jiwoo fights harder, immediately taking out 2 more Blackhawk members. Now, it's just Hansen and Lu Meng holding on. He's finally reached the stone forest, bringing everything back to square one. They have to face him directly, a success owed entirely to their strategist. They're just waiting for Hansen, but Lin Feng notices his bow is too weak. It's only effective at close range. Jing Jiwoo is now like a fierce tiger unleashed in its own territory. A tiny sound from Lu Meng gets him spotted, and even Hansen can't save him. Now, only the 2 aces remain. The amateurs in the crowd are complaining, saying Blackhawk couldn't even finish him from such a good position. But the experts know this fight is incredibly intense. Without any support gear, they can still track each other's every move. They narrowly escape danger, only to immediately search for an even better ambush spot. It's a shame Hansen's bow is at a disadvantage. It's a shame they met so early. This should have been the most epic finals in history. Half an hour passes. Arrows are drawn, but neither side moves. It's a psychological war. If Hansen had a 16-point bow, this battle would be legendary. The captain doesn't have time to wait for next year. Victory is within reach. But why did their opponent have to be Jing Jiwoo? With all his faith, he prays for Hansen's win. It seems Jing Jiwoo has grown tired of this little cat-and-mouse game. So, it's time for a direct confrontation. Who will become the king of this battlefield? In an open field duel, the stronger bow has the absolute advantage. It seems no one but his old rival Lin Feng could ever beat Jing Jiwoo. But Lin Feng doesn't see it that way. Both of these guys are wildcards. You can't call it that easily. In Hansen's eyes, at least, there's an intense, unwavering desire to win. The fight between them is perfectly matched. Hansen dodges every single arrow Jing Jiwoo fires. It's not about luck, it's that Hansen's power of attraction and misdirection is just that formidable. At a glance, Hansen's evasive movements seem simple, but they're filled with countless illusions. He makes it impossible for his opponent to pinpoint his real location. That's why Jing Jiwoo keeps misjudging, his arrows flying off target. Hansen quickly closes the distance. They realize he's creating an opening for his weaker bow to be effective, at a range of 50 to 100 meters. But that's also Jing Jiwoo's sweet spot, where he can fire 6 arrows in a row. If Hansen crosses the 50-meter mark, he has a chance. But just as he hits 100 meters, Hansen attacks. This was the perfect distance all along. Jing Jiwoo could fire 6 arrows in a row, and even within 50 meters, Hansen wasn't guaranteed to take him down. But with no supply points here, arrows were limited. So how exactly was Hansen supposed to pull off a win? Jing Jiwoo was a true god of war, firing rubber-tipped arrows that somehow packed an insane amount of destructive force. He fired his final arrow, but it was blocked at the last second. Seeing Hansen dodge such a dangerous attack, his heart set on victory, the advisor felt a sting of sadness. But just getting this far with him was more than enough for her. They say hard work pays off, and Hansen wouldn't let them down. Unbelievable, he still had 1 arrow left in his hand. Using skills honed over 3 months of combat, Hansen threw the arrow with his bare hands. Pouring every last bit of his energy into it, the arrow successfully reignited the hope that had just been extinguished. The arrow was closing in fast. Jiwoo couldn't draw his bow to shoot. He could only throw his own arrow to block its path. But the spiraling arrow, empowered by the great yin-yang magnetic force, obliterated everything in its way, striking Jing Jiwoo dead on. Jing Jiwoo, the monster of the Central Military Academy, had actually lost. No one could believe what they were seeing. Everyone from Blackhawk exploded with cheers. That 1% chance of victory actually happened. Hansen's name was now synonymous with miracle. It wasn't a mistake, it was that Hansen's methods were on another level. A new era had dawned, the new generation had arrived. The man who toppled the long-reigning monster was the new emperor, Hansen. On the rooftop, the feeling of defeat against an opponent like him was indescribable. Jing Jiwoo just quietly drank a beer, talking it over with his old friends. That final arrow wasn't cheating, it used the surrounding airflow. To change its spin and direction for someone who hadn't even evolved yet to reach that level was truly awe-inspiring. It was just a shame that this was the first and also the only time the two of them would ever be able to face off. Jiwoo was preparing to enter the second god's sanctuary, set to leave that very night. As a rival and a friend, Jiwoo understood. If he himself had been defeated like that, then it wasn't impossible for Hansen to defeat Lin Feng too. He completed his mission to bring the flower to Ji Yanran, keeping his promise of 4 days and 3 nights at the beach, not some random creek. A beach this massive with absolutely no one around. This had to be private property. Turns out, Yanran practically owns the entire planet. She was the legendary rich girl in the flesh. Hansen had somehow landed a girlfriend who was ridiculously wealthy. He'd climb a mountain of knives or dive into a sea of fire for her. While they were having their sweet moment, her third brother suddenly shows up on a yacht to crash the party. Ji Lingfeng stepped off the boat looking like a true second-generation heir, his face sour at seeing his little sister with some strange guy. But a moment later, after hearing the name of the legendary young hero, his entire attitude softened up considerably. He even asked if Hansen knew how to box. This little getaway was turning out to be even better than heaven. But back home, looking at the beast in its cage that needed another month to reach sacred blood status, Hansen grew impatient. He had to find a way to speed up its progress. After some research on the Jade Dragon Mountains, he found it was a hotspot for high-level creatures. The forums were buzzing with rumors that most of the sacred blood creatures came from this very place. A team of 30 people went in, and in the end, only 2 made it out alive. Absolutely terrifying. Of course, a place like this was somewhere Hansen couldn't pass up. But after arriving and searching the entire mountain, he couldn't find a single sacred blood. He even smeared himself with a creature attracting herbal liquid and waited, but still nothing showed up. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. A creature, maybe a cow or a pig, the size of several of Hansen's houses combined appeared. It might just be the largest land creature he had ever fought. No wonder the area was empty with a beast this huge around. It didn't seem interested in a death match. It just wanted Hansen to follow it, figuring other creatures would keep their distance. But who would have guessed, less than a minute later, it was devoured whole by a lion-like creature several times larger. A wise man knows his limits, and Hansen had to be smart to keep his head on his shoulders. He turned to run, but a horde of crazed beasts was stampeding right towards him. The dust they kicked up blotted out the sky. Luckily, his color-changing sacred blood beast soul helped him avoid the chaos, or he would have been trampled flat. At least, that's what he hoped. But it was out of the frying pan and into the fire he'd escaped the king of the jungle only to meet the rulers of the sky. His sacred blood chameleon was somehow spotted by this flock. They dived down in a frenzy, forcing Hansen into a corner. His only choice was to rely on the strongest creature there. To that giant lion, he was nothing more than a flea anyway. Just as he clung onto its body, the birds caught up. Their vicious talons swooped down, ready to tear him into pieces for a quick snack. Luckily for him, the lion swatted the vulture-like scavengers out of the sky with one paw, saving Hansen's life in the process. His devil-wrangling skill was surprisingly effective in this situation. Countless beasts were taken down by the lion with absolute ease. This mountain range was absolutely terrifying. Vultures swarmed the lion's fresh kills, relentlessly tearing into the flesh of the fallen beasts. For a whole day, Hansen was stuck with this lion, unable to find a way out. But as they both went to drink, a massive python shot out of the water. Just as a water creature was about to attack, the lion sent it flying with one massive swipe. This left Hansen to casually enjoy some sacred blood serpent meat. Meanwhile, a flock of birds stuck close by, hoping for a free meal. As long as the lion was hunting, they could all feast without worry. An entire month passed just like this, so Hansen continued to hitch a ride on the lion's back, still unable to escape. But right when things got dull, the birds finally gave up and left. Hansen could finally leave, but a quick reality check told him otherwise. In the middle of the vast ocean, he had no idea where to go. Plus, the skies were filled with vicious beasts. Leaving now would be a death sentence. His best bet was to stick with the lion and see where this journey led. Finally, on the other side of the sea, land appeared, glowing in the sunset. He guessed this must be the lion's den. But what was its real purpose for coming all this way? For several days, the lion lay motionless, not even hunting for food. He couldn't understand what its goal was. He was just thinking how, one day when he was strong enough, he'd return and settle the score with this beast. He figured its god Geno points must be increasing when suddenly, the lion let out a deafening roar. Turns out its only goal was to give birth, far from any danger. As Hansen watched in utter shock, the mother lion coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with it, a massive golden orb. She pushed the orb to her cub, and the little one clung to it like a source of life, refusing to let go. Hansen cautiously crept closer only after he was sure the mother lion was no longer a threat. He forcefully pried the orb from the cub's embrace. It was almost pathetic, pitting his strength against a newborn's. He figured if she left it for her child, it must be safe. So, as the cub searched for its mother's warmth, Hansen gave the orb a lick. Just as he thought, an insane surge of power rushed through him, renewing every cell in his body. But then, the lion cub had silently crawled up right behind him. He'd just robbed the poor thing, and it was already coming for him. He figured it was asking for it. He was planning to spare the newborn out of pity, but his attack did nothing, only enraging the cub more. He switched tactics, launching a spinning drill attack from above, aimed right at its eye still. It was completely unharmed. The battle raged for half a day, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on the cub, which only fueled its ferocious attacks. The cub was now strong enough to attack him back. Hansen knew he had to grab the orb and get out of there fast. Hansen took just a small bite of the Golden Growler's essence, and shot up to the super god Geno tier, a level beyond all understanding. He spent the next few days feasting on the island, finally getting some real food into his empty stomach. Hansen now had an insane 86 mutant Geno points and 10 super god Geno points from the Golden Growler's essence. To max out, he'd need to hunt sacred blood creatures. Eating the Golden Growler's essence had truly been a massive power boost. He realized each sacred blood creature must have its own unique essence, which made him wonder, could the pill from the black armored beetle have been its essence? But he had used that thing multiple times, which was completely different from the Golden Growler's essence. As he was lost in thought, a roar echoed from the mountaintop. It was the cub. It clearly wasn't going to forgive him for robbing it on its mother's grave. Stuck on an island in the middle of the sea, Hansen had absolutely no idea how to escape. Sitting around waiting for the Golden Growler to grow up and eat him was not an option. He had to find a way out of there now. After 2 exhausting days of flying over the ocean, Hansen finally found a sliver of hope, a massive ship wrecked on the reefs of Zifeng Island. The place looked deserted. But then, a golden-haired girl stepped out of the jungle. It seemed her team had been stranded here for a while. They were just waiting for a rescue party. They mistook him for someone from Galan Island. Realizing he wasn't their rescue, their spirits sank and they all returned to their shelter. Hansen followed the group back to their cave. All they would tell him was that leaving this island was impossible. Since they were all in the same mess, they didn't kick him out. But Hansen had to understand the rules here. No work meant no food. Hansen pointed out that with so many mutant beasts around, finding food shouldn't be a major issue. But for the people who'd been stuck here for so long, he was just a newbie. They simply warned him to be careful and not wander off. If a sacred blood creature on this island got him, nobody could save him. When they heard Hansen was also from their special task force, they got even more skeptical. How could a kid this young possibly get into the special squad? And then came the real bombshell. This teenager, not even 20 years old, claimed he was the captain of the special task force. But that was impossible. The squad's captain, Fu Shan, was standing right there. How could another one just show up? Hansen quickly figured it out. These guys had been stranded here for at least half a year, so of course they wouldn't know about a new captain. Qin Xuan had already advanced to the second god's sanctuary. That made Hansen the current leader. Naturally, they wanted to see some proof. He had no proof, but what did it matter? If they didn't believe him, it was their problem, not his. A beautiful young woman suddenly steps forward, someone clearly close to Qin Xuan, so she tells him to prove it by revealing what's under Qin Xuan's left hand. It was a strange question. After all, when had Qin Xuan ever tied her hair up? But Hansen had fought alongside Qin Xuan several times, and he noticed every little detail. Her left hand had nothing on it, but her right ear had a small, pea-sized birthmark. That one sentence was all the proof they needed. Captain Qin herself basically vouched for him. She wears her hair down to hide the mark. The question was a secret test. They all thought she was just another member of the special mission team. Turns out, she was from the Starry Group, and she was the one running this entire special investigation. When Su Ruyan heard that familiar name, she instantly pictured him, the arrogant son of God, Hansen, in his white suit with slicked back hair. This place was so dark, even flying creatures couldn't escape. It was true. Hansen hadn't seen a single one on his way in. That was why the vice captain warned them not to wander off, even though fishing in the sea seemed possible. The real reason? A terrifyingly powerful sacred blood creature was lurking right there in the shallows. So the sea was a death trap, and on land, there was only one type of creature, the ghost-eyed beast. It had the shape of a bear but was much larger, moving with lightning speed. Leaping from cliff to cliff was absolutely no problem for it. When the group first arrived, all 30 members were determined to wipe out the ghost-eyed beasts, but among them was a sacred blood variant, strong as a pack, with terrifying intelligence, using the terrain and leading coordinated attacks. In the end, a whole squad was wiped out just to kill a few basic ones. Now, everyone was stuck here, starving. Hansen saw the problem and immediately wanted to make a deal with Ruyan. He was sharp enough to realize she held a high rank in Starry Group. If she was tired of her team eating nothing but plants, she needed to get serious about hunting those beasts. But Ruyan and her teammates thought it was a total waste of time. After all, they had already tried and failed so many times. Still, the vice captain was willing to place a little hope in this newcomer. The deal: the sacred blood beast belonged to Hansen, and they would split the rest. Everyone immediately protested, thinking Hansen was just being arrogant, making wild claims without even seeing the target. The vice captain backed down. He had already sacrificed so many of his crew, he couldn't bear to lose anymore. The next morning, having failed to make a deal, Hansen decided he would just have to do it himself. This time, he would bring back a trophy that would force every single one of them to change their minds. It wasn't long before he encountered a beast. The terrain was brutal, no wonder the team couldn't succeed. This ghost-eyed beast was sharp, spotting him instantly, but it was nothing to worry about. Not if it was just a regular mutated beast. With Hansen's vast experience and a fresh infusion of super god gene points, taking this thing down was going to be easy. Back at camp, the others were still complaining about the arrogant rookie when Hansen suddenly appeared, a massive prize in his hands, leaving them speechless. All by himself, Hansen had the strength of an entire team, safely bringing back a mutated ghost-eyed beast. Seeing this, Ruyan was suddenly very interested in making that deal. A bold new idea popped into her head. She had to get something before Starry Group arrived to claim everything. It seemed this was the true objective of her expedition all along. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of meat. Ruyan quickly tried to strike a deal at market price somewhere around 2 to 3 million, but no. This greedy man Hansen wanted a full 100 million. The squad was completely shocked. 10 times the price would have been absurd. 100 million? This was just robbery, but this was a desperate place. Getting any meat at all was a small miracle. His terms were simple. Take it or leave it. Ruyan tried to use the vice captain as an excuse, saying they were teammates. Couldn't he offer a friendlier price? Hansen shot that down immediately. Even if he gave them a discount, they'd just give the meat to her, their boss. She would just be using them to get a deal for herself. Besides, the vice captain was the one who refused to cooperate, so he had no right to complain now. Shu Ruyan tried to twist his words again. She used emotions to try and rile up the crowd, hoping they would just attack him and steal the kill. But the longer they argued, the higher his price went. The vice captain couldn't watch anymore and ordered his team back to camp to chew on mushrooms as usual. Everyone stared at the meat enough to feed Hansen for years. As he walked off, all eyes turned to Ruyan. She felt sorry for her teammates, who had been eating weeds for who knows how long. Finally, she caved. At first, she tried for the 100 million price, but Hansen raised it to 200. She had no choice but to write an IOU, payable when they got to safety. He came back to cash in, but her promises were empty. Her real plan: when reinforcements arrived, both Hansen and his IOU would be buried at sea. But Hansen was much smarter than that. He demanded cash only, telling her to keep the paper. No money? Then trade a godblood creature. This was his true objective from the start. Knowing she was trapped, Hu Ruran had to fold. If she couldn't give him a godblood, a mutant beast would have to do instead. She couldn't just swallow this defeat. She turned to her vice captain, looking for someone to help take care of the problem. But he immediately shot down that idea. Just look at the beast in front of them taken down in one shot. The fact that Hansen carried it back without alerting the others proved their entire squad was no match for him. After scoring the deal from Hu Ruran, Hansen felt no pity. She was only trying to use his strength, after all, just to wipe out all these beasts. That whole story about being stranded? A lie. This was her real mission. Her obsession with these demon beasts meant something else was going on, no matter how ridiculously rich she was. Sending a special team to die for one god-blood creature was worse than just burning money. After circling around, Hansen finally recognized the place. It was the den of the Life Lotus, a creature he knew was incredibly rare and strange. After scouting the area, Hansen found the entrance to the lair, which looked exactly like the files he'd read before. The path was so tight only one person could pass. There were no ghost-eye beasts around, meaning they must be scattered everywhere. This was perfect. Hu Ruren's group would never guess the real prize was hidden here, not deep inside the main beast nest. And even if they reached this area, the scattered beasts would get in their way. If they didn't seize this chance, Hansen would. He landed with a thud, but thankfully, he didn't look too bad. Still managed to pull off a cool entrance. Lairs of strange creatures like this are usually thousands of meters deep, with massive swarms occasionally crawling out from below. He went thousands of meters deep, several kilometers, and still hadn't encountered a single creature. But just to be safe, he switched to a more flexible set of armor. Finally, his feet touched the wall protecting the nest itself. He just had to break through it. A new world was waiting on the other side. No matter the danger, he had to shatter that wall. Instead of a scene swarming with creatures big and small, the cavern was completely, unnervingly silent. Moving a bit deeper, the true, immense scale of the nest was revealed. If he flew up, he could see the entire layout, but that would also mean being instantly spotted. He was nervous, sure, but if he got that item, a godblood creature would be an epic prize. He got closer to inspect the massive eggs. The creatures inside had already hatched and gone. Could these things be so bizarre that after hatching, they could reproduce another creature and then just grow up all over again? He ruled out intruders, since the cave entrance was sealed. But before he could even process his 1,000 questions, they arrived. The creature was like a bizarre skeleton, frantically chasing him down. And being humanoid, there was no doubt it was far more intelligent. Dealing with them was not going to be easy. As expected, a skeleton with razor-sharp claws came clattering toward him. It not only dodged Hansen's blade, but also launched an attack with its own perfectly sharpened claws. Hansen frantically kicked it, sending it flying. But even completely mangled, it twisted itself back into shape and attacked him again. The skeleton's movements were a chaotic dance, its strikes just as random. Hansen couldn't predict its rhythm and took a heavy hit. It looked like his carefully laid plan was completely ruined. But in a moment of crisis, Hansen summoned Meowth. This skeleton was tough, but one look at the black cat made it scream and run for its life. Hansen used the chance to dash for the exit, then he called Meowth back. Seeing its prey escape, the skeleton gave chase, teleporting to the entrance in the blink of an eye. Hansen's new plan was to lure it out of the nest and use the narrow terrain to kill it. He unleashed an unstoppable vortex attack. Even if it wanted to counter, the distance was too close. Its short claws were useless, and pushing back would only make the drill dig deeper. But this thing once again defied all common sense. Its techniques were strange and utterly unpredictable. It moved with more than super acceleration, safely dodging the vortex. Retreat was the best option, if only to avoid making Hu Ruren's group suspicious. As soon as he returned, he started grilling meat. The delicious smoke drifted over the mountains, successfully provoking Hu Ruren's team. She was on edge, knowing that information about the Life Lotus was available online. And every day, his movements were unpredictable. What if he'd already found a clue? She approached, faking a friendly smile. What are you eating that smells so good? But Hansen remained as cold as ever. If you want some, tell your master to buy it for you. She kept up the act, pretending to be worried about him, but her kindness was worthless. If she wanted to negotiate, she'd have to pay the price of a primitive ghost-eye beast. And even though primitive is a step below mutant, the price was still the same one mutant beast soul. Of course, her team couldn't just stand by. Following Hu Ruren's orders, one of them stepped forward to fight. A one-on-one duel? Yeah, he never stood a chance. He's lucky he only got beaten, not completely erased. Hu Ruren couldn't contain her rage. She swore this place would be his grave, then turned and stormed off. It was the vice captain who made the tough call, sacrificing his own beast soul to get some meat for the team. Hansen would make the delivery in half a day. The vice captain advised him to go easy on Hu Ruren since they needed the Starry group to escape. But for Hansen, not punching her in the face was him going easy. Besides, everyone was going to side with her anyway, so he accepted being on the outs with the whole team. Seeing his resolve, the vice captain dropped the subject. Ultimately, the team's safety depended on their leaders. He was more than willing to try and patch things up between the two. Hansen appreciated the thought, but his blood feud with the Starry group and Shen Tianhao was a different story. He had to handle Hu Ruren his way. For 3 straight months, Hansen challenged the skeleton every single day without fail. That poor thing just sat outside the cave entrance, waiting for Hansen's daily challenge. After so long, he finally noticed something. Sure, its attacks were chaotic, but inside that chaos was a very specific, unique rhythm. Once he figured out that rhythm, taking it down was no longer a problem. If it couldn't pull a new trick, it was game over. And finally, success. After 3 long months, the Zombie King was destroyed. No flesh, no beast soul, but its bone blade was an epic drop. It suited him way better than the trident he got from Ping Xing. Turns out, every creature carries a unique egg. Break the shell, and you might get a beast soul. This had to be the real prize someone like Hu Ruren was searching for, but you never know, it could just be a normal one. He finished cracking open the strange creature's egg. Hansen prayed to every god he could think of, hoping this would be the one, a super god-class beast. He could become the first person in history to own a super god beast soul. He hadn't even finished praying when it burst from its shell. You really never know until you try. The more he explored, the more Hansen realized anything was possible in this world. But the real jackpot was a Godblood Crimson Flame commander that dropped an aura-type beast soul. Just look at that insane stat screen. What more could he ask for? In the second god's sanctuary, even a mutated aura soul was impossibly rare. And yet, he had a Godblood version. He couldn't help but grin, just imagining the look on Hu Ruren's face. Meanwhile, Hu Ruren's group couldn't just sit around any longer. They'd been trapped in that cave for over a year. But with the Starry Group's rescue on the way, their morale was finally up. A person of her status couldn't afford to become a joke. That was only part of it, though. Her real fear was the Starry Group finding that treasure before she did, which brought them back to Hansen. He had conveniently appeared and drawn the attention of the beasts, creating their only chance to escape the cave. Almost instantly, the demonic-eyed beasts spotted the intruder in their territory and swarmed to attack. Hu Ruren's group leaped down from the cliff, landing ready for a fight, planning to turn these creatures into dinner. Watching from above, Hansen saw everything clearly. These people, who talk so much of humanity, were willing to trade 3 mutant souls just for his life. But sacrificing him wasn't going to be that easy. Another beast appeared. This one looked completely different, way more vicious. It leaped down from the cliff. And surprisingly, Hu Ruren stepped up to fight it herself. She summoned her own beast soul to battle. She wasn't just posturing for her subordinates. The woman actually had some real power. Too bad for her, the beast was still standing as her strength began to fail. That's when Hansen fired an arrow, pinning the creature down, turning it into instant barbecue in the middle of the rocky valley. The loud explosion left Hu Ruren absolutely stunned. She frantically scanned the area for the source. And there he was. Hansen, with his incredible wings, making the most dramatic entrance possible. He'd successfully snatched the Godblood beast soul. She was furious, but completely powerless to stop him. Besides, her real objective was getting inside the cave. She simply added this insult to Hansen's growing tab. But the second she stepped inside, she realized it was picked clean. Absolutely everything was gone. She let loose a string of curses for that bastard Hansen. Half a month later, their long treasure hunt across the Great Sea finally came to an end. The Starry Group's rescue fleet had arrived to escort their esteemed Director Hu back to the mainland. A whole fleet of ships, big and small. Before they left, the vice captain, still worried, searched for Hansen several times but found no trace of him. Hu Ruren was still seething. She carried all her rage from the island back home, with no way to unleash it on Hansen. The reason they couldn't find him? Hansen had no need to rely on the Starry Group's technology. As long as he could find his way, this pair of wings was all he needed to return safely to his overjoyed brothers. Time really flies, an entire year had passed. Worse, he got back too late to see Yanran off as she enlisted in the military. She was about to graduate from college anyway, and everyone else had moved on. Hansen was the one left behind, and he had to catch up. After a year of no contact, Hansen's mother looked haggard. Her son had vanished for an entire year, thank heavens he returned safely. Hansen couldn't hold back the tears. Yanran was already gone. Using a phone to contact her was obviously impossible now. He still had no way to reach her. Meanwhile, Pingqing quickly got the news that Hansen was back in town. She threw a few sarcastic jabs his way before getting to the point. The shelter couldn't locate the armored steel shelter of Ji Kulin, but Pingqing had some inside info that could help. Plus, it was a stroke of luck that the Son of God was no longer at the armored steel shelter. He'd already transformed into his second world form, just like Qin Xuan had. Otherwise, Hansen would have had to deal with Pingqing's cousin again. Just to get to the armored steel shelter meant crossing 5 other shelters, a long, exhausting, and incredibly dangerous trip. Pingqing was happy to help, but on one condition: she gets a cut of the beast souls he finds. The moment she tried to lay claim to his hard-earned beast souls, Hansen shot her down. He wouldn't trade even a single dry bone. Just a map would be enough. He could handle the rest on his own. Besides, someone else was waiting on his progress with the yin-yang magnetic artillery. Professor Bai was stunned when his student reappeared after being gone for so long. This time, Hansen came to him with a question. He wanted to know the most powerful super gene technique an unevolved person could possibly master. The kind of power he was after needed to be strong enough to destroy a creature many times stronger than a typical godblood. That last golden-haired roarer was still out there, determined to hunt him to the ends of the earth. Who knows what he discussed with the professor? But Hansen's path was set. It was time, once again, to trek across that all-too-familiar desert. Ping Qing's detailed map was a massive help. He'd traded her 5 mutant beast souls for the intel on a safe route. Honestly, Hansen still got the better end of that deal. Not to mention, he could sell off the other mutant beasts he'd hunt for a nice profit. The last time they met, the professor had shown him a path, a manual called the Heretical Sutra, pieced together from fragments of ancient martial arts. 5 years of the ancient evil curse were mostly complete. This martial art was said to be able to slice through gold and jade with one hand. This power would be an incredible upgrade, but it wasn't sold on Skynet. A treasure like this would never slip past the professor's watch. Their goal was to create a superior gene, but all of their research and modifications had amounted to absolutely nothing. But that didn't mean its effects were overblown. Practitioners really did gain a massive boost to their physical condition. However, it came with a bizarre and monstrous side effect. And what was it? A bottomless stomach. No matter how much you ate, you were always starving. No one could fight off one of the 3 most powerful human urges. Every single one of them failed at the very first level. Hansen felt his stomach rumble. He already knew this feeling. He wanted to eat with Miao Jun, but he'd probably end up dead before he could finish. So, he kept his mouth shut. This insane hunger was a direct side effect of practicing the Heretical Sutra. The first level consumes a massive amount of energy to improve the genes of the heart and blood vessels. All that energy was being funneled into his heart, which meant his other organs were starving. And then, an idea sparked in his mind. His ice muscle jade bone technique could slow down his energy consumption. Maybe applying it could reduce the feeling of hunger. It made sense that so much energy was being used. Without that power reinforcing his heart and veins, they'd probably just explode. And it worked. Hansen could feel his heart growing stronger than before. Time to push forward. 6 months passed. Hansen finally returned to the armored steel shelter, looking like a walking skeleton, which horrified his friends. He was 20 but looked 50, and he dropped 30 kilograms faster than any weight loss pill. The training had been absolutely brutal, but he reached the second stage, the void-shattering curse. The hunger vanished, and his organs were stronger. Compared to him now, even Qin Xuan with her atomic fission technique was no longer on his level. But even after reaching the 3rd level longevity curse in just 6 months, Hansen felt it was too slow. How long until he mastered the ancient evil curse, and could finally kill that super god creature? His long-lost little cloud beast was lying there like a fluffball, ready to become his first comeback meal. But then something unbelievable happened. The black crystal he'd left inside it could actually nurture a superclass divine creature. He had obtained a super god-level beast soul, and an entirely new path just opened up before him. He didn't even need to master the evil taming curse to hunt super god beasts. At this rate, he was on the verge of becoming the first royal evolver in a single step. And during the time Hansen was away from Blackhawk, a new talent had emerged. This young prodigy could lead the chairman of Hand of God by 20 points, becoming a new star in everyone's eyes. But the second he heard Hansen was back, he took off like a madman to find him. Meanwhile, our guy was busy calculating how to max out his super genes. But in reality, it was all taking way too much time. Then someone called his name Jing Jia, a freshman from his department, was hoping to learn a few tricks. Right now, however, Hansen was too swamped to even breathe. When the guy introduced himself as Jing Jiwoo's brother, Hansen froze. What kind of twisted fate was this? Jia was calm, fully confident in his brother's skills. He believed there was no way he could lose to a rookie like Hansen. It was all just a lucky break. Jing Jiwoo himself had let it go, so why was his little brother suddenly digging up the past? Jia was determined to crush Hansen just to prove to everyone that his older brother was still the best. Hansen stopped by the holographic hall to test out the power of his myriad forms technique. This place was perfect, no ID verification needed, and he could fight against actual evolved opponents. While his current stamina could last 2 hours against unevolved fighters, compared to the truly evolved, he was basically just a rookie. They were nearly 20 points stronger. After a search, he found an opponent named Dual Blade Conquers the World, who didn't waste time on words. He jumped right into the match. In the virtual world, the two fighters faced off. Seeing Hansen choose dual blades like him, his opponent immediately charged forward. He intended to end him in a single move. This guy's blade work was clean, and his strength was at least a 25. This was exactly the kind of exhilarating fight he was looking for. but after a few exchanges, his opponent was completely baffled. The power difference was huge, but because of Hansen's strange weapon style, he just couldn't land a finishing blow. Every weapon has a certain rhythm, but the way this skeleton avatar used its blades completely shattered the rules, successfully confusing his opponent. Unable to hold back, he unleashed his final move, his two blades creating a vicious whirlwind of energy. It was a relentless assault. No matter how powerful Hansen's techniques were, he couldn't block attacks from every direction at once. His health dropped to 27%, but as long as he was standing, he was fighting. Hansen used his body's insane flexibility. He successfully dodged and dragged out a fight that should have been over in less than a minute. Those 30 strikes only dealt 70% damage to Hansen. The benefits of this combat arena were massive. He'd already figured out the pattern of the first 9 strikes, which is how he dodged them, not because their power had weakened. If 10 blades didn't work, he'd throw another 13, doing whatever it took to kick Hansen out of the arena. His combat power was down to 11%, but Hansen had no regrets. You only learn by fighting those stronger than you, so he would fight to the very end. These 13 slashes were like one continuous attack. If one landed, the rest were impossible to dodge. But he saw it all clearly now, the transformation from his myriad forms technique. Now, it was Hansen's turn to show him what his own proudest skill felt like. The 13 counter-strikes began. Huang Yulai was in utter shock. He had been training his Fishin Bajue spear art since childhood. At 16, he began practicing the 13 counterflow blades. With a 6-year foundation, he mastered the technique in just 1 month. He thought that was incredibly fast. But his opponent had somehow learned his entire sword style just by watching the first 10 strikes. After the match, he was so psychologically wrecked he wanted to talk to his sister, but she was away performing for the queen. Hansen finally made it back home and was sleeping soundly when a call woke him in the middle of the night. It was Mon Li. She had news they'd located a mutant creature's lair. A prize he couldn't afford to miss. Hansen got dressed and left immediately. The terrain of this mountain was a lot like the Lotus Genesis, but he wasn't the first person to notice the treasure here. 3 major forces from the Steel Armor Shelter were already on site: the Disciples of God, the Fist Gang, and the Triangle Armor Squad. Once Hansen arrived, they all began to negotiate who would scout the den first. Figuring it was his fault for arriving late, Captain Hansen accepted the mission. Half an hour later, the first team emerged, completely beaten down. A godblood creature was blocking the entrance, and behind it was a whole swarm of unknown mutants, all of them incredibly powerful. Next up was a Yuan's team to investigate. Half an hour later, they returned and confirmed the first group wasn't lying. It was extremely dangerous. Hansen was the last one to go down, leaving all authority with his vice captain, Guan Xuan. He descended into the cave with a few volunteers. With their captain leading the way, it was definitely safer, and they quickly spotted something strange. The path was blocked on the other side of the cave. When they got closer, they saw a swarming mass of mutants, making it impossible to pass. He initially planned to retreat and pick them off one by one, but that passive approach was never really Hansen's style. He suggested that he should go in first for a chance at the best loot. If they all charged out, his opportunity would be gone. You have to plunge into danger to get a worthy reward. He told everyone else to retreat first. Gambler wanted to stay and help, but his priority was protecting the others. Everyone fell back toward the entrance of the cave. This was to give Hansen an escape route if he ran into trouble. But of course, the second he entered the beast territory, he was right at home. Hansen went on an absolute rampage, carving through the mutated horde. Countless heads flew while bodies were split in two, gushing blood. He was like a god of slaughter out there, a true calamity. Only Gambler understood. If Hansen was this confident, there was nothing to worry about. Their job was just to hold the escape route. A teammate barely had time to shout, "Boss, watch out! There's a huge one right behind you." Before he could finish, Hansen had already sliced it down with ease. Now that's their impossibly cool captain. Everyone knew he was strong, but they never imagined he was this dominant. Standing back, Gambler took a proud drag from his cigarette. After all, he taught Hansen a thing or two about swordplay back in the day. When the recruits heard the kill count, their jaws hit the floor. Who could have possibly slaughtered that many mutated beasts? Hansen's arms had to be on fire. He finally reached the strange creature's egg, praying that this time, it would be a super godblood beast soul. After all that insane fighting, winding up with just a normal egg would be seriously disappointing. One slash broke the cocoon. The godblood demon sword beast soul burst forth, fusing instantly with its new master. It was strange this beast soul actually inhabited a sword. Its power felt a little stronger than other godblood weapons, too. With the sword offering protection, it was considered a pretty decent haul. The adrenaline from that last battle was still buzzing. With some time on his hands, Hansen wanted to test himself against the evolvers in the virtual space once more. It seemed Huang Yulei and Xu Zhu had been waiting for him, and this time, Xu Zhu brought someone else along for the show. Was he here to watch the drama, or was he a friend of Hansen? The two had exchanged blows a few times, finding a mutual interest in each other's skills. Back in the fight, Xu Zhu expected his opponent to use dual blades, just like last time. He was sure Hansen was trying to steal his techniques, and he was determined not to let that happen. The crowd buzzed, guessing Hansen must have come from a famous martial arts school. That would explain his knowledge of the 8 locks technique. But Xu Zhu was a whole other level, a master of not just 8 locks, but also force redirection. His style could rapidly drain an opponent's strength. And sure enough, right from the opening move, Hansen was already in trouble. His signature move, the Overlord Armor Removal, was a force redirection art inherited from Golden Cicada, Molting, and Bone Shrinking Gong. It could weaken an opponent's power while simultaneously redirecting all their energy right back at them. You could see it clearly in the way he twisted Hansen's arm. Mastering the natural flow of force redirection took an insane amount of work. Luckily for him, this was just a virtual fight. Against an evolver, this powerful, one who could constantly change his genetic techniques, Hansen would stand zero chance of winning. His new acquaintance easily spotted that Hansen's raw power wasn't high, but his techniques, those were what he was watching. For him, observing those skills was more important than the outcome. Xu Zhu had already boasted that without mastering the 8 locks in its release, recovering from shattered joints was almost impossible, let alone actually defeating him. It felt like an impossible climb. In terms of raw power, he was outmatched. But he had a secret weapon, the heart cultivating the evil taming curse. That small advantage was just enough to bridge the gap. Half an hour later, Hansen was still standing with 39% of his health left. This was after being absolutely brutalized by his opponent. A familiar feeling started to creep in, just like their previous duel. His opponent's attacks on Hansen were slowly starting to lose their effectiveness. He had endured it all for this moment. Finally, Hansen had completely learned the Overlord Armor Removal from Xu Zhu himself. Absolutely incredible. This explained why his friend felt so unsatisfied whenever they sparred together. Hansen had been secretly learning his opponent's techniques, then using their own moves to defeat them. He'd been right all along. Hansen turned the tables, expertly trapping Xu Zhu and putting his opponent in a helpless, inescapable hold. Finally, he had to surrender. Xu Zhu could only sigh in defeat. What kind of monstrous learning ability was this? He had even managed to match his speed. If so, what chance did Huang Yulei's famous 13 slashes stand? The crowd's fascination with Hansen grew even stronger. Just then, Yulei thought of a name, someone who might be very interested in this situation. Xianhei Zhen. He was the director in charge of them, a high-ranking colonel who looked far from weak. Meanwhile, Hansen was panting, feeling the torment of the evil taming curse. Just then, Hansen got news of a godblood creature that no master had been able to touch. Apparently, not a single godblood weapon could even scratch its tough scales. This could only be a super godblood creature. Suddenly, Jingjia walked over with a bottle of water and, after sitting down, started talking complete nonsense. He even asked Hansen what the probability of successfully stealing someone else's girlfriend was. This guy was clearly spoiled rotten by his older brother. This time, Hansen wasn't running. If the guy wanted a fight, he'd get one, and this showdown was drawing a serious crowd. Even his 2 old coaches from archery and martial arts showed up. They knew Hansen was strong, but he lacked experience. But Cap Na was no pushover. In fact, he was stronger than his brother at the same age. New to the arena, he was ready to make a grand entrance. He had mastered Hansen's legendary archery technique, unleashing 10 spiral arrows in a row that left everyone completely shocked. Hansen praised the kid, even asking if he planned on doing a fire dance next. But Hansen was busy, and he needed to end this fast. Seeing Hansen holding the legendary 11.0 bow from back in the day, Cap Na felt his confidence start to waver. History might just repeat itself, with Cap Na losing just like his older brother. The kid was definitely obsessed with his brother's legacy. He even set himself at the same distance his brother had used for his attack. The moment the whistle blew, Cap Na fired. Each arrow carried the weight of his desire to avenge his brother's shame. He believed his daily training could overcome the school's living legend. But he was wrong. He still didn't understand that true power lies in the raw strength behind the arrow itself. It has nothing to do with the quality of the arrow. Hansen decided to teach him a lesson. One shot was all it took to show the difference. His arrow weaved around his opponent's shots, flying straight toward Cap Na. The match was already decided. A guy who only knows theory without any real experience can only go so far. Looks like he's got a lot to learn from Hansen. The two advisors were beaming with pride over their incredible student. Meanwhile, Kapna was still nursing his ambitious dream. He wouldn't be satisfied until he stomped Hansen into the mud. But that was a long way off. The very next morning, Hansen arrived at the location of the strange creature sighting, God's Domain Island again, and worse, it was in the Black Swamp. He figured he'd be the only one there. But as he happily flew in, he realized someone else had beaten him to it. It seems some outsiders had shown up in the armor-plated zone, most likely from the Glory Shelter looking for rare loot. Even with their godblood weapons and armor, these two couldn't take down the Silver Wolf. Just then, Ma Mingjun flew past the bushes. Seeing Hansen hiding, he immediately proposed they team up finders keepers. Without hesitating, Hansen flew up to join the fight. He unleashed his wild 13 slashes technique. Who would have thought someone from Glory Shelter would recognize this move? In a flash, the demon-like Hansen finished off the Godblood Windwolf, snagging its beast soul mount. Welcome to the team, his first Godblood ride. With the monster defeated, Ma Mingjun and his partner approached Hansen, asking if they could buy the meat he'd collected. But Hansen was only focused on beast souls now. He was already talking about God blood. And now he wanted one from the second God's sanctuary. That sounded completely insane. A single primitive creature from the second sanctuary was worth more than a godblood creature from the first. Fine, if they weren't selling, he was leaving. Although they were reluctant, after seeing his power, they knew better. They couldn't risk provoking him. For all they knew, this guy could be a core member of some powerful martial arts guild. 3 is better than 2. The pair decided to stick with Hansen on the path ahead. Mingjun gave Hansen a little info about seeing a godblood turtle in the nearby grassland mountains. After walking for a bit, Mi-Ti spotted a group of people riding tigers. A bald guy called out to Mingjun as Captain Ma, so they clearly had some history. The bald man's face lit up when he heard Ma Mingjun's group wasn't there for the godblood creature. He mentioned that at least their 2 teams wouldn't have to fight. But he was still wary of the unfamiliar Hansen. Captain Ma stepped in to smooth things over with a few polite words. Hansen thanked him, then said his goodbyes to Ma Mingjun. He continued on his own path. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he encountered the creature from the rumors. It looked like it had made a long journey just to get here, all for some wild fruits growing on a desolate mountaintop. The bald guy's group appeared out of nowhere, immediately trying to intimidate him. Scram if you want to live, or stick around if you want to die. Stay and you can watch us claim our prize. Hansen just laughed. The battlefield shows no mercy. These guys wanted his loot? The greatest mercy he could show them was letting them leave alive. They knew they'd kicked a hornet's nest. They immediately turned to run. But sorry, Hansen isn't the same person he used to be. When he says kill, he kills. One move was all it took. Too bad for the bald guy. Wiped out before he could even catch a single godblood creature. For several days after, Hansen tailed the turtle. He was just waiting for the right moment to strike. The opportunity finally came, but he still had to be careful. If the newborn little golden roarer was this powerful, a fully grown one would be incredibly dangerous. He summoned his demon sword, ready to finally test its might. Brimming with confidence from the power of the red-faced dragon and the ancient evil charm, Hansen charged in to fight the ancient turtle head-on. But no matter what sword he used, he couldn't even land a hit before it got chomped. A second later, the sword snapped in half. Say goodbye to that beloved blade. So much for his earlier confidence. The turtle was old, but its legs were like supercharged motors. It chased Hansen relentlessly, forcing him to transform into his battle armor just to escape safely. Back at his shelter, Hansen took a hard look at himself. He didn't even have a super godblood armor set, let alone any advanced techniques. Winning this would be a pipe dream. Then, a notification suddenly appeared on the board, a solo match against the queen. The second the match began, Hansen attacked. He knew if he let the queen move first, his chance would be 0. He had to press the attack. But her movements were unbelievably fast, and she wasn't even fighting back. No matter how many times he struck, she dodged effortlessly. He tried using this as a chance to practice his own speed. But against the queen, not a single one of his attacks landed. Her dodging rhythm was constantly shifting, making his own chaotic style completely and utterly useless against her. Finally, exploiting a blind spot, the queen made her move, taking down her opponent in a single, clean strike. The core of the battle was all in her movement. What looked like chaos was actually her leading him into a corner step by step. To be defeated so easily, she was even stronger than a super godblood creature. Hansen knew he couldn't miss a chance to fight her again. This experience would be vital for hunting down superclass creatures. At the dojo, The queen herself confirmed that Hansen was qualified to challenge Tianhe. And let's be honest, the queen, Huang Fujing, might just have the best design in the entire series. Meanwhile, Hansen somehow got his hands on a super overload gene, allowing him to push his body far beyond its limits. Combining that with the power he'd been storing, and his Guxie skill would surely double its effectiveness. A challenge request arrived from someone named Tianji He. Hansen didn't recognize him but quickly accepted the match. But the kid had barely entered the arena when his opponent was already flying at him. Talk about being in a hurry. Young, with a physique over 30 points. With that kind of insane power, this guy was no random challenger. If Hansen stayed on the defensive, he'd definitely lose. Hansen immediately integrated 2 super genes at once, pushing his own physique to its max of 28 points to go toe-to-toe with him. And yet, he was still being crushed by his opponent's relentless attacks. The power gap was just too big. In this desperate moment, a strategy sparked in his mind: the queen's technique, the super overload footwork. Step by step, he closed the distance, luring his opponent into a trap. Tianji. He was shocked. This guy had actually learned her footwork. He predicted his opponent's moves, launching a counterattack along the same path, but he was just a little too slow. So it wasn't enough to take down Tianzi He. His opponent now realized he had to take this fight seriously. This guy was actually interesting. We don't know how that battle ended, but now Hansen is training like a madman, working to increase his own speed and agility. It's amazing. He's already surpassed his former self, but Hansen still feels it isn't enough. He still couldn't escape that old turtle. Then a younger kid appeared, wanting to learn his spiral arrow technique, but there would be a tuition fee. Hansen wasn't worried about his student using the move against him, because deep down, he believed that whatever he chose to learn, he would become the best in that field, so a novice could never defeat him. After dealing with that kid, Hansen returned to the steel armor shelter for a mission from his superiors: protect Sun Minky. As a top botanist for 50 years, he would surely know what that turtle eats that drives it across mountains and seas. But upon meeting Sun Minky at Glory Shelter, Hansen was stunned. The professor looked much younger than his 70 years. It was all thanks to the meat the government provided. Possessing all 4 genes made you look healthier and more handsome. As Captain Jin Riji cleared his throat beside him, Hansen immediately switched into full professional mode. He assured them he would follow all orders and not disrupt the team, and with that, the journey quickly began. Everyone was wondering why a person with 4 super genes wouldn't enter the second god's sanctuary, and was instead obsessed with wild plants. Now, that was true dedication. Hansen stayed close to Professor Sun, listening to him discuss his newly collected plants. He came from a family of botanists, carrying on his father's work. He also explained why people can only gain genes from creatures, because the effects of plants are incredibly diverse, and they even possess healing properties. Hearing this, Hansen immediately asked about his own dilemma. Sure enough, it wasn't unusual for beasts to eat plants. It wasn't just for healing, it was essential for pregnancy. An idea suddenly struck Hansen. Maybe he didn't need to kill the turtle. He could just wait for it to give birth and go all out then. The genetic essence of a newborn, like the golden-haired howler, would be perfect. The professor was also eager to see the famous god-blood creature. Hansen led them to the turtle's location, intending for everyone to observe from a safe distance. But Professor Sun insisted on getting closer to observe it properly. And of course, they were discovered. An arrogant guy named Lu Mingda flew up, trying to launch the turtle into the sky. He was almost the one who got launched instead. If Hansen hadn't flown in at the last second, Captain Kim's blade stood no chance against that creature's beak. Right in the heat of the moment, Hansen arrived in his battle armor to save them, demanding they get the professor to safety. He told them to go, he'd find a way to win. After the team escaped, Hansen was still struggling against this turtle. Its footwork was faster than his dual heavy cannon and superparticle techniques. He just had to lure it to the cliff's edge to make his escape. This fight would have to wait for another day. Meanwhile, the heavy-set guy was consumed by guilt for his mistake, believing he was the reason Hansen was now in mortal danger. But a second later, Hansen appeared before them completely unharmed, which finally eased some of the guilt weighing on their minds. Hansen announced the mission was over for now. They'd suffered heavy losses in both men and equipment, so they would hunt the beast another time. Back at base, Hansen saw the queen was online, and immediately jumped at the chance to challenge her to another duel. He had to learn more of her footwork. Huang Fujing received the request and didn't hesitate to accept the challenge. But during this duel, Hansen's movements were different, not at all like she had predicted based on their last fight. She instantly realized his strategy. He was trying to defeat her using her own techniques. Smart, but this kid was still far too green. By the 7th step, Huang Fujing had him cornered. The match was over. She had anticipated every single one of his moves. She'd simply targeted his weaknesses to close the distance. After the match, she logged out, leaving a frustrated Hansen all alone. Hansen was furious with himself for not learning enough to take on that turtle. Just then, Professor Sun's group finally returned. They searched for the sacred blood turtle, but it had completely vanished without a trace, leaving only scraps of food behind. But of course, they couldn't catch a break. A new problem appeared right in their path: a prairie goblin. Seeing a chance to make up for their losses, the team decided to hunt it. But then a whole mob of them swarmed down to attack. Hansen was the fastest, striking first and taking down the first sacred blood creature before leading the chase after the rest who fled. The pursuit led them into a deep cave with a vast, dark lake. The goblins had already made it to the other side. Hansen was hesitant. The water looked calm, but his instincts screamed danger. He decided to scout ahead by himself first. Only if it was safe would the others escort the professor across. But out in the middle of the river, the danger finally revealed itself. A creature as long as a dragon erupted from the depths, its jaws dwarfing a crocodile's and its eyes glowing crimson as it lunged for Hansen. His lightning-fast reflexes were the only thing that saved him from becoming its next meal. Fighting was impossible. He had to escape. Captain Kim's team cleared a path, and Hansen bolted towards it, desperately trying to stay ahead of the monster's snapping jaws. They escaped its immediate grasp, but they had to get out of its sight, or it would surely leap from the water to finish them. After a moment of analysis, Professor Sun chose an opening that was thick with green grass, figuring there must be airflow. Not only did his quick thinking get them away from the monster's jaws, but they also happened to run straight into the turtle again. The turtle was just resting there, likely looking for food. An idea sparked: if they followed it, they might just find a way out. So, the team tailed the massive creature. But the deeper they ventured, the hotter it became. The turtle wasn't stupid enough to roast itself. No, this place was a nest, the very spot where its young were born. Lava is deadly for humans, but for this creature, it was a cradle. Turtles lay their eggs in sand. But Hansen could never have imagined he would be hunting for eggs at the bottom of a lava pit. How could he possibly survive this? Suddenly, the dragon-like beast reappeared, roaring as it slammed its head into the cavern wall for no reason. They thought it was trying to kill itself, but each headbutt was powerful enough to shake the entire cavern. Its head was undamaged, but the wall was completely shattered. Through the new cracks, everyone could see water starting to trickle in. Was it trying to flood the chamber, destroy the lava, and bury the turtle and her eggs alive? Water met fire, and the whole cave filled with steam. Everyone quickly equipped their gas masks, thinking the turtle was done for. But then, it shattered through the newly formed volcanic rock. It rose from the chaos, absolutely enraged. You don't mess with a mother protecting her young. The turtle launched itself and bit the dragon's neck. It refused to let go, sending the dragon flying into a wall with a single, violent shake of its head. But the dragon was far from finished. Shaking off the impact, it charged right back in for another attack. When two super sacred blood beasts fight, the entire cave is bound to collapse. Unable to convince him, the rest of the team had to retreat. Only Hansen remained, stubbornly determined to claim the turtle's soul. In this chaotic environment, his fairy queen spirit was the perfect choice. The dragon was fading, but the turtle was still fighting strong. To claim the dragon's beast soul, Hansen had to time his shot perfectly. If his arrow accidentally hit the turtle, all of this would be for nothing. This was his chance. His all-seeing eye activated, and the sacred blood arrow flew true, striking its intended target. The arrow struggled to pierce the dragon's tough hide, but it finally broke through. At last, Hansen had obtained his very first super beast soul. He had slain the divine water dragon. Though just a juvenile, its value was beyond measure. He was thrilled, but the real prize was inside the turtle's mouth. How could he get it? One wrong move and he'd be dead. Luckily, the divine dragon's earlier efforts paid off. A torrent of water burst through the wall, sweeping the giant turtle far away. With the essence secured, he considered the battle a huge success. Mengmeng's family had just gained another super god gene. The host was throwing a massive party, clearly for something important, and guests were pouring in. People were buzzing about the creature attack on the shelter yesterday. The injuries were severe. While overhearing some gossip, Hansen suddenly ran into Tang Zhenlu, who'd been invited to the party by Mengmeng. He had absolutely no idea it was the little girl's birthday, and he ended up asking a really dumb question. Tang Zhenliu just stared. People bring their own gifts, they don't pack a spare just in case a friend forgets. Even more surprising, Tang Zhenliu then pointed towards the Shen Tianzi brothers, who were sitting off in the distance. Apparently, the guy's personality had done a complete 180 since entering the second god's sanctuary, as if he'd been possessed. He even approached Hansen, declaring that their old feud was meaningless now that he'd seen how vast the world truly is. In his eyes, they were just tiny ants compared to the giants out there, and he would wait a few years for Hansen to reach the second sanctuary. Status in the first sanctuary was worthless. He even suggested that by then, Hansen might have a change of heart and join his team. It seemed Shen Tianzi really didn't see Hansen as an enemy anymore, which explained his strangely calm demeanor. Hansen would just wait and see if the brothers still talked so big once he finally entered the second god's sanctuary himself. While drifting through the crowd, a secretary approached him, saying his master wished to discuss something with him. The master was Yang Zikun, who was already waiting with drinks prepared, fully expecting Hansen's arrival. The councilman's grandson wanted more than just a drink. He needed Hansen's help collecting some blood beast souls. This was no simple request. Demand was high and supply was low. Even pre-orders from evolvers got snatched up instantly. For a person with his kind of money and power, having a solid supply of them was essential before leveling up. That's why blood beast souls were so scarce in the shelter. And that's exactly why he needed to hire Hansen. Yang Zikun had clearly done his research. Knowing Hansen only cared for beast souls, he offered a simple trade, beast souls for beast souls. The souls would just be from different shelters. This wasn't a big deal, since Hansen was aiming for the second god's sanctuary anyway. As long as they were from Blue Crystal Shelter, it was fine. After a quick check, Yang Zikun confirmed he had 3 usable souls. In Blue Crystal Shelter, Hansen offered 3 of his godblood souls, a silver wolf and a ghost-eyed fiend, and finally, the silver trident he'd gotten from Ping Jing. But the deal was a bit skewed, since second sanctuary souls were worth 3 times more. Yang Zikun wanted a closer look before making a decision, which Hansen had no problem with. First up was the trident, which the guy liked immediately. Then Hansen brought out the wind god wolf, which couldn't take down a super creature anyway. Still, he hesitated. This wolf was faster than any creature in the first sanctuary, and young Master Yang was completely captivated. Lastly, he showed the ghost-eyed skin, a fusion of god blood and transformation types that would boost speed and power to another level. Trading 3 first sanctuary souls for 2 from the second didn't seem like such a bad deal after all. Besides, each of Hansen's items was top tier, the kind money can't buy. They sealed the contract right on the spot. With the deal settled, Yang Zikun would send the items to Luo Sulan. Just then, Hansen bumped into Professor Bai. The professor offered him a spot in a research project collecting data on unevolved individuals, which came with school credits to avoid failing. Handing him a file on super genes, the professor told him to be at the lab at 8:30 tomorrow morning. When he got there, Hansen saw Ji Qing lying inside some bizarre device that, according to Qin Ji Ming, was designed to stimulate cells. It would keep the cells constantly active, pushing the body to its absolute limits in order to record the highest possible data. Hansen couldn't help but wonder what that scoundrel had done to convince Ji Qing's brother to join such an experiment. Qin Ji Ming then handed him a special solution to test his cellular activity. He had to drink it before sleeping and get tested the next morning. Only then could the cell stimulation process begin. Professor Bai's tech was always a massive headache, but Hansen figured it might actually complement his Jade Sun Force training. After being away for days, Hansen returned to the virtual space to train with the fugitive brothers. He had definitely made progress. He lasted almost a minute longer than last time but still got completely destroyed. The frustrating part? He couldn't learn a single thing from them. That's why his improvement was so slow. But then again, you only get smarter by facing impossible odds. Hansen didn't hold any grudges. Eventually, he decided to stop the fight and just ask them some questions. They were shocked to learn he wasn't from the War God's temple, yet could skillfully use the 13 slashes and overload techniques. The bigger shock came when they found out he was still just a military academy student. With that, the questions stopped, and the fight was back on. Hansen then realized his opponent was using his own moves. A bizarre loop of learning and copying began, and suddenly, the winner was anyone's guess. Mid-fight, it finally clicked for the exile. He recognized Hansen's moves. They were the Queen's signature cornering technique, but even with a few of her tricks, Hansen stood no chance against the exile just yet. Time and again, he was brutally beaten down. The exile realized fighting Hansen was basically practice for fighting the Queen herself. He figured more training would be useful for a real duel. The sparring match suddenly became more exhilarating than ever. The moment the fight ended, a call came from Xiao Chao. He'd spotted a phoenix in the desert, a prime target Hansen couldn't miss. He rushed to the meeting point. Xiao Chao described the creature as wreathed in flames, perched on a massive tree. The second it took flight, the entire tree turned to ash. Power like that could only mean one thing, a super godblood creature. The group Xiao Chao had found, however, looked at Hansen like he was nothing. Their leader only acknowledged famous figures like Golden Coin and Qin Xuan. In his eyes, everyone else was completely worthless. Of course, Xiao Chao knew how incredible his friend was and tried to plead his case anyway. But hearing they already had enough god genes and didn't need anyone from First God's Sanctuary, he got nervous. Hansen wasn't looking for pointless drama, either. Just get paid and get out. But just as he started to suspect Xiao Chao tricked him, they found the massive tree the phoenix had used as a perch. A quick check confirmed it, no sign of the phoenix. The group got pushy, demanding Xiao Chao lead them on a hunt for it. There was just one problem. That was never part of the deal. The job was to escort them to the tree, and that's it. Hansen spoke up, ready to leave, ignoring the leader who was bragging about how evolved and strong he was. Seeing his defiance, the guy lost it and launched a sneak attack. Oh, what a foolish mistake. Hansen blocked it with ease. He'd messed with death itself, and now there was no turning back. That godblood sword wasn't half bad, though. Trading a life for that sword? Definitely a bargain. But the guy wasn't done, name-dropping his powerful dad, Yu Guochang of Dongchang International. He threatened Hansen's entire family line. But Hansen had dealt with loudmouths like this plenty of times before. Force was the quickest solution. 3 seconds to get lost, or he'd become food for the barren desert. And just like that, young Master Yu was scared out of his mind. He obediently handed over his treasure to escape death and ran back to his lackeys. The second he felt safe, his big mouth started running again. Hansen calmly advised him to learn some humility out here. The idiot had no idea that bragging about his evolution was just making him look like a total clown. So stupid. Instead of running from the wolf, he dared to test its patience again. Yu's group used their numbers to swarm Hansen. Trying to outnumber a god is just pathetic. Amid the chaos, Hansen fired something straight into Yu's chest. The man collapsed with a thud, forcing his teammates to grab him and make a hasty retreat. But Hansen let them go for a reason: he wanted to use them as scouts. After all, even Xiao Chao knew almost nothing about this phoenix. And just as he predicted, young Master Yu's group ran straight into the giant phoenix. Talk about bad luck. In a single blast of fire, all their items and mounts were turned to cinders. Every last one of Yu's followers was gone. He ran in a crazed panic, trying to escape the flames of death, but it was far too late. Hansen waited for the phoenix to fly away before stepping out to survey the horrific scene. Everything was burnt to charcoal, not a single survivor. That kind of raw power confirmed this was a super god-class creature. After the mission, Hansen decided to head home and visit his mother. She was all alone, after all. She'd received the 2 beast souls he sent her, but more importantly, she had an heirloom from old Han to pass on. Before his father died, he sensed trouble was coming. So he left this for his mother, a small wooden box holding a silver card with the name and ID of Hansen's grandfather, Han Jingzi, a former special agent in the Federation's 7th investigation team. There was also an earring with a note. It said he could get help from the Ning family in Starry Sky if he presented it. But that made no sense. His own father was killed by people from that very same Starry Sky. Could there be a hidden piece to this puzzle? Finally, she gave him a journal that his grandfather kept. It seemed simple, but inside, he had somehow written about supergod genes, the very thing Hansen was desperately searching for. The information was sparse, though, so he couldn't be sure of anything. Maybe his grandfather only suspected these genes existed. It was a total mess, and his father never explained what it all meant. Hansen dimly understood this could reopen all the questions surrounding his father's death. Even so, he kept a close watch on the research facility. Jing Jia was training intensely, jumping around like a hyperactive squirrel. He navigated an obstacle course on metal walls, trying to finish as fast as possible. It looked easy, but it was absolutely brutal. His speed was only so good because he'd memorized the layout. Anyone else would struggle. Hearing that, Hansen decided he wanted to be that someone else. Hansen immediately steps into the training area. And of course, being new to it, he gets zapped instantly, but to him, it's just a little shock. A little over a minute later, he's already out. One trial down. Day by day, Hansen finds himself with a new routine. According to Lu Weinen's promise, Chen Zikan and his group are waiting for Golden Coin to lead them to a god-blood creature, but they've been waiting all morning with no sign of him. Everyone is still skeptical. I mean, what kind of ability is Golden Coin anyway? Maybe he's already off training in the second god's sanctuary. But just as they're talking, that familiar golden figure finally appears. Turns out, this was Hansen's payment to Lu Weinen for tipping him off about the 2 god-blood creatures back in the swamp. Back then, Lu Weinen had vanished without a trace, leaving Hansen to deal with everything himself. Chen Zichen's crew are all evolved now, spitting out either god genes or mutant genes. Before setting out, Hansen makes sure to remind everyone to keep their eyes peeled and stay safe. One wrong move and they're gone. Chen Nangxing, however, is bursting with confidence. After passing the edge of Jade Dragon Mountain, Hansen advises everyone to stop somewhere safe, because ahead of them lies the Lotus Life terrain, and there's bound to be a creature lurking there. Hearing this, Chen Zichen only gets more excited, wanting to get a closer look. So, the whole group trails after him up the mountain. They can't believe their luck, thinking they've found such an amazing spot. Hansen, covering them from the rear, is on edge, never knowing what might just leap out. The second the thought crosses his mind, a giant eagle appears right above their heads. This is exactly what Chen Zichen was waiting for. He immediately flies up to attack. Looking at the massive holes carved into the cliffside, it's clear this group is anything but ordinary. Watching the fight just confirms Hansen's suspicions. With no foothold beneath him, Chen Zichen unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks on his opponent. It's a technique not recorded in any known martial arts. After a while, an ironclad man suddenly appears, zipping onto the eagle's back. So, this thing already has a master. He introduces himself as a disciple of the Battle God Martial Arts Society's president and has some ties with the Chen family. He claims he just wanted to witness the Chen family's legendary 7 heavenly slashes for himself. He insists he wasn't playing dirty. In fact, he says he was trying to save the entire team by stopping them. The super creature in the cave is strong enough to devour their whole party of 60 evolvers. No joke. Chen Nangxing immediately scoffs, rudely rejecting the kindness from Huang Fuxin's group. Hansen just stands back and watches. After all, his only job is to guide the 2 Chen members. Not long after they enter, both Chen Nangxing and Chen Zichen come scrambling out of the cave, covered in wounds. The others? No sign of them. It's not looking good. According to the Iron Man's analysis, this wasn't some ordinary creature. It wasn't invisible, either. The problem was, its speed so fast it was impossible to see in the darkness of the cave. The Iron Man then speaks up, proposing they team up to kill the beast below. He's confident that if he can just touch it, his own power is more than enough to finish it off. He gives a quick demonstration. His quicksand swamp beast soul can trap any creature it enters, instantly slowing its movements. The deal is quickly settled. Chen Zichen is the best at baiting, so his job is to go in first and draw it out. The moment it gets the signal, the creature zips from one rock to another, flying towards them like a bolt of lightning. At first, it looks like a black fox, but as they lure it closer, they see it's actually shaped like a black wolf. The Iron Man tells everyone to attack immediately. Seizing the critical moment to defeat the beast, the 3 of them charge forward to attack the black wolf together. But after a flurry of attacks, they haven't left a single scratch on the creature. Even the quicksand swamp skill does absolutely nothing to it. Its claws even manage to tear into Chen Zichen's shield. Luckily, while the shield is damaged, it still protects its owner's life. The creature is hiding, making a direct fight impossible. Otherwise, the armored spear in Hansen's hand would end up just like that shattered shield. Hansen barely manages to dodge a vicious snap from the wolf, but strangely, it doesn't chase after them. It just stands guard at the cave entrance, motionless. This is their only chance to defeat it. Hearing this, the Iron Man immediately pulls out his ace, a godblood flying dagger that he sends flying in a frenzy of attacks. He slashes and stabs, cutting left and right, but even this incredible weapon can't harm the wolf, it just makes it angrier. The others see the danger and retreat, but he alone remains, unafraid, standing his ground to face the wolf's deadly attack. Luckily, Hansen rushes forward and saves him, giving him a path to escape. Turns out, this guy wasn't even using his full power against the Chen brothers before. Now, the power of his quicksand swamp has been weakened, and he can't stay tangled in this mess any longer. It's impossible to understand why he would hide his true abilities in such a life-or-death situation. After everyone gets out and waits for a while, Hansen finally escapes the cave safely. They still haven't given up on taming such a powerful creature. That evening, they gather around a fire, discussing how to repay Hansen for saving their lives. Hansen volunteers to go into the cave first. So, they had a 50% chance of success. If the 2 from the Chen family joined in, those odds would jump to 70%. Not one for empty words, Hansen revealed his divine blood aura beast soul, a power that could both amplify and combine other souls. And with a skill that could trap the wolf in a mire, the plan was actually starting to look pretty solid. With that advantage, Golden Coin would be the one to deal the final blow. And with that, the team officially moved out. Chen Nangxing took the lead with his divine blood shield, drawing the wolf's attention while the other 3 unleashed a coordinated attack. Although Hansen's spear found its mark, the team suffered heavy injuries, forcing them into a temporary retreat. Later, they prepared to attack again. But Chen Zikan hesitated. This beast was just too powerful. Success seemed impossible. Worse, since they were all evolvers, staying in the first god's sanctuary for too long meant their wounds would never properly heal. In the end, only the man in the iron suit stayed with Golden Coin to fight. Last chance. Golden Coin decided to change the plan. This time, he would lure the wolf out himself, while his partner used the sinking skill to trap the beast. The wilder the creature, the sharper its instincts. The second Hansen peeked into the den, the wolf exploded outwards. But Hansen was confident. He'd been observing this beast for days and had perfectly memorized its attack patterns and rhythm. One move to bait, another to evade. Hansen moved with flawless rhythm, successfully dodging the Reaper's claws. Yi Tianshu. Could it be the legendary, fully mastered Yi Tianshu? A martial art that could control an opponent's mind and body, and only one person alive was known to have mastered it, the Queen. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck Hansen. What if Golden Coin was actually her descendant? Today alone, Hansen had visualized the wolf's attack patterns countless times. He had a counter for every move. By backing himself into a corner, he would force a breakthrough. Hansen was cutting off all his own escape routes to stage a legendary comeback. After all, no living thing is without a weakness, and its weak point couldn't escape his gaze. He bet his entire life and all his luck on a reverse drill strike aimed at its neck. For a moment, it howled, trying to break free. Too bad for it, the more it struggled, the deeper the drill dug in. Finally, it sent the beast to the next life in absolute agony. The ancient bizarre wolf's beast soul and gene essence officially belonged to Hansen. Seeing the man in iron armor running over happily, Hansen hid the gene essence and created a distraction by looking for a mutant egg. But when he found the spot, the egg was already long broken, ruling out any betrayal from the Chen siblings. They weren't in the cave long enough. The only other theory was that the egg hatched into the very wolf they just killed. Time to inspect the loot. Looking at the weapon he'd gained from that vicious battle, Hansen couldn't help but marvel at its immense power. It was strong enough to shatter a divine blood shield into pieces. Suddenly, a call came through, a voice crying, begging for help. That same night, Hansen met with Ping Qing, asking about the VIP fighter zone. Ping Qing had warned him about it before. She told him to stay away, but who knew his friend would wander right in? In name, it was a martial arts arena, but in reality, it was a playground for the rich and powerful to blow their money on bloody entertainment. And somehow, Wang Di was in deep. He'd become a major gambler there. But everyone knew Wang Di was too weak to ever beat those elite fighters. So Hansen offered to fight in his place, for the price of a rare soul-bound beast soul. But Ping Qing tried to warn him. His opponent would definitely be an evolver, a fight he couldn't possibly win. But she was worrying for nothing. Hansen was certain, if his opponent was that hulking giant from TV, he'd only need one hit. All that power meant nothing with such slow speed. Yeah, this match was his to win. Just like that, Hansen stepped out into the arena, surrounded by thunderous cheers for Mad Tyrant. As luck would have it, the poor guy was wearing the Ghost Queen armor. Hansen took him down in an instant with a single sword strike. He immediately captured the crowd's attention, and more importantly, that of Ping Qing's mysterious cousin, who was watching from above. The moment they met, Ping Qing told him he was in trouble. And sure enough, the second Niyue saw Hansen, she made her move. She wanted him to join Starry Sky's mutant creature hunt, and she didn't even give him a chance to object. She immediately used his sister's future education against him. Faced with that much pressure, how could Hansen refuse and risk disaster? Following the information provided, Hansen arrived at the ancient Sen Forest to meet with Yang Yongcheng's group. Under the Starry Sky banner, they even sent a man named Zhu Ting to follow him closely, ensuring his safety. 2 days later, they reached the mountains where the creature appeared. They would go up the mountain to lure it out, while Hansen waited below to ambush it. But hours later, the fully geared team had not returned. Had something gone wrong? Zhu Ting, standing beside him, was completely indifferent, only reminding Hansen to do his job. Just follow the plan given to him earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yongcheng's group finally returned, with the mutant creature in tow. Zhu Ting quickly told him to hide, warning him not to rush in and ruin their carefully laid plan. The creature was a giant, golden snail. Its shell looked impossibly tough, but did they really need to hide? On Zhu Ding's signal, Hansen slashed at the creature's soft flesh as it passed. One strike only. Hit or miss, he had to fall back immediately. But Hansen wasn't one for following orders. After one good hit, he decided to test its massive shell, too. In the end, it didn't even leave a scratch, but he definitely managed to piss it off. The snail accelerated, looking like some monster was about to burst out. It wanted to swallow them whole. Zhu Ding attacked while telling Hansen to keep a 200-meter distance from the beast. After a long struggle, they finally escaped the colossal monster. But their part in this was over. The hunt for this mutant creature was actually led by Ning Yue. Turns out, he spent all this money and manpower just to see if Hansen's dagger could harm the beast. That night, everyone gathered around a fire to grill some meat. Hansen knew something was wrong after just one bite. But he'd survived countless poisons before a weak knockout drug like this was nothing. And then, the mastermind revealed himself. The seemingly obedient Zhu Ding was the one behind it all. He was determined to steal the dagger from Hansen's hands, preventing Ning Yue from ever getting the chance to use it. After just a few moves, Hansen recognized the technique, the Chen family's sky-shocking 7 swords. Zhu Ding didn't explain. He just told Hansen to hand over the dagger and some information if he wanted to live. Even if his body could resist the drug, Zhu Ding had a trump card, a super gene called the Myriad Scent Poison Body. So many people had died because of this super gene. The only one known to live with it was Zhu Ding himself. He promised to cure Hansen, but only if he surrendered the dagger. But Hansen was impossibly stubborn. He'd rather die than give in, continuing his attack without hearing another word. In moments, Hansen beat Zhu Ding to a bloody pulp. Unable to take any more, he was finally ready to surrender. He told Hansen to ask whatever he wanted, but as for whether the creature was god blood, who could possibly know? He also admitted it wasn't for nothing that he helped a kid with a shady past get into the noble school. Seeing the battered man was still rambling, Hansen just twisted his arm again, telling him to get straight to the point. The Chen family had discovered a creature ranked even higher than a normal god blood. They tried everything to prove their theory, but nothing worked. These creatures were dubbed mutant creatures, because no treasure in the first god's sanctuary could even leave a mark on them. Hansen pressed him further, and another secret came out. Zhu Ding was an illegitimate son of the Chen family, taking his mother's surname. He was even the half-brother of Chen Zikan, who Hansen had met before. This whole time, Zhu Ding was here as a spy. The Ning and Chen families had a long history, even working in the same department. Both sides knew what was happening from the very beginning. With their immense power, it was only natural that the Ning family had gathered more clues. Suddenly recalling his grandfather's ID card and hearing which department they worked in, Hansen was certain. Both families knew about super god genes. Zhu Ding begged Hansen for his life, explaining that the Ning family's men had also been caught in his trap. So Hansen handed Zhu Ding over to them. Whether he lived or died was up to fate now. But not before Hansen used the chance to steal Zhu Ding's bone-spike fish beast soul for himself. The poor guy looked rough. Hansen cornered him, threatening to shoot him on the spot unless he made an antidote for the others. He really brought this on himself. The moment Boss Yang woke up, he grabbed a knife, ready to end the traitor for good. Luckily, Hansen stopped him, saying they should let Ning Yue handle it. And so, Zhu Ding managed to survive the night. He then warned Hansen over and over, "Do not kill that giant snail for Ning Yue and his people. If he did, Ning Yue's treacherous nature would show. He'd steal the super gene for himself, leaving Hansen with nothing." The next morning, Zhu Ding had escaped. A true spy. A little trouble like this was never going to stop him. Ning Yue finally arrived, and he came bearing good news. Han Yan's admission into the noble school was officially complete. She could enroll any time. They were just waiting for 2 more newly evolved members to join their group. He was clearly determined to capture this mutant creature. Later on, Ning Yue found Hansen sitting alone by a stream and walked over. He tried to be friendly, saying his grandfather had a friend named Han Jingzi, who shared Hansen's last name. A huge coincidence. But according to the timeline, this so-called friend was much older than Hansen's grandfather and had no wife or children. That would place him back when the first shelter was discovered. Back then, Hansen's grandfather hadn't even been born. Back then, things were still primitive, and that man, Han, was already a chi master. Not some fake, but a genuine grandmaster, an instructor for the special forces. Even the best of the best back then were only demigods compared to now. So there's no way his descendants' life should have turned out like this. It seems they weren't acquaintances after all, as they quickly located the giant snail. Their mission was to kill it, but safety came first. Everyone suited up in their combat armor, confident that their power level of 3 was more than enough to take this thing down. But the second their weapons hit its soft flesh, they were completely trapped by its tentacles, unable to pull free. Their weapons were useless. A moment later, its tentacles shot out, wildly attacking everyone. Absolutely terrifying. A single touch was enough to corrode their armor and rot the flesh underneath. Ni Yue saw Hansen was about to rush in to help and immediately stopped him. Maybe this was a trap, and the creature was the real target all along. The other people were expendable. Then, before Hansen could even react, Niyue entered the fray himself, still seriously ill, coughing after just a few steps. But look at him. Every move was a masterclass, his weapon slicing through the tentacles without getting caught. He was way stronger than his twin, Shen Tianzi. Still, his God gene was only around 15 points, not nearly enough to guarantee a win. This was it. This was Hansen's chance. After observing it for so long, he could predict its movements. By fusing his base power with the ancient wolf dagger, he could wound it without killing it, which was his true goal. As expected, the snail feared Hansen's dagger, screeching as it recoiled in terror. Everyone's transformation time was about to run out, and Hansen had only managed to injure it. Niyue suggested a tactical retreat, but this was the perfect opportunity for Hansen to seize the creature's beast soul. He couldn't let it go to waste. He knew this snail was afraid of his dagger. Only Niyue remained, dropping his guard and ready to fight alongside Hansen to the very end. The snail, under constant attack, retreated into its shell. Hansen stabbed at the shell, but didn't have enough power to break through. Suddenly, Elder Yang stepped forward with an offer. "Let me borrow that dagger. I can open it." He was an evolver, after all. Just as Niyue was about to agree, the snail burst from its shell and made a run for it. The group immediately gave chase. Niyue still tried to negotiate, offering 5 godblood beast souls for just half of the snail, but Hansen flatly refused to sell. When words failed, Niyue tried force, but he was no match for him. Not even Shen Tianzi could claim this weapon. Besides, he was dead wrong about who the real boss was here. Done playing cat and mouse, Niyue revealed that the body standing before him was just a stand-in beast soul. He couldn't actually be killed. Of course Hansen believed him. A man with that much power would never risk his real body in a fight. Hansen shot forward, determined to finish off the golden snail. Its shell shattered, exposing its soft flesh to his attack. Finally, the blood snail was served up like a gourmet meal. Hansen had officially become humanity's very first super god evolver. Before Hansen could leave, however, Niyue had one last thing to discuss, buying the snail's beast, soul, and meat. Too bad for him, he had no idea the meat was inedible, which is why he let Hansen go so easily. As soon as he got back to school, Hansen couldn't stop thinking about the injured one-horned horse he'd seen standing in the water. He tested the water himself, but there was nothing special about it. Could it have been staring at its own reflection? He'd tried summoning it countless times since getting it, but nothing ever worked. This time, he saw a head-on view of the knight and its horse, and before he knew it, he was speeding across the desert. It turned out the bloody scene up ahead was caused by those 2 amateurs from before, a Yuan and a Qing. They definitely improved. The moment they saw their idol, their eyes lit up. They wanted to hunt a god-blood creature with him, promising not to get in the way. Hansen didn't mind having a couple of lackeys. After half a day in the desert, a Qing told him a bit about the kid who was disrespecting him. His name was Hai Yun. He was from the family of Senator Hai Mingwei, one of the great clans that inherited ancient martial arts. As the rumors went, inheriting ancient martial arts gave you a huge advantage, which is how they got a senator in the family. Realizing they were in black-feathered beast territory, Hansen stopped the group, drew his bow, and took down the god-blood creature in one shot. Hai Yun couldn't believe it. Hitting a god-blood from that distance with a single arrow? The guy's power was just monstrous. The bird had barely hit the ground before Hansen sent his sandworm to devour it, not giving them a chance to negotiate a price. All they could do was cry over the waste. Hansen was also eagerly waiting for his pet to evolve. He had fed it so much god-blood meat, after all. Once it evolved into a super-god pet, he could combine it with the blood snail. He would become the ultimate king of super-class killers. Model. After leveling up, Hansen left A Yuan's group, vanishing on his sandworm to visit the Flame Devil's lair for more weapons. This time, he equipped Meowth with blood snail armor for some field training, managing to collect a good number of Flame Devil butterflies. Hansen followed Meowth deep into a cave, when a figure cloaked in blue light suddenly appeared, making Hansen flinch in shock. After calming down, he realized it was just a dried-up corpse sitting in a corner, clutching a scroll in its hands. He tried to read it but couldn't understand a word. It was all ancient script. A moment later, the skeleton's clothes turned to ash. The dead should rest in peace. Hansen arranged the body, grabbed the scroll, and quickly made his exit. He even left a note saying, "If you find his family, tell them to come get the body." While he was in the suburbs, his scorching sandworm evolved. A super golden sandworm king. Nobody would dare call that a simple worm now. Hansen had truly hit the jackpot. With this kind of power, who could possibly stop him? Suddenly, cries for help echoed from the nearby shelter. People were screaming about a creature rampaging inside. One look and Hansen knew. It was that golden-haired roarer cub. It had grown up fast. This was the perfect chance for him to test out his new pet's real power. Seeing its old nemesis, the roarer charged forward. The sandworm dodged, burrowing straight into the beast's soft underbelly. This gave Hansen a perfect opening to leap up and stab its eye. The intense pain drove the beast into a frenzy. Without giving it a second to recover, Hansen stabbed its other eye. Realizing it was done for, the roarer turned to flee. It was running for its life, but Hansen had no intention of letting it escape, pursuing it relentlessly on his sandworm. He chased it all the way to a black swamp, exactly what he wanted, to claim the super gene without any prying eyes. The sandworm launched itself into the air, coiling tightly around the roarer. Hansen ended it all with a single, decisive blow. And just like that, the life of the golden-haired roarer cub was over. He carved out its core, and his super god points jumped to 60. Somehow, Hansen even managed to ride the dead creature's corpse. He tried to eat some meat, but it was tougher than a tire. So, he tossed a piece to the most useless-looking pet on his team. A true super-class creature, it had grown so much so quickly. It transformed into the body of an angel. After one bite, it turned and gave its master the bloodiest kiss imaginable. Absolutely bizarre. Before Hansen could even react, it shrank back to its tiny form. Elsewhere, Xiao Qiao was also keeping busy. He was always out hunting beasts like this one, and thought some random nobody had shown up to steal his kill. But it turned out to be Jin Bai, greeting him like a brother. Xiao Qiao was confused why he still hadn't ascended. Why was he still down here stealing kills? Jinbi explained he had to liquidate all his beast souls before moving to the second sanctuary. The God-Blood Black Beetle armor, the Bloody Slayer beast soul he even handed over Meowth, giving everything to Xiao Qiao. He finally left wearing a large sweatshirt that completely hid his face. That Xiao Qiao, so dense he didn't even notice a thing. Meanwhile, Ning Yue was far from finished with Hansen. In fact, he was accelerating his own evolution just for him. He had even found 3 people with maxed out gene points, clearly cooking up some kind of scheme against Hansen. Jinbai's auction was a huge event. Ning Yue could sense a faint connection between the two, and was starting to suspect the truth. The next day, Ning Yue appeared at the auction wearing advanced battle armor to hide his identity, but Hansen spotted him immediately. Hansen understood the plan instantly. He actually had Ning Yue to thank for previously explaining the incredible power of a substitute beast soul. If he could just get Hansen and Jinbi to appear at the same time, all suspicion would finally disappear. His whole reason for giving Xiao Qiao those items to auction was so Hansen could officially acquire them fair and square. But as soon as it began, a Qing bid 8 cards for the War God armor. A second later, someone else screamed out 10. As a huge fan of the War God, that was going too far. The next item went for 15 cards Yunhai had Hansen completely blocked. Finally, it was the adorable Meowth's turn. A Qing even asked Yunhai to back down since he'd already won twice. Hansen decisively put down all 4 of his universal cards, but the rich Yunhai immediately countered with 2 of his own. Though individually worth less than Hansen's, the sheer quantity was a problem. Xiao Qiao was tearing his hair out over the decision. Just then, Jinbi appeared. He declared that universal cards had priority, settling the matter. Then he had to disappear fast. Otherwise, his transformation time would run out. Ning Yue's group was floored. They were clearly 2 different people. Their theory was wrong. Only their real owner truly understood the situation. As Hansen was busy celebrating his win with Meowth, Ning Yue, along with A Yuan and Ah Qing's groups, surrounded him, announcing that they were here to settle a private matter. Something is definitely off. 7 or 8 guys, all gene boosted, ganging up like this? Yeah, this is not looking good. Out here in the middle of nowhere, young Master Ning Yue is trying to force someone to hand over their treasure. He wants it all for himself. How despicable. If talking nicely didn't work, it was time to play rough. Ning Yue ordered his men to drag Hansen to Cave 107. Before going in, he gave Hansen one last chance. Hand over the knife, or face something far worse than death. Not a chance. With a single powerful tug, Hansen snapped the few flimsy chains holding him like they were nothing. The guards immediately formed a battle line, still foolishly believing their numbers could overwhelm Hansen. But in less than 5 seconds, his explosive attack sent every single one of them flying in different directions. Hansen blew past the crowd, and while he was at it, implanted a symbiotic beast soul right into Ning Yue. The guy was too tight-lipped. Without this, there was no way of knowing what insane ideas were cooking in his head. Ning Yue's physical strength was low, so a single water death dragon could easily control his body and actions. Even if he refused to speak, the dragon would report back to its master. He tried to stay stubborn, But the moment he saw the 9-life bloodcat necklace in Hansen's hand, all of Ning Yue's defenses crumbled. His previous investigation of Hansen's family showed absolutely no connection to the legendary instructor Han, but connecting the dots now, only a descendant of that man could possibly wield such extraordinary power. By all rights, Ning Yue should have been treating Hansen as a benefactor, repaying his kindness. Instead, he'd pushed him into a corner like this. Just hearing that word made Hansen sick. Starry Group had clearly forced his father to his death just to steal his life's work. Some benefactor. Hearing this, Ning Yue frantically tried to explain that even if Starry Group wanted the fortune, they wouldn't stoop to such dirty tricks. Besides, as Hansen said, the Son of Heaven should have killed him on sight, not kept a blade pointed at his own side. Thinking back, before his father died, he had told him to seek aid from the Ning family if he ever got into trouble. His father would never have been blind enough to confuse friend from foe. A third party had to be involved. Plus, the water death dragon wasn't reacting. Hansen decided to spare Ning Yue this once, on the condition that he hand over all information on places similar to Cave 107. Ning Yue's vast network would be much faster than Hansen searching for them one by one. Ning Yue agreed. After all, you don't just mess with the instructor's descendant. Once he was strong enough, he was bound to be useful. The Holy Angel's battle had finally begun. It didn't disappoint. Each movement was graceful as an angel's, but its destructive power was terrifying. A light touch was enough to shred the monster's bizarre tentacles into hundreds of pieces. Hansen worried that its lack of experience would waste all the god blood meat and effort he'd poured into it. But the very next second, it one-shotted the Hellflower demon, successfully claiming its gene essence for him. Hansen had officially hit the jackpot. With his current 68 points, reaching the second god sanctuary and surpassing 100 gene points was going to be a piece of cake. Just like that, Hansen was already close to graduation. He didn't know what his assignment would be. After so long, he still had no idea where Yanran was stationed. The distance between them was huge. Suddenly, Manman appeared, apologizing for pulling strings to get Hansen assigned to her Warframe squad. But when she found out he was in the goddess's Psi unit, not the Royal Warframe team, she lost it and immediately called the assignment officer to chew him out. Turns out, that person hadn't touched the file at all. The assignment had come directly from Central Command, and so, here we are, watching a top major from the military academy get assigned to the kitchen staff. With no authority, he couldn't change it, which only confirmed one thing: someone had messed with Hansen's assignment. But there was nothing to fear. It's a long game. Before enlisting, Hansen had things to do to get his final 15 god gene points. He traded the Ghost Spirit Ant Warframe to Lin Baifeng in exchange for some god blood meat. It was a great deal for Lin Baifeng, though he had no idea what it was for. Hansen was visiting the White Devil Desert more often than his own home. It seemed he'd found some new prey. While struggling to pick up the trail, a group of people suddenly appeared, begging for help. They were also lost in the desert, completely out of water. When Hansen offered some, Xiao Lingfeng snatched it, inspected it, then let his companions drink. Since Hansen had only just entered the desert, he could only point them in the right direction, not lead them out himself. Lingfeng even dropped Gu Chengfeng's family name, mentioning his grandfather, Gu Zidao, the demigod known as Thornfist. If Hansen helped them escape, he would basically be guaranteed a spot as his disciple. But Hansen was still bound to the ancient scroll and the time-crossing technique he got from that ancient mummified corpse. Learning the Dongshuan Sutra was far more interesting. If they really wanted his help, they would have to wait until he finished his business on the snowy mountain. After following Gu Changfeng's group for a full day, he realized this wasn't the mountain he was looking for, and they couldn't go any further. Up ahead lay the territory of the Bloodbone Demon, a horde of thousands, and a godblood creature was among them. A perfect opportunity to gain the god gene points he needed. This was simple for him, but everyone else was terrified for Hansen. Model, they can't possibly fight 1,000 of these bloodbone fiends head-on. If they want to win, they need a real strategy. But for Hansen, these godblood beasts are barely a problem anymore. He instantly sends out his central sandworm and the golden growler. The Holy War beast joins the fray time to wipe out these centipedes. The giant bug gets flattened, but the system notification doesn't appear. This monster is still alive. It drags its mangled body away to escape. Meanwhile, Chang Feng's group heads up the mountain. All they find is the centipede's rotting corpse. Hansen is nowhere in sight. He'd actually slipped into a cave a while ago. Inside, he even discovers a box full of some strange gene fluids. But just then, the bloodbone fiend returns, forcing him to go invisible. Then, something shocking: a child riding a rhino appears next to the beast. After a quick scan, they don't detect any human presence. The kid and their mount turn to leave. But Hansen's curiosity is off the charts. No way is he letting this mystery go. This person could have some kind of secret identity. Once back at her camp, the little girl immediately starts cooking a pot of hot soup. She has a strange appearance, complete with a purple horn. If she's a Shura, she must be from the royal family, the most powerful bloodline. She's young, but her power level is definitely over 100. Hansen knows he has to be incredibly careful around her. Suddenly, the girl collapses, clutching her stomach. She starts slamming her head against the ground in agony until she finally passes out. A Slayer King sees its chance and moves in, ready to devour the child. But strangely, as it gets closer, the girl's horn vanishes. Hansen springs into action, sending his Holy War Beast and Sandworm to fight. He decides to stand guard over the unconscious girl. His pets are struggling, so he decides to end this himself. Since when did our guy become so compassionate? He's determined to save her, and what a surprise, he finds a huge pile of gene essence right beside her. He just hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, his Sandworm is in a fierce battle with the girl's rhino. He glances over and sees the kid is awake, pointing a knife right at him. Hansen carefully explains that he just saved her from those two god-blood creatures. So, maybe don't kill me. Right after he says that, his Sandworm finishes devouring the six-legged white jade rhino. Well, so much for a peaceful resolution. His pet just ate her mount, and now it gets a bone-shattering punch in return. The crafty Sandworm tries to flee, but the girl is way too fast and cuts it off. Turns out, she doesn't actually mean any harm. He asks for her name. Ling, she says. No last name. She seems pretty naive, believing every single word Hansen tells her. Hansen then casually asks for her pile of gene essence. But it's not that simple. If he takes her stuff, he has to take her too. Hansen can't figure out why this girl is still following him around. It seems she's not very good at communicating. She suddenly yanks open her shirt to show him something. For a terrifying second, Hansen thinks he's being set up, but she's just showing him a symbol that's identical to the blood meow on his necklace. That must be why she's been following him. Hearing Hansen is heading out to ascend to the second god's sanctuary, he advises her to leave if she's not interested. But she refuses to leave, silently trailing behind Hansen. Before long, they encounter that fire phoenix from before. He cannot let this chance slip away. He sends his Holy War Beast, but its strength is no match for this phoenix. Lucky for him, he's got a super-powered kid right here. Time to put that incredible strength to use. The moment he asks, she flies up, kills the phoenix in one hit, and brings him its beast core. Hansen has no problem accepting the loot, and with that, he gets the Flame Domain Bird Beast Soul. Having little Ling around is like having the ultimate weapon. This girl has been doing all the heavy lifting for him. Elsewhere, the Special Security Team Leader, Zhong Chenhong, is buried in work. Then his subordinate reports that some Death Squad leader wants to trade beast souls, which just makes him furious. But the moment he sees Hansen's collection of incredible beast souls, his entire attitude changes on a dime. Hansen's condition: watch over Ayan in the sanctuary and help her get 4 beast souls. Zhong Chenhong agrees to the amazing deal instantly. Hansen steps into the evolution pod. He feels his life force surge, and his power levels all begin to climb. So this is what evolution feels like. Hansen successfully acquires the Emperor Spirit God Body, a power never mentioned before. He gets 2 Hyper-Geno Arts, but beast souls from the first sanctuary can't be carried over to the second. Hansen has to deal with them all, except for one weird pill he keeps. He must be pretty confident to just eat something like that. Hansen crunches down on it, hoping it might just give him an insane boost in power. He goes to a teleporter to see if he can take the pill outside the sanctuary. But somehow, it flies into his Sea of Soul instead. This strange black bead might not just be for nurturing creatures, it could hold the fate of all his beast souls. He planned to test out his bronze-tooth beast, but a holy war creature appeared out of nowhere, snatching the evolution orb and completely ignoring his commands. If beast souls could be eaten from the start, Hansen would never have taken the dangerous risk of swallowing it himself back then. Alright, after leaving the teleporter, Xiaoling was still glued to Hansen's side and the jerk was actually planning on ditching her after she helped him. The next stop was the certification hall. Hansen needed to process the paperwork to ascend to the second god's sanctuary. Only 26 years old and already a major ascending to the second tier who wouldn't look at him with pure admiration. Stepping onto the teleporter, contrary to Hansen's expectations, Xiaoling followed him with ease, never leaving his side for a second. Maybe his luck was just rotten, because he was teleported to a place ravaged by blizzards. A human could barely survive, let alone build a shelter. But hey, at least he had little Xiaoling for company. This was a cursed place, with a spirit shelter that held someone just as unlucky as Hansen. Having arrived a whole year earlier, Shu Yu informed him that there was indeed a spirit shelter built up on the mountain. Just going for a hunt required an insane amount of time searching. Anyone who came here cursed their luck for generations. The newbie decided to rest for a bit and wait for more people to arrive before making a move. After a few days, Hansen accepted he couldn't escape Shaoling. So, he took the girl shopping for supplies, and they eventually stopped by the strength testing hall. She was truly formidable. Even though her fitness level was only at 97, for someone her age, that number was absolutely terrifying to others. Next up, it was his turn. His fitness level was 70, with 30 of those points coming from the divine body he'd acquired before. Compared to a normal second god sanctuary creature's score of 0 to 20, it was more than enough. But Hansen wanted to surpass the god blood score of 80, so he kept punching, kept testing his limits, and finally hit a score of 81. With Shaoling's help, what creature wouldn't be afraid of them? Hansen had also bought a new house where Shaoling would be living, and he gave her a communication device. If any issues came up, the two could discuss them through messages. He waited forever for his final match with the queen, but she never appeared. Instead, he received an invitation from Tian Zihe. The situation was completely different now. Hansen immediately dominated the fight, giving Zihe no room to counter. Every single one of his blows carried immense power. His progress was just too fast. Even Lu Bin could already see the fight's outcome. There was no need to continue. For the next match, Lu Bin himself decided to step up. It had been a while since the captain made an appearance. Everyone was eagerly anticipating his legendary finishing move, the endless killing kick. This time, Hansen was the lucky one chosen to face it. The moment he attacked, it was clear his reputation wasn't for show. 5 kicks in midair, and every single one was incredibly powerful. Hansen managed to block them all but found himself on the defensive. He had only witnessed this method of hiding killing intent twice in his life. Once was when he mastered it himself, and the second was in the most brutal battle of his entire life. Hansen realized his opponent did have killing intent. In fact, it was so powerful that it lulled his prey into a false sense of security before he finished them off without effort. This man had reached the absolute pinnacle. To fight a body this terrifying, the only option was to go all out. The strong one left standing after this battle would be the true winner. Lu Bin was tired of this cat-and-mouse game. He wanted to provoke Hansen into revealing his true strength, so he impatiently unleashed his single most unique move, his personal 7 kills technique. Hansen didn't disappoint, though he was pushed back. He still managed to block 6 of the kicks. Lu Bin was certain this young punk was something special, so he decided to let him taste the 7th and final kick of the 7 kills. Of course, he wasn't the only one with a signature move. Hansen's afterimages were famous, and this time, he'd used them with everything he had. Lu Bin never expected he would strike one of Hansen's illusions, and he certainly never imagined that after such a short exchange. Hansen had already completely mastered his 7 kills technique. Taking advantage of his opponent's mistake, Hansen launched himself from the air. He delivered a devastatingly powerful kick. If this were a real fight, Lu Bin would have been crippled long ago. Hansen had even upgraded the 7 kills to 8 simultaneous kicks. Fighting a renowned veteran like Lu Bin, he had to admit his respect. With the match over, Hansen had to quickly report for duty in the East Seal star system. He spent a long time studying on the starship. At this point, Hansen just hoped this ancient text would offer something different from the Alliance's knowledge that would make chewing through paper worthwhile. This place, the Goddess of Everlasting Lament Station, was basically in the middle of nowhere, right on the edge of the Alliance. Seeing the 2 men in front, Luo Sanxin and Lu Mingliang, so excitedly welcome the newcomer, it was obvious no one had been assigned here for ages. But after a quick tour, he realized this place looked worn down but wasn't useless. It was filled with superclass military battle armor. Even Dr. Silverkiller's divine path was no match for this stuff. Following team leader Luo, Hansen learned something about his chubby senior. Turns out he has a burning passion for the endless killing kick. And the guy who just dethroned 7 kills with 8 kills was standing right there. The move is performed entirely in the air. Imagining his team leader doing it was like picturing a giant flying ball. Just thinking about it made everyone crack a smile. It seemed like the work environment here might not be so bad after all. Hansen's first task was getting the captain to sign off on next month's nutrition supply report. Standing outside the captain's room, Hansen felt a wave of nerves his first time meeting a high-ranking officer. Who would have guessed what he'd find inside? When the door opened, a beautiful face he hadn't seen in years was staring right back. Hansen felt like he was dreaming. What were the chances of running into his girl here? Turns out, Yanran was the one who pulled strings to get Hansen this position, not wanting him to be stuck in the kitchens. But that was as far as her influence could go. And what's this? The sparks are absolutely flying. The moment they're reunited, he leans in for a kiss. Even though Yanran is the captain, the mission's top priority is exploring the ruins, meaning every decision must be cleared by the crystal research expert, Scholar Fala. They can't just act recklessly. To understand why these crystals are so important, Hansen just needs to try out this memory shard. It's more powerful than a human brain, capable of storing and reading absolutely anyone's memories. If they can fully analyze the Crystal Civilization's technology, it'll be a gigantic leap forward for humanity. Yanran immediately showed Hansen its magic, casually flipping to a random page. Before his eyes could even focus, she already knew the exact word there. But an incredible item like this loses its power with repeated use. However, if its base power can be enhanced even a little, the boost is permanent. A military secret that only the captain's boyfriend gets to learn. It's anyone's guess how Yanran got around the cameras in the room, but the two of them definitely shared a very sweet moment. Hansen was practically floating on air. But of course, his luck ran out when he bumped into some arrogant guy. Hansen isn't one to back down, either. Instead of avoiding trouble like a rookie should, he gave the guy zero respect. Luckily, Fatty Luo showed up to drag his subordinate away before things got ugly. He even tossed a few insults back at the guy for good measure. Something was off about that guy. He'd clearly been keeping a close eye on Yanran for a while. Despite acting tough, Fatty Luo warned Hansen to be careful. He told him not to start a fight with that guy, Wang Hu. Remembering what Yanran said before, he realized this Wang Hu must have a powerful background, meaning he had to be extremely careful. During this period, Hansen bounced between the second god's sanctuary and the goddess's praise store. This time he returned. There were way more people around. The moment Lu Feng saw the great master, he couldn't hide his surprise, thinking the master must be as unlucky as him to be exiled here. The work ahead seemed impossible. But Hansen was as optimistic as ever, claiming they just had to smash the spirit shelter on the mountain. But this wasn't some military academy. This was the second god's sanctuary, where death was easy to find. The genius who was 20 years ahead of them all was just huddled in a corner with a cigarette. He'd been stuck here for ages. Even with full god genes, his strength had faded, and he could barely eat the mutant food anymore. Hansen wasn't bothered. He went out to scout alone, ignoring everyone's warnings about the dangers of the night. Sure enough, he quickly ran into that ice-armored beast Shu Yu had mentioned. Without a second thought, he summoned Miao Jun. This bear was only a primitive creature, but its strength was on par with Miao Jun's. The physical power of creatures in the second god sanctuary was on another level entirely. After fighting to a standstill, the bear unleashed its life force, a gene-awakening power-up that boosted its abilities for a short time. Taking it down now was the best option. The beast's soul would be way stronger than others of its kind. Just as he was about to land the finishing blow, a familiar voice called out it was Man Li. The distraction nearly got him shredded by the bear. Fortunately, Hansen had more than enough power to handle it, or Man Li would have regretted that for life. After collecting the soul, he went to greet her. Man Li, it turned out, had arrived in this place some time before Hansen. This place was a strange nightmare, with no clear exit and no other signs of human life. But this just got Hansen more excited, an entire land for him to conquer. Back in the safety of the cave, Man Li was still stunned by Hansen's insane level of power. With a veteran here, Hansen asked if she knew anything about his grandfather, Han Jingzi, the instructor for the Blue Blood Special Forces. At the name, Man Li flinched, shaking her head in total disbelief. Clearly, she knew a lot more than Ning Yue did. Looking at Hansen's power, it made sense that he was a descendant. But there was one huge problem: that man supposedly had no children. This gave Hansen all the leverage he needed. He made her a deal: work for him, and she'd never have to worry about food again. Man Li was ashamed. She'd been here for so long without hunting a single mutant beast. But Hansen didn't need her for hunting. He told her that in 1 month, after he successfully conquered the shelter on the mountain, she would have plenty of work to do. That sounded completely insane. The shelter had over a dozen powerful mutants and a noble-class spirit guarding it. You can't just take it. He told her to leave that to him. For now, all she had to do was bring back the bear meat. He'd already scouted the shelter and knew his own strength, so Man Li didn't argue. Seeing the man once under her command become so strong filled her with shame. Hansen really didn't want her following him. If she saw his insane power, a simple explanation just wasn't going to cut it. At the ice cliff, a massive sound stopped him cold. Good lord, he had to look down. But then, a blood-jade spider scuttles out from the snow, devouring the sandworm's kill in one bite, which proves to be a fatal mistake. Just as Hansen was about to claim the delicious meat from the jade spider, another danger emerged. A massive leg appeared over the cliff, its mouth spitting silk that completely trapped the sandworm, dragging it closer and closer with no hope of escape. What awful luck for a godblood creature to show up here. At times like this, a little fire is the perfect solution. The flamebird, combined with the ancient mysterious wolf, managed to save Hansen's life, but the monster refused to let go. It continuously spat silk toward Hansen. According to the intel, this place was only supposed to have a few mutant creatures. Why did a godblood suddenly appear? And as if his luck wasn't bad enough, another godblood bird appeared to block his path. But his story wasn't over yet. It was time to rely on his super intellect. To an observer, Hansen just looked like he was frantically dodging webs. In reality, he was luring it right into the blackbird's attack path. With just a little timing, they would attack each other. And just as planned, they got tangled up in the struggle, plummeting down the side of the cliff together. Hansen couldn't let such a valuable prize just slip away. He immediately mounted the sandworm and gave chase after them. The bottom of the ice chasm was even worse than the top. The two godblood creatures were being captured by another, a massive godblood octopus. The situation was far too dangerous. He couldn't kill them all at once, but Hansen could wait for an opportunity to snatch at least one of them. It would still be a win. Just as he thought that, a herd of ice-armored beasts arrived to join the party with the octopus. Looking closer, he could see they were all being controlled by the power of a leading spirit. This had to be the creature Manli mentioned before. The spirit launched its attack, sending the entire herd charging toward their single target, the giant octopus. She didn't sit still either, riding a bear to attack from above. Her power was easily on par with an evolver, her physique hitting around 80 points. The battle grew more intense. The spirit relentlessly chased the octopus, even diving into the water after it. But even with all her effort, she was no match for it. And if the octopus was this strong, its subordinate, the jade spider, wasn't a pushover either. It pinned the bird to the ground while simultaneously fending off the beasts, tossing them into the air like they were nothing. At this rate, both sides would suffer heavy losses. All he had to do was play the patient fisherman. Then, the spirit flew over. She probably saw the jade spider's power and decided to recruit it. As for the useless bird, her subordinates could have it for a meal. Right at the moment the beast was about to submit to the queen, Hansen flew in and sliced straight through her artery. Her life was gone in an instant. The spider wasn't getting away either. One more slash and it joined the beautiful spirit in death. Her army scattered in chaos. The only useful thing left was the mysterious bird. Even though it was just a hatchling, it held a treasure beast soul. The beast soul glyph successfully became part of Hansen's arsenal. He could feel the mysterious bird's mark on his back, but he didn't sense any change in his energy. It was a complete mystery. The moment he acquired the new prize, the little greedy holy war angel in his soul ceased stirred, wanting to come out. Once Hansen gave his approval, it immediately began to eat ravenously. Such a gluttonous little thing. Back inside the ice crevice, everyone was enjoying the meat Manli had brought back. Some believed his strength was terrifying, while others dismissed it as pure luck. Only Manli, who witnessed it all, knew what that luck really looked like. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside. Everyone thought they were under attack by some creature, but it was just Hansen, dragging back a massive, meaty lion enough food to last them for a good while. But Hansen had to be careful. He half-jokingly said the spirit and the beasts fought each other, and he just cleaned up the mess. He said it was no big deal, even showing them the bird leg that the blood evil bird had torn off. That's when Shuyu offered to buy the meat. Hansen then laid out a plan. He would form a party, and members could buy meat from him at a discount. They could also exchange party contribution points, while outsiders would have to pay double. It was basically an A-rank Evolver's Explorer card. Hearing the price, everyone started complaining, forgetting that none of them could even hunt an ice-armored beast on their own. As everyone argued, a little rat of a man tried to steal some meat. Hansen saw it and casually slashed his hand. Luckily, the hand wasn't crippled. But his friends saw him crying in pain and, filled with rage, they all wanted to kill Hansen. They couldn't let someone like him, a different kind, exist among them. Of course, it was all talk. Before their blades even got close, he cut them all down. Since they couldn't beat Hansen, they tried to appeal to sentiment. An older man, known as Uncle Ching, emerged from the cave. Manli seemed to know him and quickly explained that Hansen wouldn't have harmed them if they hadn't started trouble first. Ning Ching walked over in silence, then with a single, swift draw of his sword, he finished off the troublemakers from before. When it was done, amidst everyone's stunned silence, he bowed his head and apologized for failing to discipline his two nephews. It turns out he was the eldest son of the Ning family. Now it all made sense why the Han family could rely on the Nings for support. With that debt settled, Hansen handed the meat supply over to Man Li for safekeeping and ordered her to rally the group. It was finally time to put his plan in motion. But the second he got back to the shop, Chiu Chung was there to meet him. He was rushing to get Hansen to join the end-of-month military training, hoping to snag the vice captain's reward. By the time Hansen arrived, the training was already in full swing. Everyone had tried the challenge, but no one had passed the M level. That meant the S-Class Evolver card was still up for grabs. He took one look and recognized the combat simulator. It was Professor Yan's design. In fact, Hansen had been the very first one to test it. Seeing him there, Wang Hu couldn't resist taunting him to give it a try. Bad move. This game was his specialty. He just told Captain Luo to sit back and enjoy the show, and when he won, he told the captain to laugh right in that punk Wang Hu's face for him. To protect the captain's honor, Hansen figured this was the perfect time to really show off his skills. Besides, he'd only met Wang Hu once, and the guy was already a total nuisance. This time, he was going down. Turns out, this guy was part of the expert faction, a holdover who sided with the previous captain. So when Yanran took over as leader, you can bet their relationship with the new command got a little frosty. Wang Hu basically got his squad leader position through pure connections. He didn't have the real strength to earn it himself. Hansen was dead set on making him eat dirt this time. With his god-tier speed, he'd already mastered this game ages ago. And just like that, Hansen pulled off a flawless performance in the simulator. Vice Captain Chen Shoshan watched, finally seeing the kid Yanran hyped up. The rumors were true, he wasn't half bad. Hansen landed lightly, easily claiming his reward from Vice Captain Chen. The Vice Captain couldn't help but wonder how a rookie from the kitchen staff could push past normal human limits like that. Hansen didn't bother hiding it, openly admitting he was a student of Professor Yan, the man who created this exact training program. So it was no surprise he'd done this before. Meanwhile, seeing his rival praised and celebrated made Wang Hu absolutely seethe with rage. He couldn't stomach it, vowing that one day he would be the one to grind Hansen into the dust. Following Officer Zhao Ping to the chief's office, Hansen saw the collection of super genes and felt a sharp pang of regret. He really wished he'd bought more of the good ones earlier. Zhao Ping confirmed this microcrystal technology was extremely rare. These super genes were specifically for the Crystal Race Ruins expedition. You couldn't just buy them off the market. They alter the user's very life particles, protecting them against the strange and harmful weapons found within the ruins. In simple terms, it brings the body to a threshold where it can actually transform. 4 types were available. 4. Jade Bone Fist, Heavy, Gold Bamboo, Faded Amber, and the Crystal Nucleus. It was quality over quantity, for sure. The only problem? It could take 10 to 20 years to see any results. But Hansen wasn't a normal person, and the best things in life are never easy. He casually chose the Crystal Nucleus as his partner. For some reason, Wang Hu, who was watching from outside, looked personally offended that his rival had chosen the absolute worst option. But our hero here was full of hope, aiming to be the first one to truly break the limits with this new super gene. Becoming the fastest to cultivate it seemed totally possible. But as it entered his body, his ice muscle jade bone art began to mutate. His consciousness faded as his body was plunged into an extreme, bone-chilling cold. Trying to get help from the medical bay was useless. This was a critical conflict in his cultivation. He could either let the ice freeze him solid, or he could fight through it. To master its essence, he had to stay conscious and overcome this crisis no matter what. Then, from out of nowhere, his focus snapped back. He started slapping himself across the face, desperate to stay awake. He continued to channel his power, but the feeling was the complete opposite of before. He felt the true power of his ice muscle jade bone. The first gate was conquered. By some miracle, the microcrystal had accidentally triggered the training mode for his ice muscle jade bone, and it was a perfect match. In fact, the microcrystal was just a small component of the much larger ice-based system. The user interface was a little weird, but Hansen had done it. It was the luckiest break he could have asked for. Back in the Second God's Sanctuary, the army he'd been wanting was finally ready. And what an army it was. 3,000 spirits leading the way. Can you imagine that kind of power? Han Qing even volunteered to join, saving him a ton of effort. He even recommended a prime hunting spot for primal god creatures. As the commander, Hansen was now guaranteed to get the best loot. Hearing from Uncle Ning that they were heading towards a mutant zone just got his blood pumping even faster. Their forces were growing stronger. What was there to fear? Before long, the group encountered a massive white-furred mammoth with a surprisingly cute haircut. Hansen sighed watching the cowards run at the first sign of danger, but he was incredibly proud of those who stood their ground. Their skills and techniques were average at best, But as long as they had the will to fight, he could forge these pebbles into priceless gems. No more waiting. Golden Growler, it's showtime, he yelled into the raging storm. Deep in the fog, Hansen rides the Golden Growler, clashing with a massive elephant, a true battle of titans. If that black pill can evolve a creature from first tier to second tier, the first to get it will be his beloved Golden Growler. Absolutely brilliant timing. While the two beasts were locked in a brutal struggle, Hansen leaped in and sliced open the elephant's belly. All of its insides came spilling out. He handed the carcass over to Manli, trusting her to distribute the rewards fairly from this hunt. Inside the ice shelter, the guys seemed to have nothing better to do than gossip about which goddess they like best. Lucky for them, Manli didn't beat them down for gossiping. Hansen had just returned, only to find Zhu Ding of all people here. The guy's got 9 lives, escaping the Ning family. But karma for his big mouth still got him thrown out here, and somehow, he survived. He demands Hansen take him in, claiming their ancestors were allies, and that old bond should be honored. He definitely doesn't want to freeze to death out here. An entrance fee is required, but items are preferred over cash. He offers the heaven-shaking 7 folds technique. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Ding tries to flip the script by demanding Hansen become a Chen family disciple. Only then could he learn it. Hansen's response? Nope, see ya. Zhu Ding was floored. This kid's arrogance was unbelievable, but he couldn't break his family's rules and teach the secret art to an outsider. So he offered the location of a mutant creature's lair instead. Along the way, he saw how incredible the Golden Growler was and tried to sweet-talk Hansen into selling it. Of course, it wasn't for sale. But the mutant beasts Hansen hunted earlier were. The price? Just another secret manual from the Chen family. This guy basically wants to learn every single one of his family's secrets. Zhu Ding balks trading a primal beast soul for 1 manual is way too cheap. Keeping it might be his only defense later on. If he sold it and Hansen kicked him out, he'd be totally screwed. He's no match for him. That would be a world of pain. Seeing Zhu Ding was still hesitant, Hansen pulls out an Evolver Sanctuary card. He's offering this prized possession, and even throws in an ice-armored beast soul on top, as a sign of goodwill between them. This deal was looking pretty good. After all, the Chen family still had half-step cloud mastering. Even half of that was insane. The leg power it grants is absolutely top tier. Hansen was definitely interested. He'd fought a user in the virtual world before. Just seeing a fraction of it in action was incredible. If he learned the complete version, how insane would his kicking power become? A single kick could take a life. Easy. What a steal. No hesitation, he hits the accept button. They finally reached the mutant cave Zhu Ding mentioned, hidden deep beneath the eternal ice. The second he stepped inside, Hansen smelled something wrong. It looked silent, but in less than a second, he was attacked by a bat-vampire hybrid. A quick assessment told him he'd lucked out, finding a sacred blood creature. But in a space this tight, he wasn't strong enough to take it on. Running was the only option. But it wasn't that simple. The monster was right on his tail. Knowing he couldn't run any longer, Hansen decided it was time to test out his brand new technique. This is what super genes can do. He blocked the Sacred Blood's kick with one hand, combining all his different martial arts into one fluid defense. He unleashed Jadaskin, then Overload, and even added his Frosty Jade body technique on top of it all. The punch landed, stunning the creature for a moment. The monster was helpless as Hansen beat it senseless, smashing its head against the rocks. But the beast was tough, and Hansen wasn't strong enough to finish it. He used its dazed state to make a run for it, escaping successfully. And just like that, his useless companion who'd vanished earlier reappeared. Turns out, he was only clinging to Hansen to join the goddess gang. Hansen, seeing Half-Step Cloud's power, cleverly pointed out you couldn't even practice it without the required exclusive gene. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Ding told him not to worry, he would handle everything. Back with the goddess gang, Hansen was still stuck on kitchen duty. Except his teammate was furious. They worked like dogs all day while the newbies barely got to eat anything at all. Meanwhile, the so-called experts feasted on multiple courses. The kitchen supervisor immediately shut that kind of talk down. If you think you're good enough, then take their place and eat all you want. That's when Tang Xin, one of the experts, showed up. He spotted Hansen and couldn't contain his curiosity, asking about the person who cleared difficulty level 10, surpassing all limits. The guy was no saint. He immediately started mocking Blackhawk's pathetic rank, saying the Central Military didn't even care about them. Too bad for him. That's ancient history. Hansen casually mentioned that he'd just beaten the Central team in an archery contest. He told Tang Xin to believe whatever he wanted, but facts are facts. If he stayed there much longer, he wouldn't even be a match for Blackhawk. Soon, even sitting at the same table would be a dream for the Central team. Frustrated, Tang Xin ran off to find Professor Li Mingtang. He needed the professor to look it up online. He'd been disconnected for years. Sure enough, the net was flooded with news of Central Military's defeat by a rookie. Only then did the old-timers realize their warship was now home to an absolute monster of a rookie. The big guy praised Hansen endlessly, but also warned him to watch his back around Tang Xin. That man definitely holds a grudge. The day to attack the spirit shelter had finally arrived, and Xiaoling appeared. Still as shy around strangers as ever, she only stuck close to Hansen. The moment they heard the plan, the others got scared and started backing out one by one. They wanted no part of this. Hansen didn't force them go or don't, your choice. He had gathered 200 people. Now, he was left with just 20 or 30 people, all timid as rabbits. Hansen seemed much kinder now, not making Ling run around. He wouldn't make her trail him like in the desert. He was even worried she'd get cold. The ancient castle was right ahead, leaving Ningqing no choice. He had to place his trust in Instructor Han's descendant. Arriving at the base, it was strangely quiet. Not a single mutated beast was in sight. A scene this bizarre called for scouting. He sent the golden sandworm ahead, which soon confirmed the inside was completely empty. Hansen and Ningqing were on the same page. They'd come this far, there was no turning back. They had to attack with everything they had. They had to take it. Inside the main hall, they found the soul stone, the very thing controlling every spirit's life. If that stone shattered, not a single one of them would survive. But as he moved to destroy it, Hansen saw a familiar face. It was the spirit who took his blade, before somehow she was still alive. This time, she had carefully hidden all the mutated beasts. The goal was to lure Hansen's group into a trap, but she had no idea luring him into the main hall was her biggest mistake. The two sides clashed. Hansen, all by himself, took on the spirit and her endless swarm of primordial beasts. It looked like a one-sided fight, but for him, a total cakewalk. Phoenix Flame, get out here and show them a thing or two. His beast soul's aura burned hotter than fire, and with his ice muscle jade bone skill, Hansen dealt with the white bears in an instant. With the path clear, he soared up and grabbed the soul stone. The spirit's mind was screaming. Oh, it was over. This is it, I'm dead. Holding the soul stone, he looked incredible. A single command made them all bow at his feet. They pledged to serve their new master for life. The Snowfang wolf spirit had been successfully brought under his command. All of her power was now Hansen's to control. With a single strike of her trident, she sent the remaining bears to the afterlife. Hansen's group now had it easy. After waiting decades for this day, a massive celebration began among them. Seeing Hansen's new prize, some punk ran up, wanting to trade a half-baked martial art for the priceless spirit. Yeah, right. Hansen wasn't an idiot. When the beast meat was brought back, the deserters were absolutely furious with themselves for leaving. If they hadn't, they'd each have a room in the shelter, plus a mountain of free meat. Who would have thought they'd end up in a situation where they had to pay just to stay there? Up on the mountain, Hansen ate meat, admiring the shelter. He had successfully conquered it. A second later, he tossed a leg to the gluttonous holy war beast beside him. That thing always showed up, always appearing to get its cut of the meat. Aboard the warship, everyone was approaching the Crystal Clan ruins. The blood meow pendant on his neck. It grew hotter as they neared the planet. Hansen became more certain that the connection between them was not simple. Yanran also came to see the team of experts off. Before leaving, the leader gave a very specific warning. Do not allow any creature to enter the shelter. From the observation room, they could see everyone searching for the crystal nucleus. If they could just dig it up, they would understand how everything worked. There was a reason the main group didn't go down. Besides the experts who could analyze those stones, even the scanners couldn't read them, meaning the others would just get in the way. They had to hurry, or the crystal would shatter and block the path. Just as he said that, another ruin appeared on the screen. The crystal was active, the team was in danger. Battle armor was summoned immediately. Protect the experts at all costs. Get them back safely. When the crystal structure finally shattered, they saw it was formed from a defensive crystal nucleus. It could replicate any organism or machine. But just as they were celebrating finding the entrance to the ruins, the connection was suddenly lost. The moment she realized something had gone wrong, Yanran immediately took action. She assembled troops for a rescue mission. Even though Hansen wasn't in the armored division, he still decided to charge in, partly to rescue his colleagues, and partly to decode the link between the blood meow and this ruin. Yanran led the group to the entrance. Below this door was the ruin's control center, and it was certainly filled with countless dangers. Sure enough, before they even got inside, they were attacked by a massive swarm of crystal nucleus replicas. There were so many of them, Yanran saw the situation was bad and ordered a retreat, but the scariest thing wasn't a strong enemy, it was a brainless teammate. Instead of fighting back, his reckless attacks only provoked the models even more. They barely escaped into the ruin alive. Reaching a passage, the battle armor was too big to proceed deeper, so everyone had to retract their mechs. He doesn't rush in. In a place like this, he sends his wolf companion, Lang Ya, to scout things out first. They hit a dead end, a chamber filled with towering crystal statues. But Hansen never lets his guard down. Hansen was always on high alert and had already spotted the shady figure lurking behind the statues. But he wasn't fooled by its outer shell. A single shot forced it to reveal its true form, a parasitic crystal nucleus. Only this one wasn't going to die that easily. Its body was a disgusting mix of dirt and flesh, but it was still moving around like a zombie. Then, Professor Lee's group appeared in the distance. He pointed out that only a beast soul could destroy it, but he never expected some random guy to suddenly appear. One shot sent the unlucky zombie to its doom. This was Wang Hao, a squad leader who was already trying to assert his dominance over Hansen. Because of the crystal attack earlier, everyone had been scattered, their whereabouts unknown. Professor Lee's team was also stuck here. Before the captain could even lay out a battle plan, this guy, Wang Hao, declared that just going inside would guarantee success. They didn't even need a rescue. But Professor Lee was a dedicated man. Risking a little more was fine by him. If they could just get a crystal analysis, the mission would be a complete success. Yanran was explaining this to Hansen. As she was explaining the team's next move, that officer Wang Hao showed up just to stir up some trouble. It all boiled down to him mocking Hansen for being just a kitchen soldier. Someone useless who would only hold everyone back. And right in front of Yanran, the captain, no less. You don't insult her, man, and she was lucky not to get punched for it. The guy was just a spoiled brat who got his squad leader position through connections, and he acted like he owned the place. Professor Lee had to intervene. After a while, the group finally reached the black crystal gate they'd spent so much effort finding. The patterns on it were only partially understandable. They learned it came from another planet, the very origin world of the crystal race. The home planet that birthed the crystal race had vanished. This was a huge discovery, and they all pushed to open the relic's door. But the moment they saw the light from inside, one guy's face immediately corroded, and he collapsed, dead in less than 3 seconds. His life was just completely over. Professor Lee had a different take. He knew a massive amount of crystal nucleus energy was inside. That's what was causing the corrosive effect. Only those who had practiced up to the microcrystal stage would be able to withstand it. A historic discovery like this couldn't be handled recklessly. It had to be registered with the main system before they could get excavation rights. Yanran suggested notifying the other side before proceeding, just to be as safe as humanly possible. But of course, Wang Hao had to start talking smack again, already clashing with Yanran. This was his chance to stir up chaos, and he immediately attacked Yanran. Hansen seized the moment, grabbing one of his subordinates as a hostage. But this absolute psycho didn't hesitate at all, cutting his own man in half with a single swing. He, the squad leader, Hansen's short blade, had to back down in front of this madman. His beloved companion, who'd been with him for so long, was damaged by this lunatic. He swore he wouldn't let this go. While dealing with Hansen, he ordered his men to finish off Yanran. But you think you're the only one with backup? Our boy has his own awesome spirit companions. Out came Shui Ji and the Golden Growler. The plan was for them to escort Yanran to safety, but this Wang Hao guy was ridiculously tough. The long fight hadn't weakened him one bit. In the end, it was Professor Lee who made a move, capturing Yanran to use her against Hansen. People should never let themselves get backed into a corner. They wanted him to surrender without a fight? Not a chance. Hansen turned and ran straight into the ruins. He had already mastered microcrystallization, so the power radiating from it was no longer a threat. As for these people, well, they had some brains. Yanran's family was too powerful to mess with. Besides, she was the key to subduing Hansen. So they'd keep her alive for now. Professor Lee, Wang Hao, and 2 others slowly entered the ruins. Even though Hansen had mastered microcrystallization, the feeling in here wasn't easy. He'd have to rely on a beast soul substitute next. The moment that group got inside, they frantically started chasing a figure they thought was Hansen. Meanwhile, the real Hansen was just standing aside, laughing his head off at how naive they were. Outside the gate, Yanran was offering Lee's men a way out, a chance to retreat. But all they wanted was to get their hands on that relic. What else could possibly matter? Escaping this place would be easy as pie. While Yanran was in a difficult spot, these lowlifes even tried to get handsy with her. Big mistake. A second later, The hand that dared to touch Yanran was sliced right off by Hansen. The guy was also sent flying by Shuji. I thought moment she was free, Yanran immediately threatened the others, demanding they reveal the real secret, the truth behind Professor Lee's crazy actions this time. But the man didn't say a word before biting down on a poison pill to commit suicide. This plan was definitely not simple. Their crimes would only get them jail time at worst, yet they immediately killed themselves. While checking the bodies, Hansen found some kind of card but didn't reveal anything about it to Yanran. Next, he would go into the central area alone. He urged Yanran to go back, since she hadn't mastered microcrystallization yet, but she stubbornly refused to go. She might not have microcrystallization, but she did have the pure yang true bone. Concerned about the strange light, they throw on some stylish sunglasses and head deeper into the ruins. The corridors of the ruins are completely empty. Yanran suspects that Li Mingtang's crew has already looted the place dry. They must have used the circular chutes to move everything to a storage room. As for the doors with eerie patterns, no way Li's group touched them. Too risky, they could have been wiped out. Just then, Hansen gets an update from his doppelganger. No need to run anymore. Now he can finally start planning his attack. Down in the plaza, Wang Hu's men were no match for the doppelganger's speed. On top of that, the winding, confusing paths have them too scared to act recklessly. One wrong turn could be their last. These paths lead to the reproduction chamber, a sacred place for the crystal race, meaning security here is on another level. They head towards the central statue. Wang Hu orders his men to push it aside, desperate to find a path to the core. Talk about instant karma. The moment they reveal the opening, the ruins' defense systems kick into high gear. A strange cube unleashes a wild barrage of energy blasts. Luckily, Li Mingtang, the brains of the group, tosses a grenade as a decoy. And it works, letting them escape the cube's pursuit. This is exactly why Hansen left his doppelganger behind to gather intel. Good thing, too. If he and Yanran had stumbled into that, they wouldn't have been so lucky. He watches the strange crystal cube. After failing to find its target, the cube smashes into a wall and vanishes. As the dust settles, a crystal beetle is revealed. What in the world is this thing? Reaching the underground plaza, Hansen observes the beetle from a safe distance. He tosses a rock at it, but there's no reaction. This thing must be completely harmless. Holding the beetle and looking at the crack from the grenade, it suddenly clicks. Hansen is stunned by what this thing actually is. It enhances a crystal's brain functions. The only problem is he has no idea how to use it. He decides to ask Yanran, and so Hansen gets a crash course. Turns out, the crystal race designs everything with a very specific purpose. That cube was a guardian for the crystal core. As for the one-horned beetle he found, that's a complete mystery. It seems totally useless, like a children's toy. Still, being an artifact from the crystal race means it's worth a fortune. After breaking through the floor to access the crystal brain, Hansen prepares to venture deeper inside to explore. He can't believe his luck, he's found a whole stash of them. Yanran advises him to use one now if he plans to. Back on the warship, they'd never get past the scanners. He splits the 16 stones with her, always taking care of his partner, but there's a strict rule. Only one every 12 hours to avoid dangerously overstimulating their brains. They still don't know the room's true purpose. To be safe, he sends out his ice muscle power to scout ahead. His doppelganger beast soul stands guard above, securing their exit while they crawl through a seemingly endless passage. At last, they find it. The crystal storeroom Li Mingtang's crew was after. A massive chamber lined with countless crystal cabinets. Each one is meant to hold a crystal core. Hansen opens one to check, and it's completely empty. Now Yanran is certain her theory was correct, but the scale of this warehouse is just far too small. It doesn't match the records at all, it should be massive. Still, they've confirmed this is the core's storage chamber. He's sure a surprise is waiting for them. Soon enough, his ice muscle finds a golden crystal in another cabinet. Based on its shape, he realizes it's another one of those guardian cubes. This one, however, hasn't been activated. It needs a direct command from the crystal race to function. Guardians are rare at tier 4 or 5, this one is tier 12. This is without a doubt a priceless treasure. He then finds another crystal that looks just like the fleet's memory crystal. It must contain the recorded history of the crystal race. A human strong enough could tap directly into those memories. Unlocking it would be a quantum leap for all of humanity. But a strange sound suddenly snaps them back to reality. A massive wave of parasitic crystals, moving like a tide of snails, comes rushing madly right for them. It's a good thing Lang Nya scouted ahead. Otherwise, they would have taken that cube's full blast, not the poor wolf. They make a sharp turn but are forced into a dead end. Nowhere left to run. The first of the parasites is already on them. Hansen frantically unleashes an explosive attack, desperate to protect Yanran. After the blast, the entire tunnel collapses around them. Buried under tons of rock and debris, they barely manage to find the tunnel wall, but it won't budge an inch. Not even a little. Even Yanran's powerful dual god knife can't scratch it. Time for the big guns, the yin-yang magnetic cannon. Hansen unleashes a relentless barrage of punches, sweat pouring down his face, until finally he starts to make a dent. They found a way out, pouring all their strength into that single crack. At last, the two escape the avenue and burst into the grand hall. But they never expected to run into a simulated crystal core. It begins to replicate instantly. And there's Hansen, launching a ferocious, all-out assault. From a distance, Yanran watches on, but you can't even tell if she's worried. But you definitely can't miss that look of pride. Having a boyfriend this powerful has to feel good. Just as the two were having their moment, the rotten voice of old Li Mingtang cuts in. He's covered in wounds, which means Wang Hu's crew probably didn't make it. His first words are an ultimatum: submit to him or prepare to meet their maker. But he's not just running his mouth. This guy has actually mastered the super diamond body technique. Out of all the world's super gene techniques created from ancient martial arts, this one is top tier. It's an upgrade from the indestructible Vajra body at high levels. It can even stop cannonballs. Mastering it is insanely difficult. It could take 100 years with no guarantee of success. The fact that Li Mingtang actually managed to learn this skill is honestly a huge surprise. He starts to show off, trying to act casual while mentioning that a fitness index of 120 could break his defense. But who do they know with a score that high? So, they agree to cooperate. Sticking together is better than dying alone out here. Before they move, however, Hansen needs to know what the old man's real objective is. He's not going in blind. So Li Mingtang starts his story, explaining these ruins were found decades ago. Many teams came here, but none ever returned. Among those lost was his own father, the captain of the very first ship to discover the ruins. He claims he's here to find his father's remains, but of course, it's never just about sentiment. On that warship was something else, something so valuable that even Wang Hu would risk it all to find. It was a key from the Crystal Clan. With it, one could activate the clan's core, giving humanity control over their gene technology. It's the equivalent of a 300-year evolutionary leap for mankind. He lays it all out, whether they believe him or not. The path ahead requires all three of them. Once they succeed, the gene crystal is for Hansen and Yanran. He only wants what's on the captain's body. The center of the ruin is just ahead. But first they have to cross a treacherously long bridge. One wrong move, and it's a long fall into the abyss. Getting across that bridge, however, presents a major problem for the three of them. They thought falling was the only risk, but then they look up and see an even greater disaster waiting. The ceiling is packed with crystal gene mothers. They're dormant for now, but the second they detect movement in the air, they will unleash a fierce and deadly crystal assault. To prove the point, Hansen's phantom clone gets completely shredded after just a few steps. Even the super diamond body would be useless against that. Just walking is risky, let alone using a high-speed beast soul. Following Li Mingtang's plan, they keep their distance and move as slowly as possible, successfully clearing the first trial. Inside the castle, bodies are scattered everywhere. Their cause of death is unknown, so it's best not to touch a thing. Suddenly, a familiar shape appears from behind a pillar. It's Wang Hu somehow. He's still kicking, and he's holding the very item Li Mingtang was searching for. The old man's face lights up with joy as he steps forward to claim his prize. But it was a trap. Wang Hu strikes, aiming to kill. If not for the diamond body, that blow would have gone straight through his heart. Seeing his attack fail, Wang Hu tosses out a strange device which explodes, creating a mad storm of gene crystals that rushes toward them. Li Mingtang's men are instantly vaporized by the crystal rain. But strangely, the crystals part around Hansen, avoiding him completely. Looks like Wang Hu will just have to take care of this personally. With each step he takes, the blood cat on Hansen's neck reacts violently to the object in the man's hand. And here everyone thought this guy was just a nobody. Turns out he was hiding his true power from Li Mingtang. His fitness index is over 100, and he's holding a god blood weapon. A direct confrontation is out. Hansen has to get in close. But not only does he have a god blood weapon, he also knows the Jadeskin sword technique. Even a glancing blow damages Hansen's armor. Yanran has already figured out his technique, but he's not giving them a second to act. Fighting back against this onslaught is proving incredibly difficult for Hansen. He keeps taking damage but refuses to let Yanran join in, determined to handle it himself. The Jadeskin sword technique is brutal, a relentless flurry of attacks. 100 slashes in a second is nothing. But in the end, Wang Hu is just a man using the technique. He isn't the real Jadiskin. There has to be a flaw in his form. Though injured, Hansen is far from out. Soon, he spots an opening in his opponent's defense and lands a decisive blow, breaking Wang Hu's rhythm. The guy just can't believe he's losing to a new evolver, so he pulls out his treasure, preparing to end Hansen in one final move. Wang Hu channels the massive energy from the mysterious crystal, forming a giant orb of gene particles, and launching it straight at Hansen. But in that exact moment, a cry comes from Hansen, and the entire crystal stream reverses direction, heading right back to its master. It shows no mercy, slamming directly into him. One moment, a man full of life, and the next, gone. One careless moment, and they'd be sucked dry, turned into husks. Turns out, it was the rat-squeaking bug in Hansen's pocket that caused this mess. And thanks to that wild comeback, the little guy leveled up from worthless to superior grade. Hansen examines the crystal card's patterns. The blood-colored design and his necklace are definitely connected somehow, but right now, there's zero reaction between them. It even melts the moment Hansen places it on his forehead, hoping to pull some intel from this so-called marquee. But with the two key figures in this whole mess gone, they'll never know the true method for controlling this stone. The two change course, heading for the core warehouse to grab some items for the organization, but a cube guardian appears out of nowhere. Luckily, the green beetle gets them past the obstacle safely, and what's more, a treasure this valuable somehow gets by the Alliance scanners. Hansen successfully keeps it for himself. Back in his dorm, while messing with the green beetle, Hansen thinks for a second he's discovered some kind of telekinetic ability, but when he tries again, the power is just too weak. He can only control tiny objects. He goes to find his beloved Yanran, only to find her in a seriously cranky mood. And why wouldn't she be? The higher-ups ordered the warship to retreat because the losses were just too great. No one can blame them this time. Yanran has a shot at redemption though, since they brought back two crystals. There's still a chance to make up for their failure. The network on the warship is still down, but the connection to the virtual training camp is up. After all, he just learned some new moves. It would be a total waste not to find someone to practice with. He makes a new ID, Soldier of the Warship, and logs in. The first person he challenges is an account named Xiangfei. Elsewhere, Qin Xuan is at the controls. She's using the Xiangfei ID, wondering if this new challenger is the same person who once broke the infamous 7 absolute kills. They meet again, boss and subordinate, but there's no small talk, just an immediate, brutal clash. The main reason is that they can't see who the other is, only a black silhouette. Qin Xuan can't believe her top-tier physique is being led around by a total rookie. Her fiercest attacks aren't just failing to pressure him, they're not working at all. Instead, she's the one being backed into a corner, getting that same feeling of being played with as when she fought Gold Coin. Qin Xuan hates getting dragged into a stalemate, so she unleashes her deadliest move. Her style suddenly becomes several times more ruthless. The speed is just insane. Hansen is caught off guard by her technique, but he knows he can't just stand there and take it. Time to put his newly acquired Dongxuan Sutra to the test. And just like that, Qin Xuan's tactic works. She can finally have a real, satisfying fight. She's stunned that a mere soldier could have skills on par with the Yiqian arts. There's a good chance this is some hidden master in disguise. She pulls back her attack and immediately asks for his name, but all she gets in response is a flat denial. Since fate brought them together, this is a prime chance to trade techniques. She has to seize this opportunity. Hansen has no problem with it. Trading his opponent for some of her martial arts seems perfectly fair. As long as Hansen doesn't teach her everything, just the parts he wants to test out himself, then there's absolutely no issue. Qin Xuan has to admit, her opponent is a clever one, managing to secure himself such a great deal. But the way he can take a simple move and use it with such incredible variety is truly fascinating. The class ends, and Hansen leaves. They agree to more training sessions in the future. After adding Xiangfei, Hansen gets back to his mundane life as a cook, busy as ever. A colleague points out that with his major rank and Godblood noble status, he's basically guaranteed a promotion this time. After the last battle, the warship is severely short on personnel. He brings the subject up with Yanran. She casually suggests that instead of being a squad leader, he should just be her personal bodyguard. Isn't that more fun? And just like that, Hansen snatches the opportunity. But getting that position won't be easy, they're only taking 2 people. One spot is already filled. That leaves 1 position available, with 4 candidates competing for it, including Hansen. Among them is a powerful user from the Second God's Sanctuary. Zhu Ding is waiting for him like an expectant child, clearly having made some kind of deal. He gets a half-step cloud from Zhu Ding. Hansen doesn't explain much, seemingly having a plan as he heads out to hunt again. He tells Ling to watch the house. This all seems to connect back to his talk with Yanren before returning to the second god's sanctuary. The strongest opponent Hansen will have to face is no ordinary fighter. Li Mingtang spent 60 years mastering the diamond body. This guy did it in 40, and he even served in the special forces. Everyone calls him the blue-blooded tiger. Based on intel from Li Mingtang, a fitness index over 120 should be enough to defeat the diamond body. So for now, the plan is simple. Eat as many mutant creatures as possible, and rack up genopoints as fast as he can. The first target appears, a sand-headed squirrel. The purple beast, busy with its meal, spotted the intruder and launched itself forward, wounding Hansen in a flash. Its claws were dripping with poison. Luckily, the thing wasn't massive, so fighting it just required a bit of strength. The godblood creature was sent flying. He thought it was an easy kill, but somehow, it managed to escape. Badly wounded like that, it couldn't have gone far. Hansen knew he absolutely had to chase it down. After a grueling chase that lasted for days, he finally claimed his prize. A beast soul and some ghost, clawed vulture meat. The moment he closed his eyes, he was out cold. It wasn't until he heard a voice that he slowly started to wake up. A tall, strong woman tried to send him back, and when that failed, she simply scooped him up and headed for the shelter. A shelter? All the way out here? The woman sized him up, unimpressed that he was exhausted from killing one tiny beast. Just as they finally saw the Starwheel Shelter citadel, they realized a full-blown siege was already happening. Outside Starwheel's walls, the battle was raging, a brutal, chaotic war between humans and monsters. That figure riding the giant serpent had to be an aristocrat spirit. She was the one leading this entire assault. Dropping Hansen, the woman charged straight in. She had to protect the only shelter in this entire region, or everyone would die. The humans were being absolutely torn to shreds by the beasts. Their chances of victory looked beyond slim. And forget the horde of minions, there were 7 godblood creatures alone. How could anyone possibly fight against a force like that? The only way to end this was to assassinate the spirit leader. Conveniently, Hansen had his new ghost-clawed vulture soul ready to go. On the other side of the battlefield, the spirit smashed through the citadel's defenses, creating a breach for her army. They flooded in like a black tide, a sea of monsters swallowing the city whole. One of the defenders made a final charge, buying his comrades a few precious seconds to fall back. Outside the walls, a purple streak sliced through the horde at unbelievable speed, its target clear, the aristocrat spirit. Seeing this, the commander gave the order. All forces were to provide cover for Hansen. They had to carve a path for him to save their home. Hansen moved like a blur through the swarm, every action a deadly dance, clearing out huge swaths of enemies in an instant. He wasn't about to let these small fry get in his way. He dealt with them quickly before continuing his advance. Well, it looks like the Queen of the Mutants was finally angry. Hansen fought his way through to face the first of the 7 godblood stone ghouls. It erupted from the earth, sharp claws reaching for Hansen. But it wasn't alone, the giant serpent was closing in from behind. Everyone watched with bated breath. Hansen deftly dodged the serpent's lunge and leaped right onto its head. Now, face to face with the spirit, she activated her battle armor. No words needed. She immediately launched her attack. This was a massive fight. The spirit in front, the serpent below, and the stone ghoul leaping up right behind him. A 1 versus 3 battle now. This was getting good. It was time for this so-called queen to learn the painful price of provoking him. The moment her blade touched Hansen, a strange and immense power erupted from him, cloaking him like a fire demon. A single strike from his ghost-clawed vulture soul was all it took to end her life. The victory was his. Now that the queen was dead, it was time to deal with her annoying followers. First up, the stone ghoul. The beast had been trying to flee, but Hansen's relentless pursuit triggered its hidden power, sending it into a complete frenzy. Sharp horns began to sprout from its back. It broke free and made a run for it, which only strengthened Hansen's resolve to kill it. He was absolutely determined to get it. The commander, witnessing this display of power, spurred his horse and gave chase as well. Hansen quickly closed the distance to the stone ghoul, putting it down for good. Thank goodness for the ghost-clawed vulture's poison. Without it, cutting through that thick hide would have been nearly impossible. And just like that, the berserk stone ghoul was dead, and its beast soul belonged to him. He was hoping for a suit of armor, but instead, he got a demon tattoo. Its purpose wasn't clear at first, but then he realized something. There was a hidden power within this tattoo. Channeling his energy, he found it acted just like a protective hypergeno art. It could even integrate with his armor. All those days spent chasing that thing across the mountains were definitely worth it. With such a great prize in hand, it was time to cook some meat and recover his strength. But then, He heard the sound of approaching hoofbeats. It was the commander from the battle. That guy was truly passionate, chasing him all this way just to meet a powerful warrior. But besides thanking Hansen, the commander had another purpose for this meeting. Hansen was curious, wondering what it could be. The man proposed an attack on the spirit's personal shelter, because as long as her soul stone was intact, she wasn't truly dead. She could be revived, just like the spirit queen before her. On top of that, her shelter blocked the path between the ice plains and the outside world. The hunting grounds for humans were just this tiny little area. How could anyone ever max out their divine genes here? The original plan was to use the combined strength of the three major allied forces to solve this problem. The problem was resources. The three major houses were all feuding over them, which meant cooperation was completely off the table. Hansen knew the resources were split between those three families. As an outsider, getting his hands on gene points was going to be tough, but if he teamed up with the commander's group, they might just smash through that whole protection base. So Hansen agreed to join, but on one condition. The commander had to get the three alliances to cooperate first. Back on the warship, Hansen started prepping for the fight. Yanran couldn't do anything to help, the data was undeniable. Everything was riding on Hansen. He was confident, sure, but he couldn't afford to be reckless. Hansen hopped online to do some research and sharpen his skills. He was trying to think of a name when a long-forgotten one suddenly popped into his head. Gold coin. The name didn't just bring back old memories, it also dragged out a ton of imposter accounts like Gold Coin, 7,749. The real deal was back, and these fakers had some nerve. Seriously, the audacity. So he decided to put them in their place. A legendary new name was born, Slaughter Gold Coin. His first match? A pretty decent godblood aristocrat. He just hoped the guy could live up to his rank. A boring fight would be a total waste of time. The second his opponent saw Hansen's ridiculously intimidating ID, he instantly flew into a rage. How dare some rookie disrespect the legend everyone admired? He had to put this guy in his place and avenge Gold Coin, but Hansen read his moves in an instant. The counterattack was lightning fast, followed by relentless pressure that backed his opponent into a corner. It was a brutal loss. The guy wanted a rematch, but Hansen had already moved on to the next fight. His next opponent was Sword Saint, who immediately unleashed a flurry of attacks. This guy was clearly a pro, with over 1,200 wins to his name. But the result? Exactly the same as the last guy. Hansen closed the distance barehanded and sent him flying into the wall with a single strike. Game over. So much for Sword Saint. He couldn't even land one hit. Everyone was getting hyped, wanting a piece of this monster. But after a dozen more matches, the result was always the same: absolute defeat. For years, Fang Mingquan had never forgotten Gold Coin. He checked the forums daily, hoping for any sign of the legend's return. Then, a post started going viral online, and he knew without a doubt, the legend was back. He immediately ordered Xiao Lu to prep an article. Hansen had no idea he was about to become famous all over again, but all these matches weren't raising his god gene count, so he had to use the little time he had left to practice and master his Dongshuan Sutra. And then came the flood. His friend request list exploded after that last fight. Hansen's next match drew an absolutely massive crowd of spectators. His opponent this time seemed completely oblivious, having no idea who he was up against. He just had a vague feeling that his opponent might be famous or something. Beating him would definitely make a name for himself. And with the Sun Moon Divine Blade in hand, no wonder the guy was so confident. But Hansen wasn't shaken at all. He walked in barehanded, went for a direct hit, and took him down cleanly. It wasn't just the soldiers going wild. Fang Mingquan at the StarTime station was tracking his every move online. The servers were so packed he barely got in to start the live stream. The next challenger to step up was a beautiful young woman with a steady resolve who immediately went on the offensive. Just as expected from someone from the Taishu family, famous for their unbreakable iron wall fist defense. Even Hansen was stunned by how incredible her defensive stance was, blocking his punches perfectly. He wasn't trying to win this with raw power. He was just here to practice his Dongshuan Sutra. But you can't underestimate a truly skilled opponent like her. As she focused on blocking every single one of his attacks, the young woman realized not all of them were real. He was mixing in feints, a blur of real and fake attacks she couldn't track. In theory, she knew she could counter during a feint and win with a single punch. But that was just theory. Hansen's speed was just too insane. She took a clean hit right to the gut. The moment she dropped her defense, she revealed a fatal opening, and Hansen conveniently finished the job. The crowd roared his name, cheering the return of a legendary emperor. He called Yanran, hoping for a heart-to-heart, only to find her ecstatic because she just watched an amazing match from the legendary Gold Coin. Of course, they were both him, but it was still kind of annoying. Luckily, Yanran's sweet talk quickly soothed her jealous boyfriend. What was there to be angry about? She could just stop liking that player, right? Hansen couldn't believe it. His perfect training spot was now useless. His legendary status meant he couldn't practice seriously anymore. He'd have to use the virtual training camp instead. Suddenly, he got a call from an old senior he hadn't seen in ages, Ping Jing. The first thing she asked was whether he thought the guy all over the news was the real gold coin. Yep, she was asking the right person. Model. Of course it is. What else could it possibly be? She wasn't just randomly trying to track down Jin Tae. The real reason? His technique was almost identical to the legendary Yi Tian technique. This art originated from Ping Jing's grandmother, and so far, only her students ever managed to learn it, not even her own descendants could. If Jin Tae could truly use that technique, then as a member of the Tao Temple, she had to get to the bottom of it. Hansen didn't hide anything. He admitted he'd learned a few things fighting the queen, who was also Ping Jing's disciple, and immediately demonstrated the moves for her. After watching, an idea seemed to strike her, and she instantly hung up. Just then, a signal flared in his soul sea. The metamorphosis bug had gone berserk. An armor this powerful would be a perfect match for the Golden Sandworm Emperor. The moment the creature equipped it, Hansen was already testing its durability. Hansen was nothing if not impatient. But even after taking hits at 30, 60, and a full 100% power, the armor held. Totally worth the wait. This one wasn't like a holy war beast. It evolved directly into a second god beast soul. But a first god that evolved out of control is just as strong. Just feeding the first god a black crystal had led to this insane result. If a second god ate one, he couldn't even imagine the profit. He headed back, but it wasn't time to hunt down those spirits just yet. Hansen was itching to hunt some creatures, but just like Li Yulun said, the three major alliances had already claimed all the resources. Nothing was left. The only option left was to capture that shelter and carve out a new hunting path for himself. Suddenly, a massive roar erupted from the foot of the mountain as a tidal wave of mutated creatures swarmed the path. The Spirit Queen was probably leading them. He dropped any thought of assassination this time. He was all on his own. But then a new idea struck him. If their queen isn't here, wouldn't capturing the shelter be that much easier? But one look at the complex terrain, and the beasts circling the sky told Hansen he stood absolutely no chance. If he couldn't take the shelter by force, maybe he could seize control of the Royal Spirit Clan first. Once he got stronger, who would dare to cheat him out of his share? Soon, the tournament arrived, bringing with it the elite Blue Blood Special Forces. And they were here because the legendary Blue Blood Tiger wanted to become Ji Yanran's guard, even ditching the Central Galaxy tournament for the chance. The two biggest names creating all the buzz were Ti Yi and Zheng Yutze. Hansen was in the prep area when a tall, muscular figure strode in from behind. The number one contender, Tai Yi, walked in and immediately addressed the silent man in the corner. "Are you Zheng Yutze?" His tone was so aggressive, it felt like a fight was about to start. He clearly didn't even notice Hansen was in the room. The match began. The rules were simple. Use any method you want, just hit the drum. The higher the displayed score, the better. The top three will compete to become the Soldier King. Tai Yi stepped up and, without any support, easily hit 113 points. The Blue Bloods lived up to the hype. That level of strength was almost on par with an Evolver's. They were expecting a 70 or 80, and he probably didn't even use his full power. Hansen knew he had to be careful. Zheng Yutze, the Southwest's hope to beat Tai Yi, wasn't bad either, straining to score over 114. But Tai Yi had casually scored 113, while Zheng Yutze struggled with all his might just to beat him by a single point. Then again, you couldn't really compare them as equals. One was a special forces soldier, while the other was just a warship soldier. For him, that score was already incredible. The other two, Major Wang Gang, was considered weaker than Zheng Yutze. And Hansen? He was just a nomination from Yanran. The two were a couple, but she couldn't just give him the position, he had to fight for it. Honestly, everyone expected Hansen to be eliminated first. Just as the assistant said that, Hansen slammed the drum for a clean 111, earning a nod of praise from the commander. For the next round, the difficulty was cranked to the max 100 times gravity and level 10 difficulty mode. You'd need a fitness score over 100 just to run easily. The Southwest team worried half their members would be wiped out instantly. At this rate, Ti Yi's victory was a sure thing. And sure enough, he ran with that same relaxed look, like the gravity had no effect on him. This guy's physical strength, sharp senses, and strategic mind were on another level entirely. Even 10-star difficulty couldn't slow him down. He was definitely someone to watch out for. Zheng Yutze was clearly weaker, making an error at the start. No way he could beat Tai Yi. Hansen took the stage, backed by his cheering squad. Tai Yi watched from the side, clearly not expecting much. But Hansen activated his super overload and began running smoothly through the arena. The commander had to admire his talent for his age. But in the end, his stamina just wasn't enough. It was the same reason Zheng Yutze couldn't finish the course. Meanwhile, Ti watched intently, analyzing Hansen's completely unique movements. Every part of Hansen's body moved with terrifying speed, yet it was all smooth and flawless, like a perfectly calibrated machine. This wasn't just muscle memory, it was like his brain was directly controlling every single fiber. He had to distribute his energy perfectly, not a single drop wasted, stretching his stamina to the absolute limit. And when Hansen wants something, nothing is impossible. He nails it. The next events follow. Archery, then mechanical armor assembly. The solo armor trials were a breeze since there was no combat. But the real show began when the duel started. With the scores tallied, Hansen overtakes Ti for first place by just 0.2 points. The final combatants are split into two teams, ready for a head-on clash. Zheng Yuzuo is up against Zheng Weiping, followed by Ti versus Hansen. This gives our guy just enough time to recover his strength. Zheng Yuzuo claims victory. And now, the main event finally begins. Hansen immediately goes on the offensive, but Tai Yi doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, tanking every single hit, completely unharmed thanks to his super alloy diamond physique. The power gap seems immense, and the chief's assistant breathes a sigh of relief. The chief, however, doesn't think Hansen will fall that easily. After all, he has never met anyone like him before. A guy like this won't lose this match, and his assistant clearly needs to sharpen his judgment. After letting him have his fun, Ti Yi finally counters, throwing a powerful punch. But Hansen just smirks. "You've already lost this match. You better not move." Of course, his opponent doesn't listen and attacks anyway. The result is devastating. His body is suddenly racked with pain, limbs trembling as blood rushes up his throat. His mistake? Not dodging. If he had, Hansen's victory wouldn't have been this easy. The Yin Force strikes ravaged his internal organs. Forcing any movement just brings agonizing pain. And like that, Hansen spectacularly defeats the Blue Blood Tiger. Hansen's Yin Force is absolutely no joke, and the man who mastered it through unbelievable hardship is anything but ordinary. While the assistant's mind is still reeling, the chief has already descended, ready to present Hansen with his title. This Southwest Soldier King title might be an annual event, but its value and prestige are undeniably massive, especially after gloriously defeating Tai Yi, the Blue Blood Tiger. This award is now priceless, cementing his future as a true powerhouse. Tai Yi is taken to the infirmary, where for the first time, this powerhouse shows a moment of weakness, blaming himself in front of his captain. But the man standing by the window, bathed in moonlight, doesn't blame him one bit. He tells him that as long as he's alive and keeps fighting, one day the kitten will become a true blue blood tiger. For the first time on his journey, Ti sheds a tear. Meanwhile, the moment Hansen returns, his beloved Yanran rushes into his arms. Being that cool deserves a proper reward. What kind? Let's just say anyone under 18 should probably look away now. Just look at that grin on his face. But stepping outside, Hansen runs right into Anne, a woman dressed in purple, emanating a deadly aura. He remembers what Yanran had told him before. This must be her other guard, the one she had arranged to be here. He also recalled Yanran's dire warning, "Don't even think about messing with her. When a transcendent goes berserk, even I can't stop them." To understand why this captain is so dominant with such an elite crew, you only need to look at her last name, G. Her family has a member running for election, so special treatment is a given. This girl has both money and incredible influence. Next stop, Starwheel. The beast soul market there is the most bustling place around. A mutated snow spirit fox catches his eye. But the owner won't take money, only a same-grade weapon in trade. With a price that high, no wonder it's just been collecting dust. But a normal snow spirit fox is already expensive, and this one is a mutation, so the value makes sense. To trade with a sanctuary card, it needs to be S-Class evolution. He'll even pay the difference for a better one. He won't take anything less. Still, a whole card for one soul is way too high. Got anything else interesting? The moment Hansen asks, the shopkeeper pulls out another beast soul. A fusion-type violent ape transformation. It boosts strength based on the user's power, but it cuts your speed. Hansen offers the card for both souls, and the owner instantly snatches it up, all smiles. On a whim, he goes ice fishing at the lake, and happens to meet the woman who helped him out before. She's been fishing too but hasn't caught anything in 2 hours. So Hansen, being friendly, offers his old friend a sandfish he caught, but the piece lasts mere seconds. A beer-bellied goon and his lackeys approach, and the moment he opens his mouth, pure filth comes out. He dares to insult her to her face, arrogantly stating this is Black God territory, and everything must be split in half. Hansen doesn't miss a beat. Even if I caught 100 of these fish, I wouldn't give you a single one. He slams the beer-bellied goon to the ground with one hand. His buddies immediately activate their battle armor and charge in. As usual, he made short work of the whole gang. Seeing things getting messy, the woman tells Hansen to stop. Hansen had to leave immediately, since dealing with the Black Gods was a huge pain. He pushed through a blizzard, but he was still being hunted by the Black Gods and their leader. The sword tip lunged forward. Hansen tried to defend himself, but it was no use. The blade flickered in and out of sight, slicing his armor before he even knew it. He was hit with so many strange sword techniques. With a physique this overwhelming, he was already miles stronger than T.Y. The more he fought, the more fired up he got. It was incredibly rare for someone to survive even a single strike from his blade. Hansen was being hunted relentlessly. Facing this group with over 100 points in their physique was like hitting a rock with an egg. He could barely scratch them. And to make matters worse, he was injured. The super cryo gene art activated quickly. Escaping this was the only way to survive. He couldn't outrun them. His only choice was to swerve and dive straight into the frozen river to escape. The Black God leader was smug. Certain a human like him couldn't hide underwater for long. He just stood there, waiting to finish the job. But the second he hit the water, a gigantic electric eel came charging at him. Talk about bad luck. His ghost claw attack slammed into it again and again. He managed to tear up the eel's body. But for a sacred blood creature this strong, a single attack wasn't enough to take it down. Hansen immediately used his ghost claw to dig into its flesh. The beast's venom became even deadlier as it lost control. It was bound to die soon. But the eel just wouldn't give up, and Hansen was about to pass out from lack of air. Suddenly, all the water pressure vanished, but he wasn't on dry land. The eel had carried him somewhere incredibly strange. Hansen no longer felt the crushing pressure on his lungs. The beast, now more aggressive, turned to take a bite out of him, but it was on its last legs. No matter how much it struggled, the end was the same. Hansen helped it along on its final journey. Success. He received the sacred blood silver scale eel, beast soul. Every cloud has a silver lining, right? After a moment of observation, his neural signals told Hansen this was Atlantis. Stepping onto solid ground, he found himself on an ancient ship. The whole thing looked like it was carved from a single piece, something impossible in the shelters. Then, a sound echoed from nearby. It was followed by a light so blinding he thought he'd gone blind. A massive king crab slowly crawled towards him. Instead of scuttling sideways like a normal crab, this one walked forward. He thought it was coming for him, but its target was the unlucky eel. But sitting still was never his style. The mischievous Hansen flew up and launched an attack on the crab. Hansen rushed in to attack, but couldn't even scratch the crab's golden armor. It swung its claw once, and Hansen had to bolt, but the crab couldn't care less about this tiny human. It just wanted to find a meal to stuff in its mouth. He wondered if this silver scale eel was poisonous, but seeing the crab chow down, Hansen figured it must be safe for him too. He flew in to attack the crab again, but like before, his claws did absolutely nothing against its gold-plated shell. The creature didn't even have a single visible joint. How was he supposed to attack this thing? It had 0 weak spots, but the crab didn't seem to want to harm him. In fact, it was waving its claw, as if trying to signal something. It just danced around the eel. He had no idea what it wanted. Hansen decided to summon Shueji, hoping she'd have a clue. While she didn't speak crab, she understood its intent. It wanted to split the eel with him. Seeing the crab was so tame, Hansen decided to push his luck. He demanded a 2-to-3 split. Unfortunately, the crab didn't understand him, so he decided to copy its gestures just in case. Only after it waved him to a safe distance did he try to communicate his idea. After some gesturing, he basically said, "You take the big piece, I'll take the small one." The crab got angry and started haggling like a woman at the market. Fine. No more arguing with a crab, half and half it is. Besides, it was just too adorable. Hansen sat beside it and slowly enjoyed his meal, with his holy war beast showing up as usual. It never misses a good feast. Hansen's luck had been amazing lately. Now he had an aquatic mount beast soul. While the crab was busy chewing, Hansen took the chance to check out the crystal ship. Despite being made of clear crystal, he couldn't see what was inside. The crab saw a stranger touching its stuff and scuttled over, ready to defend its property. Since a direct fight was impossible, Hansen had to try another way. He dangled some bait up high, making the crab climb and reach for it. He used the opportunity to sneak onto the ship. Inside, there was only a large chest placed right in the center of the hall. He had no idea what kind of treasure was inside, but touching it himself wasn't a safe bet. Better let Shueji check it out first. Who would have guessed? Opening it revealed a beautiful, pale mermaid sleeping inside. The scepter in her hand identified her as a spirit and held a spirit stone. This meant she was likely a spirit herself. Once a shelter is conquered, its spirit is forced to submit. So why was this mermaid, who looked like a spirit, locked away in a chest? Could this place, which looked like a ship, actually be a shelter? Judging by the sounds, the crab had finished eating its half of the eel. And sure enough, the moment he grabbed the spirit stone, it lunged at him from behind. He was running for his life, the giant crab closing in fast. Then, a soft sigh echoed from inside the large box. The mermaid, just waking up, saw Hansen clutching a soul stone while being chased and immediately raised her scepter to help. Right before the creature could devour Hansen, she glided over, introducing herself as the Sea God Princess. She pledged to become Hansen's most loyal servant. What insane luck, he just scored a royal from the Black God tribe. He now has a top-tier spirit in his arsenal. But the moment the bond with the mermaid formed, the crab broke free. It chases after them furiously. And to make matters worse, his brand new spirit isn't even a combat type. Talk about a panic attack. But it's not a completely hopeless situation. She has a special ability control over an aquatic palace. It's an indestructible shelter, as long as they stay underwater. It can travel anywhere, even to the deepest parts of the ocean. This basically makes him the master of the entire sea. He could hunt as much as he wanted, with nothing to stop him. But then, another shocking truth dropped. The catch? She has to be inside the palace to control it. And the giant crab is already in there. He's forced to rely on a beast soul to surface alone. Now, he must figure out how to face the Black God. Back at the Starwheel shelter, Hansen asks the commander about the Black God's blade technique, what it is, where it's from. He needs every possible detail. But the commander only knows its name, the Little Devil Windblade. Nothing more. Suddenly, a name pops into his head, Tang Zhenliu. His old friend practices that same blade art, but thinking back, Zhenliu's blade never vanished midair like the Black God's did. Could the two of them be connected? Returning to the warship, he planned to meet Yanran, but some guy named Anne is stuck to her side, leaving zero chance to meet her. With Tang Zhenliu on his mind, Hansen immediately gives him a call. Zhenliu answers, complaining that he and Lin Feng have been fighting the Asura clan non-stop lately. Unlike other creatures, the Asura can even cuss you out. Meanwhile, Hansen's surrounded by beautiful women, hardly a soldier's life. It's strange for two guys with their background to be on the front lines. But apparently, Lin Feng wanted the training, so the brothers headed straight into the fight. Hansen uses the chance to ask if he knows the Black God. After a 5-minute story, Zhenliu absolutely explodes. That Little Devil Windblade technique is a secret art of the Tang family, but it was stolen during a chaotic time. Now that the thief has shown his face, he vows to cut him down. Hansen breathes a sigh of relief. At least they aren't connected. Taking out the Black God won't affect his friend. Tang is even happier about it. Take the guy down, and he'll treat Hansen. They head to a virtual training camp. Since it's a secret art, Zhenliu blocks all spectators from watching. No need for another copycat to show up. Time is short, so he can only teach Hansen the absolute basics. And just as expected, the blade vanishes like before. Zhenliu explains it doesn't actually disappear. It's just moving so fast that it creates the illusion of vanishing from sight. What the eyes see is only an afterimage. In combat, the blade's speed doubles, striking from another position instantly. The Black God couldn't pull this off against Hansen because his speed and raw power just weren't enough. But things are different now. His strength is definitely on par. As they train, every single strike is unbelievably fast. Even knowing its path, the blade is so quick, it can land a second, extra blow. This is a secret art, after all. Hansen's only option is to rely on his footwork, waiting for the Black God to reveal an opening to attack. But he knows that waiting for an opening means giving up the initiative, letting his opponent control the fight. Besides, the Black God is surrounded by masters acting as shields. How could he break through? Suddenly, Xiang Fei messages him. Hansen asks what she would do in his situation. Her answer is simple. Use movement to dodge and wait for an opening. But what if their speeds are equal and he can't dodge? Then, she says, you just have to get stronger. When speed is that high, sheer power can overcome it. If he's strong enough, he could tank a hit without dying. But a single hit from him won't finish the fight either. Then suddenly, an idea sparks in Hansen's mind. The solution. Use a ceiling move to break the attack. He immediately asks Xiang Fei to help him test it out. Hansen needs his partner to use a fast blade art to simulate the Black God. Though not a perfect match, Qin Xuan steps up. Qin Xuan attacks with her lightning blade. All that reading is finally paying off for Hansen. An ancient book had a strategy. Besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. It's all about striking a vital point, forcing the enemy to abandon their attack. Basically, it prevents them from executing their full technique. And sure enough, Qin Xuan's attacks were 80% similar. After many moves, she still couldn't use a complete lightning blade. The Dongshuan Sutra says the seal hits a spot the enemy must defend. This, in turn, reveals their fatal flaw. The move is called non-killing. Its purpose isn't to land the final blow. The goal wasn't just to defeat the enemy, but to force them on the defensive. Hansen got it now, and Qin Xuan was starting to understand too. You could use the very space and distance on the battlefield to crush an opponent's speed. But Hansen's understanding ran deeper, and he left her with one final piece of advice. Go study more, and she'll get it. For once, he got to look cool in front of Captain Qin Xuan, and she was nothing short of impressed. His instructor was now dead certain he held a high-ranking military position. No mere soldier could possess such proud, sharp intelligence. Lady, come on, that's the former #1 you're talking about. Since when did he become some top army officer? Can't wait for the day these two finally discover each other's true identities. In the middle of a blazing battlefield, Tang Zhenliu suddenly received a call from Hansen. He thought it was a request for help, but nope. That devil Hansen had figured out how to counter his minor Wind Demon Blade and wanted to spar. And in the match, it was obvious Hansen had truly mastered the counter. Tang Zhenliu was completely pinned down. He couldn't figure out why his body refused to move as he willed, constantly finding himself in a dangerously exposed position. In the end, he had to admit defeat. This counter might not work on other techniques, but it was a perfect shutdown for the minor Wind Demon Blade. Black God was about to get a very nasty surprise. This opportunist wanted to keep practicing with Tang Zhenliu, but that was asking for too much. Keep it up, and Hansen would figure out all his secrets. At that point, how could he ever fight him again? Tang Zhenliu had to get out of there, fast. Over at the glacier beach where Hansen had previously fished, according to Black God's crew, this was their territory now. It was also where they reaped the most rewards each year, all thanks to the swarms of serpent bonefish that appeared, with a chance of finding mutant or even god blood variants. Hansen had been tailing them for a while, planning to use his old tricks to snatch some good stuff from under Black God's nose. On the second day, his patience paid off. The Godblood Serpent Bonefish King finally appeared. Hiding in a cave, Hansen heard the commotion outside and immediately powered up, ready to snag his prize. The other guys charged forward wildly, all hoping to land the top-tier catch. But this Serpent Bonefish King was trickier than expected. It could actually fly. Their weapons couldn't even harm it, probably because its slick skin completely deflected the spear tips. But the Serpent Bonefish King couldn't maintain flight for long, and quickly came crashing down. Black God gave the order, kill it while it's on the ground, don't let it reach the water. But the fish was incredibly fast, making it impossible to keep on land. The pretty lady of the group had already dived right into the water. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into Black God's back, sending him face-planting into the sand. Hansen was only slightly disappointed he couldn't take him out in one hit. Black God spun around, screeching like an enraged harpy having a meltdown. When he realized who it was, his underlings immediately rushed to attack. Hansen didn't waste words, one-shotting the Serpent Bonefish King with a single swipe. A shame it didn't drop a beast's soul. Seeing the prize that should have been his stolen right before his eyes, Black God went berserk. He lunged, ready to rip Hansen to shreds, but our boy's supermodel long legs had already carried him to safety. That night, Hansen happily roasted the meat, unable to stop laughing as he replayed the look on Black God's face. Suddenly, his intuition warned him of someone approaching. Even after several years, Hansen recognized him, his old rival, Yi Dongmu. Despite his wealthy background, he was out here too, and he immediately tried to trade his mutant meat for a piece of Hansen's. Of course, Hansen refused the trade, but told him he was free to use the campfire if he needed to. From their chat, he learned that Yi Dongmu hadn't eaten cooked meat in the half-year he'd been here. What a rich kid, he probably never had to start a fire himself. After eating, Yi Dongmu didn't stick around, ready to continue his hunt for god-blood creatures. He even offered Hansen a 10% cut to join him. Hansen countered with 20%, and he agreed. The two quickly set off together. Amidst the bitter cold snow, upon hearing Hansen had only been there a few days, Yi Dongmu immediately asked for news about his old enemy, Coin. Hansen casually told him about the appearance of an account named Slaughterer Coin, whose power was so immense that he took down countless evolvers in just a few moves, leading everyone to whisper that he was the real coin. The moment he heard that, Yi Dongmu was certain it was him. The grudge from all those years ago still made his blood boil. 2 days later, they reached a snowy mountain range. The terrain looked treacherous, but Yi Dongmu confidently claimed there was no danger. He said Hansen just needed to lure the mutant creature out. He'd punched it before, so now it runs the second it sees him. So Hansen would act as bait, while Yi Dongmu buried himself in the snow for an ambush. Hansen just scoffed that kind of assassination tactic was ancient history. He wandered around for a bit, thinking the guy was all talk, but then a mutant deer actually appeared. Yi Dongmu seized his chance. Yi Dongmu bursts from the snow, taking down a poor deer. But he's not satisfied. He still measures every single move against his idol, Golden Coin. Hansen can only sigh, thinking this guy has completely lost his mind. Yi Dongmu just wants to use the mutant's blood as bait to lure out a real god-blood creature. Meanwhile, Hansen's already grilling up some fragrant meat over a fire. But this Yi guy? He's still busy burying himself in the snow. He's trying to copy his idol, Golden Coin, who wouldn't waste a single second when hunting a target. He has to surpass Golden Coin at any cost. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the mountains. The god-blood beast is here. Its eyes are blood-red with killing intent. This thing is unbelievably strong. Yi Dongmu leaps in for a strike, using the force to send it tumbling into a deep snowdrift. Yi Dongmu immediately presses his attack, but his weapon is completely useless against the creature's incredibly thick hide. He can't drag this out any longer and has to call Hansen for help. He even gives up on the loot, offering him the larger share. That's all Hansen was waiting for. Claws at the ready, he powers up and charges straight into the fight. Yi Dongmu watches in horror as Hansen stands directly in the path of the charging god-blood beast. Is this guy insane? He's asking to get obliterated, but Hansen loves this kind of adrenaline rush. He waits, timing it perfectly as the beast closes the distance. His back arches like a spring, dodging just under the monster as his twin claws slice it wide open. Staring at the beast's gruesome remains, Yi Dongmu is stunned. He just randomly stumbled upon a true, hidden master out here. With the beast on its last breath, Yi Dongmu casually lands the finishing blow. Hansen just smirks, noting the guy still loves his sneaky moves. Seizing the moment, Yi Dongmu immediately suggests they team up to hunt more of these god-blood creatures. Hansen agrees, but on one condition: they renegotiate the loot split. No more deals like today's. Yi Dongmu instantly accepts 2 masters are better than 1. But first, they still have to figure out how to divide this massive carcass. Yi Dongmu passes, since the meat's been tainted by Hansen's poisonous weapon. Hansen is thrilled if he can't eat it. His gluttonous little pet, the Holy War Angel, certainly can. 2 hours later, Yi Dongmu watches in shock as the tiny pet devours the entire beast, leaving behind nothing but bones. What an absolute monster. His curiosity about its master, Hansen, skyrockets. Hearing Hansen is returning to the Alliance, he decides to tag along. He's determined to uncover his new rival's secrets. Back on the warship, Hansen is desperate to see Yanran after she's been ignoring him for days, but her bodyguard, Anne, is always attached at her hip. Though just a guard, Anne is also a colonel with superior strength, personally sent by the G family to protect Yanran. Her authority is immense. Even Yanran has to tread lightly around her. After a ton of trouble, he finally gets his chance to see Yanran. But the moment he steps out, Anne is there to insult him, calling him a freeloader who just clings to women for support. Hansen fires right back, saying she doesn't even have a man to cling to. Ignoring Yanran's warnings, he confidently challenges Anne. Despite her being a powerful transcendent, and truth be told, the kid is surprisingly strong. If they were the same level, he might actually stand a chance of winning. But with the current power gap, their duel in 3 hours will settle everything. One thing's for sure, Hansen is acting incredibly confident. 3 hours later, Anne is ready to teach that skirt chaser a lesson he'll never forget. Hansen just leans against the doorway, smirking at how eager she is for a fight. After some more trash talk, they finally begin, agreeing to a pure martial arts duel with no powers. It's just like his old training, using the military boxing style. They trade blows back and forth, one move at a time. And calls out her piston punch, but Hansen is already 10 steps ahead, trapping her in a defensive loop where she's completely suppressed. Hansen goes on the offensive, but manages to read his every move, quickly thinking up the perfect counterattack. The only problem? Her counters work, but Hansen is always 1 step ahead of her counter. An elbow nearly smashes right into her face. The exchange lasts 39 moves, and she fails to block a single one before getting knocked to the ground. At first, she thought it was just because she wasn't familiar with his techniques. But even after she got used to his attacks, she still couldn't successfully defend against a single one of his blows, and refuses to accept that some no-name punk could outclass her. Hansen is happy to give her a real fight, and powers up, her entire presence changing. But this wasn't the serious battle she expected. Instead, they begin a simple, hand-slapping game to test their reflexes. Just a moment ago, Anne was bragging that she couldn't lose in speed or strength. The next, Hansen is repeatedly slapping her hands. She was trying to hold back, but facing this absolute madman, Anne can't stop herself from unleashing her transcendent power. She wishes she could just slap him into oblivion. Seeing that terrifying power surge, Hansen instantly starts to panic. But as much as she despises him, Anne doesn't break her promise. She storms off, absolutely fuming. If she'd stayed, she might have actually killed her boss's future husband. With that handled, Hansen returns to the second god's sanctuary, planning to use the royal Shura clan's power to level up. He was free to hunt underwater creatures without anyone breathing down his neck. While riding an eel, he felt that familiar stare on him again. But when Hansen turned, it was gone. Who else could it be but that adorable golden crab? But he couldn't dwell on it for long. His only job right now was to hunt. Having the Crystal Palace in his hands was a massive blessing. He could get anything he wanted. Hansen knew he couldn't beat the crab yet, and he knew it was absolutely furious, so he brought it food to try and calm it down. But the crab? It was foaming at the mouth, ready to curse him out. Seeing that the crab wasn't interested in playing nice, Hansen decided to give it the fight it wanted. He turned and attacked without mercy, realizing his own strikes were now on par with the crab's. All he had to do was raise his sacred Geno points, and victory would be a sure thing. The ghost claw dagger in his hand was at its limit, striking every inch of the crab, but it didn't leave a single scratch. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he used the yin force from his fists to pierce its tough shell? No sooner said than done. Hansen flew up and relentlessly pounded on the crab's hard exterior. After a barrage of attacks, the crab was dizzy and foaming at the mouth. Seizing the perfect chance, Hansen struck twice, his fists finally punching through its shell. The little crab vanished, leaving behind a top-tier beast soul for Hansen. Replacing his old battle-worn armor, Hansen put on the new Sacred Blood set. Its defense was on a whole other level. Not to mention, he still had the Starstone. Imagine forcing a creature into an uncontrolled Sacred Blood evolution. Wouldn't that be incredible? He imagined a future where his body was untouchable by any blade, where he could truly be called invincible. With the crab gone, Hansen finally stepped into the Crystal Palace. This gift was meant for the mermaid royalty, and she could use it freely. She was more than satisfied with her peerless master. The Crystal Palace glided forward through the deep blue ocean. Below the water, corals and creatures of all kinds filled his vision. Hansen never imagined he'd one day rule this place. He had access to everything. Gaining Geno points would be easier than ever. Going deeper, they finally reached the undersea shelter. Hansen quickly realized something was off about this part of the seabed. Deep in the sea, a giant, upside-down mushroom-shaped creature appeared. It had to be a royal spirit. That mermaid was even more reckless than him. Royal spirits are a different breed, they fear no one. Except maybe Hansen. For now, there was no way he could fight them alone. Best to avoid them, but a sudden tremor shook the palace. They had drifted into shallow waters without even realizing it. They couldn't move forward, so they had to surface to avoid a collision. Hansen's senses told him something was happening. Leaving the mermaid to watch the palace, he flew up to the surface alone to scout. On an island in the middle of the ocean, another spirit shelter appeared. Two sides were locked in a frantic battle on a steep cliff. With his sharp eyes, Hansen instantly spotted the shield held by one of the spirit soldiers. Looking at the raw power and burning will behind that hand, he figured that shield wasn't going to last much longer. This wasn't the old Hansen. He didn't hesitate anymore. He charged straight in to snatch his prize, throwing the chaotic battle into even more disarray. His target was the Spirit Stone, which would allow him to control the spirit. And man, wearing this new armor felt completely different. Facing attacks from a swarm of creatures felt like a light drizzle. They had absolutely no destructive power against him. He even dodged the spirit's massive axe with ease. Using his small frame, he slipped through the chaos and grabbed the Spirit Stone like it was nothing. The spirit looked at its defeated creatures scattered on the ground and could only cry out one thing: "This human is too strong." And just like that, it was completely subdued. Seeing the spirit surrender without a real fight, the other humans were furious they couldn't get the stone, but also stunned by the sheer power of the man in the crab armor. They were still wondering who this insane person was. A second later, they saw the glow of the Spirit Stone from Hansen's body. and a name instantly clicked in their minds. Who else could it be but the legendary great god Dollar? The great god then gave them another surprise. He casually flattened the giant pig the spirit was riding just moments before. After that, without sticking around for autographs, he leaped straight back into the sea. Sitting in the Crystal Palace, the girl-crazy Hansen was filled with regret. He couldn't believe he didn't manage to capture a female spirit. So greedy, Hansen didn't need a huge army. He focused on quality over quantity. A few spirits like this one to hunt underwater creatures for him would be perfect. Just as the spirit left, he felt a stir in his sea of soul. He had to wonder, was there anyone on Earth luckier than him? It was another day, another blessing. The golden growler had evolved into an uncontrolled sacred blood creature. Its power skyrocketed, and it could now freely change its size. First on the agenda, Hansen hauled his massive catch of mutant seafood back to Manli's group, finally making an appearance after being gone for so long. He gave Manli full authority over everything, leaving her to constantly wonder what the true limits of his power really were. From the deepest forests to the bottom of the sea, it seemed like no place could stop Hansen's advance. Back on the warship, he was still engrossed in his research. He'd made some progress on the ancient text, able to read single characters now, but full sentences were still gibberish. He understood nothing. Thankfully, a call came through from Yanran. She suggested he see a nearby expert on ancient languages, a Professor Shu. She offered to arrange a meeting, saying the professor was incredibly knowledgeable and had taught them so much about the starry race. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. The very next morning, Hansen was sitting in the professor's class. There were only 3 students total. As the lecture dragged on, the other 2 got bored and left, but Hansen remained, completely focused. He wanted to discuss more with the professor, and hearing Hansen's interest in ancient works, the professor eagerly agreed. He praised Hansen's admirable spirit for learning at such a young age, and that chat with Professor Shu helped him out immensely. It turned out those characters shared similarities with the great yin-yang magnetic cannon, making them much easier for Hansen to approach. He realized the yin power in his Dongxuan Sutra was far stronger than he thought. After a few more days, punching through 2 meters of steel wouldn't be an issue, and this was without even mentioning his current power limits. If he could gather more strength, this skill would grow exponentially. That rock statue devil could just wait for him. Upon reaching the second god's sanctuary, Hansen immediately leaped over to Starwheel to cause some chaos. He launched an all-out assault on the mutant creature's lair, blowing it wide open. The once mighty rock statue devil was now manageable thanks to his new crab armor and the ghost claw dagger in his hand. A single stab could now pierce its protective shield. It might be big, but it definitely felt pain, shrieking from just a small cut. It lunged, trying to tear Hansen apart, but it never stood a chance. He dodged, slicing a deep gash across its wing and then its leg. Hansen almost thought he could just turn his back dramatically, and the villainous rock statue devil would just collapse like in some movie. But then its hand and sharp claws shot out, actually managing to scratch his supposedly invincible armor. He wasn't about to let this monster run wild. A single punch shattered its jaw, followed by a relentless barrage of Dongxuan Sutra's yin force strikes. All that brutal training finally paid off. The heart of the Devil Stone pulsed violently, then shattered into pieces. It was finished. Too bad that after such a long fight, no beast soul dropped. Horrible luck. At least he'd found the creature's nest. He was sure there was god blood inside, just hoping for a winged one to complete his set. But strangely, he couldn't find a single mutant. Was this a trap? Just as he thought so, he found a god blood egg, and by some unknown force, he wished for a flying beast soul. And he got one. The nightmare beast appeared in a puff of smoke, unbelievably majestic. Hansen was ecstatic. He just needed it to consume the unstable Windwing godblood, and it would become the strongest flying beast soul in the entire second god's sanctuary. At this point, Hansen feared absolutely no one except for the superclass creatures he still couldn't touch. He returned to meet with the Starwheel Command. Brother Mushroom reported that the Black God and Fei Li forces were gathered and ready to attack the royal family at any time. The only problem? Hansen had just robbed Black God blind. The grudge was too deep for them to cooperate. Brother Mushroom could only warn him to be careful. Black God's forces were no joke. But Hansen couldn't care less about an alliance. He would handle this all by himself. The war against the Shura royal family began almost immediately, and the scene was one of total, visible devastation. The Black God forces attacking from the outside had 2 god blood creatures and enough soldiers to fight to exhaustion and still not be wiped out. Not to mention, Li Yulun was in charge of the West, and he surely had plenty of god blood creatures of his own. This sanctuary was hiding countless god blood creatures. But contrary to popular belief, Black God was a seasoned and calculating veteran. He always kept his cool to solve problems, watching as the tide of battle slowly began to turn in his favor. The last of the enemy's god-blood creatures were finally falling. If the Shura didn't send reinforcements, their line would be completely broken. Yet at this critical moment, the Shura leader simply turned with a grim expression and walked away. Before Hansen could even think, a tremor ran through the ground. In the distance, a wave of mutant insects surged towards them like a tidal wave. Over with Black God's forces, the army began to scatter in chaos, but he roared the order for them not to retreat. They had to continue the fight. The beasts were numerous, but when separated, they were all just primitive class creatures, easy to kill. With the two sides fighting, this was the perfect opportunity for him to snatch the Spirit Stone. Hansen transformed into the Azure Dragon King, pushing through layer after layer of the insect swarm to get inside, letting the horde surround him. The chaos provided the perfect cover for his movements. Just as he reached the entrance, a second wave appeared. As expected of the royal family, they had enough troops to feed an army for an entire year and still have plenty left over. The flying soul beast, this is exactly what he'd been saving it for. Hansen just smirks. He's about to make sashimi out of these creatures. And look who it is, the beautiful spirit, Yi Ling. Hansen took her down before, but she revived using a soul stone. The moment she sees him, she knows. Sworn enemy. She doesn't hesitate, unleashing a horde of god-blood beasts to intercept him. The resources in this shelter are just insane. He already fought a ton of these things outside, and there are even more in here. She just scoffs, sending out her prized serpent mount to join the fight. And this time, it's a pair of them. Hansen knows fighting the horde is useless. His plan? Go for the king, and the pawns will fall. The thrill of the fight just fuels Hansen's ambition. He's determined to leave here with another powerful subordinate under his command. After blasting through the creatures in the sky, Hansen is almost at the spirit temple. Now only those two massive serpents block his path. One snake would be tough, but a god-blood pair is a nightmare, especially with an army still chasing him. He has to end this, and fast. Seizing a moment when one of the serpents is distracted, Hansen launches a surprise attack, using the chaos as cover to slip inside. The rest of the beasts are trapped outside the massive doors. And as he enters, he sees it. A huge soul stone embedded in a gargoyle statue. Yi Ling stands right below it, but Hansen finds it strange. Why wouldn't those other creatures dare to enter this hall? Something feels wrong here. But he can't think about that now his main enemy is standing right in front of him. First things first. He charges straight at Yi Ling, whose swordsmanship is on a whole other level. This is no ordinary opponent. She's incredibly fast and brutally strong, her barrage of attacks coming without any drop in speed. Absolutely relentless. He has no clue where she's getting this power. She's far stronger than before, maybe even tougher than the Black God. A completely different beast. Guess she gets a major home field advantage. Fighting her head-on is impossible. He can't land a single hit, and he can't even dream of escaping. Her killing intent is just suffocating. Overwhelming. Hansen is completely backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. The blade is inches from his face. But thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, he summons the spirit swordsman's shield just in the nick of time. But all that does is make the beautiful Yi Ling even angrier. He blocked one strike, sure, but can he possibly block the next? The next second, his shield is split clean in two. Such a shame he barely even got to use that thing. Hansen knows he's in serious trouble. Luckily, all that training he did on his half-step cloud technique is finally about to pay off. The moment Yi Ling is off balance, he makes his move, leaping onto the statue and heading straight for the soul stone. Yi Ling is instantly on his tail. Time for a distraction. He unleashes his berserk godblood sandworm to buy himself a few seconds. But the poor thing barely even appeared before Yi Ling sliced it to ribbons. It never even stood a chance. To stop his pet from being pointlessly killed, Hansen immediately recalls it to his soul sea. Now he really has to hurry. The soul stone is within his grasp. If he can just grab it, this whole fight will be over. But as his hand touches the stone, something feels off. He doesn't have time to process it, because before he can, a sword pierces straight through his chest. Thank goodness for his armor, or that would have been the end for him. There's another Yi Ling, and this one feels even stronger than the first. With a single kick, she sends Hansen flying. He plummets from the statue, landing hard. Hansen is just stunned, completely floored. Since when did this spirit shelter have a pair of twins running the show? They are identical twins. And that explains everything. It's why they didn't let their underlings enter the main hall. To deal with him inside their own temple, the two sisters were more than strong enough. They didn't need any backup. This is bad. Fighting one of them was exhausting. but now a second, even stronger one has appeared? This is a truly impossible situation. Right now, survival is all that matters. As long as he can escape with his life, he can always come back for revenge. And with that, Hansen makes a break for it. But the sisters have no intention of letting him go, and they're right on his heels. The two Yiling's sword styles are perfectly in sync. Their combined attacks multiply their power, making them deadlier than ever. All Hansen can do is run, gritting his teeth through the pain. Outside, the beast horde is waiting. Time to summon the Golden Growler. Its berserk power is on full display, crushing beasts with a single stomp. But there are still demon birds above and great serpents below. Normally, Hansen could handle them, but he's trying to escape. He just doesn't have time to get tied down in another battle. A massive serpent latches onto the Golden Growler's leg. The beast has no choice but to leap high into the air to break free. Hansen puts everything he has into clearing the sky, opening a path for his mount. They are just a few steps from freedom. Just a little further and they'd be safe. But at that critical moment, the Golden Growler collapses from its wounds. It slumps to the ground, eyes bleeding from the brutal fight. Even a superclass pet couldn't withstand this endless onslaught. Covered in blood and heavily wounded, Hansen knows he needs a new plan. But before he can move, the horde is on him. He desperately recalls the Golden Growler. Then, Hansen leaps into the sky, taking the fight directly to the aerial beasts. He blasts through the front line of creatures, but his path forward is blocked by a giant, winged bull. And it's just received its orders. It was desperate to destroy Hansen at all costs, ready for a head-on confrontation. One-on-one, he could handle this, just like the god-blood creature he'd hunted with Yi Dongmu. Time to use that same risky tactic again. Timing the distance perfectly, Hansen lunged, locking onto the beast's neck and ending it with a single, decisive claw strike. Its body flew through the air, heading for a crushing impact. Hansen, having escaped the royal family, returned to the Crystal Palace to recover. It had been a long time since he'd faced such a dangerous, relentless battle against such monstrous opponents. Not only was his newly acquired spirit gone, but even the golden-haired Roar and the Golden Sand Emperor Worm were severely wounded. And to think, someone once claimed to have become the master of the second god sanctuary, but facing two spirits with such powerful, coordinated sword techniques was a harsh reality check from life itself. Still, if he could subdue them, he'd gain the ultimate prize. He had to make them his. The god blood bull he just acquired, once it consumed the black crystal, would be his next warrior on the battlefield. If he could get his hands on a humanoid beast soul transformation, his chances of winning against those two spirits would skyrocket. He had the Holy Angel, whose power in the second sanctuary was decent, but he couldn't wear battle armor, making a direct fight impossible. It seemed he needed an army, and a way to get a humanoid beast soul to even stand a chance. As soon as he returned to the warship, Hansen buried himself in study. Captain Luo, seeing this, came over to check on him. Turns out, he wanted to master a hyper-geno art fast. But after recalling the spirit's swordplay, he shifted focus to finding the best defense. The plan was to wait patiently, find a flaw in their sword techniques, and then turn the tables with a counterattack. Captain Luo was called away and couldn't stay to talk. Against two swordsmen, Hansen knew he needed at least a matching weapon. Dual swords were the best option. Conveniently, his reverse 13 slashes used dual blades with some tweaks. He could create a suitable training method. Once he mastered it, they could just wait for him to come and collect. The person Hansen asked to find a humanoid beast soul was Li Yulun, who quickly found one that met his requirements. While it could massively boost his speed, it came with a huge drawback, a severe drop in body temperature. For Hansen, that wasn't an issue. The real problem was its current owner, who was notoriously difficult to negotiate with. Who else but Black God, Hansen's old rival? The very next day, Black God came to see them. The moment he arrived, he warned Li Yulun to stay out of it. He and Hansen had a grudge that couldn't be negotiated away. But if Hansen agreed to a friendly spar, the grudge would be erased. If Hansen lost, he'd take Snow Lady and the bull. If he won, the beast soul was his, no strings attached. And if Hansen refused the bet, they'd settle it by Black God's old rules, no mercy for enemies. Li Yulun, sensing trouble, tried to remind them they had to fight the Royal Spirit Shelter's guards together. They couldn't do it without Hansen. But Black God didn't care about the feud, only about winning this wager. Hansen coolly accepted, on one condition. Li Yulun would hold the stakes as a referee. Seeing Hansen's arrogant demeanor, Black God was determined to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. The match began quickly in the arena. Everyone watching thought Hansen was a fool for challenging the Black God. Black God charged forward but was immediately stopped cold by the phantom image of Hansen's claw. He already knew all of his enemy's moves. He tried to strike again but was once more disoriented by the blur of Hansen's movements. Just like Tang Zhenliu back then, once he started attacking, he couldn't land a single hit, completely distracted by having to defend himself. This match was Black God's loss. The crowd of spectators couldn't believe what was happening right before their eyes. Hansen returned to Goddess Shelter, where news traveled unbelievably fast. Word of his victory over Black God had already reached them. Man Li was once again tasked with dividing the meat he brought back. But this time, she had another worry on her mind. Little Xiaoling had been sitting alone by the Icefield Tower for days, refusing to eat or drink, only saying she wasn't hungry. When she heard Hansen was going to cook for her, Xiaoling seized the opportunity and asked to go with him. The next time he went out on a mission, despite his suspicions about her identity, he thought about how Xiaoling only knew him here. So young and so alone, it was a sad sight. His protective instincts kicked in, and he agreed. Besides, he was making a special meal for her, a privilege not even his girlfriend had enjoyed. True to his word, Hansen actually brought Xiaoling along. She became the first person to learn he owned a moving crystal palace. While admiring the view, a swarm of red jellyfish caught Hansen's eye. He decided to put on a little show for the kid. The moment Hansen saw them, he made a bold claim. They look so dumb, I bet they don't even have any power. But the next second, the creature he'd underestimated drained all his yin energy, zapping him until his entire body was paralyzed, unable to move. He tried fighting back with his free hand, but it was completely useless. His strength fading, he was now drowning, about to be swallowed by the jellyfish. Just then, Lin swam in for the rescue. But the moment she touched the jellyfish, its immense power shocked her too. She tried to pull him free but couldn't make him budge. Finally, a dormant power from the Asura royal clan erupted, revealing a long-hidden horn. With a single move, she tore the red jellyfish in two, successfully saving her incredibly unlucky brother. It was then Hansen realized the power inside Lin was terrifyingly dangerous. What exactly was her true identity? Back in the dorm, Hansen couldn't stop wondering about Lin's origins. Suddenly, Yanran messaged him, asking him to meet her somewhere. Of course, he'd do anything for his beloved. But the timing of her request wasn't exactly simple. Yanran had to attend a social gathering, but this wasn't just any party. It had a very special purpose. It could be useful for Hansen's future, and besides, an old acquaintance was there, little sister Meng Meng. He'd even heard a rumor that she had a crush on him. The party finally kicked off. The main topic? The evolution of super gene practitioners. The method being shared involved qi refinement, and the Ji family just happened to possess a secret, inherited qi art. They were one of the 4 great families with this kind of technique, so their presence here was expected. The Ji, Lin, and Wang families were normal enough. But the name Shui reminded Hansen of Shui Longyan and his ice muscle jadebone technique. Were they connected? A few steps in, they bumped into Ji Qingqiu, and Yanran quickly introduced Hansen as her future husband. This party was absolutely packed. Easily 2,000 or 3,000 people were there. A huge number of them were under 20. The Shui family had the fewest members present, always staying in the shadows, yet they possessed the strongest qi refinement art. And speak of the devil, Shui Yiyang himself walked onto the stage. He began introducing the Bright Jade Heart Sutra, capturing everyone's full attention. Yanran quietly told Hansen to lay low and just say he was from a qi refinement family. That's because Ji Qingqiu had been fiercely competitive with Yanran ever since they were kids. Now that she was Shui Yiyang's girlfriend, she was obviously dying to show off in front of her old rival. But the technique this Shui guy was sharing was the real deal. The Ji family really should have had Yanran present instead. But she felt her own skills were just average, nowhere near her father's level when he was young. Hansen knew just what to say, and his words instantly lifted her spirits. They settled in to listen to Shui Yiyang's presentation. Yanran explained the situation to Hansen. The Sui family was number 1, but they would never share their core secrets with outsiders. Could that secret art be the ice muscle jade bone? Bingo. Its original name was the Guanghan Sutra, but it was so hard no one could master it. So the Shui family modified it into the ice muscle jade bone for their disciples to practice. Hansen had just struck gold. Just then, Lin Feng of the Lin family spotted him standing all alone. He rushed over immediately. Turns out, he'd seen Hansen earlier and had been looking all over for him. They barely exchanged a few words before his aunt dragged him away. This was Lin Weiwei, his aunt, looking impossibly young and beautiful. The couple immediately turned on the charm, calling her Sister Weiwei. But then, Shui Yiyang's arrival shattered the friendly atmosphere. Any friend of Lin Feng is a friend of mine, he declared, challenging Hansen on the spot to test his skills. What a pain. This lunatic just had to appear out of nowhere and ruin a perfectly good conversation. Lin Weiwei stepped forward. If you want to fight, you can fight me first. As the tension thickened, Ji Qingqiu just had to stick her nose in. But Lin Weiwei shut her down hard. Just because Hansen and Yanran called her sister didn't mean she could do the same. Lin Feng calls me aunt, she stated coldly, which puts your little witchy self a whole generation beneath me. Besides, your name doesn't even appear on my list of acquaintances. Utterly humiliated, she could only turn to her boyfriend, Shui Yiyang, whose face had turned black. Unable to mess with the Lin family, he could only aim his anger at Hansen. Fine by Hansen. If this guy wanted a fight, he was more than happy to give him one. On the dueling stage, Hansen knew his secret was bound to come out, that he'd killed Shui Longyan and mastered Ice Muscle Jade Bone. The fallout would be a disaster. Better to size up his opponent now and prepare for later. Down below, Ji Qingqiu was already smirking victoriously. Her boyfriend's power was leagues above others his age. Seeing Yanran publicly humiliated by this would be a massive victory for her. Hearing her nephew praise Hansen so highly, Lin Weiwei was also intensely curious to see his true strength. So, how strong is this guy? Right at the start, Shui Yang unleashes his notorious Ice Muscle Jade Bone technique, and the air instantly turns frigid. The dude might be a total jerk, but there's no denying the raw power of his Ice Muscle Jade Bone. The cold energy Hansen cultivates definitely helps, but it's a far cry from the chilling aura his opponent gives off. This guy is strong, no doubt, but it's time someone shut that arrogant mouth. For his age, Hansen's microcrystal technique is already top tier. On paper, the Ice Muscle Jade Bone art should be leagues ahead, but Hansen's skill is already refined, while his opponent's is just at the entry level. Now this is going to be a match worth watching. On the other side, Shui Yiquang is watching his little brother's match, completely unimpressed by anything Hansen can do. Facing the Shui family, you have to hit them with everything you've got on the first strike, because you won't get a second. So Hansen pours all his strength into that first, direct attack. 1 second, Shui Yiyang is smirking at his opponent's foolishness, and the next he's spitting up blood. Ji Yanran screams from the crowd as her beloved gets hurt, and everyone else is completely floored. Hansen doesn't stop, unleashing a relentless combo, making sure his opponent gets zero chance to retaliate. All his training with the Dongshuan Sutra is finally paying off. Every single hit is a critical one. Up in the stands, even Shui Yiquang is getting anxious, immediately demanding to know who this kid is. Shui Yiyang is getting beaten badly, but as a member of the Shui family, there's no way he can lose to a nobody like Hansen. Down in the audience, people are already buzzing, saying the Ji family has found a truly talented son-in-law. Backed into a corner, Shui Yiyang knows he can't take another hit. He has to win, no matter the cost, even if it means shamelessly summoning a beast soul to fight an unarmed man. Talk about a massive ego. But it doesn't matter, 1 beast or 5, Hansen can handle them all. In fact, transforming into a beast soul just makes his inevitable loss even more pathetic. 1 punch from Hansen sends the Shui family's golden boy flying across the arena. His girl, Ji Yanran, leaps from her seat in shock. After such a stunning victory, Hansen receives high praise from Lin Weiwei, a true young talent. Meanwhile, Shui Yiquang manages to restrain himself from jumping in. If he had, the last shred of his family's dignity would have gone right out the window with his punch. As expected of the Shui family, they found Hansen's location in no time. The only problem? He's hiding out on an ice field near the Arctic Ocean, a long way from here. It'll take time to find him, but they don't care. After the humiliation he suffered today, Shui Yiquang will make Hansen pay back every last bit of that debt. Just look at his face. He is absolutely furious. It seems the Shui family will find him much sooner than Hansen thinks. After that face-saving victory, Hansen has officially earned Lin Weiwei's trust. Even for a newcomer like him, she doesn't hesitate to share a ton of information on Qi refinement arts. Right now, even with his first gene lock open, he's still no match for the first level of Shui Yiyang's Ice Muscle Jade Bone technique. Is it because of the Shui family bloodline? Or has Hansen been on the wrong path from the start? No time to overthink it. If he can't get true freezing power, he'll just use it to strengthen his genes. According to what Lin Weiwei shared, it has some things in common with the Dongshuan Sutra, so he decides to give it a try. And strangely, as Hansen focuses on the sutra, a mysterious energy awakens deep inside him, clearing his meridians. His body returns to a state of fetal breathing. What is this feeling? The power he gained is insane, and this is just the first level. After mastering this first stage, Hansen's body can no longer drown. But even with this innate ability, the deeper he goes into the ocean, the immense water pressure stops his yin power from working at its full potential. He'll need a super gene that's made for underwater combat. and after a long search, he finally finds one. A super gene called the Tidal Art that lets him use the power of water to attack. After mastering the Tidal Art, Hansen returns to the underwater palace to test out his new skills. Not bad. Moving underwater is much smoother now, and his yin power isn't as restricted. Spotting his target, Hansen rides his golden rock worm closer. As he gets nearer, he sees there a massive swarm of fat creatures covered in spikes. The energy they release can corrode his pet's armor, but luckily, it has no effect on his own battlesuit. Time to go all out in the enemy's den. There must be tens of thousands of these things. But the poison from these mutated sea worms doesn't affect Hansen. He might as well collect as many as he can for his pets. Right in the middle of the fight, the sea worms suddenly turn and flee. A guy like Hansen would never let his prey escape, so he immediately gives chase. It's only when a purple light flashes from behind a reef that Hansen finally sees the true face of the sea worm king. It's frantically spitting poison at him. This is a perfect test. Riding his golden growler back, he sees the queen is leading the tiger toward the shore. His new tidal slash technique was complete, but the king was a whole different story. Its poison was 1,000 times deadlier than its minions. His battle armor was already showing signs of corrosion. And to make things worse, mutated sea worms were swarming to protect their king. They all spewed poison at once. Running was his only option. These creatures had no sharp claws or teeth to attack with, but their poison was on another level. Still, the trip wasn't a total loss. He'd taken out over 1,000 mutated sea worms. He finally got a shield-type beast soul, covered in poison spikes. Yeah, better not take a bite out of that sea worm meat. Who knows, dying from food poisoning would be a pretty lame way to go. Suddenly, the mermaid brought some shocking news. Not far ahead, a lone water-repelling fish was just hanging out. Learning from last time, Hansen couldn't just rush in blindly. He sent in the golden rock worm to test the creature's reflexes first. And boy, was that the right call. The moment it saw the long worm in front of it, the water-repelling fish flicked its tail, sending it flying. Hansen knew it was tough but wasn't backing down. He flew in, hovering around just to tick the fish off. It was already snorting smoke. Hansen thought his ghost blade technique could at least scratch its skin. But nope, not a single scale came off, only making it angrier. Our boy Sen always talks about using his head over his fists, but honestly, it's hard to see where the genius is right now. He tried to block the water-repelling fish with his slender claws. Unsurprisingly, it did absolutely nothing. Hansen turned into vapor again. He tried a new tactic, coiling around its body to attack from above. He refused to believe it could withstand his continuous yin force. This time, he was actually using his brain. The water-repelling fish was finally defeated after taking countless punches from this annoying human. A bit of a shame he didn't get a sacred blood beast soul this time. Back at the underwater palace, the little holy knight got the first taste of fresh fish. The kid just couldn't stop eating. Hansen was sitting on the side, thinking how his ice muscle jade bone technique was getting stronger. Then, out of nowhere, a surprise. A strange energy wave triggered his primal instincts. The crystal palace couldn't go any further. Oh my god, hovering right above them was a gigantic white shark, rocking some pretty unique eyeliner. He thought the killing intent came from the shark, but the real threat shaking the entire sea was the thing inside that blue spot below a dried-up seahorse. Just one breath from it froze the giant shark solid. A second later, a stream of blue fire shot from its mouth, incinerating the shark completely. Not even a speck of dust remained. This was what Hansen feared most, a super-class second god creature. What rotten luck. He came here to relax and ended up meeting the Grim Reaper. Hansen felt a chill run down his spine as they met. Luckily, it was only eating fish today, not people, or Hansen would have been toast. The heavens must be looking out for him. The shock of seeing that blue seahorse really got to Hansen. If that thing was the master of this entire shelter, then he knew. He stood zero chance of winning for years to come. So, no need for reckless risks, time to leave the palace and head home. See you, sea god princess. But before he could even take a step, that haunting blue flame appeared once more. That seahorse was back. But this time, it shot a ball of fire that burned down the entire undersea shelter. 2 hours later, after everything had turned to ash, it finally left. Only then did Hansen dare to creep closer and check things out. Dozens of meters of the area were completely scorched, not a single creature escaped. And that was just one superclass second god. He had no idea how many more were out there. He feared that even with 4 maxed-out genotypes, he'd be no match. He could barely imagine how powerful a beast soul would have to be to kill it. Back on the warship, Hansen trained non-stop in simulations. Coincidentally, Xiangfei wanted to learn a few moves from him. He took the chance to perfect a blade technique with her, As the match began, Qin Xuan didn't feel much of a threat from her opponent. She quickly figured out his true goal. He was trying to wield two swords as if two people were fighting. Hansen was beaming. He knew he'd learn a lot from her. The fight ended hours later, and Qin Xuan acknowledged Hansen's success with the new technique. Whenever she pointed out a mistake just once, Hansen would immediately correct it the next time. She wondered what kind of high-level expert possessed such incredible power and sharp thinking. That very night, Qin Xuan contacted an old subordinate. She wanted to spar with Hansen using the sword skills she learned from that mysterious person, a rare opportunity. Hansen didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. A moment later, it dawned on him that Captain Qin was his own disciple. Hansen felt a surge of triumph, imagining the shocked look on Qin Xuan's face when she learned the truth about the man she revered. Now that was a satisfying thought. Suddenly, he got a frantic call from Man Li, her clothes all disheveled. Big trouble was brewing at Goddess Shelter. The Black Gods faction, still humiliated from their last defeat, planned to attack Goddess Shelter while Hansen was away. They'd done their homework and scouted the situation before daring to make a move. Hansen's people were known for being outrageously tough. The moment he opened his eyes, a punch was already coming. Hansen had arrived. Below, Hansen made a grand declaration. He claimed he only lost last time due to a dirty trick, and now he's here to reclaim his honor. Not a single follower of the goddess would be spared. The entire army was ordered. You have to wonder about his own men, though, when one of them immediately says their boss is definitely going down this time. Fighting just one person with fitness over 100 is hard enough, but now he's facing 66. Hansen didn't hesitate for a second, leaping straight off the city wall. And it wasn't just Hansen's lackeys watching. Even some of Hansen's own people were gloating, ready to see this arrogant guy get put in his place. They completely forgot that with Hansen's fall comes their own death. Hansen, of course, remembered his humiliating defeat. But this time wasn't a one-on-one duel. His army was far too powerful. He boasted that if Hansen begged for mercy, he might grant him a quick end. He then paraded his 66 soldiers with fitness over 100, and over 200 more with fitness above 60. In his mind, victory was already guaranteed. Hansen might be arrogant, but he can't stand it in others. He knew he had to teach this guy a lesson. Without another word, Hansen charged forward to attack. This was exactly what Hansen's men were waiting for. Back inside the city, the cowards started plotting to open the gates and surrender. But Man Li gave a chilling order. Anyone who touches that gate gets an arrow through the head. No exceptions. Instead of surrendering so quickly, they should probably consider what would happen to traitors after Hansen was defeated. The horde rushed to intercept Hansen, but they stood no chance. His speed was just too much, letting him weave past their blades to the second line of defense, which he also blew past with ease. Hansen vaulted over them, one by one, moving through the crowd. Hansen couldn't believe how much stronger he'd gotten so quickly. He frantically ordered his men forward, and they swarmed Hansen like a tidal wave. Man Li watched in shock. He might be strong, but without any battle armor, he was completely exposed. A second later, Hansen transformed, his silver hair flowing like the fairy queen. He activated his Dongxuan Sutra, reading his enemy's intentions and making all their movements look clumsy and utterly pointless. He bypassed the grunts and went straight for the core of the problem, determined to wipe this cancer off the face of the earth. Hansen was sweating bullets, but Hansen was just too strong. No formation could stop him as he used their own bodies as footholds to move through the air. Hansen was forced into a direct one-on-one fight. But sorry, old man Hansen's hands were way faster than his. Even as his head floated in the air like a balloon, Hansen still couldn't quite process that he was dead. What a pitiful end. The enemy army erupted into chaos, unable to believe Hansen was taken down in an instant. This was it. Victory. Hansen, all by himself, had faced an entire army and completely turned the tide of battle. The cowards who were about to betray him saw this and immediately scattered. They whispered that they'd only return to Second God's sanctuary after Hansen forgot about their treason. Otherwise, they were dead men. Seeing how things had turned out, Hansen's remaining forces proposed a truce. After all, they were only here because Hansen had ordered them to be. They claimed Donglin was the one who made them follow Hansen. They never had any intention of destroying the goddess's followers themselves, but running away with their tails between their legs wasn't an option. Either fight to the last breath or surrender to Hansen and work to redeem themselves. The highest-ranking officer from Hansen's side spoke up. He said if they weren't afraid of the powers behind Hansen, this would be an easy choice. Hansen simply told them to go back and mention his name to Donglin, or whoever else. The problem would solve itself. With that said, there was nothing left to do but swear a blood oath to their new leader. What were they waiting for? and just as Hansen predicted, his name alone settled the entire affair. He had successfully become the new leader of He Shen's faction. Hansen's rapidly expanding power was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Yulun never imagined the person he knew would one day command such a massive territory. At this rate, he might just become the supreme ruler of this entire ice field. Of course, this didn't all happen by chance. If it weren't for the help of the slick-haired Tang Zhenlu, dismantling He Shen's network would have taken much, much longer. After settling his affairs, Hansen remembered the item Chu Ting had secretly given him, the Bao Yu Yuan Yanggong. Talk about a fancy martial arts name. The moment he opened it, a beautiful, well-endowed woman popped up right on the screen. Wasn't this the intro character from Super Gene? Why was she in such a strange pose? Just then, Yanran called, right as the woman on screen said the most misleading line imaginable. Something about being hard, something about lasting long. His reputation was ruined. He couldn't let Yanran see this woman, and he definitely couldn't let her say another word. Off, off. But then Yanran suggested she and Hansen do something exciting together. There was no way to explain this now. He wasn't sure if Chu Ting would survive this. Hansen immediately teleported to Second God's Sanctuary to find him, grabbing him by the neck like a chicken. But the man insisted he never said anything about his kidney being weak. The power of the Bao Yu Yuan Yang wasn't just about vitality. It was about massively increasing the body's endurance and raw, explosive power. Master it, and walking 100,000 miles alone would be nothing. The seller even offered proof that he wasn't just spinning tales. It was a genuine copy of the legendary Bing Yu Yuan Yang technique, and he even had the original manuscript to prove it. Hansen's copy was identical. He snatched the paper, scrutinizing every detail. If he found a single flaw, this guy was finished. But there was no chance of that. Every character, shape, and color was a perfect match. This was the real deal, transcending worldly imitation. To him, every character held incredible secrets. With this kind of super gene art, taking on 10 or even 100 enemies would be easy. For now, he'd trust the man. Besides, he had a god-blood creature to hunt. But if he ever found out he'd been double-crossed, Hansen swore he would personally see to it that the guy was completely erased. Hansen's new squad quickly set out for their first hunt on a windy ice mountain, targeting a leftover silver-eyed serpent king. Even hunting with Haishan, and knowing Hansen's strength, the crew was still terrified. But Donglin had already made the deal. They had no other choice. They marched on, arriving just outside the Serpent King's lair, but they didn't dare take another step. A single bite from a mutant ice serpent would be enough to flash freeze them all. Hansen wasn't about to argue with them. If they wouldn't go in, he would. But there was no way Hansen was going to lure the snake out for them. He knew they'd just bolt at the first sign of trouble. If they dared to run, they could imagine the consequences. Hansen recalled his golden growler. All by himself, he stepped into the cavern. Strangely, each of his steps left no footprints in the snow. After just a few paces, he ran into the first two primitive-class snow serpents. Not a big deal, but he couldn't afford to alert the nest. Holding back for now, Hansen picked up speed, dodging the snake's attacks to push deeper into the cave as quietly as he could. He ran for 40 miles, but the cave the men described was nowhere in sight. A chilling thought crossed his mind: what if they had lied? But then, Hansen reached the very end of the Serpent Pass. For some reason, the other snakes wouldn't approach this area, retreating automatically. Logically, they should be fiercely protecting their king. Not overthinking it, Hansen pressed on, determined to at least see the Serpent King's den. The shape of this cavern was unusual. Better safe than sorry, he decided to don his armor before proceeding. The deeper Hansen went, the more his gut feeling proved right. There wasn't a single mutant creature in sight, but his train of thought was shattered by the sight of a massive, glowing egg in the middle of the cave, seemingly calling out to him. He thought it was his lucky day, but the moment he touched it, he was hit with a massive jolt. What the hell was this thing? After the shock, the patterns on the shell began to change. Before he could react, Yi Dongmu's surprise appearance caught him completely off guard. The moment he arrived, he lunged for the egg, trying to snatch it, only to get a brain-scrambling shock for his troubles. Hansen just sat by and smirked. So greedy. He didn't even wait for an explanation before touching it himself. But really, Hansen wanted to confirm if he was the only one who got shocked. Now, Yi had answered that question for him. An ice serpent with electrical powers, truly. Anything was possible in this world. Since they were both here, they might as well tackle the godblood creature together. Hansen then put on a weak facade, gesturing for the other guy to take the first shot. Suddenly, the egg began to move. How bizarre. Just 2 touches, and it was already hatching on its own. Thanks to the 2 midwives, the creature inside was about to break free. If it unleashed a current several times stronger than the first shock, there would be absolutely no escaping. He stared for a moment. Weird, why did this snake have claws? But no, it wasn't a snake at all. From inside the broken shell, a small white fox emerged. How was this real? A fox born from an egg. In less than 30 minutes, Hansen had witnessed a cascade of impossibilities, but Yi Dongmu didn't care about any of that. He drew his blade and charged straight at the creature. When the blade touched the fox's pupil, it met a membrane harder than anything imaginable, protecting the creature completely. It was just like the newborn golden growler. No matter how much Hansen attacked, he couldn't leave a scratch. Yi's payback came swiftly. The current generated by the creature was far stronger than the egg's outer defense, shocking him into a temporary coma. With such overwhelming power, this had to be the offspring of a superclass creature. Seeing the fox intended to finish Yi Dongmu for good, Hansen quickly rushed over and dragged him away, figuring he might be useful in the future. Once he pulled him a safe distance away, he put him down to check his condition. The man was lucky to be alive. That lightning blast wasn't enough to kill him. He remembered his golden growler. Thankfully, it only had immense physical strength and none of the special abilities this fox possessed. Otherwise, he might have never made it home. Hansen never expected his special healing medicine to be so potent. He had just rubbed a layer of ointment on Yi's face when the unconscious man shot up, screaming in agony. Unsure how much pain he was in, the man bit Hansen's leg, tearing his pants. So he was rewarded with a swift kick. That little fox may have short legs, but it's deceptively fast, easily catching up to the two men. But this wasn't a hunt. Its gaze on Hansen was strange. Seeing his chance, Yi Dongmu abandons Hansen and makes a run for it. So much for teamwork. Hansen spots a round object, gambling that the fox might act like a dog. And it works. He throws the ball, the fox darts after it, and Hansen sprints away as fast as he can. But it's no use. His legs are no match for the fox, which easily cuts him off once again. Defeated, he sits down and braces for the worst, his mind flashing back to that monstrous blue seahorse. The fox moves in. But instead of attacking, it shocks Hansen by licking his wound, healing it instantly. In that moment, the creature seemed incredibly cute. The way it clung to him, it must think Hansen is its parent. If he raised this superclass creature, couldn't he become completely unstoppable? But taking it back to the shelter was a huge risk. A single tantrum could wipe the entire place off the map. For now, he decides to leave it at the aquarium in the care of the sea god princess. On the way back, Hansen happens to find tracks belonging to the silver-eyed ice serpent king. Snakes never dared enter this mountain range before. Could it be the little fox's aura that kept them away? To test the theory, Hansen flies near the snakes with the fox. Just as he suspected, they scatter in terror. That settles it. He can't bring the fox on the hunt. He tells it to wait here while he takes care of business. He makes his way past the smaller snakes and into the Serpent King's line of sight. It attacks instantly. This was all part of the plan: lure the king away from its nest to give the team their opening. The Serpent King is unbelievably fast, swallowing Hansen whole. The team waits, but he doesn't emerge. Just when they thought he'd failed, Hansen reappears, bringing the entire snake army right to them. A strike from the Ghost Claw Condor doesn't even leave a scratch. Its hide is just too thick. The team attacks from all sides, but a single whip of the serpent's tail triggers a massive avalanche. Their only real hope now is that the Ghost Claw Condor's poison will eventually take effect. But its stamina is insane. When Hansen says he needs a break, the team is furious but forced to keep fighting. Then, they all feel it, a mysterious sacred blood power suddenly amplifying all of their beast souls. Of course, their so-called leader was playing support from above with his sacred blood halo. Even with the boost, their three strongest attackers can't seem to make a dent in the Serpent King. One of them gets swatted away by its tail. They have absolutely no way to break through its defenses. After all this time, the snake is showing no signs of slowing down. The poison clearly isn't working. With the frontal assault failing, Hansen begins to direct the battle, assigning new positions to everyone. He tells them to hold the formation or they'll answer to Yi Dongmu. They have no choice but to obey. Hansen treats the battlefield like a chessboard, using everyone's strengths to maximum effect. His quick commands allow them to suppress the Serpent King, an incredible feat for a team that just met. Hansen spots an opening, landing a Yin Force strike to the head that stuns the serpent for a few seconds. He seizes the moment, leaping onto its head and unleashing a relentless barrage. The beast can't shake him. Victory. Hansen had finally obtained one of the two swords needed to face those mysterious spirit twins. He leaves the cleanup to the others. It was time to go pick up his powerful new pet from the mountaintop. Back at the shelter, Hansen divides the serpent meat fairly among everyone who participated in the hunt. He then asks Wang Liang about where he could possibly find another sacred blood sword beast soul. The answer isn't what he'd hoped for. That kind of beast soul is incredibly rare and ridiculously expensive. The closest place is the Royal Demon Sanctuary, but just getting there would be a life-threatening journey. Wang Liang can only offer him a map. Just then, of all people to show up, it's Yi Dongmu. He'd heard Hansen killed the Black God and figured he must know a powerful assassination art, wanting to borrow a related super gene. He's willing to pay any price, preferring to deal with someone whose strength he's already witnessed firsthand. The real reason for his desperation? His first love, a woman named Queen, who he is completely obsessed with beating. For years, he's been tormented by the fact he can't land a single punch on her. The ultimate irony? Queen is his assassination instructor. Yi Dongmu's technique was on another level, as powerful as a wind blade, as fast as Xiao Ma. Hansen only dodged because he knew the guy's moves. After an insane sparring session that felt like it lasted forever, Hansen finally called a halt to the training. But when he mentioned wanting to hunt for beast souls in the Devil's Holy Land, Yi Dongmu's whole expression turned grim. He warned Hansen that while beast souls were plentiful, the prices were insane. Plus, it was Starry Group's turf, and everyone knew how they operated. Starry Group. Now that was a name he hadn't heard in a while. And their leader, God's son? Unpredictable. This was not the guy Hansen wanted to provoke. Every now and then, Hansen would still check in on Ning Yue, just to see what was happening on that front. Thanks to his symbiotic water crystal dragon, that man was dangerously clever, and had been extremely wary of Hansen for years. He was either meditating or reading Buddhist scriptures, never once letting a single secret of the Ning family slip out. If God's son had even a sliver of that self-control, Hansen would have been dead a long, long time ago. The last time they met, his personality seemed a little different, but who knew what he'd be like now? With a map from Wang Liang, Hansen made his way to the Devil's Holy Land. It really lived up to the hype as a royal sanctuary, bustling, crowded, with beast soul merchants lining every street. Hansen spotted a sword on a shelf, but a casual price check came back at 200 million. Besides, a blade that heavy wasn't what he needed. He flipped through a beast catalog thicker than an exam prep book before he finally found something that fit his criteria. His saw sword was all about elegance and precision. The second blade needed to be the total opposite to maximize his power. The Ta Sa sword and the Thuqing sword, the perfect combination. This ancient god-beast soul had officially caught Hansen's eye. The merchant, however, spotted an opportunity. The moment Hansen showed interest, he declared the sword wasn't for sale. It could only be traded for a berserk god-blood beast soul. No other offers accepted. He didn't actually want to sell this ancient god treasure, assuming no one would be insane enough to trade a berserk god blood for a regular god blood type. Just as he was about to be shoved away, another merchant named Zhang Xiang appeared, holding a very tempting item of his own. He'd take any kind of berserk god blood, but his sword was the size of a greatsword, definitely not a one-handed weapon. So, Hansen decided to show them his hand, summoning his own berserk god blood soul for them to see. The berserk hell devil bull. The second it appeared, the air crackled with its raw, murderous aura. A berserk god blood that was not only a transformation type but could also fly. That was a jackpot. Zhang Xiang agreed instantly he'd trade anything for it. Suddenly, the fat merchant who'd just shut Hansen down did a complete 180, shoving Zhang Xiang aside. One moment he's chasing him away, the next he's treating Hansen like a king. Seeing this instant switch, Hansen knew he could get a much better deal. Hearing Hansen hesitate, the owner immediately offered to throw in any other item he wanted, just as long as he got that devil bull. Hansen walked out of that shop holding a top-tier beast soul sword and a full suit of god blood armor. Yeah, trading the bull for these two was a pretty sweet deal. The shopkeeper, meanwhile, was already cradling the beast soul like a newborn baby. Zhang Xiang hadn't left yet. Seeing Hansen's potential, he stuck around to make a connection. He introduced himself, saying he worked with the pet and spirit fighting arenas, and that if Hansen ever wanted to enter a match, he was the guy to talk to. They were always looking for new fighters. The place didn't just sell tickets, they also bought and sold pets and spirits on the side. Of course, they also had betting to liven things up, but apparently that wasn't even their biggest source of profit. Seeing that Hansen was curious, he immediately offered a tour. The place was massive, and the stands were packed with spectators. Most of the fights featured pets. You rarely saw spirits in the ring. It made sense. True spirits were incredibly hard to come by, but they weren't non-existent. Zhang Xiang pointed one out, but Hansen's attention was already locked onto a familiar face behind a glass pane. It was God's son, kicking back with a woman on each arm. He followed Zhang Xiang to the spirit fighting section, but it was a little disappointing. Two night-class spirits were just slugging it out on the stage. Zhang Xiang quickly explained the situation. See, the arena only had one noble class spirit, so it was nearly impossible to find a decent opponent for it to fight. They had a standing offer. Anyone who could beat their champion would win a Godblood Beast soul. But it was a prize nobody could seem to claim. Hansen never passed up a chance at a Godblood soul, especially not a rare four-winged thunderbird. Zhang Xiang asked to see Hansen's spirit first. He could tell he had just stumbled upon a very special customer. The sight of the ice-skinned noble lady spirit left him absolutely speechless. The entire arena only had one, and Hansen just casually owned another. This was his chance. He immediately tried to make an offer to buy it, but what were the odds Hansen would ever agree to that? The audience outside was hit with breaking news. They were finally about to witness a true noble-class Spirit King match. Instantly, the entire crowd went wild, with every single eye in the arena glued to this upcoming battle. The atmosphere in the arena crackles with excitement. Shen Tianzi sits there, completely convinced no noble female spirit can touch his Demon King. And then, there he is, the Demon King himself, stepping onto the stage in a massive... Then, her opponent Shui Ji makes her entrance, and her ethereal beauty captivates the entire crowd. A fresh energy hits the arena as the fight kicks off instantly. Down below, Hansen can only watch, hoping Shui Ji won't let him down. After all, he's bet everything on her. He even sent Shui Ji out riding the golden-haired roarer. Hansen needs this win badly. Despite her slender frame, Shui Ji's attack is lightning fast, striking the Demon King's armor head-on. Before her opponent can even retaliate, the fierce beauty is already on the move again, completely unscathed thanks to 2 layers of Berserker Beast soul protection. But the Demon King is no joke, his reputation is well earned. Still, Shen Tianzi sees something special and immediately calls over Zhang Xiang for information. He wants to know who owns Shui Ji. The moment he hears the family name, Hansen's name automatically clicks into place, but it can't be. He's been in the Second God's Sanctuary for less than a year. Owning a noble spirit should be impossible. He decides to wait and see who the master truly is. But no matter who it is, nothing will stop him from possessing Shui Ji. At least, that's what he thinks. Whether Hansen will actually let that happen is another story. On the field, the Demon King unleashes his true power. He's backed by a Godblood pet. This match just got way harder for Shui Ji. But her expression says it all. You think you're the only one? Turns out, her master gave her plenty of support too. Her own transformation is a Godblood battle type as well. The crowd absolutely loses it. No one can believe Shui Ji just summoned a Godblood pet of her own. This battle is just a clash of pure wealth. Even a guy as rich as Shen Tianzi is floored to meet someone with a noble spirit. And on top of that, a Godblood pet? Absolutely insane. It's a shape-shifting beast soul, and a top-tier one at that. A light-devouring beast soul, no less. Hansen listens to the roar of praise from the crowd, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He's just dying to shout that it's all his. He hunted every last one of them himself, despite being ridiculously broke. Shui Ji and her phoenix charge forward, their swift attacks completely overwhelming the Demon King. Shen Tianzi can only watch as his champion is skewered, blood flying everywhere. From his high seat, he can only scream in desperation. Stop! Stop the fight! He has to end this match now. If his spirit dies for real, the Godblood Beast soul it's equipped with vanishes too. Meanwhile, the audience is getting a show worth every penny. Zhang Xiang quickly finds Hansen, relaying Shen Tianzi's request for a meeting. But Hansen's response is simple. Why should he go see the loser? If he wants to talk, he can come here. Shen Tianzi is absolutely livid, but he has no choice but to go see him personally. And who does he find when he opens the door? The one person he least wanted to see, Hansen, sitting there with pure, unapologetic arrogance. Before, Shen Tianzi could have crushed him without a thought. But this Hansen is now under the protection of the Ning family. He was even warned directly by Ning Yue not to mess with him. So he has no choice but to swallow his rage and play it safe. Hansen came for the Godblood. Now that he's won, it's time to pay up, right? He leaves Shen Tianzi behind, stewing in his own bitter resentment. Meanwhile, Anne shows up at the training base, but unfortunately for her, Hansen got there first. He's been locked inside for days without leaving. But Anne isn't one to give up, heading straight for the control room to check the security feed. One look at her intense expression is enough to scare the staff, who immediately do as she says. Sure enough, Hansen is training. At first glance, it looks like a simple dual-wielding style, but something about it is completely different. The rhythm and tempo of each blade are totally different. It's like watching two people fighting, not one man with two swords. From her perspective, it should be impossible for one person to use two separate rhythms at once. Each hand must be using a different sword style. Not only that, but the two styles have to complement each other perfectly. Only a transcendent with split personalities from a special evolution should be able to do this. The number of normal evolved who can pull this off can be counted on one hand, and leaves, completely unnerved. This guy is terrifying, and decides she has to test him. She bursts into the training room mid-session, attacking him like a raging storm. Geez, for someone who just wants to test him, she's attacking like she wants him dead. Hansen has no choice but to defend for his life. Once and confirms he's truly mastered the one heart two uses technique, she stops her assault and simply leaves. But Hansen isn't about to let her walk away like that, and agrees, ready to show him the true gap in their power. After all, Anne's swordsmanship is far more agile and powerful than his own. This is the perfect opportunity for him to practice against a real master, and strikes first. But as their swords meet, she feels the power of her attack being completely swallowed by one of his blades. So, she switches targets to his other sword. But unlike the first one that absorbed everything, this one unleashes overwhelming power. Even though Hansen's raw power is nowhere near Anne's level, he's using a secret weapon, the yin-yang blast technique. He cultivated it right alongside his dual-fly sword style. The two techniques seem unrelated, but they perfectly support one another. After that exchange, the sparring is over. It's more than enough for Anne to realize that Hansen is not to be underestimated. But relying on his own transcendent power, Anne's single sword strike was enough to send Hansen flying. Anne knew he had to report this critical intel to his boss, Yanran's father. Ji Ruozhen sat and carefully analyzed Hansen's every single move. Just his mastery of the one mind, two uses technique alone was enough to prove he was a descendant of Han Jingzi. This man wasn't simple. He was definitely connected, somehow, to the old incident involving Han Jingji. But who could possibly know the truth? He didn't let on that anything was wrong, not even to Yanran. Returning to Shen, he gets a report from Man Li. The people from Heishen only follow Donglin's orders, and now his son is on his way here. She's worried it'll spark a conflict over status. They'd also been given a special mission to protect the kid. A cunning move, for sure, but in the end, he's just a child. If you want to be the leader, you need the skills to back it up. Qi Xuwen, an energetic young man, showed no arrogance at all when he met Hansen. In fact, he specifically praised Hansen's strength, hoping they could hunt some valuable items this time around. That wasn't a problem. Hansen had been hunting for so long, he had plenty of gear. This kid's aura was surprisingly similar to Ning Yue's, but he was still far too young to compare. Hansen returned to Shen and officially began planning his attack on the royal sacred ground. He even brought Little Silver Fox along, planning to use the creature's aura to intimidate them. And just as planned, with the little guy leading the way, all nearby creatures scattered. But the fox was still too young, not nearly strong enough to threaten those two powerful spirits. Still, it was a massive help. They had been waiting for Hansen, just itching for him to show his face so they could tear him to shreds. Turns out theory is a long way from reality. All that training, and he still couldn't stand up against the sword skills of these two spirits. He could feel their attacks were several times stronger than before. The more they fought, the fiercer they became, and the blue spirit lunged forward. Luckily, he was just fast enough to dodge the sword strike that would have pierced right through his armor. He needed to go back and practice his sword skills even more. His current level was nothing to them. Hansen seized a momentary chance to escape with his life. Back at the Crystal Palace, Hansen bandaged his wounds while scolding the useless fox. "I treat you so well, and you just stand there watching me get beat up?" But then again, it did have healing abilities, and the little guy was still just a kid. He needed to find a real sparring partner to level up his swordsmanship. But who could he possibly find? At least with Little Silver's help, the threat of the mutant creature horde was taken care of. As man and beast walked across the ice plains, Little Silver suddenly got spooked and let out a sharp bark. Hansen turned to comfort it, but when he looked back, a blue-haired man was standing right there. Someone from the Shu family had found him. It was Xue Yiquang, determined to take Hansen out at all costs. Without saying a single word, he launched his attack. The blow was blindingly fast. There was no real grudge between them, but embarrassing the Sui family? That was a crime in their eyes. Besides, his name basically means maniac he'd kill just for the fun of it. Luckily, the Golden Fairy appeared, blocking his wind snow fist. Otherwise, Hansen would have been frozen solid. Someone this interesting, he thought, deserved to be executed by his ice-muscled jade bone. He was in deep trouble, but Hansen couldn't help but run his mouth, taunting that his technique was nothing special. On the inside, though, he was worried. This guy was one of the very few who had successfully unlocked their gene lock during evolution. Hansen's luck was just awful, running into this guy in such a deserted place. With a single palm strike, both of Hansen's beast soul swords were instantly caked in white frost, so cold he had to drop them to the ground. Thick sheets of ice were already spreading across his hands, and he quickly started to lose all feeling in them. His blood felt like it was freezing solid. Good thing he could also use ice muscle jade bone, or he'd just be a sitting duck waiting to be killed. Seeing this only made the maniac Yikwang even more excited. Hansen merged his body with the Snow Lady, feeling his power and leg strength surge. Now, he was finally able to dodge his attacks. This guy was definitely no joke. He was countless times stronger than his younger brother. Hansen's only option was to run away from this lunatic. Even though both had only opened their first gene lock, the power gap was huge. Shui Yikwang was already getting bored with this game of cat and mouse. Time to end it with one all-out move. He suddenly unleashed an explosive burst of absolute cold, but somehow, that energy merged with the ice muscle jade bone power flowing through Hansen, having absolutely no effect on him. Could he actually absorb his opponent's cold energy? Slowly, he realized he no longer felt threatened by that intense chill. Still, Hansen wanted to absorb all of it. Activating his bloodscale armor, a bold idea formed. He turned back to attack head-on, but it was a huge miscalculation. His own ice muscle jade bone wasn't strong enough to absorb all his opponent's ice, making the bloodscale armor useless. Seeing Hansen's arm completely frozen, Shui Yikwang became ecstatic. He could finally finish off such an interesting piece of prey. After watching his master get bullied, Little Silver had finally seen enough. It shot straight for the man's fist, unleashing a terrifying blast of electricity just like Yi Dongmu once did. The enemy was sent flying. But he wasn't gone, so Little Silver zapped him with another high-voltage jolt. Ju Kwang stood no chance against this superclass beast. Little Silver might just be a baby, but its power is insane. It kept blasting Ju Kwang with electricity until blood poured from all of his orifices. His body was left completely mangled, a ruin of the battle. But even in defeat, one thought remained. How could he, the pioneer of genetic science, be defeated so easily by a tiny little fox? And just then, a final, massive bolt of lightning hit, tearing him apart until nothing human was left. Its power was terrifying. Even Little Silver was surprised by the brutal kill. But Hansen quickly realized something was wrong with him. His blood felt like it was freezing solid. If he didn't circulate his energy now, he'd end up just like Ju Kwang. Suddenly, his body began to change. Maybe, just maybe, this was his true first-level breakthrough. But then, his Dongswan Sutra, which he trained alongside the ice muscle jade bone technique, suddenly broke its connection. Why? Little Silver tried to get close, but he threw it aside. A second later, Hansen saw his reflection. He was transforming into a half-Shu family member. What in the world was happening? Was this the reason his Dongswan Sutra was cut off? This was bad. Hansen immediately began cultivating, trying to control the cold energy he'd absorbed from Shui Miyi. For a full day and night, he sat there covered in snow, with only Little Silver faithfully standing guard. The fox's beauty attracted two strangers. They cautiously approached the snowman, sensing something was off about this whole scene. Just as a sword struck, Hansen's arm shot through the thick snow and casually snapped the blade. Then he and Little Silver vanished without a trace. Back at the shelter, he finally mastered the ice muscle jade bone art. But he discovered a hidden side effect. The cold energy seemed to freeze his mind, making him feel completely emotionless. He thought about the strange Shui family. Could this technique be the reason they were all so cold and detached? Just then, Qishao showed up wanting to spar. But Hansen had no time to play around with kids right now. He was busy trying to unite the Starry and Fei Li groups to seize control of the royal family's sacred land. But Qishao was intrigued and asked for a chance to prove himself. The kid actually wanted to unite the two factions for him, a huge weight off his shoulders. Back on the warship, Hansen decided it was time for some virtual training. Suddenly, the name The Dancer popped into his head. As he logged in, his famous alter ego, Golden Coin, automatically appeared. The crowd went wild. People were practically banging down the doors the second he logged in. So much for laying low. He thought he'd get some peace, but the crowd was even more intense than before. His opponent obviously knew the legend of Golden Coin, but a fight is a fight. There would be no holding back. He charged. At first, Hansen thought it was just a simple opening punch. Nope, it was Mecha Fist Arts, a style that uses every part of the body to its absolute limit. That username definitely didn't fit this guy. Hansen just wanted a simple practice match, not this crazy fighting style. Even Zhen Lu and Lin Feng showed up to watch. To put Golden Coin on the back foot like this guy had to be good. Turns out he placed third in the Evolver shooting competition. His mecha fist arts were top tier, a true close combat expert. Letting him get close would be a huge problem. The guy was playing to his strengths, for sure. But Golden Coin isn't just a name. Even the dancer noticed something was up. It looked like he had the upper hand, but he was actually falling right into Golden Coin's trap, getting pushed into a corner. The more experienced fighters recognized it instantly. This was the Empress's own Yi Tian art, but he couldn't possibly be from the Empress's dojo. So who in the world was this Golden Coin, really? The dancer's space was shrinking fast. Just as planned, he couldn't escape Hansen closing in for the kill. A single blow was all it took to knock him out. Match over. The crowd immediately scrambled for what was next. Who would Golden Coin be matched with now? Challenges started flooding in from fighters everywhere hoping for a shot. It's a small world. The system matched him with Yi Dongmu, the one opponent he had been dying to face. All the fangirls immediately lost their minds over Yi Dongmu's good looks. But the guys in the crowd were having none of it. If being handsome won fights, I'd have gotten surgery. Golden Coin is the real hero here. The legendary battle from years ago was about to happen all over again. And reporter Fang was still just as devoted to covering Golden Coin. But this queen was just too powerful. One wrong word and Hansen might never find a wife. After leaving the frosty region, Hansen's skin was looking much better, no longer worn out. If he won, he would only have one request. Jin-tae's identity wasn't the issue. The real problem? If he lost this match, it would be his very last. For Hansen, he knew this opponent all too well. But Yi Dongmu? He had no clue who he was really up against. Seeing Yi Dongmu agree so casually, Lin Feng immediately stepped in to explain the stakes to Zhen Liu. He practiced the art of assassination. Hesitation was not an option. Refusing a challenge meant wavering before your prey, and that meant instant failure. Only by fighting with his entire being could he reach the pinnacle of his art. And this fight? It was being broadcast everywhere. Fang Mingquan even brought in a special evolver to commentate a man who had studied Jin-tae for a long time. But he'd never analyzed Yi Dongmu. The moment he saw his stance, however, he instantly recognized the sacrificial walk. It's a technique that gathers power from heaven and earth, building momentum with every step. After 100 steps, no opponent can match him. Hearing this, everyone watched Yi Dongmu's every move. If Jin-tae didn't move, it would take just over 50 steps for him to close the distance. The sacrificial walk's initial steps are overwhelming, but the technique eventually weakens over time. The most anyone the commentator knew had managed was just over 100 steps. And then, Jin-tae finally made his move. He wasn't attacking. For every step Yi Dongmu took forward, he took one back. Very clever. Yi Dongmu had now taken 53 steps. His power was at its absolute peak. Facing him now would be incredibly risky. Then came 60 steps, 70, 100, then 120. Yi Dongmu had shattered the 100-step barrier, yet his power wasn't fading. Truly a young prodigy with immense talent. 150 steps. This Yi Dongmu was dead set on killing Jin-tae for real. Jin-tae was waiting, biding his time for the opponent's strongest phase to pass. Then Yi Dongmu struck, unleashing an unimaginable killing intent. He came straight for Jin-tae. The crowd held its breath. But as the pressure vanished, Jin-tae was in complete control. He caught Yi Dongmu's decisive wind-rising slash with his bare hands. All that accumulated power just vanished into thin air. Jin-tae had seized one of Yi Dongmu's beast souls, shattering the very source of his power. He returned the blade and immediately withdrew from the match, leaving a completely conflicted Yi Dongmu behind. What was this feeling? All that agonizing training, all that waiting completely useless. And with a match this good, the reporters were having an absolute field day. Articles were popping up everywhere. Back in the ice fields, Yi Dongmu's spirit was completely and utterly crushed. In a single day, he hunted down and killed 18 different mutant creatures. Hansen had no idea the guy held that much of a grudge. If he'd known, maybe he would have just let him win. Yi Dongmu offered no explanation, but still wanted to hunt the red-scaled dragon. Funny how a broken ego changes a man. Before, he said it was too dangerous. Now, he was the one pushing for the hunt. There in the middle of a snowy mountain appeared a dragon of dazzling color. A heavy sleeper, apparently. Even though Yi Dongmu had faced it twice before, his weapons couldn't even scratch its tough hide. But the madman charged forward without a word anyway. The dragon, clearly annoyed by this pest, whipped its massive tail and attacked. Hansen had just stepped out when he was pinned down by one of its enormous feet. Yi Dongmu used this opening to attack. Hansen cursed under his breath. Seriously? Why couldn't Yi Dongmu be the bait for once? This was bad. Oh, this was really bad. This dragon was unbelievably fierce, looking like it wanted to swallow him whole. He stabbed at its eye, but it had no effect at all. In fact, it just made the dragon chase him relentlessly. But Yi Dongmu seized the opening Hansen created, striking down at the dragon's head. It shrieked in agony, finally entering its true battle mode it had been holding back. The beast then fled into a deep ravine, and of course, that triggered an avalanche. Luckily, Hansen managed to dig his head out. Yi Dongmu was silent, but he gave Hansen a warning. If he ever planned to attack the imperial sacred ground, he had to be careful of a man named Qi Shouwen. And with that, he left. Suddenly, something moved in the snow. A turtle emerged, brushing off a thick layer of snow. It scurried over to a small cave it had dug for itself. Looking closer, he saw a whole nest of baby turtles inside 8 of them. Raising that many kids alone couldn't have been easy. He had no idea what level of creature this was. But watching the mother and her babies walk in a line was just plain adorable. They ate and lived together as a family. It was a shame Professor Sun couldn't see this. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. A divine blood bird swooped down. It wasn't actually trying to eat the babies, was it? Before it could make a move, the mother turtle just took a breath. That single breath froze the bird solid in midair, causing it to drop like a stone. This turtle could only be a super creature, and she came with 8 miniature super creatures in tow. After eating some mushrooms, the turtle's shells changed color, then they quickly left. It was a good thing he was using his fetal breath technique to hide, or he'd have been dinner for 9 super creatures. Once they were gone, Hansen crept closer to inspect the mushrooms. They didn't look poisonous, but he wasn't taking any chances without a proper analysis. He also conveniently had the bird's meat from the mother turtle's takedown to bring to the professor. But all the professor could confirm was that the mushroom was potent. He couldn't analyze it at all, but no one knew what effect it had on humans. The third sanctuary had plenty of similar plants, and once Hansen got there, he'd learn how they were classified. But that knowledge was a secret kept by the Transcended, leaving the rest of the Alliance completely in the dark. He was advised he could try a little, just a small amount, and if he felt sick, he'd need to immediately flush his system and have medicine on standby. But he couldn't gamble like that. Luckily, the carefree Chu Ting had a body that could handle poison like it was a gourmet meal. He was the perfect guinea pig. So when the usually grumpy Hansen invited him for a meal, Chu Ting knew something was up. Hansen got straight to the point, asking him to test the weird mushroom. Seeing a rare chance to get one over on Hansen, Chu Ting immediately asked for some emergency funds. In this economy, 10,000 was all he could offer. Of course, Chu Ting wasn't about to accept that, but he'd already popped the mushroom in his mouth and started chewing. Instantly, Chu Ting's body began to react. Hansen was telling him not to panic when the guy grabbed him, ripping his shirt to shreds and revealing some rock-hard abs. What in the world was in that mushroom? If Yanran ever found out, his life would be over. Then he declared he'd found a beauty for his buddy. The woman he found actually looked willing, but the mushroom's effects suddenly wore off, leaving poor Chu Ting curled up alone in a corner. He swore he'd tear Hansen to pieces for this. But after an explanation, Chu Ting quickly demanded his testing fee. At first, he'd only say the mushroom boosted virility. But when Hansen threatened not to pay, he started panicking. That's when he explained it was a powerful aphrodisiac, a major potency booster, and its effects lasted a long time. The only catch? It left the user exhausted afterward. Hansen had to add a nutrition fee, and Chu Ting walked away with a nice profit. Now that Hansen understood its effects, he was certain the mushroom would be a huge help in mastering his Jade Sun Yang technique. He went to the stone room near the Black God, preparing to undergo the cultivation process alone. After eating just a small piece, Hansen could feel the raw energy coursing through his entire body. His Jade Sun Yang technique immediately started absorbing the power. But at this crucial moment, someone walked in. His mind was in a total haze. He couldn't even recognize the person's voice. He wondered if it might be Man Li. But why would that normally serious and proper woman barge into a man's room unannounced? He might like girls, but he was saving himself for the person he truly loved. Other women were just a distraction. Go away, he thought. If something happens, it's not my fault. But it was too late. The person was standing right in front of him. And it wasn't Man Li. It was the queen. Stay calm, stay calm. He told himself not to touch her. But the internal struggle was immense, and blood trickled from his mouth. She, however, didn't realize the danger and stayed to help him regulate his energy. And then it happened. Hansen lost all control and lunged right at her. She wanted to stop him but was afraid she'd disrupt the most critical phase of his training. Causing him serious injury would be a disaster. But her worst fear came true as Hansen ripped her jacket off with one hand. That was it. No more holding back. A kick to the stomach, a stomp on the back, and a final blow that nearly dislocated his jaw. It looked brutal, but she was actually trying to help him circulate his energy and regain his senses. After changing into an even more stunning outfit, the queen waited for Hansen to finish the final stages of unblocking his meridians. Even with the aphrodisiac mushroom, he was still missing one key element. All he needed was something from the ice mountain to finally master his technique. But the moment he opened his eyes, instead of apologizing, he complimented her on her amazing figure. This shameless guy still had no idea who he had just offended. The queen had come with a purpose. She wanted to team up with Hansen to kill a unique creature, but Hansen couldn't join until he unlocked his gene lock. If someone as strong as her was cautious, this creature was a real problem. If he continued practicing the ice muscle jade bone technique, he'd turn into a freak like the Yi brothers, and he absolutely refused to become a cold-blooded killer like them. His only bet was that the Dongxuan Sutra had already purified the technique. Setting that issue aside for now, Hansen's top priority was using the mushroom to finally master the Jade Sun Yang technique. Back in his room, Hansen started finalizing his cultivation, feeling the residual energy the queen had left in his body. It must have been the power from her own unlocked gene lock. And man, was it potent. The energy perfectly integrated with his own power. The Longevity Sutra of the heretical god was now mastered. This new skill, combined with his Jade Sun Yang technique, essentially created infinite firepower, like a game character with zero cooldown on special moves. This was an amazing development. Then, a voice called from outside the room. It was Qi Shuwen. The kid had finally returned. It seemed he did some serious convincing to get Li Jinlun and Ying Feili on board. The attack on the royal sanctuary was about to begin. The scene was one of total desolation. So, Qi Tuan wasn't so simple after all. Ever since hearing about this place, he'd been plotting to become the true master of the Black God Shelter. The only problem? Hansen was just too strong to ever bow down to a punk like him. He let Hansen's group smash against the strongest line of defense, clearly intending to wear them down. Then he would just swoop in and take the prize for himself. But Hansen wasn't bothered in the slightest. He kept attacking the horde while Qi Tuan stood back, thinking he was a genius. But one breath from his pet was enough to make the beasts freeze in terror. They could only back away, clearing a path for the real boss. Hansen led his people forward with incredible authority. Old Ning couldn't help but praise the Han family's heir. This time, he'd handle these two female spirits himself. Everyone else just had to watch. Their swordplay was fast, but Hansen was no amateur. All that endless training was about to pay off. His twin swords began to sing, 1 against 2. He slipped past their blades, dashing straight inside. The spirits immediately chased, desperate to stop him from getting the spirit stone. It was time to settle the score. For this time and the last, his blades completely overpowered the two spirits. Man Li urged him to finish it quickly, but he seemed to be waiting for something instead. Meanwhile, Qi Tuan's group, despite changing their route, still couldn't find the temple. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Lei Gui appeared in the distance. Wasn't his mission to find the temple and deal with the spirits? But just like Qi Tuan, he couldn't find its location either, so they changed direction. They finally made it inside, thinking they weren't too late. But seeing Hansen on a statue with 2 spirit stones in hand, he knew he'd lost. The Yin and Yang spirit princesses had already submitted to Hansen. Yet those guys still believed they had a rightful claim to this royal sanctuary, even though they'd only fought a few beasts outside. The deal with young Master Tang was for the Black God Sanctuary. This was a different place. His attitude was clear. Yeah, I'm breaking the deal. What are you gonna do? The others were furious. After all their work, this kid just claimed it all? Unacceptable. Of course, sharing was a word that didn't exist in this guy's dictionary. Out of nowhere, Qi Tuan had over 100 evolved humans blocking Hansen's subordinates. Besides them, he also had Lei Gi, the most talented person from Donglin, who had already unlocked his first gene lock. At that revelation, everyone tensed up. Qi Tuan's confidence soared, but he didn't push Hansen too aggressively. He just needed Hansen to submit, and he'd be treated well. He even tossed him 2 drugs that could trigger gene mutation, making him far stronger. But the catch was, you'd need his periodic doses just to survive. No one would willingly walk into a trap like that. Hansen just laughed. This guy was so naive. Besides, someone like Lei Gui was hardly a threat to him. Hearing that, Lei Gui didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward, ready to teach Hansen a lesson he'd never forget. The attack from a gene-unlocked warrior was incredibly fast, carrying terrifying pressure. Too bad for him, Hansen had his own ultimate weapon. In a single flash, Lei Gui was knocked unconscious, crashing straight to the ground. No one knew the fox's real identity. They all thought it was a normal pet. But if it could one-shot Lei Gui, Hansen didn't even need to fight. Hansen stepped forward and kicked away the so-called ultimate drug from Chi Tuan. It was the ultimate insult. Chi Tuan was stunned, and so ashamed he wanted to disappear. It was official. Hansen was now the king of the goddess sanctuary. He had 4 legions under him: Emerald, Goddess, Starwheel, and last but not least, the prestigious Black God Legion. But its captain was seething with rage and pain, never imagining he'd be reduced to a humiliated subdivision. But he had no choice but to accept it. The man before him was not to be messed with. After storing the spirit core, he returned to his room. He saw the pill on the table and worried his pet, Xiao Yin, might snatch it up. What a glutton. Man Li walked in with a folder, calling him director, which totally startled him. But then again, he actually was the director now. Man Li reported that the profits from the mutant creature flesh had already reached several billion. The formerly poor Hansen was now a multi-millionaire overnight. Man Li was curious about the fox, but as long as it wasn't an enemy, she had bigger things to worry about. Hansen saw his gluttonous little companion staring intently at that pill and decided to just give in. After all, he'd gotten plenty of gene stabilizers from Chi Tuan's group, so he could handle any emergencies. After eating it, the little guy was perfectly fine. Just as Hansen got back to his dorm, he received a call from Tang Zhenliu. As expected, the news of him one-shotting Lei Gui had already spread far and wide. But Hansen hadn't even unlocked his own genes. It was all thanks to a lucky, powerful pet. He took this chance to ask Tang Zhenliu for help with the negotiation. He strikes a deal with the Donglin clan. He doesn't want their other stuff, he just needs their creation gene pill. It's not sold on the open market, so he needs their help, promising he's not up to anything shady. But Tang Zhenliu has his doubts. After all his years fighting, he's never once seen a pet that powerful. Seriously, Hansen's luck is just off the charts. Meanwhile, at the goddess sanctuary, everyone is fighting a swarm of silver beetles. But it's not working. There are just too many of them, and fighting is useless. That's when Hansen slowly walks up. The swarm parts for him. These bizarre creatures have no beast soul and no flesh, just endless numbers. Sky Sound Princess appears to explain. Turns out, these smaller silver beetles are just living weapons created by a mother beetle. She's the real target. She's deep underground, endlessly spawning more of them. To win, they have to take out the source. And this god-blood creature is a job for the 2 spirit sisters. They even have a secret move they can fuse their bodies together. This creates a completely new spirit called the Yin-Yang Maiden. She approaches the cliff, one sword drawn, the other hand attacking. It seems the 2 swords can sense each other. A moment later, accompanied by a tremor in the earth, a notification pops up confirming the Godblood Silver Beetle has been defeated. Hansen can't believe the 2 spirits managed to learn the sword control assassination technique, killing an enemy from far away, but they quickly explain the truth. It's not some legendary sword skill. It's just their yin and yang energies working together, connecting their yin-yang sword arts. It doesn't actually increase their power. They quickly return to their normal forms, but the queen had been watching the whole time. She saw everything from a distance, and now she's even more interested in the little fox on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Little Silver immediately senses a stranger's presence and begins to growl. Hansen is a little surprised himself. Why is Little Silver reacting so fiercely to her? Could it be that the creature senses he's in some kind of danger? The queen approaches and immediately asks Hansen about the fox's origin. Of course, he has no reason to tell her the truth. He just vaguely says it's a godblood creature. He holds Little Silver tightly, just in case a fight breaks out. Because even if Little Silver is strong, his opponent is the one and only queen. She's on a whole other level. She knows Little Silver is much stronger than godblood, but with Hansen's current strength, it's not enough to take down a super creature. And that's exactly why the queen is here. She's formed a team to go hunting. She wants Hansen to join her party. Even though he hasn't unlocked his gene lock, having Little Silver is enough qualification. But Hansen refuses on the spot, not wanting to rely on his pet's protection to survive some unknown battle. At least, that's the excuse he gives to reject the queen. It's not like Hansen really cares about honor. The queen leaves the offer open. If he changes his mind, he can find her anytime. Back in the training room, Hansen checks his stats. He's just over 150 points. To evolve, he needs at least 300. He decides not to rush it. He needs to focus on raising his fitness. But unlocking that first gene lock? That needs to happen fast, or he'll be at a disadvantage. Half an hour passes, and the Dongxuan Sutra still hasn't unlocked the first gene, so he quickly switches tactics. He begins cultivating the Ice Skin Jade Bone technique. As his mind calms, strange sounds start to appear around him. He can feel his energy cells expanding, an uncomfortable, urgent feeling that's unlocking his seventh sense. This allows Hansen to analyze time and space, from the past to the future, bringing sharp, clear images to his mind. As his power surges, he can vaguely feel it. He's on the verge of unlocking the first gene lock. If he pushes forward with Ice Skin Jadebone, he risks losing all his emotions, but his Dongswan Sutra gives no warning. That means this next step must be safe. It senses no harm to its host, and it was true. The powerful cells rushing through him eventually calmed down, returning to a stable state. The energy flow inside Hansen is much better now. He can sense every detail of the space around him. This hyper-powered seventh sense is what Hansen truly needs, more than ice, fire, or lightning. Now he's wondering if the Dongshuan Sutra also unlocks a gene lock. Maybe it could surpass even the Ice Skin Jade Bone technique. Hansen heads back to the testing room. He doesn't know how she tracks him so well, but it always seems to know exactly where he is. And she's surprised by him. For someone so powerful, Hansen chose a ridiculously low difficulty, setting only 100. But as An watches closer, she realizes he's facing a huge number of robots without making a single error. It's like Hansen understands their every move. Who knows what kind of deal Hansen made with Zhu Ting, but now they're heading up to Devil's Mountain to hunt. The target is a god-blood beast. Zhu Ting gives him one simple instruction: stab the creature twice, and if it's still alive, he'll finish it. But he never expected the god-blood mountain boar beast to go down in just 2 hits. Hansen had no idea why this creature was so weak. To make it up to his teammate, he found another wounded beast and let Chu Ting deliver the final blow. Chu Ting was incredibly sharp though, and immediately suspected Hansen had unlocked his gene lock. If he had, then it was time to answer the queen's invitation. Hansen quickly went to find her, asking to join her creature hunt. Before they met up with the team, she gave him a warning. She might be the leader, but the group had a firm rule. Every member had to approve a newcomer. This meant Hansen's spot on the team was far from guaranteed. When they reached the Black Island, 3 people were already there waiting. Lazy Cat immediately came over to ask about the new guy, but nobody expected Hansen's answer that he hadn't even opened his first gene lock. However, the pet in his arms had a power that intimidated other creatures, which would save them a lot of trouble. Tyrant, of course, disagreed completely. He wouldn't bet their safety on some pet with unknown attack patterns. He'd rather face more trouble than share the rewards with someone who didn't even meet the basic requirements. They couldn't buy his pet, and that was that. With one person disagreeing, Hansen was out. The queen had no choice but to take him back. But then, the arrival of a badly injured old devil, dragging himself out of the sea, changed the entire situation. He told them his group was attacked by a creature with blue flames. He was lucky to have escaped to deliver the news. The others were missing. Hansen knew right away it had to be that seahorse creature. The queen's group immediately went to check on the situation, leaving Lazy Cat behind to treat the old man. They still hadn't returned by nightfall. Very few people in the Second God Sanctuary had ever faced a super creature before opening their gene locks. They were no match for it. When the queen's group finally showed up, it was a mess. Some were badly wounded, others were missing. Things looked grim. But the scouting mission for the super creature had to continue, and their small numbers were a serious cause for concern. The remaining 3 had a discussion. Jealousy approached Hansen to hire him for the job. He'd get paid, but he wouldn't get a single piece of the loot. Hansen was fine with that, but his asking price was incredibly high. He charged for himself and his godblood soul beast fox. Just as planned, Tyrant decisively paid the deposit. Of course Hansen was taking this deal. Getting paid just to watch these experts fight? An absolute steal. Tyrant's group quickly saw the amazing effect of Little Silver. Not a single creature showed up on their entire path. Old Devil was worried, wondering who would start the attack now that the person named Ji Hua wasn't there. Tyrant quickly took on that role, creating a windstorm from his godblood shield and launching it at a tiger nearby. This creature was clearly on another level. Its roar alone was terrifying. Little Silver's presence had absolutely no effect on it. The queen told Hansen to hide somewhere safe and ensure no other creatures launched a surprise attack while they fought the tiger. But with just 4 of them, dealing with this thing was not going to be easy. Its aura was just too powerful. Little Silver was as eager for battle as its master, already wanting to fight the ancient tiger. Hansen told it to calm down and enjoy the quiet. The white tiger clashed with Tyrant first. It seemed he'd never fought a creature this strong before, and he didn't realize how dangerous they could be. His shield was proof. 1 hit, and it was completely shattered. The queen had to immediately change tactics. This beast was too strong. Tyrant flew up to attack while the other 2 provided support from behind. But this tiger was clever. It zipped past the frontline fighters, heading straight for the real leader, the queen at the back. Thankfully, she was fast enough to dodge. Otherwise, she would have been crushed flat under its paws. The team behind the tiger kept up their relentless assault, but no matter how many times their blades struck, they couldn't even scratch its hide, as if it were protected by some kind of shield. A whirlwind constantly surrounded the tiger. Was that the source of its defense? It shattered all their weapons, and only Tyrant's sturdy spear managed to hold up. The queen aimed for the tiger's eye, creating a chance for everyone to safely retreat. But just like other super creatures, an attack to the eye did absolutely nothing. The group quickly fell back before the tiger could unleash another wave of ferocious power. Finally, the queen had to use her Heaven Go technique, repeatedly escaping the tiger's claws. Hansen knew she was powerful, but he couldn't just run away with Tyrant's group. After all, this tiger was ridiculously fast. Heaven Go was quick, but it wasn't flawless. He knew once her stamina dropped, a mistake was inevitable, and one mistake would be fatal. With that thought, Hansen turned around. The queen had taught him this skill. He couldn't just stand by and watch his teacher get destroyed. Maybe the tiger's ice control was useless in the water. This was her one chance to get away. The queen was brilliant, no doubt. But Hansen had to get to her, and fast. Hansen saw the queen closing in on the shore. He kicked off the water, blasting towards her at top speed. But this tiger wasn't that simple. It couldn't enter the water, but its ice attack still tore right through the waves. The queen took hit after hit. She tried to defend, but couldn't block them all. Her strength was fading. Watching from a distance, Hansen hesitated at the terrifying sight but still risked it. Diving in to save the queen, they couldn't make it to the shore. The only option left was to dive deep and hide on the seabed. The queen never imagined this kid would save her, but right now, she was about to suffocate from the lack of air. Seeing the queen go still, Hansen finally remembered he could breathe underwater. But she couldn't. She could only signal frantically with her hands. Get her to the surface now, or she was actually going to die. But who knew this kid would be so bold? He gave the queen a breath of air directly. Hansen was just trying to save her, but his actions left the poor girl completely stunned. They left the seabed, finding rest on the back of a huge whale. Things were bad. They were both seriously injured. Her outfit was already revealing, and that twisted tiger seemed to have aimed for all the most sensitive spots. Hansen didn't overthink it. He simply unfastened the armor across her chest to reveal a nasty wound. This made the queen blush a little, but a second later, Silver Fox climbed up and started licking her wound. No matter how bad the injury, it healed completely in under a minute. And the moment she was better, she got mad. "What are you waiting for? Give me other clothes to wear, you opportunist." So Hansen gave her his own battle armor. With the armor on, her whole vibe softened. She tried to act cold, but her inexperienced heart was racing like crazy, and it was Hansen's fault for staring so intensely. After changing direction so many times, he had no idea where they were. But that didn't matter. The moment the queen said she wanted fish, he gallantly leaped into the water. A moment later, he returned with a fresh tuna and began preparing sashimi right there on the ocean. The queen watched as Hansen gently held out a piece of fish toward her, thinking he was about to feed her. But then he turned and fed it to his precious little pet instead. Ouch. So awkward. Just so incredibly awkward. Hansen saw his chance and couldn't resist teasing her about it. This just made the queen pout. She stormed off to the front of the whale, sitting all alone, refusing to eat. Just as Hansen was about to eat the piece himself, Silver Fox playfully pounced, trying to snatch it away. The queen was a sensitive girl. Seeing the little fox lick Hansen's mouth, her mind flashed back to what happened before. That same fox had just licked her wound. Her face went beet red. Once she started thinking, her mind went to strange places. She couldn't help but wonder how many times Silver Fox had licked its own paws before this. Hansen, just sitting there, had no idea what the queen was thinking or why she was suddenly so mad at him. After drifting for half a month, they finally spotted an island. Fresh water at last. The queen told Hansen to wait while she scouted ahead. Hansen was confident. With Silver Fox, what mutant beast would dare attack? But if they weren't afraid, that's another story. After waiting a while to make sure things were safe, Hansen finally stepped onto the island. According to her, the island wasn't very big, and so far, they hadn't run into a single mutant creature. Straight ahead, they could see a freshwater lake. Hansen was drawn to some berries, but the queen warned him not to be reckless. It's never smart to eat untested plants. But it was strange the fruit was lush, yet there wasn't a single animal in sight. When they reached an area of rolling hills, Silver Fox suddenly leaped from Hansen's shoulder. It shot off like an arrow, with Hansen quickly giving chase. It finally stopped before a single lotus flower growing from the ground. But why would a lotus flower be growing in a place like this? The flower looked like a lotus, but its seeds were blood red. It looked young, not yet fully matured. Seeing how obsessed Silver Fox was with the flower, Hansen tried to pull it away, but it wouldn't budge. He had no choice but to leave it there. He headed back towards a fire in the distance, probably started by the queen. That little fox was really something else. The fox looked completely entranced. If someone else got their hands on that flower, it would probably follow them anywhere. When he got back, the queen was done roasting meat. She noticed the fox was gone and kept asking where it was, but he just dodged the question. This only made her sense that something was wrong. And sure enough, following Hansen's path back up the mountain, she found Little Silver. It was lying beside a strange flower, and upon seeing her, immediately offered to split it. Hansen's heart skipped a beat. Where in the world did this third competitor for his prize come from? And this queen was no simpleton, either. He could let Little Silver's share go, but if Hansen ate it, that was another story. She demanded half. Absolutely ridiculous, but that's just how the powerful operate. She laid out a mat and set up camp, making it clear she wasn't leaving until the flower bloomed. Hansen had a prize right at his fingertips, but now had to fight a pet, and a very perceptive woman for it. Half a month passed by the lotus. It had finally matured. Sitting off to the side, Hansen still couldn't figure out how to get all the seeds for himself. But then, another opportunity appeared. From high above, a giant peacock emerged from nowhere, screeching in fury. If it wasn't afraid of Little Silver, it had to be a super creature. The two of them couldn't possibly handle it right now. Before that shock could even sink in, another one ripped through the water. Following the queen's gaze, they saw a giant lobster approaching the island. For now, they had to forget the flower and find a place to hide, or they'd become monster food. Hansen jumped into a ravine to escape. But the clash between the two creatures was having a huge impact. The peacock's dazzling, vibrant tail feathers were especially overwhelming. Hansen staggered, on the verge of fainting. Just then, a hand reached out and covered his eyes, shielding him from that bizarre, blinding light. That was a close call, an absolute shock. The green lights were terrifyingly potent. Little Silver was too small to withstand looking at them. Hansen couldn't let the situation get any worse. He tried using his ice muscle jade bone technique, hoping to salvage something. Unlocking the first gene lock allowed him to sense his surroundings without opening his eyes, all thanks to his seventh sense. It was just as he predicted. After taking so many disorienting hits, the lobster was about to be taken out. It was spinning around, completely dazed. The peacock flew in, ready to finish the lobster with one peck, but its shell was way too tough. It couldn't even pierce it. But if this kept up, the peacock would absorb the seeds from that strange plant. Its power would multiply, making the lobster an easy kill, and they had no way to stop it. Even with his eyes closed, the light was impossible to completely block out. Fighting two super creatures using only his hearing, he'd look like a madman. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted on the wind. It seemed the flower was about to ripen. Little Silver smelled it and couldn't hold back. It darted down, still dazed from the peacock's light, but completely focused on reaching that flower. Hansen immediately snatched it back. He hadn't given up on getting that flower for himself just yet. As if two super creatures weren't enough chaos, the island then sent an entire army of beasts to swarm the sky. They were definitely drawn to that thing. How powerful must it be for them to ignore the danger and rush in for a taste? With a clash this dangerous, the queen had lost all hope of intervening. She told Hansen to retreat from the area immediately, but Hansen wouldn't listen. He handed Little Silver over to her and went to snatch the prize alone. Little Silver, however, followed him instantly. It was hard to tell if it was worried about its master or worried he'd eat everything. Then, the light started to change again. Instead of just the peacock's green light, there were now flashes of red. The flower was ripe. The peacock seized the chance to go for the flower first, but something shot out from the pod, slashing its face and sending it fleeing in pain. The inexperienced lobster moved closer, but that creature flew out again, making a few light cuts that pierced right through its toughest shell. It had no choice but to retreat to the sea to save its own life. Only then did they realize the lotus pod wasn't a divine medicine at all. It was actually a nest for a swarm of pupa, and they were now hatching into venomous bees. It was unclear if they were part of the lotus, or if a mother bee had laid her larvae inside it. But with the current situation, there was no time to think about it. The bees began a frenzied slaughter, like a bloody feast had just opened. After starving inside the nest, who would dare stay and fight them now? Everyone ran for their lives. They only breathed a sigh of relief once they reached the beach. Those bees were absolutely terrifying. They didn't just attract birds, even sea creatures came ashore for them, only to be either eliminated or sent fleeing in terror. Speak of the devil. Hansen bolted, and the queen was shocked. Someone who could run faster than her, had to have unlocked their first gene lock. She just wondered why he would hide it. That queen's intuition was scary sharp. The two split up to increase their chances of survival. If the bees decided to chase only Hansen now, his luck would be completely rotten. He'd barely arrived on the island before facing a major disaster. It seems these bees had a soft spot for the queen, deciding to attack only the two guys, him and Little Silver. And you can't deny it, these things were fast, catching up in just a moment. Luckily for Hansen, he dodged the sting. Seeing his perfect dodge, the queen ran over to Hansen for backup, completely stunned that he could so expertly avoid the bees' attacks. He evaded at the last second, time and time again. It was less like a skill and more like he could actually predict its every move. His senses were razor sharp. He'd unlocked his seventh sense. But even with that foresight, he just wasn't fast enough for a direct attack. The queen knew she had to come up with the absolute perfect attack strategy. She pulled out her sacred blood shield, planning to charge forward and block the poison bee's path for Hansen. He saw her charging in from a distance and told her not to come, but when the queen makes up her mind, can anyone really stop her? Using the shield as a diversion, Hansen skillfully dodged, letting the bee fly directly toward it. Of course, the shield couldn't stop it. I mean, this thing shredded that super lobster's armor in 1 second, so what's a regular sacred blood shield gonna do? The queen combined her shield with a dagger attack, but the result was even more pathetic than before. The dagger shattered into a million pieces, and that's when Hansen noticed something. The shield was just pierced through, but this dagger completely shattered, and the bee frantically dodged the flying shards. It was clearly afraid of the pieces hitting a weak spot, and that weak spot had to be its back. Seizing the moment, Hansen knew he had to test his theory, or they'd both end up dead here. Drawing on the Snow Lady's power, Hansen launched a bare-handed assault straight at the poison bee's back, and just as he predicted, it dodged every single one of his moves. Once you know the secret, the game completely changes. The queen just stood there, completely baffled. How could someone so much slower than the bee predict its movements with perfect accuracy? With the bee's pattern figured out, Hansen used the chance to escape under the sea on a whale's back. The queen started to pout, annoyed that Hansen wouldn't share his secret. He could only awkwardly reply that he needed the pressure of a life-or-death battle to awaken that power. But come on, man. She'd noticed his weird abilities way before that. After all, it took the queen risking her life with 2 attacks for Hansen to finally see the bee's weakness. Feeling a little guilty, he was surprised when the queen offered the battle armor she was wearing to call it even for his little secret. So he knew the bee's weakness, but he still couldn't land a single hit. Every time he attacked, it just dodged. Besides, just like any other super creature, hitting it once wouldn't guarantee an easy kill. The weakness he'd found was only a weakness compared to its peers. Against him, it wasn't exactly a fatal flaw. Suddenly, Little Silver took off in a flash. Hansen wanted to go after him, but the queen blocked his path, warning him about the other 18 bees. But was Hansen really going to let his pet just disappear? Of course not. He immediately dove into the sea right after Little Silver. That little fox might as well have been born a troublemaker. Still, Hansen had a sliver of hope for his little companion. His appetite was legendary, but surely he wasn't reckless enough to risk his life over a little snack. Hansen hid behind a bush, slowly and carefully watching every single move his little son made. After checking around, Hansen couldn't sense the bees anywhere. Had they left? That would explain why Little Silver was acting so bold. The fox was determined to chew on that withered flower. Hansen panicked, rushing over to pull the lotus pod away before it was too late. It got a bite, and with good food in its mouth, all was forgotten. But on a closer look, it seemed to be searching for something at the flower's base. It was digging furiously. Hansen knew it had to be something good, so he took over the digging for his precious pet. Finally, he lifted up a sparkling lotus root. Before he could even rinse it, the little guy had already chomped off a third of it. Hansen just stood there complaining. After finishing its bite, the fox lunged for more. Luckily, he was fast enough to dodge. Such a glutton. Returning to the shore, he found the queen waiting for him, ready with a full-blown lecture on his recklessness. Hansen told her a half-truth, that Little Silver wanted to eat the lotus pod, and that all the poison bees had already flown away. They made it back safely. But he wasn't sure if the queen would buy the excuse that Little Silver had already eaten everything. But it was better than the alternative, since he definitely didn't want to share this treasure. It seems the queen grilled him for answers all night. The very next day, while floating on the sea, they spotted the peacock from before, and it was seriously injured. It lay on the shore, crying pitifully. This was a God-sent opportunity that Hansen simply could not ignore. As they got closer, they could see the peacock writhing in agony. But even so, they were still no match for it. They would have to wait a few more days. Hansen's only regret was that the meat was likely poisoned and inedible. Just as he said that, the sea erupted. A whirlpool formed at the shore, and from its center, the lobster from the other day shot into the air. It ferociously dragged the unfortunate peacock down into the sea, no matter how hard the creature fought to stay above water. The lobster just kept pulling it under. Strange thing was, it had been hit twice already but was still fighting this hard. Was it immune to poison? Good thing they kept their distance, otherwise they'd just be more food for that monstrous crayfish. Hansen knew taking this thing down would be tough, but he's faced down plenty of creatures before. He was just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and then he leaped, diving into the water and shocking the queen. Reaching the monster's territory, Hansen had to admit that peacock was tough. So weak, yet still fighting so fiercely. This was good. Let it live a little longer. He probably couldn't eat the meat, but if he timed this right, he could snag its beast soul. No matter how magnificent the peacock was, in its current state, it was destined to lose to the crayfish. Hansen used the bloody chaos to sneak in, searching for a fatal weak spot to steal the peacock's beast soul. This crayfish was absolutely savage, starting to carve up the bird before it was even dead. The peacock never imagined it would die by drowning. Hansen lurked nearby, masking his presence and slowly searching for the kill spot. He had one shot to make this work. If he failed, he was going to be the crayfish's next meal. His best guess was to attack the spot where the bee had stung it, since that area was already weak. Hansen then activated his ancient evil curse combined with his violent Jade Yang arts, ready to strike, but the crayfish spotted him. Of course, it wasn't about to let him go. But at this point, he had nothing left to lose. Hansen quickly plunged his sword down, taking the peacock's life just as the crayfish lunged forward. He had to summon his overlord evil armor just to block its massive pincer. Good thing he didn't use his yin-yang sutra, or he would have been toast. He got at the peacock bright-eye beast soul. His job here was done, now it was time to get out fast. But this thing was insanely fast, like it had a motor strapped to its tail. Then, a blast of electricity shot out, nearly frying them both. It was Little Silver. The little guy had been holding back, afraid he might accidentally hit Hansen. The little creature zipped forward, luring the crayfish away so Hansen could unleash his own electrical attack. But Little Silver was still just a baby. How could it possibly match the raw power of this ancient monster? Luckily, it dodged the deadly strike at the last second. To save his companion, Hansen summoned the Golden Sandworm Emperor to buy time. But it was over in a flash. One powerful snap from the crayfish, and the battle-hardened sandworm was done for. Watching his longtime companion get destroyed, Hansen's heart shattered. He swore he would get revenge for this. Little Silver was ready for round 2, but what could it do? Its older brother had just been snapped in half like a twig. Run, son, run. Listening to his father, Little Silver immediately bolted for the surface, and that's when it hit him. With his little companion gone, he was the next main course on the menu. He fled like a madman but couldn't shake it. The Thunderwing bird had to come out and protect him. Goodbye, my beautiful pet. He broke the surface thinking he was safe, but the crayfish launched right out after him. Luckily, he used no momentum force, kicking it right back down. The losses from this fight were absolutely devastating. Gliding over the sea, he finally spotted the queen holding Little Silver. They were safe, but its father was not okay. The moment he landed, he coughed up blood, his internal organs wrecked. Healing would take a long, long time. The queen realized they were close to a human sanctuary, a place where they could finally rest and recover. Suddenly, Little Silver pulls out 2 lotus roots from who knows where and just starts munching away. Once it had chewed them into a liquid, it rushed over, trying to feed its father a mouthful. Too weak to resist, he had no choice but to drink the lotus juice mixed with his son's saliva. But wow, this stuff was incredible. The moment he drank it, his Dongshuan Sutra leveled up, and his cells began regenerating at an insane rate. The queen was just standing by, but even she felt it her own. Change Heaven technique started to realign itself. It was because of an ancient fragrance coming from Hansen. Her own cultivation had been stuck for ages, and this was her chance to break through. When Hansen cracked open his eyes, he was shocked. He could actually see the streams of energy flowing inside the queen's body. Or more precisely, his ancient aura was resonating with her technique, allowing him to see it. He had just hit the absolute jackpot. Just by watching the energy flow, he could learn the Change Heaven technique himself. If the queen found out, she would absolutely murder him. From this day forward, he was the 3rd person to ever master the Change Heaven technique. Reaching a white stone beach, something suddenly flew past and hit him. The queen called it a flying eagle, one that could create a beast soul crossbow. He remembered he'd just gotten a crossbow from the peacock but had no arrows. If he could combine his new crossbow with that flying eagle's power, he might just be able to take down a superclass creature. Hansen followed the queen to the so-called human sanctuary, a massive heavenly pillar god mountain, towering so high it seemed to connect heaven and earth. Back at the Alliance base, Yanran clung to him, worried sick, but he was fine, in fact. He immediately started researching, guessing the god-blood flying eagle was on that mountain. Model. At the peak of Sky Pillar, people whispered about seeing a strange beast riding the clouds. It could even be a superclass creature. Before he could think, Chu Ding called, screaming for him to return because God's Domain Island had just appeared in the ice field. If he didn't hurry, he'd miss all the good prey. But how could he get back from White Sands? Man Li called, and he told her to stall for as long as possible. That island was guaranteed to have Spirit Royal's prime prey he can't lose. His only option now was to rely on Ping Qing. She seemed to have her own business to handle, but they agreed to meet in 2 days. The moment he landed at the White Sands Sanctuary, Ping Qing was completely floored, because her sister and Hansen appeared together. She had also heard he'd been invited to hunt a mysterious creature but had actually refused the offer. Seeing his predicament, the queen offered to send him back to the ice field immediately, but Hansen had absolutely no intention of cooperating with Tyrant. With that settled, everyone quickly went their separate ways. Ping Qing went shopping with Hansen, fascinated by how a second god sanctuary rookie had convinced the queen to let him join the team. He said nothing, simply walking to a weapons stall to buy some arrows. Meanwhile, the queen was negotiating with her team to let Hansen join, but the arrogant Tyrant flatly refused, calling the undisciplined newcomer a ticking time bomb. Hearing everyone's opinion, the queen didn't argue, she just quit. And just like that, everyone started to panic. Did their years of camaraderie mean nothing to her? But she had her own code, and her sole purpose was to hunt superclass creatures. Yet they hadn't caught one in years. They thought they were getting stronger daily, but in reality, the team had suffered massive losses. With their strength plummeting, what were feelings worth? So adding or removing a member was irrelevant. She just needed someone useful. She absolutely refused to give up. Leaving little lazy cat behind, the queen still had her own mission to follow. When it came to feelings, a person like her had no right to even speak on them. Hansen grew curious, what kind of huge mission could the queen possibly have? Ping Qing didn't know either. In the entire dojo, only 2 people could actually get through to her. And sadly, Ping Qing wasn't one of them. Before returning to the ice field, Hansen decided to do some hunting. He didn't get far before those 3 blocked his path. They demanded he fight one of them. If he won, he could join. But as he already said, he had no interest in this. Lazy Cat heard this and snapped, unleashing all her unspoken frustration with the queen directly onto Hansen. But her martial arts were nothing but a joke to him. Tiansu rushed in to help, but Lazy Cat refused to back down, ready for a life-or-death fight with Hansen. Tyrant could see it clearly. Hansen was fighting 2-on-1, his presence undiminished, and he hadn't even drawn his sword. His power was just too overwhelming. Tyrant stopped waiting, unleashing his own strength and charging in, successfully forcing Hansen to draw his sword. But that only made him end the fight even faster and cleaner. The duel was over, and Tyrant was the first one to bolt. Only Lazy Cat stayed behind, acknowledging his power and admitting they had underestimated him. Hansen then realized the queen had been observing from the side the entire time. He knew she had complicated feelings for them, but ultimately, she had her mission, and useless people would be cast aside. If one day she became truly useless, she wouldn't mind if Hansen abandoned her. She also suspected a super creature was really on Sky Pillar's peak. She waited for Hansen, and they traveled together to the base of Sky Pillar. The queen warned him beforehand to keep an eye on the Chen family. Chen Tian was not a man to be underestimated. Hearing the name, Hansen recalled his carefree subordinate, Chu Ding, back home. He was an illegitimate son of the Chen family. When they were together, no matter how much Hansen prodded, he never revealed a single word about them. As a result, he'd never managed to get any useful information. Of course, the queen had her own reasons for the warning. The Chen family had unlocked their first gene lock 80 years ago, and the sanctuary's history was only a little over 100 years. Back then, the Chen family must have been absolute titans in this world. And Hansen's group didn't have to wait very long. Chenran arrived on a black tiger, leading his troops right to them. The moment he spoke, it was all fake pleasantries. But in truth, he stayed glued to the queen's side, worried she might catch the super creature before they did. They walked for a long time, and strangely, not a single creature was in sight, even though Little Silver wasn't with them. Chenran explained that within a 1-kilometer radius, no creature dared to get close. He couldn't understand what was so scary about a giant, moldy skeleton on the ground. Looking at it, Hansen just thought about how delicious it would be. He might even get some gene points from it. Xu Dongjin from the Chen family stepped forward and aggressively struck the bone with his sword. But it was hopeless. The bone wasn't even scratched. The others moved closer to the skeleton to get a better look. Its teeth, uncleaned for ages, were covered in tangled moss and weeds. But Hansen's eyes were the sharpest of all. He spotted a gourd hiding behind the thick vines. He reached out to pull it down, but the vine was too tough. So, it wasn't that the others hadn't seen it. It was that they had tried to pull it free countless times and failed. Knives and even fire couldn't do any damage to it. Hearing that just made Hansen want to try even more. He immediately drew his sword and struck, but just as Dongjin said, it did absolutely nothing. But his hand was trembling slightly. Unable to use his weapon, he tried using his first gene lock instead, and the gourd snapped off with surprising ease. Hansen didn't bother explaining, just saying he casually pulled it down. Seeing the commotion, Chenron came over to join the fun. It was hard to tell if the old man suspected Hansen of anything, but on the surface, he was all smiles, figuring the vine was just weak from the withered tree. Who knows? Maybe it was a gift fallen from the heavens. Hansen simply tucked the gourd into his bag, and they continued their journey up the mountain. They hadn't gone far when the newly acquired gourd started acting up. Something inside was clearly vibrating. Cracks started to form on the shell. As he peeked through one, a familiar flash of red light shot past his eye. With a whoosh, Queen heard the sound and turned back. But Hansen seemed perfectly fine, so he didn't say a word to her about it. Could this gourd be like that flower altar, spawning a swarm of venomous bees to chase them down? The group just kept moving. Hansen couldn't help but wonder just how tall this sky pillar was. 2 days of climbing and they still weren't there. What Dongjin said next was even more shocking. 2 days of travel, and they were only halfway there. The road ahead was long. Suddenly, Chenran's entire group went on high alert. Hearing the distant sound of hooves, Chenran immediately ordered everyone into a nearby cave to take cover. The sound of hooves grew louder. Through the small cave opening, they could faintly see a fiery red glow getting closer and closer. A horse-like super creature, completely engulfed in crimson clouds. Just like the legend said, this was definitely a super-class beast. No one knows how many lives had been lost under its hooves. Chenran had led them on a detour, yet they still ran right into it. You truly never know what's going to happen. Once the horse was gone, everyone quickly scrambled to leave. Getting caught in its sight meant certain death. After a grueling journey, the 5 of them finally saw the peak of the sky pillar. The summit was shrouded in thick clouds and mist, surrounding a massive, ancient tree. This single tree was home to tens of thousands of mutant creatures. Large birds alone numbered over 1,000, and the sky eagle was definitely among them. To hunt it, they'd have to tear through this entire flock. But just looking at the sheer numbers, they'd be asking for a world of unnecessary trouble. Chenran stepped up to explain. While the numbers were huge, he said most creatures stick to their own territory. The sky eagle should be somewhere near the very top of the giant tree. Hansen realized Chenran was only escorting them because he didn't want his precious firehorse prey to fall into someone else's hands. Not wanting to waste any more time, Hansen decided to go hunt the sky eagle alone. Queen had no problem with this, but Chenran's group was still skeptical of the newcomer. All they knew was that Queen's Dongxuan Sutra was powerful. They were convinced Hansen couldn't handle such massive numbers. Even the Chen family, who knew the sky-piercing sword arts, wouldn't dare fight a flock that size. The moment Hansen took flight, the birds went into full attack mode, swarming together and completely blacking out the sky. These birds were small. The sky eagle might not even be among them, but he had to dig through the swarm to find out. From the ground, Dongjin's jaw dropped, watching Hansen's terrifying speed in the air. Every single move he made hit its mark, with 0 mistakes. His sacred blood peacock wings danced through the sky. Not even every subordinate of the Chen family was lucky enough to own a pair. For someone as young as Hansen to have them was truly extraordinary. Up above, the massacre continued. It was impossible to count the number of bird corpses falling from his attacks. He finally carved a path to the end of the flock, where a ferocious eagle lunged at him. After fighting for so long, he didn't care if it was the sky eagle or not. Anything in his way had to die. But this thing was tough. Its wings were even faster than his own sacred blood wings. No matter how many he cut down, another wave of creatures surged forward. Hansen had to maintain a safe distance from them. Otherwise, he could fight until he collapsed and still not be finished. Down below, Queen watched quietly, certain Hansen could take the sky eagle in 3 strikes. Meanwhile, Chenran wore a strange smile. He had seen through Hansen's technique, the Dongxuan Sutra. He also knew that Queen's master would never teach this skill to a third person. There was definitely something mysterious about this Hansen. Everyone watched Hansen's every move. By his 20-second strike, they still couldn't believe anyone could take down the Sky Eagle in 30 slashes. Someone was clearly bluffing. But they were about to eat their words. He didn't even need 30 strikes. With a quick 1-2 combo, Hansen slayed the Sky Eagle in a total of 24 slashes. Seeing the ridiculous looks on their faces, Queen smirked to herself. This was her little brother, after all. But up in the air, Hansen was confused, no notification. Mutant creature hunted. Okay, just to be sure, he flew back and crushed the eagle's head with one hand. Unfortunately, he didn't get a beast soul. To avoid raising Shenron's suspicions, Hansen quickly flew back down. But before he did, he saw something behind the canopy emitting immense pressure. A black crow, sitting quietly in its nest. The sight alone sent a shiver down his spine. That thing was definitely a super creature. As Hansen landed, he was met with praise from Shenron's group. But all he could think about was that crow. The way it sat so still, could it be nesting on eggs? But getting involved with it was a bad idea. So he immediately pulled the queen away. At first, she thought he was talking nonsense. But a second later, the crow awoke. It shot through the canopy, savagely flying towards Hansen and the queen. They scrambled madly down the mountain. But the group behind them wasn't so lucky. One guy was gone in under a minute. This thing was insanely fast, closing a huge gap in seconds. But even more shocking was how the hunched-over Shenron was keeping up. One by one, the group was picked off by the bird's claws. Seeing this, the queen suddenly had a brilliant idea. You need a super creature to take down a super creature. And those two horses just happened to be on this pillar. Hansen thought it was impossible. It took them 5 days just to escape its range before. They would be crow food long before they ever found the horses. But nothing is impossible for the queen. She unleashed her power, and the horse-like creature was immediately drawn to its source. In less than 10 seconds, it was locked onto the owner of that power. She began luring it down another path. The plan was to pit the two creatures against each other. Maybe the crow would find this flashy horse more interesting than them. After a short chase, the red horse's face tensed up. It looked like it was done playing this little game. It accelerated, closing the distance to the queen in an instant. All the while, Hansen watched them both from the sky. The horse was getting too close. Hansen dove to intercept, firing a volley of arrows from his peacock crossbow. But it was useless. Without godblood arrows, the normal shots did nothing to it. This thing was an absolute monster. It didn't just catch up, it cut them off, blocking their path forward. Dragging this out was clearly not an option. They leaped from a cliff, heading towards the giant skeleton they'd seen before. But even at 1 kilometer away, the horse didn't stop. The two of them scrambled inside the skeleton's frame. And just as Shenron's people had said, no creature dared to touch it, but it stayed right outside, enraged. This skeleton was so terrifying it scared even superclass creatures. Still, they couldn't stay here for long. Who knew if they had just walked into another death trap? From a distance, they saw Shenron's group had made it down the mountain. They didn't expect to run right back into what they were avoiding. Seeing Hansen safe inside, the old man scurried in, gasping for air. A moment later, the crow arrived to join the party. How could they possibly escape? Shenron said he'd try to think of a way out, but after a full day of thinking, he still had nothing. As night fell, Hansen remembered the gourd he'd found. The next morning, with both creatures still outside, Shenron finally spoke up. He declared that as a true man, he couldn't just sit here and die of hunger and thirst. They had to figure out a way to save the group. And so, his proposal was born. Split into 2 groups and run from the skeleton's head and tail. Hansen immediately started connecting the dots. Anyone running from the tail would be at a huge disadvantage. The horse was closer to the back, and the crow would surely follow it. The rear team would get slaughtered. This old man better choose the groups fairly, or else. But to his surprise, Shenron volunteered to take the rear position, saying it was his idea. Plus, he claimed he was the fastest, making him the best bait for the beasts. But he had one condition. Hansen had to lead his brothers from the front, ensuring they escaped safely. Oh man, his subordinates were so touched by their great boss. Everything went according to the plan except it didn't. Instead of attacking the group at the tail, the horse attacked the side with more bait. The crow agreed. The front group was toast. The queen almost ran for it, but Hansen pulled her back inside. And that's when it hit them they'd all been tricked. Thinking back, a creature that long couldn't possibly have such a short tail. It didn't make sense. The real tail must have been massive, buried under the dirt over time. Of course, the two beasts would chase Hansen's direction. After being here so long, there's no way Shenron didn't know that. What a complete bastard. But in this disaster, Hansen saw an opportunity. When the horse realized Chen Ran's group was out of range of the tail, it started to turn and attack them instead. Hansen waited for his chance, letting them lure the horse a kilometer away. That was their opening. The moment came, and Hansen ran first, clearing a path for the queen. But these vines were not easy to get through. He got cut with every single swipe, and the predators noticed the movement. The crow immediately swooped in to attack, carving a huge gash in Hansen's back. He turned as the crow got tangled in the vines. It struggled wildly, but the more it fought, the tighter the vines wrapped around it. At the same time, the gourd began to react. It was pulsing like a strong heartbeat. The wound was too deep. Hansen collapsed to the ground in agony. He watched the crow scream as vines pierced right through its body. They kept growing, attacking their prey as the creature shrieked. Exhausted and tangled in vines, its will to live hadn't been extinguished just yet. With one powerful flap, it tore free from the demonic vines, sending a volley of feathers out like porcupine quills. Good thing Hansen had his cloak, or he'd be covered in fresh cuts. The feathers sparked Hansen's curiosity, so he asked the queen to test their toughness. Turns out, her godblood weapon was no match for them. Hansen had struck gold, carefully gathering every last feather he could find. His peacock crossbow was about to get a serious upgrade. All it would take was a little careful craftsmanship. He generously offered half to the queen, but she quickly refused, saying she had no use for them. Hey, if she didn't want them, even better, he kept the whole lot. Besides, they couldn't just sit here and wait to die. The queen carefully helped him along. She knew he could walk, but every single second counted. If that crow came back, they'd be in serious trouble. She made it clear this was strictly business. He just needed to behave and stay put. Hansen had to admit, this was a little weird. It was the first time anyone had ever helped him in the sanctuary, and a woman at that. But any feelings of gratitude vanished when he pictured a girl carrying him down a mountain. Yeah, the image was more than a little awkward. After some quick work, Hansen had crafted a set of top-tier arrows from the crow's feathers, and they didn't disappoint. These things were the real deal, a rare and powerful find. But even with all that power, combined with the peacock crossbow, they couldn't even scratch the mysterious gourd, which, thinking about it, made sense. If the crow itself got wrecked by the vines, what good would its leftover feathers be? Hansen was completely stumped by this thing. Fearing another incident like the poison bees, he figured it was safer to just toss it. But who knew his own son, Xiao Yin, would be so obsessed with it? The second his dad threw it, the kid scrambled over to snatch it back. If the little guy was going to keep it so close, then maybe the gourd wasn't a threat to them after all. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the peaceful father-son moment. Chen Ran had somehow heard that Hansen and Chu Ting were good friends, and claimed Chu Ting had asked him to look out for Hansen, inviting him over for a friendly visit. But Hansen wasn't about to accept any gifts from this particular Trojan horse. Besides, he was heading to the ice field soon. Who knew what kind of scheme this crew was plotting? A peaceful negotiation seemed completely off the table. Chen Ran cut right to the chase, offering him 50,000 to transport a batch of beast souls over to Chu Ting. Hansen's internal calculator immediately started running. The ice field had massive demand and almost no supply. A quick estimate put the total profit in the billions, and this old geezer was offering him a measly 50,000? It was an insult. Absolutely pathetic. Hansen's counteroffer was a three-way split, 20% for him, 20% for Chu Ting, and 20% for the old man. He could see the old man gearing up to give his classic speech about how young people need experience, not money, the same crap every boss pulls. So Hansen just walked away. It was insane that anyone still followed this guy after he sacrificed his own men to save his skin. Chen Ran ordered his men to tail Hansen, telling them to report the second he stepped out of the sanctuary. One look at that shameless old face, and Hansen knew whatever he was planning, it wasn't going to be good. 2 days later, Hansen left the sanctuary's territory, using Quiet's map to head back to the ice field. He'd already sniffed out the little rats on his tail, looking at this mob. Their intent was crystal clear. They were here to kill him. The group's thick-lipped leader started acting high and mighty, laying out the terms, answer his questions, and maybe he'd let him live. He wanted to know Hansen's secret. How did he gather so many genes and unlock his first gene lock so soon after entering the second god's sanctuary? Asking a genius for his secret? Yeah, that was their first mistake. The sweet talk was over. A fight was coming. Recalling the golden, haired howler, Hansen unleashed his incredible speed. A rain of arrows from his opponents was nothing more than business as usual for him. As the next volley flew, Hansen launched a surprise attack from inside the dust cloud, using the arrows as cover as his blade sliced through the air. Flawless technique. Hansen was stronger, but he didn't have the advantage yet. It was time to use his dual sword technique. He summoned his silver snake to help out. He couldn't help but find it amusing that this hulking giant of a man was named Huang Tu, which meant yellow rabbit. Even more interesting was the powerful bond the man shared with his sword. Hansen had no quarrel with him and sincerely advised him to walk away. But seeing Huang Tu's absolute determination to crush him, Hansen decided he was done holding back. It was time to show him what real swordplay looked like. Hansen saw right through Chenron's plan. Use Huang Tu to exhaust his opponent's stamina, then move in for the kill. And sure enough, the old man was just waiting for Hansen to get worn down before making his treacherous move. He truly believed a sneak attack from behind would be the final blow to end Hansen's life. But the old man was dead wrong. This was the opening Hansen was waiting for, even if his opponent's aura was intense. This guy was seriously powerful, making Chu Ting look like a total amateur. The moment he was in range, Hansen seized his chance and attacked. But his opponent's blade was something else entirely, capable of deflecting an attack right back at its owner. Chenron must have seen this coming, because his arrogance only grew. He saw Hansen was trapped, and actually advised him to just give up. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold back, not even for Chu Ting's sake. Chenron just laughed and charged forward with Huang Tuo. They wanted a quick finish. So what if Hansen knew Yi Tianshu? To an old master like him, it meant nothing. Hearing Hansen's words, Chenron grew even more furious, claiming Yi Tianshu actually belonged to the Chen family. What right did Huangfu have teaching it to others? Seriously, where did this Chen family's Yi Tianshu even come from? Chenron suddenly changed his plans. He wouldn't kill Hansen anymore. No, he'd drag him to Huangfu and settle this once and for all. Hansen was getting tired of this. For a so-called master, he sure did rely on a lot of dirty tricks and sneak attacks. Enough of these games. Hansen pulled out his new favorite toy. But seeing the crossbow, Chenron just burst into laughter. He expected some rare treasure, not this useless piece of junk. Well, time for Hansen's crossbow to shatter that definition for him. A single arrow effortlessly blasted right through the old man's golden and silver shields. The sheer force of the impact sent Chenron flying backward, coughing up blood like some over-the-top action hero. That was it time to use the legendary family technique, Jing Tian Chi. He was confident in his skills. Too bad the arrow was better. So much for his ultimate move. An arrow slammed into Chenron's chest, sending him flying. He looked absolutely wrecked. Huang Tuo, ignoring the danger, charged forward to attack, only for Hansen's arrow to cleanly take off one of his arms. Seeing their leader get decimated, the other minions fled for their lives. Only Huang Tuo remained, loyal to Chenron for saving him once. He was determined to fight to his last breath. Respecting that loyalty, Hansen decided to grant him an honorable end. He approached the downed Chenron, who was too injured to move, and made his demand, hand over the Jingtian Chi technique. In exchange, his life would be spared. But of course, it wasn't happening. Losing to a kid was shameful enough. Trading his family's secret for his own life? Dream on. Before Hansen could say a word, Chenron took poison, ending it all. He may have been hunting Hansen, but dying to protect his clan's secrets, that was the act of a truly honorable man. And for someone like Hansen, who was trying to build up good karma, leaving an honorable man to rot in the wilderness wasn't an option. He prepared a funeral pyre as a final sign of respect. But not even 30 seconds into this touching moment, old man Chenron rose from the dead. Of course, this guy had no honor to speak of. Hours later, Chenron found himself hanging upside down. He was forced to recite Jing Tian Chi for Hansen, over and over and over again. But the old man insisted he was the real deal, warning Hansen not to tell the world he was his teacher, or else his new lease on life would be forfeit. Hansen decided to test his theory. The old man's wounds weren't fatal, not yet. As Hansen cultivated, the power radiating from him unknowingly began to heal the wounds on Chenron's chest. But here's the thing. What the old man was reciting had absolutely nothing in common with what Chu Ting had shown him. Hearing this, Chenron completely lost it. How could someone else have already leaked the secret technique? The moment Hansen drew his sword, the old man panicked, insisting Chu Ting was an illegitimate child with no right to learn the true Jing Tian Chi. At best, he learned a cheap imitation called Jing Tian Jie. Besides, Chu Ting's body wasn't even suited for the art. The version he practiced was just a lesser offshoot. Seeing the old man clam up, Hansen quickly switched subjects. He brought up what was mentioned earlier. What was the real connection between Jing Tian Chi and Yi Tianshu? And so, Chenron began to tell his tale. Long ago, a Chen ancestor discovered a set of techniques in an ancient tomb. It included both Jing Tian Chi and Yi Tianshu, but Huangfu ambushed him, stealing the Yi Tianshu technique for himself. This theft made it impossible to unify the secret arts and unleash their true potential. He claimed that although they're trained differently, mastering both Yi Tianshu and Jing Tianqi allows them to be combined into one. The story sounded exactly like something the scummy Huang Fu would do, but Hansen had already spotted the flaws in the old man's version. He began listing the true sequences. After Tong Xuan Guan comes Shang Xuan Yu, not Xia Ju. After Yu Mendu comes Zuo Xing Shang Qi. Hansen recited the entire correct list of moves, leaving Chenron completely stunned. He instinctively tried to blame Chu Ting, but then he remembered. Chu Ting never learned the real version anyway. His specially crafted fake technique had been exposed in an instant. The game was up. Time for the final curtain call. Hansen prepared to send this old fox on his way for good. He decided to get a move on. While he didn't fully understand the Yi Tian art, he knew it shared some common ground with the Dongxuan Sutra. Hansen figured he had to give it a shot and see what would happen. After one last look at the old man's detestable face, Hansen casually flicked a flame, incinerating the giant hanging chrysalis. Xiao Yin saw his master leaving and leaped onto his shoulder. That pleasant scent came from absorbing the Dongxuan Sutra, and then an idea suddenly hit him. Maybe the gourd was also drawn to him because of the sutra. The way it absorbed energy was just way too suspicious. As he crossed the valley, Hansen continuously practiced the Yi Tian art and 7 twists in midair. His learning ability was truly on another level. Just by using the Dongxuan Sutra to mimic those 2 secret arts, he could already stay airborne for over 10 minutes. Imagine how good he'd be if he learned Fei Tian. Soon enough, he caught sight of the god's ruin island that Zhu Ting had mentioned. Before he even landed on the island, vicious birds were already swarming him from above. After kicking a few of them aside, Hansen immediately went to find Man Li to get a handle on the situation. According to their intel, over a dozen godblood creatures were hiding in that place. It had to be the Sacred Blood Royal Shelter, but they had no one who could fly up there, which meant they had absolutely no way to attack the place. Of course, a job like this was perfect for Hansen. Using that as an excuse, Zhu Ting quickly came to find him. He didn't give a clear answer, but everyone knew what his decision would be. The death of one of their elders naturally threw the Chen family into chaos, dealing them a significant blow. Being one of the enemy's men, Zhu Ting felt it was his duty to assassinate Hansen for his people. But he knew he was nowhere near strong enough. So, all this time, he had stayed inside the shelter without leaving. Hansen even assured him he would be safe and that everything would be okay. Although he couldn't tell if Zhu Ting was genuinely good or just faking it, he was useful for now. A little caution couldn't hurt. Hansen quickly found a way to approach the island. He was a bit stunned when he saw it. How could a royal shelter possibly be so tiny? But as they say, you can't judge a book by its cover. The shelter was teeming with incredibly powerful mutant creatures. He could tell it was just as dangerous as the sisters' shelter. The moment he landed, 2 snakes began to approach him menacingly. But one look from the little fox on his shoulder sent them scurrying right back home. Such a good boy, he thought with pride. A sudden disturbance in the air made Hansen shout, "Who dares defy the order and try to steal this prize from me?" The man's skills were impressive, yet Hansen didn't recognize him. He must not be from the ice field. This guy wasn't playing nice, either. Seeing a rival, he charged in to attack, afraid of losing his prize. The man's swordsmanship was so strong that Hansen struggled to counter, realizing he needed an opening to draw. After a few exchanges, it hit him the guy was attacking because he thought Hansen was a spirit. Seriously, did he look like some kind of pathetic spirit to him? To be fair, you couldn't really blame the guy's judgment. The mutant beasts were all avoiding Hansen out of fear, which led the man to that conclusion. As soon as he heard Hansen's famous name, Wang Yuheng immediately introduced himself as Wang Mangmang's uncle. The young girl had once asked her uncle to help Hansen if he ever ran into him, but clearly he didn't need it. Hearing the man's identity, Hansen dropped his hostile attitude. Yuheng was 20 years older than Mangmang, so Hansen could call him either uncle or big brother. Since they were acquainted, they decided to fight together. Whoever killed a creature got to keep it, and Hansen would become the master of this shelter. That was the deal. But when he saw the absolutely gorgeous butterfly spirit, the uncle felt a twinge of regret. Still, a promise was a promise, so he let Hansen handle it. Sensing the enemy approaching, the spirit immediately entered its attack mode. Hansen didn't block, choosing to dodge head-on. As soon as he landed safely, he summoned his 2 trump cards, the Yin and Yang princesses. Uncle Wang watched from the side, completely stunned. He couldn't believe his niece's friend was this dangerous. Leaving the 2 sisters to keep the spirit busy, Hansen dashed straight for the soul stone. Since when did his niece have such a powerful friend? He'd captured the royal spirit of God's ruin island in less than 5 seconds. Uncle Wang was truly blown away. Wang Yuheng wondered what Hansen ate to have such incredible luck. He'd been in the ice field for so long and had never captured such a beautiful spirit. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, it was that they'd always self-destruct the moment they saw him. He wasn't a bad-looking guy. So why wasn't he as popular with the spirits? It seemed that after decades of being single, he still dreamed of being served by beautiful spirit ladies. He offered to buy the spirit from Hansen, saying the price was negotiable. Seeing the man acting like this, Hansen suddenly had a surge of generosity. He promised to help Wang Yuheng capture a strange spirit, and so began Wang Yuheng's tale of never-ending bad luck. Legend says this guy is practically cursed by the god of misfortune. All his friends are dudes, and teachers always give him extra attention. When he plays games, he has a supernatural ability to lose every single time. As long as Wang Yuheng is there, nobody else has to worry. Hearing about this epic track record, a chosen one like Hansen started to get seriously nervous. His own luck was on a major hot streak. Running into this jinx could curse him forever, and his life would be over. Then he realized they'd caught the eye of a monstrous creature, a massive dragon, weaving in and out of the clouds. It caught up to them in no time. From behind the mist, a set of freshly sharpened claws appeared, ready to terrorize them. It started breathing fire, forcing the two of them to split up and run. But like we said, Wang Yuheng's bad luck is world-class. The dragon aimed its fire exclusively at him, letting loose with everything it had. Hansen hadn't planned on interfering, but the guy was so sincere. Plus, he was Manman's uncle, he couldn't just leave him. But in this sea of flames, Hansen only had one shot. Whether Yuheng could seize this chance to survive was completely up to fate now. The dragon just kept blasting away, more fiercely each time. Wang Yuheng was about to be turned into a roasted chicken, and Hansen still couldn't find the creature's weak spot. In the end, he could only think of one thing: attack its eyes. Its speed had slowed, so it would struggle to chase him down. He didn't hesitate. Hansen aimed and fired straight at the dragon's eye, but its eyelid was faster, slamming shut instantly. The tough skin protected the eyeball, but Hansen's arrow still tore a nasty gash. The dragon was beyond furious. "I was going to spare you, but you just had to push it. Taste my rage." Luckily, Hansen managed to duck under a cliff. He barely escaped getting barbecued. Seeing Wang Yuheng just standing there blankly, he yelled at him to distract the dragon. This would give him the opening he needed. Seriously, he was about to be cooked alive, and that guy was just doing nothing. Hansen nearly choked. Watching that surprisingly sexy hip swaying, he finally understood why the dude was still single. He never imagined the dragon would actually be mesmerized by Yuheng's hips, unleashing the most intense fireworks show in the galaxy. Well, at least he was trying. He could be the comedian. Hansen would just have to be the one to save their reputation. As Hansen closed in, he realized his quiver was empty. With no weapons left, it was time to go back to old-fashioned brawling. He activated his life force and Jade Storm techniques. Instead of attacking normally, he focused on the bloody wound his arrow had made on its eyelid. That arrow was incredibly tough. It could definitely withstand a few more kicks without breaking. Without a second thought, Hansen flew up and kicked the arrow with all his might. It drove the arrowhead deep into the eye socket. The dragon roared in agony, but Hansen was like an annoying fly it just couldn't swat. It couldn't hit him, no matter what it tried. Done with the fight, it flapped its wings to escape. A prime target was getting away. How could Hansen let an opportunity like this slip by? He gave chase instantly. As everyone below watched the entire spectacle unfold, the bureau chief was right, this guy was the real deal. As he chased the wheezing dragon, Hansen was sure he could finish the job. It wasn't as strong as that crow he fought before, but it was still useful. But you know what they say, even a cornered worm will turn. The dragon spat a fireball that incinerated his arrow, then immediately closed the distance. Someone must have been looking out for him. Hansen's reflexes were insane, and he summoned his armor just in time before its charge crushed his bones. He struggled out from under a thick layer of ice. You really can't underestimate any of these superclass creatures. The fire hadn't died down. Just as Hansen was about to end this epic battle, his amazing son flew in to block the attack. Little Silver's power was actually strong enough to suppress this Kirin dragon. But Hansen knew his son couldn't hold on for long. "All right, son, let's take this dragon down together." He launched a flying kick straight into its other eye. The Kirin dragon roared in pure agony. Its end was near. Now it was just a matter of how long it could cling to life. And with that, it used every last ounce of its strength to flee. The chase went on for 5 straight days. At last, the Kirin dragon took its final breath over the ocean. Holding the fire Kirin tyrant dragon beast soul, Hansen finally relaxed. He was just glad Wang Yuheng's bad luck didn't seem to be contagious. Looking closer, the beast soul itself was incredibly tiny. It was a huge difference from the other beast souls he'd acquired. Before he could think, the dragon's corpse began to dissolve. The surrounding water started boiling like a hot spring from the intense heat. Soon, the entire body had completely melted away. A life essence gradually formed in the water. It tried to escape at first, but Hansen was way too fast for it. The problem was, the heat was just too intense. He had to use his peacock crossbow to handle it. Even little Silver's leg got burned. Returning across the sea, they found their dear uncle Wang Yuhang, who had been waiting a very, very long time for Hansen. It wasn't just about bagging the Qilin dragon. He was more hyped about finding such a talented partner. But on the next leg of the journey, Hansen's face darkens. He silently curses whoever paired him up with this guy. He feared Wang Yuhang's bad luck might attract some unholy monsters to his sanctuary, which would be a complete disaster. But thinking it over, the guy was key to taming the Lin Long. A talent like that couldn't just be ignored. On one side, people were hailing Hansen as a legend, a single man taking on a superclass creature. On the other, a vocal group mocked him as nothing but a braggart. Back at base, Hansen called his mother to check on things at home. Thinking of the Lin Long, Hansen prepared for a new journey to find a gem that could fuse mutant beast souls with his violent Lin. He suddenly remembered a dragon that he and Yi Dongmu had run into before. It looked like a superclass violent dragon. Now that he had the peacock crossbow, a showdown didn't sound so bad. He figured it was best to move quietly, avoiding trouble and especially avoiding the walking disaster himself, Wang Yuhang. And speak of the devil. It was like the guy was hiding under his bed, because Wang Yuhang was already there waiting for him. The second they met, Yuhang's motor mouth started up, revealing someone from the Godslayer's shelter had slain a super creature. It wasn't a leak about Hansen. This person had a serious background. His paternal family was the one who took the creature down. Those Han Jingzi genes were no joke. Now that the first had succeeded, more were sure to follow. Achieving a perfect super geno core was officially just a matter of time. Hansen didn't hide his own plans to hunt a berserk sacred blood beast, telling Yuhang he could tag along. Of course, he was thrilled. They quickly found the red-scaled dragon. It had been a while. Its scales were now white, but its love for napping was unchanged. Remembering how well Wang Yuhang performed his bait last time, Hansen let him lure the dragon again. He'd handle the attack personally this time, with his usual irritating presence and a well-aimed rock. One hit was enough to send the dragon into attack mode. Hansen followed close behind. Hansen's arrow was tiny compared to the dragon's armor, but it was forged from the essence of a super creature. The dragon was just a berserk sacred blood beast, so it should be manageable. But before he could fire, Mr. Bad Luck sent another gift. Out of nowhere, a colossal skeletal elephant appeared and one-shotted the dragon, sending it into oblivion. The two of them were damn lucky to escape with their lives. Hansen had to wonder how Wang Yuhang even survived hunting when he ran into monsters like this. He admitted it, other people always saved him. Hansen figured if the guy wasn't from the powerful Wang family, his life would be even more tragic than his own used to be. Seeing a bit of himself in the guy, Hansen extended an offer a spot on his official creature hunting team. All he had to do was follow orders, and he would finally have a group to belong to. Wang Yuhang was ecstatic. Despite his power, he was always an outcast, even as a member of the Wang family. Hansen had given him a new chance. Fired up, Yuhang immediately joined, already planning how to recruit more talent for the team. They journeyed back together to the ghostly sanctuary. The moment Yuhang met Xiaoling, he praised how adorable she was. But Hansen kept them apart, not wanting to risk his sister catching the bad luck. It was unclear if Lei Hengyu and Yuhang knew each other, but Yuhang immediately started hyping him up. For now, Hansen's newly formed team had just 2 members. To build some team spirit, Yuhang introduced their director, admitting Hansen was fierce, but his power was absolutely terrifying. He could take down a super creature solo like it was nothing, a truly reliable leader. Suddenly, someone interrupted his speech. It was Luo Hui from another team, drawn there by Lei Hengyu's reputation. Seeing Luo Hui from the Blue Blood Special Forces shocked everyone. A big shot like him recruiting personally meant the competition was fierce. He made Hansen an offer, but our guy wasn't interested in being an employee. He preferred being the boss, so he gave a nod and left. On the way back, Wang Yuhang couldn't stop complaining about the huge missed opportunity. The trip was a real eye-opener, motivating Hansen to make his goddess shelter even stronger enough to surpass the ghostly sanctuary. While he didn't get Lei Hengyu on his team, he did find a perfect violent dragon beast soul for his own violent Lin dragon. Now that he had the prize, there was no reason to wait. It was time for fusion. Hansen practically prayed before starting the process. After all, He only had this one super-class beast, Soul Gem. If it failed, who knew how long it would take to find another? Luckily, he was with Wang Yuhang. Being near him for this long hadn't infected him with bad luck. In fact, the Beast Soul Gem fusion was a complete success. With this new power now in his hands, that skeletal elephant better watch out. He was coming for it. With the black crystal fused, its evolution kicked in, rocketing from superclass straight to berserk. Hansen just kept getting stronger. But this was his first super creature evolution, and he had no idea how long it would take. In the meantime, the smartest move was finding a compatible super Geno art to combine with it. Xiaoling found Hansen, looking like she needed to tell him something. They headed to the shelter together. Seems she didn't want to go shopping alone. Suddenly, a couple spotted the adorable little Silver and Meowth on Hansen and immediately walked over wanting to buy them. But then Hansen hit them with a wild price, 7 billion. The husband balked, but one kiss from his wife and he was ready to deal. Whatever makes her happy. He pulled Hansen aside to negotiate, and turns out, he was actually Lin Feng's older brother. As a favor to Lin Feng, he agreed to rent the two pets for 3 days for 50 million. On one condition, they had to be returned unharmed. That scoundrel Hansen had almost forgotten about Lin Feng. Once he remembered, he figured the deal wasn't half bad, but he only agreed to rent out Meowth and raised the price to 1 billion. Lin Wei was thrilled and wanted to put on a little show for his wife. The moment they stepped out, he was already in character, claiming 1 billion was a total steal. He even pretended he wanted to sell the black cat. 1 billion was crazy. But his wife stepped in. Just the cat would be more than enough. This woman definitely knew how to spend. A few days later, Wang Yuhang came tearing through, desperately looking for Hansen with urgent news. A powerful creature had burst out of the mountains, completely leveling a nearby shelter. Luo Hui was scrambling his forces to stop it. Before it got any further, Hansen was on the move. He thought it was a new threat. Nope, it was that elephant from before. He didn't have to find it, it found them first. Luo Hui's forces were already in formation, waiting. He'd even hired a whole drumline. The massive army swarmed forward, but one stomp from the bone elephant sent snow crashing down, forcing them back. Realizing the area was too unstable, Luo Hui ordered his men to lure the elephant to a safer location, away from the people. Looking at its blazing red eyes, it was clear the crowd had already pushed it into a pure rage. This fight was looking grim. Done waiting, Luo Hui charged in to attack himself. Luo Hui launched a relentless barrage of weapons, trying to avenge his fallen comrades, but absolutely nothing he threw could even faze the creature. It seemed like no one could stop its unstoppable advance. From high above, Hansen quietly watched it all unfold. If this group didn't find another way, the sanctuary ahead would be completely turned to dust. And just as predicted, Luo Hui ordered everyone to abandon the city and save themselves. They stood no chance against the elephant's immense power. It looked like they were all going down. Then, amidst the chaos, Wang Yuhang appeared in the sky, wearing Hansen's berserk wings. The moment he appeared, he declared himself the 13th general of the goddess's army, delivering a few dramatic lines. Maybe it was his family's curse of bad luck, or maybe the elephant understood him, but it immediately changed course and started following him. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. Could the goddess's army really be that much stronger than Luo Hui's forces? But well, the proof was right there. That guy, Hansen, almost overlooked earlier, recognized the man in the berserk armor, guessing the elephant followed him because of his ridiculously awful luck, a constitution even a dog would reject. Hansen watched Wang Yuhang's performance, completely satisfied. Looking at the elephant, he sensed that it was being drawn to something specific. It had just entered the devil's sanctuary. After running around the grounds, the elephant suddenly shot straight up into the sky. All that elephant needed was a pair of wings to follow Wang Yuhang to the ends of the earth. He hadn't worn them long, but the guy was already begging to keep them. Come on, big bro, just let me look cool a bit longer. But Hansen was extremely cautious with his gear, especially with his golden coin identity attached. Lending them out wasn't an option. Only then did Wang Yuhang explain the whole 13th warrior title he had just made up on the spot. The guy was definitely a quick thinker. Just by claiming to be the lowly 13th rank, he had successfully baited the bone elephant. It made you wonder how terrifying the 12 warriors above him must be. While waiting for Wang Yuhang to land, Hansen spotted something strange, a peach garden, nestled in a snowy valley. He had never seen a sight quite like it. A whole grove of giant, ancient demon peach trees, growing right in the freezing cold. The fruiting season was when mutant creatures gathered here in droves. But right now, the trees were only just blooming. The elephant had already charged into the peach grove ahead of them. Once inside the garden, the elephant instantly calmed down, its berserk rage vanishing in a flash. Hansen decided he needed to stick around and watch. He told Wang Yuheng to go back and finish his act for the Devil's Sanctuary, and he wanted Xiao Ling to return as well. But seeing how annoyed she looked, he figured it was best to just let her stay with him. Little Silver was also completely chill in the garden, sleeping soundly without a care. This let Hansen lower his own guard just a little bit. After days in the garden, the romantic scenery got to our Casanova Hansen. He picked a flower and tucked it into Xiao Ling's hair, making her blush instantly. Suddenly, Hansen noticed something was off about the ancient tree right in front of him. As dusk settled, the peach blossoms bloomed even more vibrantly. An elephant that had vanished without a trace reappeared right before the tree. It began to bow, entering a state of sacred transformation, the mightiest of beasts, and you just had to wonder if its pelvis was okay. A loud cracking sound echoed from behind the screen as its body became enveloped by a stream of white jade. It was holy light. Its eyes softened, losing the fierce edge they usually had. The wind began to howl. This white snake was the first strange creature he'd seen in the peach garden, so his guard went up instantly. From the shadows, other creatures emerged one by one, most likely all superclass beings. What was their purpose here? Could they have all come just to bow before this peach tree? Xiao Yin joined the crowd, leaping off Ziling and pointing. He was basically saying, "Old man, get over there. Something cool is waiting for you." Ziling followed right after Xiao Yin. Hansen decided to risk it one more time, keeping an escape plan ready in case the creatures suddenly attacked. But contrary to his expectations, the beasts were completely docile, focusing only on their cultivation. They were way calmer than usual. Nearing the tree, his precious son had already found him the best spot, ready for his dad to begin cultivating. Well, might as well try. The energy radiating from the peach tree truly boosted the Dongxuan Sutra within him, accelerating his progress several times over. Looking at the two bears, a million questions popped into Hansen's head. If creatures could cultivate, why were these two of the same species so different? Besides their size, what was the deal? The big bear went into chaos, absorbing the fragrance, while the little one could circulate it just fine. He remembered his son hatching from an egg, then recalled the dying Kim Mao-hu mother leaving behind her life essence. And her body, too. Hansen's mind raced. Could it be that the descendants of super creatures were just different from the rest? He mulled it over for half a month, staying put under the peach tree until all the blossoms had completely fallen. Thankfully, Xiao Yin woke him up. Otherwise, Hansen might have become a mosquito squashed under the claws of the ensuing brawl. Sure enough, once the flowers withered, the beasts returned to their normal, aggressive states. Time to run, Ziling. If just the blossoms had such a powerful effect, the fruit would surely be a massive treasure. Hansen had to grab some on his way out, but he knew that would mean a bloodbath. He sent the info on the tyrant scale weapon he'd just acquired over to Professor Bai. The goal was to find the most suitable hyper-geno art. Hansen had already looked through a ton of S-class arts, but he still hadn't found the perfect match. Now, he'd lowered his standards. A 20 to 80% compatibility would do. He could just fine-tune the rest himself. With his vast experience, Professor Bai quickly found a lead. He knew someone with a similar weapon, but their technique was so common it was only ranked A-class. Take it or leave it, Hansen was fine either way. He received the info from Professor Bai on a skill called Dulongshu. At the same time, the tyrant scale beast successfully broke out of its cocoon and evolved. Talk about a cool new look, it even grew a unicorn-like horn, looked way more imposing. The rampaging T-Rex in Hansen's hands was just mesmerizing to look at. With all that raw power pulsing, he was itching to set sail and hunt some mutant beasts. But Manli suddenly cut off his fiery train of thought. With one simple sentence, Luo Hui is here. Everyone in the base was curious about this discussion, listening in on every single word. This time, Luo Hui came for one reason and one reason only: to propose joining forces with the goddess's side to take down the Wolf King. It commanded over 100,000 of its kin. With that many minions, it's no wonder Luo Hui needed Hansen's cooperation. Hansen's team would just be responsible for distracting the wolf pack. The meat would be split evenly, but the beast soul would, of course, belong to Luo Hui's group. But the beast soul was the most important prize. Naturally, Hansen refused. The other side stood firm, not willing to haggle one bit. They turned and left. Well, thanks to Luo Hui for the intel. Hansen would definitely capture it before they could. Soon enough, Hansen located the wolf pack's whereabouts. With numbers this massive, no wonder Luo Hui hadn't dared to make a move. They began to howl, calling for even more allies. Hansen waited, expecting the smaller wolves to back down, before Xiao Yin's aura, but not a single one even flinched. It must have been the overwhelming presence of the Wolf King. It completely suppressed Xiao Yin's power, which was why the pack was so aggressive. Facing 100,000 wolves like this was a huge problem. He thought about retreating to plan, but these wolves had a slick trick up their sleeves. They were flying through the air without wings, absolutely insane. A direct confrontation it is, then. He had definitely underestimated his opponents. Though his flames scorched the wolves, their instinct to attack was etched into their blood. They formed up like a veteran army, relentlessly closing in. Suddenly, the pack did a 180 and began to retreat on its own. Hansen didn't even notice the tense expression on Xiao Yin's face. From afar, kicking up a massive dust cloud, came a herd of horses. With a look like that, all he's missing is a pair of horns. Hansen barrels forward. This guy must have a death wish, because who does this? Instead of a peaceful hunt, he dives headfirst between two superclass beast herds. But wait. The shadow wolves suddenly stop their pursuit. Looks like they won't be crossing their own territory line. The horse herd, on the other hand, is completely peaceful, landing on the grass to calmly graze on their meal. Hansen can't make sense of it, but he knows he's trapped. Both sides can fly. One wrong move and he's done for. Half a month passes. Hansen is practically withering away on this lush green grass. He has nothing to eat, yet Little Silver still gets its nutrient pellets every few days. His supplies are almost gone, no shower in half a month either. He's definitely starting to ferment by now. He had a plan to use his pet fox's distant relation to the wolves to escape, but the stubborn little guy refused to go. Suddenly, Hansen hears a strange sound from the horse herd. A newborn red foal has just appeared, protected by its parents. An idea hits Hansen. Grabbing that foal might be his ticket out of this mess, but how to actually catch it? He has no clue. Seriously, this guy's charisma works on every species imaginable. The little foal, brand new to the world, already wants to fly over and say hi. Too bad its overprotective dad says no. He startles awake at night. The little foal is watching him, curious but still keeping its distance. Seizing the chance, he waves it over. Come here, little one. And unbelievably, the naive newborn actually approaches him. It takes a few sniffs, sizing him up, giving a silent warning to his own rebellious pet. Don't you dare mess with the guy in front of you, or we'll both be obliterated. If you want to die, fine. But let me live. The foal seems amused by the grumpy fox. Then, movement under the grass. A tentacle whips out, shooting straight for Hansen. He manages to dodge, but the tentacle snags the foal's leg, dragging it towards a massive, hungry mouth. The protective light glowing around the foal does absolutely nothing. It all makes sense now. He finally understands why the two herds kept their distance. There's a far more dangerous creature here. The foal's struggles are useless, so Hansen draws his weapon, refusing to let the little creature die. He frees the foal from the tentacle's grip, but the monster relentlessly keeps chasing it. Hansen has no choice but to scoop up the foal and fly, escaping the danger but leaving poor Little Silver on the ground. Just when he thought they were safe, the creature bursts from the ground, entangling Hansen's wings with even more tentacles. The horse herd flies in to rescue the foal, but they're quickly ensnared by the beast's tentacles too. This thing is completely insane. As Hansen swings his weapon to sever the tentacles, the king of the horse herd finally arrives. A mystical cloud flows from the king, slowing the tentacles down. But it's not enough to stop the monster's overwhelming power. The tentacles once again zero in on the small foal. And then, the most unexpected thing happens. The wolves let out a long howl and fly in, attacking the tentacle monster. They start tearing the tentacles to shreds. The Wolf King's power not only buffs its pack but even strengthens the flying horses. He realizes the Wolf King must possess a rare Halo-type beast soul. Now they can finally see the creature's true form, long like a centipede, with no eyes. Just tentacles and a massive set of jaws, ready to bite the head off anything that gets too close. But it looks like this monster is in deep trouble, getting torn apart by the Wolf King and gored by the Horse King. Hansen can't believe his eyes. He never expected two completely different species to form an alliance. He tries to use the chaos to escape with the foal, but the other horses block his path, forcing him to put it down. Little Silver finally catches up to its so-called worst dad in the universe, who almost left it behind for good. Seeing that things have stabilized, Hansen decides to bolt. Half a month, totally wasted. That creature has to be scared senseless now. Who wouldn't be after getting ganged up on by two entire herds? He hasn't gotten far before the entire horse herd is right behind him, with their king in the lead. Hansen floors it. He thinks this is it. He's a dead man. The Horse King and the foal suddenly cut him off, making him brace for impact, but they aren't here to attack. The little foal spits a glowing orb right into Hansen's hand. It's the life gene essence of that tentacle monster. the ultimate thank you gift for saving its life. Hansen is absolutely ecstatic. He just hit the jackpot, a massive reward literally falling from the sky. Turns out, these past 2 weeks weren't just useful, he totally hit the jackpot, scoring a life gene essence this easily. If he had known, Hansen would have saved a few more creatures for sure. The second he's out of the grasslands, he tries to devour the life gene essence. But strangely, it doesn't dissolve like the one from God's sanctuary. It seems he'll need to find a special method to consume this one. Otherwise, the wolf and horse kings never would have let it fall into his hands. He might need to find another super creature to make any progress. After being left on the sidelines for so long, the slaughtering gold coin finally returns as a special weapon. Standing nearby, Rui Haifeng is immediately captivated by Hansen's bizarre weapon. Maxing out his defense, he decides to face this challenge with a spear. Another fighter from the Central Military District, his connection to them runs deep. Hansen already knows the basics of the spiral blade technique, so using a spear isn't too much of a stretch. At least, that's what he thinks. Their very first clash gets him blocked and shoved right back. Because this is a virtual system, his Tyrant Dino loses some of its hardness and all of its surrounding flames when scanned in, but it's still way heavier than Rui Haifeng's spear. To block that, his opponent must be stronger than him. Seeing his opponent's weakness and hesitation, Rui Haifeng laughs loudly. So you're just another small fry, not even worth mentioning. Hansen is completely baffled. According to his calculations, an evolver's power should top out around 150. He should be way weaker than me. This is completely unexpected. While Hansen stands there clueless, the spear is already flying toward him. Hansen gets pushed back yet again. His opponent points out that besides that spiral move, he has nothing else. A flash of embarrassment hits Hansen. He's clearly been slacking on his training to be dominated like this. He's completely overwhelmed by the raw power behind his opponent's spear. If only he had more time to analyze his technique. Rui Haifeng attacks relentlessly, determined to corner Hansen and end this fight for good. He keeps parrying the blows. He can't counterattack, but he absolutely refuses to admit defeat. This guy must have a support-type gene core to be able to use his skills so effectively. Even if Hansen figured out the technique, without a matching gene core to support it, he'd get nowhere. After fighting for a while, Rui Haifeng notices his opponent is trying to copy his spear stance. He just scoffs at the attempt. If the sun-shattering infinite was that easy to learn, it wouldn't be a legendary technique. Time to show this kid the real thing. He begins to change his spear form. The attacks are no longer a relentless storm, but become light and graceful. If a fight's coming, a fight's coming. Hansen is determined to figure out every last secret this guy has. But reality slaps Hansen right across the face. Attacking recklessly without a plan leads to only one outcome. He's sent flying, crashing into the wall. The match is decided, and Rui Haifeng doesn't spare enemies on the battlefield, so Hansen had better prepare himself for the finishing blow. But who would have guessed it? A hidden reservoir of energy suddenly erupts from him. Seeing this, Rui Haifeng only gets more excited. He's determined to drain every last drop of Hansen's strength. But he forgot about one thing: plot armor. In the end, everyone has to bow before fate's chosen one. Hansen is visibly thrilled by this incredible victory. He can't believe he defeated someone so powerful. Immediately after, he gets a friend request from Rui Haifeng. After some thought, Hansen decides it's better to stick with his homegrown poison dragon spear to handle the elephant. Its breath is incredibly powerful. He's worried he'll get overwhelmed in a direct clash. Still, learning something new is never a waste. Getting more practice now will definitely help him when he hunts other creatures in the future. Noticing his new friend's curiosity about his earlier move, Hansen quickly makes up a name: Dragon Elephant Strike. Not long after he leaves, an old acquaintance named Li Xinglun gives Hansen a call. No surprise, even though he never gave him his number. The guy is a top-tier hacker, so finding this info was nothing to him. He wants to meet Hansen at the ice plains to discuss something. He wanted to avoid prying eyes. For a second, Hansen breaks out in a cold sweat, thinking another one of his secrets got out. But it turns out Xinglun just wants to join Hansen's team. He then randomly remembers a guy named Lu, wondering if he ever caught that Wolf King. Hansen casually asks. Apparently, they used a ton of manpower and were on the verge of capturing it. But at the last second, a herd of flying horses appeared and ruined the whole plan. Hansen had a feeling it would end that way. Two competing sides working together rarely succeed. While the group is chatting, a wind crane suddenly appears from nowhere. It looks like a sacred blood creature. Wu Hang immediately proposes a bet. Whoever kills it gets to keep everything. While the other two charge forward recklessly, Hansen is chilling, just waiting to watch the show as these two fight over the prize. But our guy isn't waiting. A single arrow says goodbye to the two clowns, zipping past them and sinking right into the snow crane's neck. Hey, nobody said weapons were forbidden. You can't blame Hansen for this, blame the vague rules. They should have been more specific. With the snow crane secured, Hansen joins the others. The three continue their journey to the ice sea, searching for the icebone bear that Xinglun mentioned. And they don't have to wait long. Their target appears a powerfully built bear, casually munching on a massive fish. He's here. Yu Hang's unique constitution is apparently irresistible. The bear takes one look at him and bolts forward, wanting a big, warm, and very deadly hug. Yu Hang is running for his life, but he still hasn't dropped the tuna. Internally, he's probably screaming for the bear to stop for sashimi. He's screaming his lungs out, wondering where his so-called dear friends have disappeared to. They're nowhere in sight. Come on, save me. But Hansen is just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to fire the one arrow that ends this sushi-loving bear's life. Hansen's shot hits its mark. The bear roars in pain, but unfortunately, its fur is just too thick. The arrow didn't pierce deep enough, and to make matters worse, it turns around to say hello. Welp, so much for saving someone. Now Hansen is the target, and his new halberd is ready for action. Xinglun provides cover fire from the side. Hansen leaps forward, aiming his attack straight for the bear's chest. But it looks like our boy skipped breakfast today. His strike is weak, a little too gentle even. Not enough power. Just one of the giant bear's paws is enough to block Hansen's powerful strike. And for good measure, it snaps his weapon clean in two. Oh, you have got to be kidding. His brand new weapon, gone just like that. If he doesn't punch this bear's lights out, he is not Hansen. After a quick calculation, Hansen realizes he's 100 levels weaker than this beast. He's just a cub picking a fight with a seasoned veteran. This absolute unit of a bear has nothing but brute strength, repeatedly stomping the ground. Luckily, it isn't fast, or Hansen would already be a pancake under its massive paws. Meanwhile, Xinglun isn't taking it easy either. He might not be as strong as Hansen, but he's still attacking with everything he has got. This kid has a big mouth. Just one taunt is enough to provoke the bear into switching its target over to him. Bad move. But the moment it starts chasing him down, he immediately starts screaming for Hansen to save him. Guess bears really are man's best friend. But the bear only has eyes for Yu Hang. It reserves all its passionate love for him, no matter how much Hansen or Xinglun taunt it. It just keeps staring lovingly at its one true target. Alright then, time to use this obsession to their advantage. Hansen signals for Yu Hang to run towards him, setting up a direct, head-on collision course with the massive beast. Just as the kid's head is about to be lovingly cradled in the bear's jaws, Li Xinglun manages to fire a life-saving arrow right at its eye. But his shot is way too weak, it can't even pierce the eyelid. So, once again, all the responsibility falls back on Hansen's shoulders. No attacking from above, no attacking from below, and definitely no chasing it from behind. Hansen can only meet this thing head-on. He signals for Yu Hang to get down now. Otherwise, he's about to get a face full of friendly fire from Hansen's volley of arrows. Yu Hang's great reflexes kick in. He quickly ducks, avoiding the arrows just in time. Hansen, meanwhile, is completely engulfed in a ribbon of fire. The bear shrieks in agony, its roars echoing everywhere. Finally, they're making some progress. Things are turning around. With its eye severely injured, the beast can't see the battlefield clearly anymore. This is the opening Hansen's group has been waiting for. Seizing the perfect moment, Hansen launches himself into the air, aiming his halberd directly at the icebone bear's head for the final strike. It looks like our hero is about to get another awesome beast soul. The bear's head is smoking, but somehow, it's not down for the count yet. It still has enough fight left to slap Hansen around a few times. What started as a nice day for a fish hunt turned into a real headache. The white bear is now a gray bear, but its strength is just as monstrous. Good thing Hansen has motors for legs, or he'd be caught by now. But the busiest person in this entire fight has to be Wang Yuhang's mouth. Seeing his friend in trouble, he immediately rushes in to help. Hansen really owes this loudmouth kid a big thank you. Without him, he probably wouldn't have escaped that attack. Xinglun can only help his friend by firing arrow after arrow into the enraged beast, but it doesn't even slow its advance. Not one bit. In fact, it just makes the bear even more eager to devour its favorite prey, Yu Hang. At this point, all he can do is pray to every god he knows. How can they save him from this disaster? Hansen quickly realizes there's only one thing he needs more of right now: power. Raw power. Once his energy reaches its absolute peak, this next critical strike should be enough to tear the bear's ravaged body apart. Hansen soars forward, brimming with power. A bloody flame surrounds him, fueling a critical strike meant to seal the fate of this unlucky creature. His friends can only stand there, frozen in shock. The luckiest person here has got to be Yu Hong. Just moments before being stomped to death, Hansen managed to shield him. But no one could have ever expected this. Even with a hole in its skull, the bear still manages to get up and run. Its vitality is insane. Hansen cannot let this opportunity slip away. All he has to do is give chase. Eventually, the bear will collapse from its fatal injuries, and Hansen is not a patient man. Inside the Soul Sea, the Qilin dragon would take ages to reform. All right, ladies, back on stage. Compared to Yu Hong running barefoot on the frozen snow, Tin Luan moves way faster on his mount. He was supposed to clear the path, but someone's blocking the way. Move, or your life is forfeit. In a life-or-death moment, he's asking for a reason. Does he own this road? Did he plant these trees? Who is he to give orders? Besides, that godblood creature was heavily wounded. Thinking they could just chase them off now was a total pipe dream. There's no talking to these idiots. They would just have to come up with their own plan. Just ahead lies the sanctuary where Tin Luan's subordinates are based. They can't let the bear get any deeper into their territory, or the casualties would be massive. But it's useless, man. When it had its eyes, you could lure it. Now, it's blind, its head's busted, and an ear just got shot. What senses does it have left to follow you? And just like that, it smashed through a section of the wall, already climbing into the sanctuary. Hansen was out of options. That last attack drained too much of his energy. He needed time to recover before he could fight again. He couldn't let the bear out of his sight. But as it tore down the wall, huge chunks of concrete rained down on the people below. Below, chaos erupted. People scattered like ants, screaming for help. Above, the bear roared in agony, its cries shaking the very heavens. Someone get this horror show some noise-canceling headphones. But there he is. That guy has arrived. Here comes Hansen's viciously clever move. The guy's already hurting, and he just keeps poking the same sore spot. Talk about hitting below the belt. The bear roared in agony. A legendary beast like him, getting poked in the rear by some punk kid? The shame was unbearable. The lance drives deeper and deeper. Hansen unleashes another critical hit, twisting the head so it can't be pulled out. It claws wildly, trying to grab Hansen. But sorry, dude. That's impossible when you're dealing with someone as slippery as him. Hansen gathers his strength for one final heaven-shaking 7 twists to completely destroy the beast, kicking the lance all the way in. The bear collapses. It's a complete victory. The beast's soul and its life gene essence now belong to Hansen. The guys below erupt in cheers for their chief, the greatest in the solar system. Heroic. Unmatched, all he needed was a theme song. Hansen floats in the sky, breathing it all in. The chosen one will always be the chosen one. He was probably destined to only ever lose once. Back in the ice cave, Meng Yuhong stares at the life gene essence, his joy overflowing. It was his first time seeing something that was only a legend. Absolutely top tier. And they were the first in the second god's sanctuary to get one. The bragging rights alone would put him on top of the world. He immediately zips over to Hansen's side. He offers to buy the essence outright, having assumed this kid would follow the G family's old path. They tried researching the first god's gene essences in 49 different ways, but the number they successfully gathered was a big fat 0. Hansen was visibly stunned. He never knew his wife's family had a method to directly consume super genes. According to his buddies, he'd once entered the memories of a G family member, and it was true they really did try to eat them, but a human body simply can't digest it. Since that's the case, Hansen wasn't greedy enough to hoard all the gene essences. He'd study this one carefully first. Next time someone wants to buy one, he might consider it. At his words, the other two's eyes lit up. Jackpot. They hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, dark clouds were gathering over Yanran's head. Everyone knew Hansen had killed a super creature. She was sure countless people were calling him, making him forget all about his poor little girlfriend stuck here. But the moment Hansen appears, the dark clouds vanish, replaced by a sky full of pink hearts. Miss G starts laying on the cheesy lines about how she missed him day and night. The G family, of course, couldn't ignore such a treasure. Yanran was told to use their relationship to ask for it. She asks Hansen about the gem. After all, they'd be family soon, so Yanran figured it wasn't too much to ask. Hansen is completely sunk. If there was no progress in a few days, he might as well just gift the gene essence to his wife. One second he's with his wife, the next he's with the goddess herself, getting a full-body massage. Hansen is living the dream. But Manli couldn't stand his lazy attitude anymore and slams a pile of documents on the table. He thought being the chief was all fun and games. Of course, he's only this relaxed because he completely trusts Manli's competence. For the report, He tells her to get a pen and paper he'll dictate. She can write. Man Li, probably at her limit, just gets straight to the point. The higher-ups sent a mission that Hansen himself has to carry out. There's a young upstart who just got promoted. He's arriving tomorrow. And of course, Hansen's mission is the same as always. Escort duty. He groans, sick of being a glorified bodyguard. The boss's order was critical, and Qinxuan's nephew had his old lackey scrambling to prepare. After waiting forever, he finally met the big shot, Su Xiaoqiao, who was overjoyed to see Hansen after so long. Lucky for them, Hansen had already carved out a path, otherwise the others wouldn't have found such a prime spot. His eyes twitched, looking at Qinxuan's nephew. The kid had the nerve to call a 20-year-old man uncle right to his face. But Qin Wenjiao was just following his aunt's orders. For a big shot like Hansen, you absolutely can't show any disrespect. The flattery worked, earning some cold praise from Captain Qin, and Hansen couldn't help but grin. The hunt was officially on. Stepping onto the ice plains for the first time, the entire group was buzzing with uncontrollable excitement. They had wandered near the Demon Peach Forest without even realizing it, until Qin Wenjiao heard a terrifying roar, realizing they'd nearly entered a mad beast's territory. Hansen ordered an immediate retreat. That peach grove was no joke at all, it was a death trap. He decided to lead everyone to safety first, planning to sneak back and investigate alone later. Since he didn't bring Little Silver this time, he'd better gear up properly. An ambush would be disastrous. And then, an old acquaintance. The silver snake he'd seen meditating under the peach tree. This was no simple creature. He had to retreat now, but it was too late to escape. They had already surrounded him from every angle, not about to let their dinner get away. Hansen unleashed his crimson flame, burning through a wave of snakes. But without Little Silver, their numbers just kept growing. The eastern path was completely blocked, so he blasted open a new route west with his flames. Hansen suspected this was a trap, a formation forcing him deeper inside. The bear roared again as snakes swarmed the sky, thick as dragonflies. The strange part? They weren't attacking, just blocking all his other escape routes. They were hurting him. He reached a mountainside and saw a bear fighting a massive bone elephant. The victor was already obvious. The bear had activated its golden fur assault, yet the elephant had barely even shed a drop of blood. Why were they fighting so viciously? He looked closer and spotted a tiny bear cub hiding deep inside a cave. So the mother bear was just protecting her cub. But even wounded, Hansen knew he couldn't take either of them on. Hansen was still wondering if the snakes lured him here just for a free show, when they suddenly vanished without a trace, just in time to see the bear get viciously pinned against the mountainside by its opponent. He wondered how a beast like this could have a child. Maybe he could absorb its life essence, completely missing the Snake King coiled on a branch above. He expected it to lunge and shred him to pieces. But instead, the snake began to draw something in the dirt. A closer look revealed the drawing. It was the bone elephant with a huge X drawn over it. He slowly realized what it wanted for him to help kill that monstrous elephant. Him? Seriously? He remembered how all creatures bowed while the elephant stood tallest. These snakes were smart. They wouldn't try to kill a super creature king for nothing. Could their true target be the creature that possessed the breath circulation technique? He figured it out. After the elephant fell, the snakes would just devour the mother and cub. He had to decide fast. The mother bear was nearly finished. Getting impatient, the snake hissed sharply at Hansen, urging him on. He considered it. If the elephant killed the bear, getting that life essence would be even harder. He had no choice but to strike first, and so, man and snake launched their attack on the super creature king. Sensing danger, the elephant whipped its massive trunk around to counter. This snake was something else. It dodged the devastating attack with incredible ease. Hansen became a blur, relentlessly attacking the elephant's back. But its hide was like iron, his attacks couldn't break through, and his hands quickly grew numb. Great, now it was furious. Luckily, the mother bear wasn't done yet, grabbing the elephant's leg to create an opening for them. He prepared to strike, but before he could even move, the mother bear's defensive grip was broken. With one powerful toss, the elephant sent the bear flying. It then swatted the charging snake aside, a clear sign that Hansen was now on his own. But Hansen's strike still couldn't pierce its hide, only making it attack the mother bear even more furiously. He was sent flying next, coughing up blood. How embarrassing for a 3-on-1 fight. Just as they faced total defeat, a tiny hero charged forward. The cub, its black fur transforming into iron, rushed to save its mother. The mother lay weak beneath the elephant's tusks, growling for her child to flee. But the little cub was determined to save her. The offspring of a super creature was truly incredible. A single swipe was actually enough to wound the elephant. The elephant seemed to roar. Where did this brat come from? Let's see you survive a swing of my trunk. In that critical moment, a mother's love caused the bear's power to surge. She caught the trunk, holding it fast to protect her cub. Hansen, of course, wasn't giving up. As the two giants clashed, he stealthily moved in, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a weak point. The snake also knew the perfect time to strike, sinking its fangs into the elephant's ear and driving it absolutely wild. The poor kid was tossed aside mercilessly. Hansen couldn't wait any longer. He lunged straight for a weak spot. It didn't pierce through, but it bought just enough time for the mother bear and her cub to get some distance. The short-legged cub fell behind, getting slammed by the giant beast. But the little guy was tough, bouncing right back from the hit. There was no end in sight. Hansen and the creatures had moved outside the cave, forming a pincer attack around the elephant. A 2-on-1 assault is brutal. As strong as the elephant was, it couldn't withstand this kind of relentless pressure for long. Its cries grew more and more desperate. It was starting to panic now. While he and the bear were locked in this brutal fight, the pink snake might have slipped inside the beast, its guts long since shredded. All this effort, just to protect a prize for someone else. The elephant was cornered, its steps becoming frantic and clumsy. It tried to smash through the trees, desperate for an escape route, as the mother bear lay panting on the ground. Hansen couldn't just attack the cub to get to its mother. The best move was to chase down the heavily wounded elephant. He followed the trail of blood and destruction. What was this? What did that treacherous snake do to make the elephant go this berserk? Luckily, it hadn't tried to harm him earlier, or the outcome would have been grim. First, find the elephant, then figure it out. When he caught up, Hansen was stunned. That tiny snake was deadly. He and the bear fought for ages without doing this much damage. Yet in no time at all, the snake drove it so insane that it was ramming its own head into a cliff. It didn't take long. The elephant couldn't bear the internal torment, using its own trunk to attack its brain until blood sprayed everywhere. It collapsed in a pool of its own blood, clearly done for. Seeing this, Hansen slowly approached. Looking at the intact skull after that impact, he figured only that snake could have truly killed this behemoth. It wasn't completely dead yet. Hansen had to use his Dongswan Sutra one final blow to end its life. He had to prevent that wretched little pest from escaping, or he'd be booking a one-way ticket to the underworld. This single strike had to be strong enough to injure the snake, otherwise it would just turn on him. He summoned all his power. Time to show everyone what real power looked like. Hansen struck down, and just as planned, the snake was driven away. His arm was almost completely spent. Judging by the blood trail, that snake was seriously hurt. The internal conflict inside the elephant must have weakened it, leaving it unable to block his one attack. Looking at this all-you-can-eat buffet, how could he possibly finish it? Time to bring out the grinder. She ate and ate, from flesh to bone, devouring it like it was nothing. The gene essence was still inside the elephant. He had to get it out before more trouble started. He struck down again. With its life force gone, the creature's body was no longer as tough as before. One hit was all it took to break it open. He held the gene essence for less than 10 seconds before a swarm of snakes descended. The pink snake rode proudly atop a giant python, leading the charge. "Run, kid. Keep sitting there and you'll be next." But then, the most surprising thing happened. The mother bear and her cub appeared out of nowhere, forming a solid defensive line for Hansen. Claws on one side, fangs on the other. Was another massive battle about to break out? The bear cub stood close to Hansen and nodded, as if to say, "Yeah, we're helping you out." It must have thought some hero had saved them from that ordeal, so it came back to repay the favor. After a long standoff, the snakes finally retreated. Then, the two bears took their leave as well, not staying to join the feast. They were only in the second god's sanctuary and already had such sharp instincts. The third sanctuary was going to be something else. Now the only problem left was hoping he could actually eat this gene essence. Otherwise, how would he ever upgrade his super god gene? It felt like the worst luck ever. He licked the gene essence for what felt like an eternity, but absolutely nothing changed. Hansen was on the verge of despair. If eating it directly didn't work, maybe he could try mimicking the elephant's breathing technique. The gene essence immediately reacted, sensing the breath of its former master. Seeing the crystal glow in his hand, Hansen thought he'd found the answer, but it just stopped at the pretty colors. He still couldn't absorb it. Back at the goddess shelter, everyone had been waiting anxiously for his return. They were dying to go hunt some new creatures. "Not so fast," he told them. "Let's prepare everything thoroughly first. The next hunt will be your true test." It turned out his method wasn't wrong. His bone elephant breathing technique was just too weak. Realizing this, Hansen couldn't stop himself. His gaze landed on Little Silver, who was busy licking its fur nearby. But no, he couldn't possibly do that. He'd finally gotten some meat on its bones. Killing it now would be a crime. That old geezer wanted to eat him? Not a chance. He better taste Little Silver's claws first. Putting Little Silver away, Hansen remembered the little red horse and the red turtles from before. No way, old man. Their kind is definitely not for eating. Don't even think about messing with this. Deep within his soul sea, a change began. The day he had been waiting for was finally here. The holy angel was evolving. All that expensive meat he'd fed her wasn't for nothing. His daughter was growing up beautifully, just stunning, and she even came with that seriously impressive-looking sword. Hansen got back to work, focusing on his cultivation. He had barely settled in when a group of people arrived, bringing with them a very tense atmosphere. The guy with the long face, squinty eyes, and pointy beard? Yeah, he didn't look like a good person. He introduced himself as Huang Yunlong. From the North Cloud Dragon Sanctuary, he came to buy a life gene essence. But when Hansen asked him how much he was offering, Huang Yunlong's men just burst out laughing. They sneered, asking if Hansen even understood the current situation. They pulled out a single bill. He told them to get lost. Not interested. At that, the entire group began to get heated. They bristled, activating their powers to just take it by force. Of course, Hansen was more than ready with his holy war angel. With her at his side, he had more than enough power to fight off a dozen evolved gene warriors. Huang Yunlong just watched. Then he let out another laugh. A kid trying to attack with a mere spirit? So naive. Well, they would just have to wait and see. But it seemed Huang Yunlong wasn't the only one interested in the life gene essence Hansen had found. Luo Hui had also been sending people to scout the area, waiting for his own chance to negotiate with Hansen for a long time. He was much sharper than Huang, knowing that mere words would never be enough to win Hansen over. A little show of good faith was needed. Though Luo Hui only had a few men, he was determined to help Hansen, rushing towards him. At the cliff's edge, the sheer power exploding from the battle was terrifying. So this was Hansen's true strength. They initially thought he must have allies, but who knew a single spirit could be this oppressive on its own? The Holy War Angel hadn't fought in a while, but she did not disappoint her master. One clean slash split her opponent in two. It was only now that they began to realize the terrifying power of the man they were provoking. The next guy thought his shield was tough. He ended up as nothing but fodder for the Holy War Angel. Dooku, or Hiku, whatever his name was, his diamond body technique was useless. Just like that, he was gone. And Curlybeard Huang, he made a run for it. But Hansen wasn't so easy. If he wanted to play, Hansen would see the party through to the end. The Holy War Angel flew up, mercilessly finishing off one after another. Her only goal was the final target, Huang Yunlong. The man started spouting nonsense about staying out of each other's business. He said Hansen should know when to back down, or the Blood Fate cult would show no mercy. Hearing that name, Luo Hui began to explain its history. This was an ancient evil cult, one that had ruined the lives of countless people since the dawn of time. Everyone thought they had vanished long ago. But for some reason, they've become incredibly active again lately. And to think this Huang Yunlong was connected to that evil cult, Hansen wasn't scared. He'd fight a god if he had to. As for the Holy War Angel, she was just waiting for that one command. She moved, elegantly finishing off the ringleader. Seeing the matter was resolved, Luo Hui didn't linger. What if Hansen mistook his group for reinforcements for Huang Yunlong's team? They'd all end up sharing a grave right here. Hansen's power was so immense, he had already sensed Luo Hui's group, but he wasn't sure if they were friend or foe, so it was better to be cautious. Still, he had a good feeling about him. More than anything, he hoped a talented person like Luo Hui wouldn't stoop to the dirty tricks of Huang Yunlong's crew. Recalling old Huang's final words, he wondered what exactly this Blood Fate cult was. He searched Cheng Yulong's body. Sure enough, he found some related information. Life really is just one big, strange coincidence after another. He found traces of the blood cat. To be absolutely sure, he went to visit his new friend who was recently juggled by his kid. And there it was. The same card appeared again. He had to wonder, was the 9-life blood cat and the blood god cult somehow related? The names were just too similar. The only problem was their beliefs. That group worships the blood god. Since the world began, there's never been a known link between the two. Pushing the matter aside for now, Hansen decided to keep his promise. If he couldn't eat the gene essence, he would give it to Yanran. Besides, he couldn't do anything with it, and he just got a much better one. He'd let the G family research this one. That wasn't a bad plan at all. Yanran would be happy, and so would her father. Whatever her beloved husband wanted, she would take care of everything. It's unclear what Yanran gave him, but she quickly returned to the G family's estate. The moment her father saw his precious daughter, his eyes lit up. immediately asking about Hansen before she could even speak. He immediately asked Yanran about acquiring the life gene essence from the ice bear she had hunted down. She relayed Hansen's message perfectly. The G family could claim it from the ice fields any time. It was a gift. Hansen's kindness to Yanran came with no strings attached, but her father simply couldn't believe anyone was that good for no reason. He claimed Hansen selling the gene essence was far worse than gifting it to Yanran, but refused to explain exactly why. He was definitely playing games, which only proved that the G family was anything but ordinary. As a powerful committee member, he refused to be indebted to anyone, not even his potential future son-in-law. Yanran's face pretty much screamed, "Dad, what am I even supposed to say to that?" They changed the subject, but Hansen was still the center of the conversation. News of him beating Genlock users with a spirit had already spread everywhere. Yanran beamed, replying, "Didn't Hansen say those guys were just petty thieves trying to steal from her beloved husband?" His actions were justified. Petty thieves? Those thieves had ruled the North for 60 years, a major power in Huangyun, and he called them small-time crooks? "Dad, my husband is a genius. He's a saint with a super-class spirit." The gears in Mr. G's head started turning. Fast. He figured Hansen must have killed at least 2 super-class creatures in the second sanctuary. Besides the ice bear, there had to be another gene essence. And he was right, but Hansen already sold that one to the Qin family. No one expected him to sell it instead of keeping it for research. Qin Xuan was beyond grateful. For Hansen, it was just paying back Captain Qin for all the guidance he'd received in the past. It was no big deal. Qin Xuan worried his fame from hunting super creatures would bring trouble, but honestly, the man at the center of it all was loving the attention. Well, you can't argue with that. Ever since he got famous, Hansen attracted new problems, especially the 2 followers, Xiao Qiao and that Qin kid. Whenever they met, they'd beg to go hunt with him. Great. Any news that left Su Xiao Qiao's mouth traveled for thousands of miles. Thank goodness for his body double, or he'd be mobbed by fans. Finally, getting a moment alone, he brought Little Silver along for good measure. He finally found the peach tree. But it looked like he was the last to arrive. All the other super creatures had been waiting for a while. Of course, an old rival's eyes lit up the second he appeared. Luckily, the mother and son bear duo were there, making the whole situation feel safer. The little bear cub was much bigger now. It ran right up to lick Hansen, urging him to stick close to them for safety. He was only now noticing the problem. This giant tree had just 2 peaches, but there were 5 creatures here waiting for a share. The tree began to glow, just like before, and all the strange beasts immediately started to bow down in reverence. Only the little bear seemed more interested in the tailed creature on Hansen's back. He thought for a second, why weren't they getting closer? Shouldn't they all be worried about an enemy stealing the fruit? He decided to use his senses to check out what was making them so hesitant. Oh my god. A dense swarm of bugs was camouflaged against the tree trunk. These bugs had to be here just for the fruit season. Hansen had been this close before and hadn't seen a single one of them. He didn't know where they came from, but anything that could spook superclass creatures this badly was a serious threat. They might be like those silver beetles from the ice plains, all controlled by a single queen, which would explain their absolutely insane numbers. The fruit was ripe. It was time. Faced with the irresistible scent, every beast's eyes glazed over with desire just like Little Silver's. That was the signal. The golden bugs swarmed together, forming a massive dark cloud that charged wildly towards the ripened fruit. Hansen refused to let this swarm of insects steal the prize from right under his nose. "Crimson Flame, get out here now and stop them in their tracks." But these golden bugs didn't just crawl, they could fly, making Hansen's chances of getting the peach even slimmer. Crimson Flame couldn't kill them all. Little Silver couldn't just sit back either. It did its part, firing off random bolts of lightning to contribute to the fight. Besides the bugs, 2 cranes were circling overhead. They'd probably be the first to snatch the fruit from the tree, but Hansen didn't have to worry about that. The golden bugs did the work for him, forming a sharp spike and piercing one of the crane's muscles. In this battle, pure numbers clearly had the advantage. All the other creatures were completely shut down. Over here, the other beasts couldn't even get past the swarm's first line of defense. They formed a massive hand. Just inches away, the peach was about to be taken. If Hansen couldn't move, the others certainly wouldn't just wait. A powerful gust of wind from the second crane sent the swarm staggering back against the side of the tree. Hansen could finally confirm his suspicion. A massive mother bug shot out from the tree trunk, piercing the unlucky crane's wing. It didn't stop there. The vicious queen bug began to relentlessly chew into the wing, drawing streams of blood as the crane flapped in agony. Hansen had to move now, before he became their next target. The peach was so close, so close. But a mother snake appeared out of nowhere, playing the long game. Before it could even strike, another massive bug charged in, biting straight into the snake's head and holding on tight. The snake was clearly losing. That was the signal for Hansen and the bears to flee. Even Little Silver's lightning was useless. It did nothing against the bug's speed. Red Flame couldn't stop them either. Time for the Peacock King's Eye to take the stage. The rescue attempt ended with them still being outmatched. While the mother bug was distracted, the two bears made their move. They had already started climbing the tree trunk. The bug was covered in teeth, but they were determined to get to the top, and it wasn't over. Another one burst from the tree itself. Just how many of them were there? It easily dodged the mother bear's swipe, and it went straight for the target closest to the peach, the bear cub. Its bite pierced the little one's iron-hard fur. The cub couldn't hold on, falling straight to the ground as the bug latched onto its shoulder, refusing to let go. The mother bear had to abandon her goal to save her child, but her attacks did nothing to the golden bug. Small, but deadly. Not even two superpowered bears were a match. The bugs were about to claim the divine peach for themselves. In just minutes, Hansen's heart had nearly stopped several times. He had to pull out his trump card Holy Angel to solve this, and just as expected of his precious daughter, she effortlessly cleared a path, swooping in to snatch the peach in a flash. Seeing the new threat, the bugs abandoned the bears and turned on their real enemy. Holy Angel was completely surrounded. From below, Hansen screamed for her to run before they chewed her to pieces. All this chaos for just one peach. But wait, had they all forgotten about the other peach still on the tree? Hansen saw his chance to grab the last one. It wasn't quite ripe yet, but the snake was still there, waiting. It was smarter than the others, showing some real cunning. It hadn't chased Holy Angel. Well, Hansen wasn't about to back down now. He commanded Little Silver to strike it down, but the little guy was still too young. His attack had no effect on the powerful snake. And now, its army was arriving. He wanted a quick fight and a fast retreat, but the other creatures returned way too soon, targeting him directly. Hansen was their target. Little Silver tried to block, but if the main snake was fine, what were these bugs? It was like a tickle. Holy Angel, where are you? Dad and little brother need saving, but if she came back, the peach would be lost. He was completely cornered. Just as he thought that, a bug caught up to him. For the first time, he was about to feel its venomous bite, and there was nothing more painful. One side of his armor shattered completely. Luckily for him, they remembered something more important, the peach tree. They turned back, leaving him safe for now. Turns out the mother snake was about to swallow the divine peach whole. That's why they rushed back. Hansen had no time to watch them fight. This was his chance to run. Now, he had to find Holy Angel. Daughter, where are you? He didn't have to wait long. The frantic cry of a crane led him right to her. There she was, Holy Angel, perfectly fine, not a single scratch. Meanwhile, his own injuries were getting much worse. But compared to the treasure he now held, what did it matter? The pain he endured was absolutely worth it. Just look at that triumphant face. Back safely in the Crystal Palace, Hansen and his infant son gazed at the fragrant peach. Their mouths watered, drool practically hitting the floor. And of course, Little Silver tried to sneak a bite before his dad could. But his big sister, Holy Angel, immediately put a stop to that rowdy behavior. Time to learn some respect for your elders. Thanks to Holy Angel's help, Hansen finally held a treasure he could enjoy all by himself, ready to savor the moment. After so many days of that fox spirit snatching everything, he told the little one to just go eat his candy pellets instead. This wasn't for kids. The scornful look on Little Silver's face said it all. A treasure this precious couldn't be eaten all at once. He had to enjoy it slowly, a little bit each day. First, just a sip of its juice. But even that proved to be a challenge. A needle snapped the instant it touched the peach's skin. So he tried using the feather from that superpowered crow next. Even that did nothing to the peach's sweet flesh. Fine. He'd just use his trident. This had to work. It was useless. Not a single piece broke off. He knew there was a high chance his own teeth would break if he bit it, but Hansen couldn't let all his hard work go to waste. The impossible happened. One bite from Hansen took off half the peach. The moment he swallowed, a feeling surged through him. A wave of overflowing life force spread through his body. It felt incredible. A fragrance began to radiate from him, just like the lotus root. No, this was much more potent. So powerful that Little Spirit and the other spirits could feel the effects of the aroma too. His Dongswan Sutra, which had been stagnant for so long, finally began to open up. He had unconsciously devoured the entire peach. Only the pit remained. This awakening of his Dongswan Sutra felt completely different from when he had lost all his emotions. Once Hansen unlocked his ice muscle Jade Bone, His ability to see the energy flowing through people grew immensely stronger. It was just like seeing the heresy chant in the Queen. But this time, Hansen could completely sync with his target's internal flow. Instantly, he focused his energy and controlled his breath. In under 3 seconds, Hansen unleashed the thunderous power of Little Silver. But it wasn't a perfect success. He still couldn't release that power instinctively, like a true beast. Reaching the Heaven Man stage would take time. He decided to experiment again, this time with the Bone Elephant King's beast soul. And he was right. Grasping its unique flow of energy was the absolute key for Hansen to upgrade his Super Geno points. He was over the moon, practically crying with joy. This was the massive breakthrough he had been desperately waiting for. Life Geno essence, he could finally absorb it freely. Time for a celebratory feast, and gourds were a must-have. After devouring a peach, Hansen greedily reached for the gourds, but then he paused. This fruit had its own energy flow. He gave it a shot, wondering if he could absorb any power from it. And what do you know? He actually did. But things got weird. Random objects started flying right at him, and he barely dodged in time to avoid taking a table to the face. What was that all about? Then it dawned on Hansen he probably needed a special breathing technique that matched the life Geno essence itself. Or maybe it was because he couldn't observe the breathing of the original super creature, so he couldn't absorb its essence. If that was true, all his first god sanctuary essence was useless. He might as well just sell it off for some quick cash. After a long silence, a system notification finally popped up. It was time for the God's War tournament. Hansen had competed back in the first God's Sanctuary. This time it was in the second, starting in just 33 days. He couldn't forget his favorite companion. After enjoying the best parts for himself, Hansen had to leave something for Little Silver. He tossed Little Silver the pit from the Divine Peach. To his surprise, it turned out the thing was actually edible. In a flash, Little Silver devoured the entire pit, then shot his master a smug look, waiting for a reaction. That fox might as well be a pig it ate and immediately fell fast asleep. The tournament was exclusive. Only champions of the royal sanctuaries were invited. Luckily for him, Hansen was the sole master of the Crystal Palace, which meant he automatically had a spot reserved. Since coming to the second god's sanctuary, he hadn't met many spirits, but every single one had been incredibly powerful. The clearest proof? The top 10 fighters of the God's War were all spirits. Humans didn't even have a hope of making the list. The spirits in the 10 gods all held the power of super creatures, which meant there could be spirits even stronger than royalty. And if that were true, he was in trouble. Right now, he and Little Silver couldn't even handle a golden beetle, let alone such a spirit. The chance of even seeing one was near zero. But on the bright side, the Geno essence he'd given Qin Xuan paid off with full access to the Qin family's armory. It was a fair trade. And the Qin family was no joke. The massive scale of their warehouse left Hansen completely speechless. His guide explained that even the rarest raw ores out there only reached 50% purity at best. The Qin family, however, had entire batches at 90% purity. Their steel operation was the real deal. It took them ages to gather such a collection. They could craft any weapon Hansen could possibly imagine. He began inspecting the materials, weighing his options. This stuff felt even tougher than a crow's feather, no joke. The information network of a major family was terrifying. They already knew about his previous deal with the G family. They just assumed he was there to offer the Qin family an even better deal than the 5% stake in Sky King technology. Hilariously, Hansen had no idea what he was talking about, learning about his own supposed deals from a complete stranger. Still, the Qin family's work was top-notch. He absolutely had to get a weapon worthy of his strength to move forward. When Hansen requested a custom crossbow, the guide said his personal limit was forging just 2 of them per month. 2 it is. Hansen was perfectly happy just to have them made at all. The moment he returned to the goddess temple, Hansen spotted the timid Su Xiaoqiao sneaking around the area. This guy was incredibly persistent, following Hansen's decoy all the way here. This could lead to some serious problems. His purpose was simple. He wanted to ask if Hansen had registered for the God's War tournament yet. As a human, the kid just couldn't stand that for 100 years. The 10 gods had been totally dominated by spirits. He saw Hansen's renowned skill as a sign from the universe for all of humanity in the second sanctuary. Learning Hansen couldn't join because his genes weren't perfected, he eagerly suggested a solution. The Devil's Mountain Range. He'd just heard a rumor someone spotted a unique creature there. The target was very likely a second-generation super creature. He couldn't pass this up. To avoid being followed, he'd leave Little Silver at home with his decoy to trick everyone. He'd just landed in the demon range on a top-tier aircraft. No beasts in sight, just some girl yelling, "Go, big bro, you got this. You can do it." The girl, who was with Fei Li, vaguely recognized Hansen. Probably best to put on his armor, just in case. The second Fei Li spotted someone who looked capable. He ran over, proposing they team up to venture deeper into the mountain. Hansen just gave him the cold CEO treatment, saying, "I'm used to being alone," before turning his back and walking off. A little annoyed, Fei Li accepted it, or so he thought. Less than 2 seconds later, he was scrambling to catch up with Hansen. He wanted to make a trade, offering 2 beast souls in return. But to his girl, he played it off like he was just advising the new guy. What a poser. It turns out the girl was the one who insisted on coming to this ridiculously dangerous, God-forsaken place. And she wasn't strong at all, so Fei Li had to protect her. He wanted Hansen to help him act out a little scene to fool her. Hansen agreed, but with a condition. He wanted 2 sacred blood souls instead of mutant ones. And if Fei Li thought that price was too high, Hansen had another, much better idea. In an instant, he knocked the girl unconscious, proposing a classic hero saves the damsel scenario. Fei Li, however, was absolutely terrified. They were in serious trouble. What kind of background did this girl have to make Fei Li freak out? Still, he offered Hansen an escape route. The condition was simple: never appear in front of her, ever again. Not that Hansen was interested in her to begin with, but this whole situation was definitely entertaining. As Fei Li followed, he knew this was no ordinary man. He picked up the girl. In the end, Fei Li stuck with Hansen for a bit longer. They soon arrived at a canyon, filled with lush flowers and grass. In reality, this was the nest of the ghost butterflies. One touch from them, and your body would rot instantly. Thanks for the warning, pal. But to Hansen, a sacred blood creature was no different from an ant. He crushed the queen in one go, leaving Fei Li's face pale with shock. Normally, this sacred blood butterfly was incredibly difficult to hit because of its bizarre shape. Yet this guy just crushed it with one hand. Even its poison had zero effect on him. That's when Jin Shen and Ba Bian realized who he was. God's eye, even in a new body. Down in the canyon, Hansen calmly started a fire and began roasting the butterfly. Turns out, roasted insects taste pretty damn good. Suddenly, sounds of a fierce battle erupted from the mountaintop. Time to approach with caution. A pangolin burst out from a cave, looking like it was running for its life. Chasing it was a swarm of brightly colored ants. A total role reversal. But the moment they hit the sunlight, the ants quickly retreated. Hansen shot one down for a test. It was a sacred blood creature. Could it be that the entire swarm was sacred blood? And just like that, his final 28 Geno points were about to be maxed out. No more grinding necessary. Holy Angel, let's go. Time to get some points. But then its parent burst from the rock, an absolutely massive monster. It lunged at Hansen in an instant. Even Holy Angel's sword strikes couldn't scratch its incredibly tough armor. Its powerful pincers swatted the angel away, sending her flying right into Hansen, who was watching from behind. Holy Angel didn't need another order. She flew back in, striking left and right, occasionally even jabbing it in the rear. But nothing seemed to faze it. One hit had already made Hansen cough up blood. This thing had to be a berserk super creature. He immediately activated his heresy mantra to read its energy flow, trying to get a read on this demon ant. And there it was. This was the target he had come for all along, a second-generation super creature. Now that the prey was confirmed, Hansen wasted no time coming up with a strategy. First, he had to lure it outside. He had to create space and an opportunity for his holy angel to attack. Roaring flames erupted, surrounding it. Hansen lunged forward, stabbing hard at the demon ant's vertebra, but even Holy Angel's powerful weapon had done nothing. So naturally, his attack didn't even register before he was swatted away by its pincer. After Hansen, Holy Angel attacked again. This time, there was some progress. She managed to land a cut, forcing the demon ant to flee back into the darkness of its cave. Fine. If it wants to hide, then Holy Angel will just slice this mountain in two. Nowhere left to run. Holy Angel accepted the mission. Realizing her attack wasn't working, she immediately retreated to safety. But Hansen could see the problem was the tight space. This wasn't a place where Holy Angel could use her full power. The ant had the clear advantage. Thinking this, Hansen climbed in himself. He could live with not killing it, but if Holy Angel took serious damage, it would be a huge loss. The inside of the cave was terrifying. Earthen nests covered every surface. But for a colony this huge, there should have been thousands of smaller ants. Yet aside from the sacred blood swarm, there were none. Remembering the pangolin, Hansen had a crazy thought. Did that thing eat the entire nest by itself, sending the rest into a rage? But he had checked its energy signature. It wasn't at the super creature level yet. In a nearby tunnel, Holy Angel and the Ant King were locked in a ferocious battle. By the time he returned to his territory, the wounds on his armor had already started to heal. Suddenly, a fourth creature appeared in the cave. It was the pangolin he had chased away, yet somehow it found its way back. Hansen couldn't interfere with the other two creatures fighting, so he followed the pangolin instead, figuring he might get something out of it. And sure enough, it started digging, leading to a cave filled with eggs. But it quickly sniffed him out. It knew someone else was eyeing the ant eggs. Hansen immediately drew his crossbow. He prepared for the worst-case scenario, a direct conflict. But this pangolin was incredibly smart. It knew a fight between two outsiders would alert the Ant Queen, so it signaled him to lower his weapon. Then, it rolled a pile of eggs his way. A win-win situation. This creature's intelligence was on par with the fox from the first god's sanctuary. And just like that, a deal was struck. The pangolin and Hansen could now enjoy the feast together in peace. Getting these eggs was lucky enough, but demon ant eggs? This was a true jackpot, all from a superclass creature. But there was no way they were all second-generation super creatures. Otherwise, the second sanctuary would just be a memory once they hatched. Meanwhile, the pangolin was also carefully searching through the enormous nest for the superclass eggs. Hansen switched his tactics. A visual search wasn't working, so he used his Dongxuan Sutra. Almost immediately, he found what he was looking for, a clutch of sacred blood eggs. He took a bite, and the difference was incredible. A few more and his geno points would be completely maxed out. But it seems fate wasn't done with him yet, as a particularly unusual egg began to stand out from the others. Among tens of thousands of eggs, this one had the distinct color of the demon ant. This was most likely the prize he sought. Its aura was far more powerful than the others. With his target secured, Hansen briefly considered taking out the pangolin. But he held back. Its true power was still an unknown. More importantly, any conflict could lure the demon ant queen back, which would be a disaster. The black and white duo were still locked in their endless battle. Hansen knew with the ant's tough body, the fight was a stalemate. He secretly signaled for his holy angel to make a safe retreat. He had to get out of there too, before the queen noticed her eggs were missing. He would become her next meal. Luckily, Hansen made it down the mountain just before a massive explosion erupted from the cave. It was impossible to tell if the ant attacked the pangolin or if the angel clashed with both. The sound was absolutely deafening. This hunt would have to wait for another day. Hansen returned to the Crystal Palace, carrying his precious loot. He had somehow managed to stuff hundreds of eggs of various tiers into his bag. But one of them outshone everything that night. That superclass, premium purple egg. It looked like Hansen was about to use his crimson flame to cook it. A serious power-up was coming. One strike was enough to shatter it. It wasn't nearly as tough as the bone elephant. But disappointingly, it only yielded a sacred blood beast soul. And the flesh, with no geno essence like he'd hoped. Still, it was a great find. The shell itself was edible, and surprisingly soft. Soft as noodles, just like the bone elephant's remains after it vanished. The texture was completely altered, and it gave him a pleasant surprise. A single egg directly increased his geno points by 7. He could feel the power surging through him. He'd hit it big. He failed to hunt the ant last time, so this time he brought an entire fleet of heavy hitters to finish the job. The day couldn't have been more perfect. The team gathered around a crackling fire, enjoying a barbecue of freshly grilled ant skewers. Absolutely delicious. Hansen now had enough god geno points to enter the God's War tournament. The very next day, he immediately went straight to the testing hall. After his long expedition in the ice fields, he was only missing super god geno points. Every other geno category was completely maxed out. His power level, barely 90 before, had now skyrocketed, 217. The strongest person in the second god's sanctuary was only at 150. Even without buffs, he was at least at 200. In this upcoming competition, Hansen planned to target only the biggest and baddest beasts, the ones breathing fire to increase his power. It was the fastest way. Back at the base, his peaceful lunch was interrupted when Anne showed up, completely changing his day. Ever since she saw Hansen's true power, she'd been unusually humble. This time, she even started a conversation and joined his table. As expected, she was there to persuade Hansen to join the God's War and reclaim honor for humankind. But as strong as Hansen's divine dragon was, it was still considered a pet. According to Anne, humans in the second god's sanctuary made up the largest population, but in all these years, not a single one had ever claimed the ultimate victory. Hansen's arrival was their first real hope for a human to stand equal with, or even surpass, the strongest spirits in the second sanctuary. But that arena wasn't some public dance floor. Stepping onto that stage was a matter of life and death. Hansen wanted to live a long life, so he declined and left, but she still had faith he would change his mind. Hansen knew humanity's honor was on the line, but if he participated as himself, his secret that he could absorb Geno essence would be exposed. Even with the backing of the Qi and Qin families, his safety would not be guaranteed. Upon entering his soul sea, he saw the Queen Ant battle armor. It was absolutely stunning. If he entered the competition as Gold Coin with this armor, even the Alliance couldn't touch him if they wanted to cause trouble. The Berserk armor, combined with his breath circulation technique, would be enough to take on a top 10 ranked spirit. Since he was committed, he needed a solid plan. Hansen immediately began searching for the perfect cultivation technique. His peacock crossbow and flaming T-Rex were out. His dual flying sword style was strong, but adapting it for a berserk attack would be tough. With no time left to practice, his eyes suddenly landed on a technique called the Great Thunderclap Fist. His body met all the requirements, except for one thing. He wasn't a lightning type, nor had he reached the celestial human realm. Hansen didn't have that attribute, but Little Silver did, and he had already mastered its unique breath circulation technique. So, using that connection, he could theoretically transform his body's energy into the lightning element. He'd found the perfect technique, but there was a huge catch. If the fight was broadcast, the original seller would see him and his identity would be exposed. While racking his brain, an idea struck him. Li Junlun. Hacking military intel was child's play for that guy, right? Hearing Hansen's plan, Junlun was happy to help. He gave one special warning. Don't get reckless on the black market. It was swarming with scammers, so he switched to the second-hand market. No luck, no great thunderclap fist there either. But the system was surprisingly smart. It suggested something similar. The Grade A Great Wheel Sacred Elephant Fist. Grade A didn't mean it was weak. It meant you needed the bloodline of a sacred elephant just to practice it. And even for those with the exclusive gene, the number of people who actually succeeded was incredibly small. Since Hansen had only eaten the elephant's meat, he couldn't learn it normally. But he could still use breath circulation. A creature mimicking the elephant's breath is, for all intents and purposes, a real elephant. He'd never been able to control the bone elephant's aura before, but as he practiced the Great Wheel Sacred Elephant Fist, the two sides enhanced each other. Hansen reaped all the benefits. He could finally control his own power now. Unlike that time, he completely lost it with the gourd. This time, he was brimming with confidence for the Holy War. The day arrived, and the venue was the Royal Sacred Arena. Hello everyone. See any familiar faces out there? Reporter Fong Mingquan was still at it. After his stint in the first God's Sanctuary, he'd moved on to the second. The veteran reporter, Hua Ping, stepped out to chat. After some greetings, he mentioned he'd been covering the second sanctuary for over a century. This was his 13th consecutive time covering the event. Barely anyone showed up. Its popularity was nothing compared to the first sanctuary. He didn't care about ratings. If his reports on the spirits could help humanity, he would gladly sacrifice everything. Even though humanity's track record here wasn't great, it wasn't without its highlights, especially their unbreakable fighting spirit. He would never forget it. The only spectators were either Alliance members or total weirdos. Nobody else wanted to watch. It was a battle humanity was almost guaranteed to lose. The least an old man like him could do was provide intel for the next generation. But Fong Mingquan was different. He was here for the one person who appeared in his dreams, his secret idol, the one who made him famous overnight, Gold Coin. So what if they were wearing a brand new set of armor? He would recognize that aura anywhere. Hansen's first opponent was the formidable spirit, Black Gold. He was covered in impenetrable armor and wielded a godblood weapon. The chance of injuring him was only 10%, and what a hot head. The spirit attacked immediately. In response, Gold Coin threw a single, light punch and tore a hole right through Black Gold's leg. The sacred elephant's energy flared, combined with his poison scripture. Just like that, Black Gold was completely erased in an instant. The shattered fragments on the ground were humanity's ultimate challenge to the spirits. The information hit so fast, Hua Ping couldn't process it. He scrambled to open his records, only to realize Gold Coin had already won 10 rounds. Against opponents who weren't a fraction of Black Gold's strength, he'd completely missed this master sandbagging his true power. One second he was celebrating, the next he was on the ground in total despair. Gold Coin's luck had just run out. He could have challenged the 10 great god's sons, but he drew the God of Light ranked 9th among them far too early. How strong was this guy? The last human who refused to yield was obliterated with a single flick of his finger. With talent like that, Teacher Hua couldn't just let him die for nothing. So he urged Fong Mingquan to tell the kid to withdraw. But they didn't even have his number, so how could they warn him? Meanwhile, News of Jinbi's 5 consecutive wins was spreading like wildfire. From the school to the hospital, the Black Gold's body lay shattered, while Jinbi stood tall, the first human to ever break the stalemate. For years, crowds have poured into the arena to cheer for Jinbi, and even the reporters on the sideline are on edge. The Alliance sent down a directive to abandon the Second God's sanctuary, listing every terrifying spirit that had ever appeared there. Any human who encountered them was advised to fall back immediately, or their life would be forfeit. Jinbi is a rookie, but his name is suddenly linked with the Son of Divine Light, all because his battle footage was hacked and leaked online. Now, Jinbi is facing those same spirits, and he's got to make every single decision count. People remember Jinbi's first appearance years ago, where he only just scraped into the top 10. Back then, no one thought he stood a chance. Now, Hansen learns his next opponents are the Silver-Eyed Prince and Huang Fujing. The human turnout this time is massive. Even Tang Zhenlu showed up to watch the fireworks. Looking at Jinbi's new appearance, some guys in the crowd start scoffing, figuring he's probably just using a substitute fighter. Tang Zhenlu, sitting nearby, can't stand their ignorant comments. Just then, the Silver-Eyed Prince appears, looking impossibly childish. But his footwork and his swordplay are insanely fast. Master Hua was definitely right about him. The second the match begins, he flashes forward, his blade a blur aimed directly at Hansen. But Hansen just lets out a sigh, catching the blade with 2 fingers and shattering the illusions, leaving the stunned audience speechless. The sword tip snaps, the Jade Rabbit skill disappears. The crowd absolutely erupts. The War God's return gives humanity a voice again. The stands are roaring louder than ever before, and even Man Li is in attendance. Her eyes are locked onto Hansen's every move. After this display, nobody will ever question his identity again. Next up, Huang Fujing enters the ring. It's a shame Lin Feng is busy, because now Hansen has to face the Queen way too early. The match is incredibly intense, and even those who know Hansen never wanted to see this happen. The Queen unleashes her Sky Shift art, closing the gap instantly to pressure Jinbi. Tang Zhenli has no idea who this woman is, but even he has to admit her power is off the charts. She attacks fiercely, holding nothing back, and she's the first person to last this long against Jinbi. Everyone is blown away by this super-powered beauty, but only the Queen realizes the truth. It might look like she's cornering him, but his sacred elephant fist is generating overwhelming force. They might be acquainted, but once Hansen steps on the stage, he gives no one an inch. The power of his divine elephant is so immense, the Queen can barely get close enough to use her Sky Shift art. But this is the Queen's true strength. She knows exactly when to push and when to retreat. His sacred elephant fist can suppress her for now, but winning this fight is still a long shot. Even if he risks his life, the Queen lands a crushing Sky Piercer kick, making Jinbi stagger. Up in the stands, Tang Zhenliu is shocked. Her power is at the absolute peak for an evolver. But there's always a bigger mountain. She can kick all she wants. His body is like solid steel. That attack did absolutely nothing. See, Hansen had once perfectly simulated the breathing rhythm of a bear cub in the peach forest. This means his body is now just as tough, completely unfazed by steel. The secret is out. He's absorbed life gene essence. No matter how much power the Queen uses, attacking from all sides, her opponent is completely unfazed. Jinbi's path to becoming a god's son is now wide open. The Queen's face turns pale. Why have all her attacks become useless? Was his armor too strong? Was he too powerful? Or was she just too weak? She pours everything into one final attack aimed at his head. But it's pointless. The outcome is clear. Her power is completely nullified against Jinbi. He's getting tired of this game. He grabs the Queen's ankle mid-kick. This kind of power is just on another level. Tang Zhenliu, who once said he wasn't worth noticing, can only watch in absolute terror. Only the Queen keeps fighting. If one leg is caught, she attacks with the other. But she doesn't get a second chance. Jinbi flies forward, grabs her, and throws her straight out of the arena. She can only marvel at him. This man is a true superclass being. Jinbi then speaks, "My fight is not with humanity. You should leave." A roar echoes through the stadium. The return of the War God is the biggest story in the universe. News of the fight is plastered everywhere. And just as Hansen predicted, after his showdown with the Queen, the Alliance quickly figured it out. He absorbed life gene essence. It was the only explanation for how he withstood every attack from a top-tier revolver. On top of that, the armor he wears must have come from some kind of super-class creature. Otherwise, it could never be so invulnerable. And the man leading this investigation? None other than Hansen's future father-in-law. Meanwhile, at the Starry Sky Group, the powerful brother of the Son of Heaven is also taking a very close interest. Jinbi's true identity was the one thing that consumed him. Though his men ruled out Jinbi and Hansen being the same person, as both appeared at once, He couldn't shake the suspicion in his mind. After all, a beast's soul could easily create a doppelganger. It was a power few understood how to use, but he didn't have time to think. The water spirit dragon inside him was raging again. He had been so careful for so long, knowing one careless mistake could easily cost him his life. But there was no other choice. He had to face the consequences. Meanwhile, Master Hua gave his official analysis of Hansen's odds. In the upcoming fight against the Son of Holy Light, his chance of victory was only 20%. The guy's power was just too overwhelming. Even with Goldcoin's nigh-invincible body, he could barely handle a single attack from that absolute madman. And let's be real, 20% was generous. Goldcoin's armor would be lucky to keep him alive for a few minutes. The very honor of humanity rested on this fight. But on another channel, two experts argued that 20% was far too high. 9% that was the highest he could hope for. No one believed a mortal could match the undefeated speed of that spirit. But Hansen was confident he could use his armor to endure the hits and create an opening. The faster the enemy, the bigger the weakness in their raw power. While he was spacing out, Anne showed up, jokingly saying if she had joined, all of today's glory would have been hers. Hansen played along, admitting everyone wants glory, but in the ring, you couldn't just rely on pets. If his opponent zipped past his pets and went straight for him, Hansen wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. He didn't have armor like that, and he couldn't absorb gene essences. Fighting this match would be a total embarrassment, and had to agree. She realized Goldcoin was still leagues below a true super-grade creature. The next fight was a suicide mission. His only chance might be fusing with Hansen's pet. All the major factions were hunting Goldcoin, desperate for his gene absorption ability, an ability they had spent years trying and failing to replicate. The day of the fight arrived. The stands were more packed than ever. Everyone was waiting for their champion to appear. Ignoring the Alliance's warnings, Goldcoin walked into the arena alone to face the Son of Holy Light. This was the first time in history a human had ever made it this far. Goldcoin stepped up to face what could be the strongest opponent of his entire life. His enemy appeared in a flash of light, his very presence radiating a suffocating pressure. The match started, and a single punch sent Goldcoin flying. Master Hua's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me he can't even block a single hit. But this was a man who had clawed his way back from death itself. He wasn't going down that easy. This fight was far from over. The spirit's strength was monstrous. That one punch had nearly blasted right through his protective armor. He was definitely on another level compared to a normal super creature. Smoke rose from Hansen's head, but his fighting spirit burned bright. Even the Son of Holy Light was a bit intrigued. This human was interesting, actually withstanding one of his punches. Hansen may have been hurt, but his trash talk game was strong. He boldly declared victory right to the spirit's face, poking him in the chest. The spirit struck a dramatic pose, hand raised gracefully, calling himself this god this and this god that, like some kind of performer. As Hansen rushed forward, the spirit just flicked a finger, sending a beam of light right through the previous crack in his armor. Goldcoin collapsed. The power of a god was just too terrifying for any human to possibly match. Reporter Fang tried to calm Master Hua, insisting that the battle wasn't over yet and he shouldn't be so pessimistic. Lying on the ground, Goldcoin suddenly let out a loud, hearty laugh. He slowly got back up, much to the Son of Holy Light's surprise. In fact, it was beyond everyone's expectation. For a true warrior like him, the thrill of fighting a powerful opponent was pure ecstasy. His entire body was buzzing with excitement. He began channeling the breathing technique he learned from the little bear. So what if his armor was pierced? He could take the damage. But he couldn't keep this up forever. He had to end this, fast. Before his body collapsed, Goldcoin charged. The light-obsessed spirit fired deadly beams of energy from his fingertips. Like that golden beetle, the light pierced straight through Goldcoin's body. The closer he got, the stronger the light became. It relentlessly tore away at his mortal flesh. Goldcoin fell to his knees, gasping for air, powerless to break through. The horrifying speed of this light master was unreal. Tears of pity and admiration streamed down the audience's faces. The Son of Holy Light was done playing around. He gave one last warning. Take another step, and the consequences are yours alone. Covered in his own blood, Hansen's will was unbreakable. He accepted the challenge and charged forward, switching his attack pattern. He tried to attack from behind, but the Light Master caught him instantly, piercing both of his elbows. He collapsed for a third time. A crying Master Hua screamed for him to get up for his own life. For the honor of mankind, he absolutely could not stay down. And just like that, Goldcoin stood up again and again. He attacked again and again, and he endured the soul-crushing pain. Again and again. Luckily for him, the armor was self-repairing. And even more luckily, The Son of Holy Light had grown arrogant. By not finishing him off, he'd given our hero the one opening he needed, allowing him to channel his Dongsuan aura. It was time to write a new page in human history. The queen hadn't left her seat, she was calmly watching the entire fight unfold. As his opponent moved, Hansen could see right through him, tracking the flow of energy within his body. If he could completely grasp its pattern, he could counter every single move his enemy made. But first, he had to survive this next attack from the Son of Light. Hansen rode the force of the blow, getting sent flying as the crowd fell silent again. Was it all over? Only Elder Hua kept his faith, screaming from the stands for him to get up. The crowd started getting swept up by his passion. But the Son of Light was the only one who sensed something was wrong. There was no way Hansen should have been that injured. The god of war rose for his honor, and for humanity. His brothers were in tears. The moment he could move again, having finally figured out his opponent's moves, nothing could stop him. The next time a blow landed, everyone noticed the miraculous recovery. It was coming from the master's armor. The white-haired man saw it too. In all this time, none of his attacks had ever hit the same spot twice. This honorable human was an exception, but he declared he still couldn't win. Then he unleashed a furious storm of power on Golden Coin. Except his target dodged every single hit. The guy was about to get sent packing. According to the Queen's analysis, after so many attacks, his spiritual energy should be plummeting, not getting stronger and calmer with every exchange. She refused to believe it was a coincidence. Like a flash of light, the Son of Light shot down like a spear, aiming to pierce his foe, but he ended up face-planting into the ground while his opponent was already miles away. Humiliated, he prepared to launch his finishing move. Such a dense barrage of attacks with that much power was a tough problem for Hansen to solve. Forcing an enemy to reveal their hidden ace, then crushing them with it, only Hansen could pull that off. Time to use what he had. The Yi Tian technique was finally ready. As Golden Coin broke through the storm of attacks, his opponent began to panic. Every move he made, every technique he prided himself on, was seen through by the man he despised. Everyone thought it was the Yi Tian technique, but the queen sensed it was far more powerful than her own version of the same skill. The real battle was just beginning. The one who had witnessed humanity's greatest struggles was Elder Hua. And right now, he was the most emotional person in the stadium. The chance of victory had just shot up to 60%. Golden Coin just needed a way to strike faster than his opponent to win. The Son of Light had walked right into the trap of the Yi Tian technique. Hansen had finally closed the distance between them. No longer on the defensive, Golden Coin flipped the script, stopped retreating, and launched a direct assault. The crowd gasped, thinking this was his chance, but the spirit's speed was just too insane. He faced the attack without a hint of being threatened, and then instantly created a huge gap between them again. Elder Hua slumped in his seat, his hopes dashed once more. But as the queen said, Golden Coin's power wasn't just about this game of chase. An energy chain shot from Golden Coin's hand, locking onto his opponent and yanking him forward. At this range, even a god is going to eat this punch. Elder Hua shot to his feet. He couldn't believe Golden Coin had actually landed a hit on the mighty spirit. The enemy resisted, but it was completely useless. Hansen could vaguely hear the cracking of bones as he pummeled the spirit's flesh to a pulp. So this was a spirit's limit. He was sent flying without being able to land a single counterattack. For the first time, he had to admit he was too slow. Victory was so close, and the crowd was ecstatic. But the Son of Light went berserk, planning to fight until Golden Coin's energy ran out. Then, he would tear him to pieces. But buddy, that future's looking pretty far off. So right here, right now, the Son of Light gathered all his power, everything he had from the very beginning, to take Golden Coin's life. But the outcome was already sealed. This was just his final struggle. Under Golden Coin's final, decisive blow, his power was completely neutralized. Golden Coin had won a glorious victory. This victory carved a new chapter in the history of humankind. Hansen's clone had perfectly carried out its mission until the very end. Back at the sanctuary, his brothers couldn't stop celebrating, retelling how Golden Coin crushed his opponent in that spectacular win. Finally, Molly broke it up, saying she had something private to discuss. Even so, she couldn't contain her excitement over the greatest fight she'd ever seen. Everyone was waiting to see what else Golden Coin would achieve for humanity. The real Hansen, however, was already resting in the underwater palace. The battle wasn't life-threatening, that was true, but his body was still racked with incredible pain. It was an amazing fight, but definitely not one he ever wanted to experience again. Little Silver came over, licking his father's wounds. He thought about the other spirits who made it into the top 10 gods. They were definitely no weaker than the Son of Light, and probably much stronger. With his current strength, Fighting them would be almost impossible. Little Angel just sat quietly beside him, watching over Hansen. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Hansen had officially become the 10th godson of the competition. His reward would be chosen at random. Considering how fast the match ended, he couldn't complain about his ranking. He couldn't participate again, but the rewards were identical anyway. Plus, being named history's first human son of God was more than enough. Entering the martial arts arena for a second time, Hansen saw a spirit creature was now in the prize pool. He was praying he'd be lucky enough to pull a powerful one. With a monster like that, opponents like the Son of Divine Light would be a total cakewalk. He could pray all he wanted, but the heavens had other plans. A super divine beast soul, the demon-horned beast, came crashing down from the sky. It shot directly into Hansen's sea of soul. A possessed beast soul not only enhances its owner's power, but the soul's own strength gets a massive boost, too. So the question was, what was this new demonic horse going to possess? Looking at the prize he nearly died to get, Hansen was eager to check it out immediately. It absorbed directly into his body, but no new abilities seemed to pop up. The suspense was killing him. What kind of trick did this thing have up its sleeve? He didn't have to wonder for long. His pet, Little Silver, saw him surrounded by black smoke and immediately started blasting him with electricity to rescue him. Hansen was stunned. Was this payback for feeding it so well? Is it trying to assassinate him now? But when he slowly checked himself over, there was no pain and no injuries. The lightning seemed to be completely neutralized by the black smoke around his body. This demon-horned beast could actually resist special elemental attacks. Hit me again, my boy. Let's see what this thing can do. Never has anyone been so happy to get zapped by lightning. The more intense it got, the more Hansen loved it, but its regeneration speed wasn't exactly high. After a few more blasts, the searing pain started returning to his skin. A poor girl saw Hansen flattened on the floor, rushing over to ask, "Are you dead yet?" And that's where we'll end the video for today. That was a summary of this part of the story. If you have any thoughts, definitely let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you can catch more awesome videos. But for now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, model.